Chapter 1. I shall not touch what belongs to the Qin family. Qin Feng, pray tell, what purpose do you serve by pilfering these jewels? In Huagua, Jiangcheng, within the opulent confines of the Qin family villa, a strikingly handsome and robust young man was pressing his foot against the calf of another youth. Qin Feng's face flushed crimson, unsure whether from pain or humiliation. The entire debacle arose when Qin Feng inadvertently discovered Qin Yang attempting to abscond with valuables from the family safe. Qin ergo, you would do well to remove your foot. The house is under surveillance, and it shall be evident who the thief is, Qin Feng barked, his voice laced with fury, though he could only resort to such bluster, for he lacked the physicality to contend with Qin Yang Dada. So not only have you taken to thievery, but your audacity has also grown. How daring of you to insult me. Qin Yang pressed his foot down with force, as if intent on shattering Qin Feng's ankle. What is transpiring here? A cold, incisive female voice pierced the air. Elder sister, I caught our elder brother in the act of theft, and I merely sought to intervene. I believe he did not intend any harm. So please do not hold it against him, Qin Yang declared, his gaze averted, fully aware of the identity of the newcomer. Swiftly retracting his foot from Qin Feng's leg, a striking woman, adorned in a tailored professional dress and gold-rimmed spectacles, approached an elegant black stilettish, was the elder sister, Qin Li. What has been stolen? She inquired, her tone sharp. These jewels, which I witnessed being taken by my elder brother, who then had the audacity to chastise me. I merely gave him a gentle push, Qin Yang responded, his voice tinged with feigned indignation, showcasing a performance he had rehearsed on more than one occasion. Why did Qin Yang seek to frame Qin Feng? Simply because Qin Yang was but an adopted son of the Qin family, while Qin Feng was their true blood relative. However, Qin Feng had been abducted at birth and raised in an orphanage, returning to the Qin family only 2 years prior. He and Qin Yang were the same age, both having reached 18 this year, the age of contracting their first spirit beast. The Qin parents had gone abroad to procure spirit beast eggs, and Qin Yang feared that they would reserve the finest eggs for Qin Feng, hence his malicious intent to ensnare him. This world is one of spirit beasts, companions to humanity, whose qualities range from black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, kingly, imperial, divine, to sacred. Wild monsters share a similar hierarchy, yet they are adversaries to humans, engaging in mutual slaughter. The disparity in quality among spirit beasts is stark. Should he receive one of inferior quality, it would be utterly unbearable for Qin Yang. Qin Feng, kneel and confess. Why did you steal these jewels? Qin Li's voice grew even icier, having already made her judgment without allowing Qin Feng a chance to explain. You would have me kneel? In my 2 years with the Qin family, how many times have you forced me to do so? And what of Qin Yang, the adopted son? Has he ever been made to kneel? You assert that I am a thief, yet you have already rendered your verdict. What is it that you desire? Qin Feng did not kneel, instead holding his head high, defiantly meeting Qin Li's gaze. Having spent 2 years in the Qin household, Qin Feng had long discerned the true nature of its inhabitants. In his first year home, he had endeavored to curry favor, yearning for familial affection. Yet what had he received in return? Baseless insults and humiliation, all cloaked under the guise of correcting the so-called bad habits he acquired in the orphanage that, in truth, it is nothing but pure loathing. Everyone detests him as parents, along with 3 elder sisters and a foster brother who is taken in and torments him daily with humiliation and treachery. Qin Yang adorns himself in luxury brands, while Qin Feng has but a single set of worn-out, street market attire. Qin Yang resides in a spacious suite of over 50 square meters, whereas Qin Feng is relegated to a mere 7 square meter storage room. Qin Yang, pampered and spoiled, is regarded as the young master of the Qin family, while Qin Feng must fend for himself, having only a handful of opportunities to dine with the family. Qin Yang possesses a $1 million luxury car and receives a silver-tier spirit beast egg as a birthday gift, while Qin Feng is devoid of any such fortune, and even his 18th birthday goes unnoticed in this household. There is so much more. Qin Feng has relinquished his struggles and abandoned his unrealistic fantasies. Is this truly a family? The days he spends in the Qin household, under Qin Yang's schemes and the tacit approval of others, render him the lowest among servants, and one cares for him. The true Qin affection is lavished upon Qin Yang, the foster son, who is met with smiles and warmth from everyone, while Qin Feng is met with indifference, abuse, and even the frequent punishment of being locked away for 3 days without food. It is one thing to be denied a place at the dining table with the Qin family, but he is even barred from using the family kitchen. His sustenance relies solely on a meager 500 yuan he receives each month from the Qin family. Yet what of Qin Yang? He receives a monthly allowance exceeding 200,000, not to mention the various enterprises under his name. What man of dignity could endure such humiliation? Chun Feng has long contemplated seizing an opportunity to escape the Chun family and live freely. Elder brother, do not attempt to wriggle out of this, sister. Perhaps we should let our parents be the judges. With that, Chen Yang promptly dialed their mother's number. Hello, my dear son. Why are you calling your mother? Mom, Yang Yang misses you. Chen Feng looked at the obsequious Chun Yang and felt a wave of nausea rise within him. Yang Yang is the best mother misses you too. Mom, I must tell you something without you getting upset. Why brother has stolen something from the house again. He took your favorite jewelry, though I do not know what he intends to do with it. What? Where is Chun Feng? Their mother's tone instantly turned. I see why elder brother is right here. I saw him do it. And he even cursed at me. Chen Feng, how dare you? The Chen family has provided for your every need. We have never wronged you. How can you not amend your vile habits? Is this not the umpteenth time you have stolen from us? Their mother bellowed. Though Chen Feng could not see her face, he could easily envision her expression. There are cameras in the house. You may review the footage yourselves. Chen Feng had grown weary of explaining. Review what? Yang Yang is so well-behaved, how could he possibly frame you? You are to march straight to the confinement room and remain there for 3 days without food. Without food? As if I have ever partaken of your Chun family's meals. There is no need for such theatric from this day forth. I, Chun Feng, sever all ties with the Chun family. At long last, Chun Feng had taken this decisive step. A time traveler. Even if his circumstances are less than favorable, he could not endure daily indignities in this place any longer. Are you serious? Chen Yang was the first to react. He had long awaited this day, eagerly anticipating the moment when he could rid himself of the Iliman Chen Feng, after which everything belonging to the Chen family would rightfully be his. Indeed, slap. Before Chen Feng could rise, he received a stinging blow to the face from Chun Li. The pain radiated across his cheek. Chun Li was no mere woman, she was a gold-tier beastmaster, her physical prowess rivaling that of a superhero. The force of her slap sent Chun Feng sprawling to the ground. Repeat that. Chun Li's fury was palpable as a son of the Chun family. To utter such rebellious words was unacceptable. It seemed that his previous punishments had been far too lenient. I said, I sever all ties with the Chen family. Do you understand? Furthermore, this is the last time you will strike me, the last time any member of the Chun family will lay a hand on me. From now on, I will not allow you to bully me. Despite his frail appearance, Chun Feng defiantly raised his head, meeting Chun Li's fierce gaze with unwavering determination. Refusing to flinch in that moment, a tremor of uncertainty coursed through Chun Li, though she could not quite comprehend why. Very well, truly an ungrateful wolf raised on our kindness. Chun Yu's voice erupted from the phone. Chun Li, tell him to leave at once. I never wish to see him again. In truth, there was no need for Chun Li to speak. Chen Feng had already risen, preparing to depart. Ding. Host despondency detected. Awakening the Supreme Beastmaster System. Reward. 1 gold-tier beast egg. Main quest released. First shop. Requirement. Please acquire a shop as soon as possible. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Chun Feng halted his steps. He had arrived. The benefits of being a transmigrator were finally upon him. What's this? Are you having second thoughts? Kneel and apologize now, and mother will forgive you. Chun Li quickly interjected upon seeing Chun Feng pause. After all, they were bound by blood. She did not wish to see him begging for scraps, or worse, perishing at the hands of a beast one day. Regret? I merely aim to sever ties more thoroughly. Let's draft a disownment letter today. Previously, Chun Feng had merely wished to distance himself from the Chen family, to have no further connections. But now, the situation had changed. If someone were to regret, let us see who that would be in the future. At this moment, Chun Feng was filled with confidence. He believed that with the system at his disposal, his future achievements would leave the Chun family in awe. He intended for the entire Chun family to regret their actions for a lifetime. Thus, severing ties with the Chun family was imperative. Brother, you realize there's no turning back from this? Mom and Dad will be heartbroken. Chen Yang feigned concern. Excellent. Truly excellent. Sever ties. Let it be done. I came here to help you find a beast egg. We've secured a gold-tier egg for Yang Yang. And you, Chun Feng, could obtain a silver-tier one. Since you do not wish for it, be gone. Chun Li, have him sign immediately. Chun Yu's voice continued to roar through the phone. Your words are truly delightful. You bestow upon such an adopted son a golden-tier spirit beast egg, while my own flesh and blood receives merely a silver tier. How truly affectionate you are, dear parents. Such parental love. You may keep it to yourselves. I have no desire for it. Chun Feng patted Chen Yang's chest, his gaze fixed upon Chen Yang, filled with contempt. Chun Yang remained indifferent to this disdain. He solely yearned for the exclusive affection of the Chen family, wishing to claim everything for himself, unwilling to share with Chun Feng. Even though over the past 2 years, Chun Feng had only received 500 yuan in pocket money from the family. Despite being aware of the immense love his parents held for him, and even though his monthly allowance amounted to over 200,000, it mattered not. He craved sole possession. Yang, go print the contract, commanded Mother Chun, recognizing that while Chun-Li might hesitate in carrying out the task, Chen Yang would not. Understood, Mother. Chun Yang eagerly departed to print the contract, unstoppable in his resolve. As Chen Yang prepared the contract, Chun-Li observed Chun Feng's stubborn, swollen face, furrowing her brow slightly. Zhang Ma, bring the medicine box. Certainly, Miss. No need. I shall not touch anything belonging to the Chun family. Chun Feng declined. He could feel his right cheek swelling. Yet what did that matter? It merely added another entry to his hatred for the Chun family. This animosity had accumulated to such an extent that Chun Feng could scarcely keep track of it. Chapter 2. No worries. I have my card. You. Chun-Li intended to rebuke Chun Feng, but upon meeting his gaze, she swallowed her words. Chun-Li was perplexed by Chun Feng's demeanor today. In the past, Chun Feng had been submissive. Even when subjected to such humiliation, he would retreat to his small room to process it alone. Today, however, the contrast was so stark that Chun-Li felt she scarcely recognized him. Just then, Chen Yang returned, carrying 2 copies of the contract. Big brother, please sign. Chen Yang tossed the already signed contract toward Chun Feng. Chun Feng glanced at the document, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Chen Yang remained as short-sighted and cunning as ever. He had stipulated in the contract that Chun Feng would have no further dealings with the Chen family. Little did he know, this was precisely what Chun Feng desired. He feared the Chun family might seek to involve him again. Quickly, Chun Feng completed his signature and took his copy of the contract, preparing to leave the villa. Young master, are you truly leaving just like that? Won't you tidy up the mess in your room? Zhang Ma, who had just been called by Chun-Li, obstructed Chun Feng's path. Chun Feng frowned. What did it mean to be a young master? Usually, Zhang Ma, aside from refraining from physical harm, had subjected him to insults no less than those from the Chen family. Forget it. You would do well to reconsider otherwise. Those belongings will require my attention to clean up. If you do not tidy your space, you cannot leave, Zhang Ma asserted, showing no intention of yielding. Chun Feng chuckled. Indeed, within the Chun family, even a servant could bully him without the tacit approval of the family. Would a mere servant dare to obstruct his path? What did his room contain? A mere 7 square meters, furnished only with a bed and a table, lacking even a chair. The only remaining items were his lunchbox and chopsticks, nothing more. What's this? Am I now to disregard even Miss Chun-Li's face, and you still wish to dictate to me? How dare you utter the young lattice name so casually? Zhang Ma's face contorted with rage, and she even attempted to strike Chun Feng. After all, Chun Feng had severed ties with the Chun family, and with young Master Yang backing her, she felt emboldened. As the slap approached, a surge of anger welled within Chun Feng, and he delivered a swift kick to Zhang Ma's abdomen. Scoundrel! How dare you presume upon my patience? Ah! Zhang Ma yelped as she collapsed to the ground. Inside the room, is he truly leaving just like that? He has really signed? Chun-Li appeared somewhat dazed by her allowance. Chun Feng was no longer a member of the Chen family. Yes, what of it, sister? We are well aware of our brother's capabilities. In a few days, he shall return, and I will speak favorably of him before our parents. Yang is the most obedient. You are right, it won't be long before he regrets this, and comes back, weeping and pleading for home. Chun-Li affectionately ruffled Chen Yang's hair, as if she had come to terms with herself, realizing that this decision was made by their mother, leaving her with no other option. Having reconciled her thoughts, Chun-Li ascended the stairs, wishing to put the matter behind her. Chen Yang watched her go upstairs, feeling a sense of delight. At that moment, he heard Zhang Ma's shrill cries from outside, and a sudden thought struck him as he burst through the door. Chun Feng, are you seeking death by striking my people? Huh! You dare to speak of such an old and ugly person? TSK. With the Chun family absent, are you no longer pretending to be innocent? Chun Feng retorted mockingly. Very well, you wish to leave, do you? Then crawl through my legs, and I shall allow your departure, Chen Yang sneered, gesturing beneath himself. Zhang Ma sat on the ground, relishing the spectacle. Chun Feng shook his head slowly. The humiliation of crawling beneath him? Absolutely not. In the next moment, Chun Feng lunged at Chen Yang. Although Chen Yang possessed a far superior physique, street brawls often favored those who struck first. Seizing Chun Yang by his hair, Chun Feng delivered a headbutt to his face, declaring that from this moment forth, no member of the Chun family would dare to bully him again. Blood streamed from Chun Yang's nose. However, Chun Feng's dominance was short-lived. His frail body could not sustain the disparity in strength through mere ferocity. Within 3 seconds of his bravado, Chun Yang, regaining his wits, pinned Chun Feng to the ground, grinding him down. Fortunately, Chun Feng had ample experience and shielded his face. While Chun Yang straddled him, relentlessly cursing him as a bastard, Chun Feng chose to ignore the insults, understanding that enduring this beating was the key to his true liberation. A beating was far preferable to the humiliation of crawling beneath someone. Enough. Chun-Li had arrived, having heard the commotion outside. Oh dear, young lady, Master Chun Feng has gone mad. He kicked me down as soon as he stepped outside. If it weren't for Master Chun Yang coming to my rescue, Mother Zhang's performance was quite commendable, tears streaming down her face. Chun Feng, have you had enough of this nonsense? Chun-Li shouted furiously. Chun Yang halted his actions. Elder sister, I merely sought to intervene with brother, but I never anticipated that he would. Yang, are you all right? Does it hurt? Chun-Li looked at Chun Yang with deep concern, her face etched with worry as she beheld the blood. Enduring the pain coursing through him, Chun Feng rose to his feet. He first brushed off the dust from his clothes, then cast a cold gaze at Chun-Li. Let me reiterate, being blind isn't the issue. Those surveillance cameras are not mere decorations, you fool. Chun Feng had long grown accustomed to the Chun family's bias. He was well aware that his existence was deemed less significant than that of a servant. However, Chun Feng was no longer a member of the Chun family, and without the need to appease their whims, he felt no obligation to indulge Chun-Li, responding to her provocations. Without restraint, Zhang Ma felt a twinge of guilt and dared not meet Chun-Li's gaze. Elder brother, you may reprimand me, but you must not scold elder sister. With that, Chun Yang, who had already ceased his actions, stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to Chun Feng. Chun Feng attempted to defend himself, but alas, he could not match Chun Yang's speed. After enduring a forceful slap, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet a smile graced his lips. This slap, I shall remember. Now may I take my leave? This time, no one impeded his exit. Chun Feng departed, leaving behind a gaze filled with ferocity and vengeance. Yang, your nose. Hurry, assist the young master in staunching the blood. Chun-Li paid no heed to Chun Feng, but her heart ached as she looked at Chun Yang. Directing Zhang Ma, Chun Feng walked along the road, his face swollen and red, yet he still hummed a cheerful tune. Passers-by, upon seeing him, kept their distance. At present, Chun Feng's appearance is rather unseemly. He appears frail, clad in washed-out, low-quality garments, his face swollen, and he is humming a tune. This certainly suggests a state of mental distress. Chun Feng was wholly indifferent to the gazes of others as he made his way towards the desolate area closest to the city wall. This vicinity, in proximity to the wall, was essentially abandoned, as anyone who dared to linger here would surely meet their doom in the event of a beastly incursion. Those with even a modicum of capability would never choose to remain in such a perilous place. Upon arriving in the Forsaken Zone, Chun Feng chose to approach the largest storefront that faced the street. Observing the lock hanging on the door, he furrowed his brow slightly. After all, it was abandoned. A swift kick would suffice. The shop had fallen into disrepair over the years, long devoid of any inhabitants. Consequently, with a single kick, the door not only yielded but was entirely knocked down by Chun Feng. The fact that such a seemingly frail individual could bring the door down serves as a testament to the utter dilapidation of the establishment. Chun Feng waved his hand to disperse the encroaching dust. As he surveyed the surroundings, it became evident that this shop was in a state of utter disrepair, lacking anything of value, merely consisting of the skeletal framework of a building. However, Chun Feng remained indifferent. After all, he was motivated solely by the rewards of his quest and did not genuinely require a shop. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest, the first shop. Would the host like to claim the reward? Claim. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a basic shop template, applicable to the host's designated shop. The host has acquired the spiritual eye, which allows the ability to perceive the quality, condition, potential, strengths, weaknesses, and evolutionary path of spiritual beasts. Additionally, the host has received a quality enhancement pill for spiritual beasts, diamond grade. Chun Feng was contentedly listening, eagerly anticipating a reward that would enhance his physical constitution, only to find that there was no further information forthcoming. Was that all? His frail body was disheartened. He promptly checked what the reward entailed. A basic shop template, applicable for store use. And then it was gone, lacking even the most rudimentary introduction. However, the spiritual eye brought Chun Feng immense satisfaction. In a world dominated by spiritual beasts, the ability to see through their essence offered him tremendous advantages. As for the spiritual beast quality upgrade elixir, that was simply extraordinary. For an ordinary person, enhancing the quality of a spiritual beast is an arduous task, requiring the guidance of a specialized beast master and a plethora of resources. Yet, this quality upgrade elixir could bypass all such requirements, directly elevating the quality of spiritual beasts below diamond level by one tier. In other words, could my little Jean ascend to diamond quality? Splendid. Chun Feng gazed at the quality enhancement elixirs within the system warehouse, a contented smile gracing his lips. Utilizing the basic shop template, he confirmed, "Ding. Would you like to designate the shop? Designate. Ding. The transformation commences. Ding. The transformation is successful." Chun Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it truly change this rapidly? However, upon fully grasping the current state of the shop, he hastily dashed outside, only to rush back in again. Was this a dream? This was indeed his shop. The transformation was nothing short of astonishing, a stark contrast to its former self. Lavishly adorned and equipped with state-of-the-art amenities, the sofas were the kind that enveloped one in comfort. Ding! The shop renovation was a success. The host gained the privileges of a shop owner. Within the premises, the host was invincible, and the establishment could not be demolished. The functionalities of the shop were for the host to explore at their leisure. Invincible? Indestructible? A smile spread across Chun Feng's face, radiating pure joy. His grin tugged painfully at the right side of his face, yet he continued to beam. With a smile still gracing his lips, Chun Feng began to examine his establishment. The shop boasted a considerable area, with a reception that exuded sophistication and charm. As a beginner establishment, it offered 3 essential functions: healing for spirit beasts, assistance in evolution, and spirit beast fostering. While the features were few, they were undeniably practical. Ding! The main quest was activated. The first customer, welcome a guest, with an unknown reward. Ding! The shop's functionalities had a minimum pricing structure. The host held the authority to raise prices, but could not lower them below the established minimum. Upon amassing 1 million in shop funds, the system marketplace would be unlocked. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chun Feng swiftly activated his panel to inspect the minimum prices. As he beheld the figures, Chun Feng was utterly astounded. Healing for spirit beasts, 500,000. Assistance in evolution, 1 million. Spirit beast boarding, 10,000 per day. Is this not an outright extortion? Who would possibly patronize such exorbitant charges? Chun Feng felt a looming threat of starvation. Regardless, with its golden quality. I shall name you Little Gold. He slumped onto the sofa at the front desk, taking out the golden tier spirit beast egg to admire it. There is no need for haste. Once I restore my health, I shall form a contract with you. The first contract with a spirit beast is of paramount significance. As long as it is successfully established within this year of turning 18, there is no rush, as Chun Feng still has a whole year ahead of him. Given his current feeble state, an unforeseen incident may occur during the contract formation. At that moment, someone suddenly burst in through the door. Chun Feng was startled by the sound of the door creaking open. The place he occupied was not a slum, but rather a desolate area. The sudden intrusion genuinely took him by surprise, especially since his establishment had been renovated, exuding an air of affluence both inside and out. Hello. Do you provide healing services for spirit beasts here? The visitor's voice was melodious, her figure clad in form-fitting jeans paired with a white short-sleeve top. Her features were exquisite. Her skin is luminous as if reflecting light, and the ponytail she sported added a touch of playfulness to her demeanor. Chun Feng swore he had never seen such a beautiful girl. Certainly. Could you assist me in healing my spirit beast? I can, indeed, but my fees are rather steep. Chun Feng is being overly modest. It is not merely high, it is exceedingly elevated. In a typical spirit beast shop, the cost for treating a spirit beast usually only amounts to 1,000 or 1,800 yuan. Not to worry, I have a card. The girl presented Chun Feng with a card, astonishingly without even inquiring about the price. Well, that is acceptable. Chun Feng believed it prudent to settle the payment before commencing the treatment, to avoid any potential embarrassment should the girl's funds prove insufficient. Chapter 3. Having already granted her the first favor, what harm is there in a mere handshake? The front desk was equipped with a card reader, ensuring convenience and efficiency. Ding! The establishment received a financial infusion of 500,000. Chun Feng was momentarily taken aback. Did she really manage to get it? This girl seems quite affluent. Could you please hurry a bit? The girl was on the verge of tears, yet her tone remained gentle. All right, where is your spirit beast? It's right here. The girl retrieved a feeble, crimson squirrel from her spirit beast pouch. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Feng promptly stepped forward to take the squirrel into his care. As he cradled the creature, a surge of information flooded his mind. Fire squirrel, golden, status. Near death, how could it be so gravely injured? What have you done to it? I was attacked, and it protected me. Can you save it? I will pay any amount, the girl implored. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, resembling a helpless child. It should be possible, Chen Feng mused, uncertain of the outcome, yet hopeful given the exorbitant price quoted. With that, he guided the girl into the interior of the shop, where a medical kit awaited, an imposing, square white metal box standing over 2 meters tall. Chen Feng placed the squirrel into the medical box and subsequently pressed the button to initiate treatment. Is this truly effective? The girl harbored doubts, questioning whether she had merely escaped an assault only to find herself in a dubious establishment. How could there be no medical professional in this place? Simply relegating the creature to the confines of a box. Is there not even a preliminary assessment of the injuries? Surely, this must work. At this moment, Chen Feng exuded an air of confidence, for he beheld the healing progress bar on the medical kit surging vigorously. Yet, shoo, it is almost complete. The gentle breeze had not stirred at all. It was indeed nearing completion. Ding! The medical kit opened automatically. A lively squirrel leaped directly into the girl's embrace. The girl widened her eyes, questioning whether she had truly seen it correctly. Chen Feng could only express his astonishment. If possible, he wished to become that squirrel. The creature was nestling so blissfully in the girl's arms that it seemed to be morphing. If it could change shape, it must be quite substantial, right? Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have completed the task. First customer. Reward. All attributes 5. Shop activates daily complimentary service feature. What is the complimentary service? Ding. All functions within the shop can be gifted once daily. Open the panel. Host. Chen Feng Realm. None Physique. 12 Spirit. 28 Spirit Beast. None Skill. Spirit Eye. The task rewarded him with 5 points in Physique, and Chen Feng could feel his body rapidly growing stronger. This sensation was exquisite. Thank you. Just as Chen Feng was immersed in this delightful feeling, the girl spoke to him. No need to thank me. You are the first customer of my shop, and I can offer you a service. What service? The girl seemed somewhat surprised, wondering if it was something extraordinary. Although she felt a hint of concern, she was not overly afraid, as she believed she could overpower the shopkeeper. It's the auxiliary evolution service for spirit beasts. Your fire squirrel is of golden grade, correct? You just contracted it, didn't you? Yes, I just formed the contract a few days ago. Chen Feng smiled, expressing his approval of having a peer. Very well, follow me. The girl harbored no doubts about Chen Feng, for he had miraculously revived the fire squirrel that was on the brink of death in a mere moment. At that instant, her curiosity towards Chen Feng blossomed. She yearned to discover what other extraordinary feats he could perform. As Chen Feng brought the girl before the auxiliary evolution device, a hint of awkwardness washed over him. The apparatus resembled a box, though distinct in its color. While the medical box was white, this auxiliary evolution box was shrouded in black. He pondered the aesthetics of such a design, questioning whether it was truly befitting. Really? Must it be this way? This is rather embarrassing in front of a beautiful girl, he murmured softly. What did you say? The girl caught the faintest whisper of Chen Feng's words, yet could not discern their meaning. It's nothing. Just place it inside. All right. The girl attempted to place the fire squirrel into the evolution box, but alas, the red squirrel was rather uncooperative, reluctant to leave her embrace. Be good. This brother saved you. Going in here will benefit you, she coaxed, adopting a tone akin to soothing a child. Remarkably, her words worked. The fire squirrel, having heeded her gentle persuasion, willingly entered the evolution box. Utilizing the gifting function, Chen Feng murmured, pressing the activation button. The remaining process was no longer a concern for him. Whatever transpired within the evolution box was beyond his purview. This time, the progress bar moved at a noticeably sluggish pace, suggesting it would take over 10 minutes to complete. That's fine. I can wait, the girl replied. By the way, what brings you to this place? Who was it that attacked you? Chen Feng's curiosity was not merely superficial. He sought to discern the malevolent individuals inhabiting this area, so that he might better safeguard himself in the future. Although invincible within the confines of his shop, he transformed into a vulnerable being upon stepping outside, necessitating caution. I have come to offer consolation, as there are still some residents here, and we intend to deliver provisions to them. The identity of my assailant remains a mystery to me, though it is likely not one of the local denizens." The girl lied to Chen Feng, her cheeks flushing a deeper hue. She was aware of her assailant's identity, yet saw no necessity to disclose it to Chen Feng. Doing so would allow him to deduce her own identity. Indeed, it would be prudent for such a beautiful girl as yourself to exercise caution when venturing out, Chen Feng remarked. The girl did not respond, yet her cheeks reddened further at his compliment. "By the way, what brings you to open a shop here?" The girl, equally intrigued by Chen Feng, inquired. "It's a long story. I am Chen Feng, and you?" "I am Li Shihe, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Li Shihe extended her delicate hand toward Chen Feng. Given that the young lady had taken the initiative and was his first customer, Chen Feng, of course, could not refuse. After all, it was just a handshake. Very delicate indeed, as if crafted from water. Yet, Chen Feng did not take advantage of the moment. He merely grasped her hand gently before releasing it. "Has your face sustained an injury? I have some medicine here. You may wish to use it." Li Shihe produced a bottle of medicine from her spirit beast pouch. "This is meant for humans, not for spirit beasts," she clarified as she handed it to Chen Feng, concerned that he might misinterpret her intentions. Chen Feng paid no heed to the trivial matters. After all, the spirit beasts were far more expensive, weren't they? "Thank you. Then I shall tend to my wounds. Please wait here for a moment." "Very well." Li Shihe nodded at Chen Feng. As Chen Feng departed, he acknowledged that although Li Shihe was undeniably beautiful and gentle, their acquaintance was still in its infancy, leaving little room for conversation. Forcing himself to linger by her side would only lead to discomfort, especially for her. He was also contemplating how to persuade this affluent lady to introduce him to more clients, mindful of not leaving a negative impression. Chapter 4. I assure you, no one shall harm a single hair on your head. I mean it. The thought echoed in Chen Feng's mind as the ointment was applied to his face. The effects of the salve were immediate and refreshing, swiftly reducing the swelling. However, its efficacy paled in comparison to that of the evolution chamber. Within a mere 10 minutes, the chamber activated on its own. The fire squirrel, upon the chamber's opening, darted into Li Shihe's embrace, its eyes brimming with tears, as though it had endured a great injustice. Li Shihe examined the fire squirrel from various angles, unable to discern any notable changes. Just as she pondered the possibility of the treatment being ineffective, Chen Feng approached. "Is it done?" he inquired. "Yes, your face looks much better," she replied, casting a glance at him. "I must admit, with the swelling reduced, you appear rather handsome." Chen Feng paid little attention to Li Shihe's gaze, as his eyes were fixated on her chest. The fire squirrel in his arms. Subsequently, Chen Feng activated his spiritual eye skill. Fire squirrel, golden tier juvenile, status, healthy physique, 18 spirit, 21 skill. Fire tornado, has it truly comprehended a skill? This million was well spent. Chen Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. After all, he had graduated from the Spirit Beast High School and possessed a fundamental understanding of spirit beasts. As for why he did not attend the Spirit Beast Academy, that was entirely due to his younger brother, Chen Yang. It was a tale of sorrow, originally. Chen Feng had yearned for the life at the academy, but now he could only lament that running a shop was far more appealing than studying. "So, your spirit beast has not previously comprehended any skills, has it?" "No, my little fire has only been contracted for a short time." Li Shihe responded candidly, without reservation. "I see, follow me then." After Chen Feng finished speaking, he walked towards the back courtyard of the shop. Li Shihe, perplexed, followed closely behind him. The courtyard contained only one room, a testing chamber produced by the system, which guaranteed its authority. He instructed her to test a skill on the testing stone. Li Shihe gazed at Chen Feng with wide, beautiful eyes. "You can do it, just give it a try," Chen Feng encouraged her. Li Shihe felt somewhat flustered. Was this truly encouragement? "All right, little fire, use a skill on that stone," she urged, nudging the fire squirrel nestled in her arms. Upon hearing her, the fire squirrel turned its gaze towards the stone in the room. Suddenly, its tiny claws transformed into a vibrant red, and with a chirp, a miniature fire tornado materialized, enveloping the testing stone. The fire tornado, albeit diminutive, stood over a meter high. Skill, Fire Tornado, Power 28. Before the fire tornado dissipated, a voice resonated within the chamber. Li Shihe had already opened her mouth in astonishment. Chen Feng gazed in a state of utter bewilderment. Was this not inciting criminal behavior? The disjointed words of Li Shihe, as she pointed at the detection stone and then at the fiery squirrel and Chen Feng, indicated that she was thoroughly perplexed. How had the fiery squirrel acquired such a skill? Moreover, how could the detection stone emit sound? Chen Feng had not anticipated that this device would come with its own audio reporting feature, but it certainly elevated its prestige. How about that? This complimentary service is rather impressive, isn't it? Chen Feng began to promote it, reasoning that even if Li Shi he could not attract others to partake, she herself could certainly indulge. Hey, are you back with us? Chen Feng waved his hand in front of Li Shi's eyes. Oh, how is it possible that the fire squirrel has mastered its skills so swiftly? Unclear about the specifics of its experience, only it knew the truth. Chen Feng could only shrug, utterly baffled. The fire squirrel, incapable of speech, could only chirp and gesture animatedly with its tiny hands. Li Shi grasped the general idea, while Chen Feng remained completely perplexed. In short, the fire squirrel had indeed comprehended its skills within the evolution box. That was enough certainty for him. Incredible, truly marvelous. How do you possess such wondrous items here? Li Shi's cheeks flushed as she gazed at Chen Feng. This left Chen Feng momentarily speechless. After 18 years of life, it was the first time he had been admired by such a beautiful girl. This service is actually quite expensive. At least $1 million per session. The exact amount depends on my mood. Oh, that is not too pricey. I'll bring some friends tomorrow. I have plenty of classmates. Li Shi was quite perceptive, effortlessly steering the conversation in a direction that excited Chen Feng. Great. Thank you for helping me with my business, Chen Feng grinned. Fortunately, his face had swollen down. Otherwise, smiling so widely would have been quite painful. No, I should be the one thanking you, Li Shi replied with a sweet smile. It was evident that she was genuinely delighted. Ding. Task completed. First customer. System mall unlocked. Please check at your convenience. Before Chen Feng could look into it, Li Shi spoke up again. By the way, I need to head back to school. Aren't you attending? Li Shi was perceptive. She could deduce much from Chen Feng's attire, though it seemed incongruous with his shop. Moreover, she was quite curious about him and wished to learn more. I graduated high school. I had intended to continue my studies, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I opened this shop instead. Chen Feng was candid, as not attending school was not something to be ashamed of. In this day and age, many were unable to enroll in the Spirit Beast Academy. Anyone without a contracted Spirit Beast was ineligible for admission. I see, I understand. I must return now. Please take care of yourself here. Li Shi refrained from probing further, demonstrating her maturity and concern for Chen Feng. This made his heart flutter like a deer in the woods. All right, I will be careful. When you head back, do take care as well. Would you like me to see you off? After Chen Feng spoke, he felt a twinge of regret, realizing that his words had been uttered without careful consideration. This girl had fled to his shop to escape from pursuers. What would happen if she were to encounter them again outside? To his surprise, Li Shi agreed. Well then, let's go. What else could Chen Feng say? Since she had consented, he had no choice but to muster his courage and proceed. Li Shi noticed Chen Feng's apprehension and, with a playful smile, reassured him. Do not worry, my family has sent someone to protect me, and those who attack me have already been apprehended. Even if they were still at large, I will be here. From now on, whenever you visit my shop, I guarantee that no one will harm you, not even a hair on your head. I promise. Chen Feng, with a hint of pride, patted his own chest. This is not mere boasting. It is an undeniable truth. Within the confines of the shop, Chen Feng is invincible, and none can challenge him. Understood. Let us proceed, he said. All right. As they strolled leisurely, engaging in light conversation, time swiftly passed. And before they realized it, they had arrived at the entrance of the Spirit Beast Academy. Chen Feng bid farewell to Li Shi without any lingering attachment. The two exchanged contact information at the entrance of the academy and waved goodbye to each other. This scene was witnessed by many, and soon the images of the pair reached Chen Yang's eyes. Chapter 5. Ah, is this not my dear younger brother? Is this Chen Feng? In the Chen family villa, Chen Yang gazed at the photograph on his phone, his pupils dilating slightly as he gripped the device tightly, producing a creaking sound. How did Chen Feng manage to entangle himself with Li Shi? Li Shi is my quarry. In truth, Chen Yang was preparing to return to the academy, where students are required to reside in the dormitories during the academic term without exception. Chen Feng's inability to enroll in the Spirit Beast Academy is entirely the doing of Chen Yang. Chen Yang is quite eloquent. He skillfully persuaded his parents, Chen Fu and Chen Mu, to reconsider their stance. In his words, he asserted that as the elder brother, he embodies the Chen family's lineage and should refrain from undertaking perilous endeavors. It is his duty to ensure the continuation of the family bloodline. Thus, he will take on the responsibility of confronting any battles as the younger brother. Chen's father and mother truly believed Chun Yang's deceptive words and did not enroll Chen Feng in the Spirit Beast Academy. Moreover, they had no intention of preparing a spirit beast for Chen Feng. The silver tier spirit beast mentioned in their earlier phone conversation was intended for Chen Yang, and Chun Feng's welfare was of no concern to him, especially since Chen Feng had connections with the elite. Not to mention, he had long set his sights on Li Shi, the only daughter of the wealthiest family in Jiang City, the Li family. Whoever won Li Shi's affection would undoubtedly become the heir to the Li family's fortune. With this thought in mind, Chen Yang promptly made a call. Investigate the relationship between Li Shi and Chen Feng. I am willing to pay any amount. A grim voice replied from the other end. Prepare 5 million. After that, the call ended abruptly. 5 million was of no concern to Chen Yang. He was solely focused on uncovering the connection between Chen Feng and Li Shi, and he transferred 2 million into an account. Meanwhile, Chun Li felt a growing unease. She sensed that sending Chen Feng away from the Chen family was a mistake. It suddenly struck her that Chen Feng was the family's only son. Lost in thought, she approached Chen Feng's room and gently pushed the door open. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Was this where Chen Feng lived? A mere 7-square-meter room. Furnished only with a bed and a table, there were no chairs or wardrobes. In stark contrast to Chen Yang's room, this small space was even smaller than Chen Yang's bathroom. She recalled that Chen Feng had left with nothing, not even a change of clothes, and his room was impeccably clean. Did he truly possess nothing in this home? For reasons she could not fathom, Chen Li felt a pang of sorrow. After a moment, she quietly closed the door, resolved to check the surveillance footage. Chen Feng had accused her of being blind and heartless. She needed to see for herself. Without informing anyone, Chun Li reviewed the footage. When she saw Chun Yang's menacing face and heard the vitriol spewing from his mouth, her hands began to tremble. How could this be? Chun Li could hardly believe her eyes. This was not just about today. It had been happening for a long time. Chun Li began to frantically search through videos. The surveillance footage from the Chun household can be retained for a duration of 6 months. In truth, Chun Li should not have perused these recordings. This is because, during the initial plot to frame Chen Feng, Chen Yang had meticulously deleted all the videos. However, as time progressed, Chen Yang grew increasingly negligent. This negligence stemmed from the fact that the Chun family had ceased to review the surveillance after Chen Yang's scheme against Chen Feng. Even when Chen Feng pleaded on his knees, no one bothered to check the footage. Everyone placed their unwavering trust in Chun Yang's words, dismissing Chen Feng's plight. Thus, Chen Li's investigation spanned merely a single night. The following day, what did you say? Li Shi intends to lead her team into the no-man's land? To search for Chen Feng? Awakened abruptly by a phone call in the depths of his slumber, Chen Feng shouted in alarm. Fortunately, he resided in a private room. Sparing others from being startled, remember to settle the final payment. Chen Yang gazed intently at his phone screen, lost in thought. Ah, so you've learned to feign vulnerability. Chen Feng, I am unaware of the tactics you employed to elicit Li Shi's sympathy, but do not revel in your success. I shall ensure your downfall, leaving you devoid of any opportunity for redemption throughout your life. After Chen Yang unleashed a furious curse, he swiftly rose from his bed and dressed himself. The academy had yet to commence its official classes, leaving the daytime free of supervision. He intended to seize the moment before Li Shi and her companions visited Chun Feng's establishment, aiming to drive Chen Feng away and demolish his shop, ensuring that Li Shi would never again locate him. Once properly attired, Chen Yang neglected his breakfast and sped off in his sports car toward the desolate area. Just as he approached the shop owned by Chen Feng, he received a phone call. Hello, Mom. My dear son, I shall be home this afternoon. I've procured a golden tier spirit beast for you. Are you excited? Absolutely. Thank you, Mom. You are the best. Chen Yang's voice brimmed with genuine joy. This was true elation. The quality of the first contracted spirit beast was of paramount importance, greatly influencing his future endeavors. Achieving a golden tier spirit beast as the first contract was the pinnacle. Without exceptional talent, one could not contract a beast of a higher tier. I'm glad to hear that, my young Yang. I've missed you. Do hurry back. All right, all right. How old are you now? Mother will return this afternoon, so wait for me. Okay, Mom. Well then, hang up now. Go have your breakfast. Skipping meals is not good for your health. Yes, I shall do so right away. Go on, go on. The call ended. The smile on Chen Yang's face vanished. Chen Feng, you claim you haven't stolen anything from home, haven't sold anything, Yet how could you possibly afford to open such a shop? With that, Chen Yang furiously exited the vehicle and forcefully kicked open the shop door. Bang! Was that an earthquake? Chen Feng lay on the sofa, soundly asleep, having not even had a nightmare, a rare occurrence indeed. During his 2 years at the Chun family home, restful sleep had been a luxury. Awakening from nightmares was commonplace. And more often than not, he found himself unable to sleep due to hunger in the small dark room. Yet at this moment, despite having gone a day without food, Chen Feng felt remarkably invigorated, devoid of any sensation of hunger. This was because he had discovered that within the shop, he had no need for sustenance. The risk of starvation did not exist. Miraculously, the shop continuously infused spiritual energy into Chen Feng's being, fulfilling all his bodily needs. After a night of blissful sleep, his physical condition had even improved slightly. This revelation brought an uncontrollable smile to Chen Feng's face as he pondered where he could possibly seek justification. Laugh. How dare you smile? Chen Yang bellowed from the doorway. Look at the shop's decor. How much do you think this cost? How much has Chen Feng truly pilfered from his home? Moreover, it is evident that this establishment could not have been renovated in a mere day or two. It is likely that he began his thievery the very day he returned to the Chen family. Chen Yang seethed with anger for failing to safeguard his possessions at home. Yaha, is that not my dear brother? Upon seeing Chen Yang, Chen Feng's smile broadened, albeit with an unsettling hint of malice. Do not disgust me. This is not our home. Who permitted you to address me as brother? You ought to leave immediately. This is the Chun family's establishment, and you have no right to linger here. Chapter 6. My store. What connection does it have to your Chun family? Leave. That is utterly out of the question. You come inside. Chen Feng beckoned to Chen Yang with a flourish of his finger, his demeanor exuding unabashed arrogance. Chen Yang had never encountered such a situation. His heart was nearly bursting with indignation. He immediately rushed in, intent on delivering a resounding slap to Chen Feng. However, just as he commenced his strike, he suddenly found himself unable to move. Slap. A resounding blow landed squarely on Chen Yang's face. Chen Yang's eyes widened, and after a brief moment of shock, they glared at Chen Feng with a fiery intensity. Ah, my hand aches. Chen Feng, indifferent to Chen Yang's gaze, casually shook his hand a few times. Not quite symmetrical. Let's even things out. Slap. The satisfaction was immense. Chen Feng had long desired to retaliate against Chen Yang's pretentious demeanor. These 2 slaps were merely a small interest payment. You dare to hit me? What's unclear about that? Not only do I dare, but I have already done so. What will you do about it, young Master Chen? Chen Feng replied coldly, fixing his gaze on Chen Yang. If not for his current lack of resources, he would have relished the thought of eliminating Chen Yang entirely. The past insults from Chen Yang demanded retribution 1,000-fold. You Chen Yang have changed. To be honest, during their 2 years of interaction, Chen Feng had never been so assertive in front of Chen Yang. Yet, why was his body suddenly unresponsive? Just as this thought crossed Chen Yang's mind, he stumbled back a few steps as Chen Feng released his hold. Now was not the moment to sever ties with the Chen family. Otherwise, a group could easily block the store entrance, preventing Chen Feng from leaving and customers from entering. Such an outcome was unacceptable to him. Inside the store, he felt invincible. They were free to do as they pleased. Chen Yang, what are you doing? Chun Li shouted angrily. It turned out that the conscience-stricken Chun Li had also found her way to Chen Feng's shop. Initially, she intended to bring Chen Feng home. Today, their parents would return. And as long as Chen Feng admitted his fault, the estrangement agreement they had signed would be nullified. However, to her surprise, upon her arrival, she spotted Chen Yang's sports car and rushed inside. This time, instead of scolding Chen Feng, she directed her ire at Chen Yang. Sister, he hit me. I was hoping to persuade him to come home, but don't blame my brother. He must still be upset. My face is fine. It doesn't tea hurt. Chen Yang has commenced his performance as the green tea character once more. Chen Feng curled his lips in disdain, disinterested in exposing Chen Yang. In the past, he had revealed the truth too many times. Now, there was no necessity to unearth it again. He was indifferent to Chun Li's thoughts or the repercussions for the Chen family. You, Chen Feng, regardless of your grievances, he is still your younger brother. How could you possibly strike him? Chen Li remarked, unable to restrain herself as she noticed Chen Yang's flushed face. Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively and said, You are well aware of how he treated me yesterday. You did not come to my defense at that moment. However, it is no longer significant. I am indifferent to it all. You may leave now. Chen Feng felt that saying so much was akin to playing the lute to a cow. He could not be more disappointed and had nothing left to lose. Chun Li's thoughts were of no consequence to him. Brother, how can you speak to sister in such a manner? Even if you harbor no affection for me, you ought not to vent your anger on her, Qin Yang interjected. Defending Qin Li. There is no need to feign concern. It is quite a burden. I, Qin Feng, have already declared that I wish to sever all ties with the Qin family. My establishment will not welcome any member of your family. You may either choose to vanish or I shall assist you in doing so. In his own shop, Qin Feng stood resolute. You, Xiao Feng, I have come to take you home. Do not throw a childish tantrum. When our parents return, you must apologize. They have prepared a silver-tier spirit beast for you. Once you successfully form a contract, sister will assist you with your enrollment, and you shall attend the Spirit Beast Academy. Chun Li spoke to Qin Feng in a soft voice, seeking to atone for the guilt that lingered within her. After all, she had wrongfully accused her own brother for 2 long years. Had she uttered such words when Qin Feng was being bullied by Qin Yang the previous day, he might have felt a flicker of warmth in their home. However, the present moment was different. Oh, a silver-tier spirit beast? How sophisticated. I require nothing from your Qin family. I have no intention of repeating myself, Qin Feng retorted disdainfully. Oh, wait a moment, he added, swiftly making his way to the front desk. System, please exchange 12,000 in cash. Within the confines of the shop, Qin Feng had the liberty to access the funds without restriction. However, to acquire items from the system's marketplace, he must utilize the profits generated by the shop. Money brought from the outside held no value. Ding. Exchange successful. 12,000 in cash materialized in Qin Feng's hands. This sum represents the 500 monthly living expenses I owe your family. Although I have resided in your home, I have contributed far more labor than your family made on a daily basis, which should suffice as rent. As for meals, I have never dined at your family's table, so I owe not a single cent. Take this money and leave. Qin Feng threw money at Qin Li, striking her in the stomach. Qin Feng, how can you treat your elder sister this way? She has come to bring you home. Elder sister, do not blame him. He is undoubtedly still in a fit of anger. Qin Yang began his duplicitous persuasion, as if he were the only virtuous soul left in this world. Return home to perform your theatrics. Do not pollute the air here. Qin Feng felt overwhelmed. The sight of Qin Yang's duplicitous demeanor filled him with revulsion. Resisting the urge to eliminate him was proving quite arduous. Xiao Feng, have you truly made up your mind? Qin Li asked, somewhat dazed, taken aback by Qin Feng's resolute stance. What other option is there? Qin Feng retorted, Elder brother, if you are determined to sever ties with the Qin family so completely, then you ought to relinquish this shop back to them. Qin Yang began to press the issue. However, after making his point, he whispered to Qin Li, elder sister, if we just apply a little pressure on our brother, he will surely return home with us. Without this shop, he will find it impossible to survive out there. Upon hearing this, Qin Li gently nodded to Qin Yang. My shop has no connection with your Qin family. You claim that I took something from your family. Where is the evidence? Without evidence, refrain from making baseless accusations. Qin Feng was indeed unable to elucidate the origins of this establishment. However, Qin Yang presumed that I, having sold possessions from the Qin family, had acquired the funds to open the shop. If that were the case, you would need to present evidence to support your claim. If you did not take anything from home, how could you possibly possess the means to establish this shop? Qin Yang retorted. Why should he not have the capability to run a business? His shop flourished. At that moment, Li Shihe arrived at the door. In truth, she had been eavesdropping outside for quite some time, and it was only her mounting impatience that compelled her to enter. Qin Feng's domestic affairs were of no concern to Li Shihe. However, the sibling duo was somewhat oppressive. They accused Qin Feng of theft without a shred of evidence. Although Li Shihe had only interacted with Qin Feng for a day, she firmly believed he was incapable of such an act. Given the remarkable abilities of Qin Feng's establishment, why would he resort to stealing for money? Chapter 7. Will he transform into a dragon? Li Shihe, what brings you here? Qin Yang exclaimed, astonished at her presence. This isn't your family's shop. I can come and go as I please. Li Shihe retorted sharply, showing little amiability towards Qin Yang. She had encountered many green tea girls, but this was her first experience with a green tea boy. Qin Yang was left speechless. Qin Li glanced at Li Shihe without uttering a word. She was acquainted with Li Shihe and was aware of her status. Curiosity piqued within her as she wondered when Qin Feng had formed a connection with Li Shihe. Could it be that this establishment was established with Li Shihe's assistance? Qin Feng dared to sever ties with the Qin family only with the assistance of Li Shihe. You've arrived? No need to mind them. Please come in. With a charming smile, Chen Feng greeted Li Shihe, conscious of the necessity to maintain a pleasant demeanor towards his sole benefactor. The success of this establishment hinged entirely upon her. Indeed, I have not only come alone, I have brought my teammates as well. I did not deceive you. Li Shihe remarked with a smile, eager to take credit. Subsequently, the trio, 2 women and 1 man, entered the shop. Chen Feng could not help but steal another glance at the man before him, a man who was supported by 3 stunning beauties, a paragon for our generation. Allow me to introduce him. This is my cousin, Li Chengfeng. These 2 enchanting ladies are my dear friends, the Wang sisters from the Jiangcheng Wang family. Hello. I am the elder sister, Wang Yu. Hello. I am the younger sister, Wang Shui. While the names of these sisters may seem rather ordinary, their beauty and family background are anything but. It is remarkable that the younger generations of the 3 prominent families in Jiangcheng have gathered within Chen Feng's Spirit Beast shop. Greetings, I am Chen Feng, the proprietor of this establishment. Chen Feng introduced himself, aware that all present hailed from affluent families. Meanwhile, Li Chengfeng had remained silent, his scrutinizing gaze fixed upon Chen Feng. He had yet to encounter a man who could capture the attention of Li Shihe, and yesterday, Li Shihe had extolled this shop to the heavens. Li Chengfeng suspected that his sister had been deceived, and as her brother, he felt it was his duty to unveil the truth before her. Please, come in and take a seat. As for you 2, you may leave now. I shall reiterate, my shop does not welcome you. Chen Feng greeted Li Shihe and a few others as they entered the shop, casting a stern and disapproving glance at Chun Li and Chen Yang. Chen Yang wished to express more, but was abruptly halted by Chun Li's firm grasp. Xiaofeng, you focus on your tasks for now. We shall discuss your matters once our parents return. With that, Chen Li led Chen Yang away. Chen Feng curled his lips in disdain. Discuss? What is there to discuss? There is absolutely nothing worth deliberating. Are you all right? Li Shihe gazed at Chen Feng with a hint of concern. What could possibly be wrong with me? In my establishment, no one can bully me. Now, what services do you all require today? The world is vast, but the pursuit of wealth reigns supreme. Last night, Chen Feng thoroughly examined the system's marketplace. Although the offerings within the marketplace are somewhat limited, they are precisely what Chen Feng urgently needs. For instance, the physique elixir priced at 500,000, and the equally priced spirit elixir. The names may be unremarkable, but their efficacy is what truly matters. Both the physique elixir and the spirit elixir can enhance attributes by 10 points, with each individual restricted to a maximum of 10 doses. At 50,000 each, that amounts to a staggering 10 million. If I do not manage to win over the wealthy, when will I ever earn that 10 million? If my physique were to be elevated beyond 100 points, Chen Feng believed he could easily outmatch Chen Yang, even gaining an advantage over the second-generation heirs of those affluent families, stepping into the black iron level ahead of them. Their spirit beasts remain unscathed, and they can only experience the auxiliary evolution service. Is that feasible? Li Shihe whispered to Chen Feng. Regardless, she had already boasted, and her fire squirrel had indeed comprehended a skill. As for whether her 3 teammate spirit beasts could grasp a skill, that depended on Chen Feng. Of course, it is possible. A man cannot utter impossibility. So, who among you wishes to go first? Since you are all introduced by Shihe, I shall charge you at cost. Chen Feng exhibited a facade of magnanimity, yet in truth, he possessed no substantial capital. 1 million. Was it? We are all aware of the price. Allow me to take the lead. Li Chengfeng, suppressing the urge to expose Chen Feng, stepped forward to unveil Chen Feng's true nature before Li Shihe. It was imperative to confront him directly. Very well, let us proceed with the transaction. Li Chengfeng's expression faltered slightly. Could the young master of the Li family truly be diminished by a mere million? Nevertheless, in his quest to reveal Chen Feng, he acquiesced. A card transaction it would be. Upon the arrival of the million, Chen Feng felt a rush of exhilaration, as if every pore in his body had expanded in relief. Was this not equivalent to acquiring 2 elixirs? Naturally, subsequent services could not be overlooked. Thus, Chen Feng led Li Chengfeng and his companions to the evolution chamber. Chen Feng casually manipulated a few controls before turning to Li Chengfeng. Simply place your spirit beast inside, he instructed. You won't do anything to my spirit beast, will you? As the moment approached, Li Chengfeng felt a twinge of anxiety. To his eyes, the box resembled a colossal oven. Would they really roast a golden tier spirit beast? Rest assured, there is nothing to worry about. Li Shihe gently nudged him with her elbow. Reluctantly, Li Chengfeng summoned his spirit beast. A soft glow materialized, and soon a small black bear appeared at his feet. In you go, Li Chengfeng commanded. It seemed that this fellow was rather prideful, for he had not even bothered to name his spirit beast. Chen Feng could not resist using his spiritual eye to observe the spirit beast before him. The Earth Black Bear, golden level juvenile, displayed the following attributes: condition, good; physique, 25; spirit, 12; skills, none. It was evident that this creature hailed from a prestigious lineage, as even a mere spirit beast casually summoned was of golden caliber. Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's command, the Earth Black Bear promptly scurried into the evolution chamber. Its diminutive figure of merely 50 centimeters swaying comically as it walked, almost eliciting a laugh from Chen Feng. This fellow appeared rather endearing in its juvenile phase. Once the Earth Black Bear entered the evolution chamber, the entrance sealed shut. "Is everything all right?" Li Chengfeng inquired again, a flicker of worry in his eyes. Indeed, acquiring a contract-ready golden-level spirit beast cub was no trivial task if something were to go awry. "Fear not," Chen Feng assured him with a reassuring glance. Yet Li Chengfeng remained unconvinced. Was it worth risking a golden-level spirit beast cub merely to expose an inconsequential fraud? It seemed rather unwise. Yet with his own spirit beast now in the oven, what could he do? "Please wait a moment. I have a matter to attend to," Chen Feng stated. Bidding farewell, as the evolution chamber commenced its process, all customers entering the shop possessed golden-level spirit beasts, and Chen Feng felt a rising impatience. He needed to consume a couple of physique pills. Once his physique improved, he would proceed to contract his own little golden companion. "Little Gold, I am coming." Returning to the front desk, Chen Feng glanced over his shoulder, noting no one was following him, and produced the spirit beast egg. "Shall I take a look first?" He pondered aloud, activating his spiritual eye skill to gaze at the egg. Fire Python, golden level unborn, condition, healthy. A serpent? If I were to use a spirit beast quality upgrade pill, could it transform into a dragon? Chapter 8. Should I choose one? Never mind, I shall eat first. Chen Feng expended a substantial sum of 1 million in the system marketplace to procure 2 physique pills. Although he did not possess physical cash, merely a digit on a screen, he felt no pang of regret as he made the purchase. The 2 physique pills materialized within the confines of the system space, which was surprisingly spacious, encompassing at least 10 cubic meters. Even more impressive was the spirit beast space, far superior to the spirit beast bags utilized by Li Shi and her companions. This spirit beast space was suffused with spiritual energy, providing immense benefits to the spirit beasts contained within. Could these diminutive pills truly enhance his physique by 20 points? With a skeptical demeanor, Chen Feng retrieved the pills from the system space. They resembled little more than oversized soybeans. Without hesitation, he elevated his hand, tilted his neck, and swallowed both physique pills. Ding! The system announced, "Host has consumed physique pills, physique 20. A tremendous surge of warmth erupted in Chen Feng's abdomen following the system's notification, swiftly radiating throughout his entire being. Chen Feng could sense his body rapidly strengthening. This sensation was extraordinary, though there appeared to be no visible changes. He was acutely aware of his enhanced physique. Once the heat within him dissipated, he glanced at his arms and legs, finding no apparent alterations, which was somewhat reassuring. Upon inspecting the panel, he discovered that his constitution had indeed increased by 20 points. Turning his gaze towards the fire python egg, he thought, "It is time to commence." Regardless of whether the fire python could transform into a dragon, Chen Feng had no other options, for this was the sole spirit beast available for contract. Subsequently, he bit into his fingertip, allowing his blood to drip onto the spirit beast egg. The contracting process was relatively straightforward. All he needed to do was draw a contract formation with his blood upon the egg, thereby ensuring the success of the ritual. As the unborn spirit beast possessed no resistance, the difference from an adult spirit beast was stark. This was a privilege bestowed upon all humans during their first contract. Only during the initial bonding could one contract an unborn or juvenile spirit beast. As the ritual concluded, there was no extraordinary light show. The eggshell simply cracked open. A diminutive red serpent, merely 20 centimeters in length, blinked its eyes in confusion. Upon sensing Chen Feng's presence, it promptly darted towards him with an affectionate eagerness. "You are so red. Shall I call you Little Gold?" Chen Feng mused, scratching the back of his head. Spirit Eye, Fire Python, Golden Level Juvenile, Constitution, 13 Mental Strength, 20 Skills. None as a Golden Level Spirit Beast, its initial attributes varied by species. Little Gold, it seems your primary focus is mental strength, is it not? The Fire Python affectionately rubbed against Chen Feng's arm, the coolness it transmitted providing immense comfort. It's all good. Indulge in whatever you desire. After all, our starting point is higher than theirs. Here, have this to eat. Chen Feng produced the Spirit Beast Quality Enhancement Elixir and placed it before the fire python. Without a moment's hesitation, the fire python swallowed it whole. While others' first spirit beasts rarely exceeded the golden tier, making it exceedingly difficult to elevate their quality, his little gene was already at the diamond tier. Ding! The host spirit beast has consumed the Spirit Beast Upgrade Elixir, enhancing its quality to diamond tier. Please check the results yourself, host. Chen Feng gazed intently at the fire python. Were it not for his keen eyesight, he would have failed to discern any alterations in the creature. After consuming a medicinal pill, it merely exhibited 2 slight bumps on its head. Spiritual Eye. Fire Jiao, Diamond Level Juvenile. Constitution, 32 Mental Power, 45 Skill, Flame Breath. Goodness. Chen Feng rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How could there be such a stark contrast between Diamond Level and Gold Level? Moreover, it had directly comprehended a skill. Chen Feng, come quickly. Li Shi's voice resonated in his ear. Xiao Jin, hide for now, Chen Feng instructed. Xiao Jin promptly burrowed into Chen Feng's sleeve, its diminutive form coiling around his arm. Chen Feng smiled with satisfaction. While others adorned their arms with dragon tattoos, he bore a genuine dragon upon his. What's the matter? The evolution is complete. Let us test it in the backyard. Upon seeing Chen Feng approach, Li Shi he couldn't contain her excitement. The Earth Black Bear, upon exiting the evolution chamber, exhibited a demeanor strikingly reminiscent of the fire squirrels yesterday, tearful and seemingly aggrieved. All right, let's give it a try. Chen Feng, of course, would not refuse. 2 clients awaited their turn, and it was imperative they witnessed the transformation of the Earth Black Bear to entice them to part with their money. With that, Chen Feng led the way, while Wang Yu tugged at Li Shi, saying, Shi, how come you know this place so well? Tell me, have you two been cozying up? What nonsense are you spouting? Don't say such things. Li Shi shot Wang Yu a glance. Can't we discuss private matters quietly among ourselves? You certainly said that on purpose for Chen Feng to hear. Given how close he is, he must have heard you. Feeling shy, Wang Yu disregarded Li Shi's glare and chuckled heartily. Ahem, we have arrived. Let him use his skill on that stone. Chen Feng gently cleared his throat, reminding Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng, having begun to trust Chen Feng, though lacking the spiritual sight to ascertain if his spirit beast truly possessed the skill, sensed a distinct change in the Earth Black Bear. All right, use your skill to attack that stone. Upon receiving the command, the Earth Black Bear, momentarily forgetting its grievances, focused intently on the testing stone. Its claws shimmered with a faint earthy glow, and with a gentle swipe, a soil spike materialized from the ground, slanting toward the testing stone. Skill, Soil Spike, Power, 16. My heavens! Wang Yu exclaimed. Wang Shui covered her mouth, scanning the surroundings to locate the source of the sound. Meanwhile, Li Shi had anticipated this outcome and beamed with delight. Brother Chen Feng, I want one too. Wang Yu leaped excitedly to Chen Feng's side, grasping the hem of his garment. Well sure, Chen Feng stammered, feeling quite flustered as he had never experienced such a situation before. Li Shi's smile faded slightly. Before the astonished Li Qingfeng could gather his thoughts, Chen Feng led the 3 women back to the evolution chamber. Adhering to the usual protocol, they swiped their cards before proceeding. Once Wang Yu's spirit beast entered the evolution chamber, Chen Feng slipped away. He needed to study his little golden creature. However, before he could begin his examination, Li Shi caught up with him. How is my best friend doing? Taken aback by Li Shi's sudden inquiry, Chen Feng instinctively replied, quite well. Well then, would you like to choose one? Choose one. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned. No, don't jest like that. As Chen Feng came to his senses, he immediately waved his hand in protest. What a ridiculous notion. Choosing someone on our first encounter? Do you think this is a club? Besides, we have only known each other for 2 days. None of us harbors such intentions towards you. With a chuckle, he added, just kidding. Regarding matters of the Chen family, do you require my assistance? Li Shi, satisfied, patted Chen Feng on the shoulder, then composed herself and spoke earnestly to him. Chapter 9. Leaving you without a shop to open. Chen Feng clasped his chest tightly and took 2 steps back, exclaiming, what are you doing? I am a legitimate businessman. The serious expression that Li Shi had painstakingly maintained instantly crumbled at Chen Feng's jest. What are you imagining? We are already friends, and given your remarkable abilities, I consider this as a preemptive investment. Do you not understand? I am the daughter of the Li family, and I possess a discerning eye. Li Shi subtly alluded to her family background, not to impose it upon Chen Feng, but rather to foster transparency between friends. She wished to avoid any future misunderstandings, where Chen Feng might feel deceived upon discovering her lineage. The cliché of a wealthy girl masquerading as impoverished in search of genuine love was far too trite for her taste. I must admit, your discernment is indeed commendable. Therefore, I have decided to offer you another complimentary service today. Really? Li Shihe's eyes sparkled with delight. Her excitement was not merely about saving $1 million, but rather about Chen Feng's regard for her. Of course, thank you. Chen Feng gazed intently at Li Shihe and spoke earnestly. This girl, whom he had known for merely 2 days, had bestowed upon him a sensation he had not experienced in 2 years, concern. Yes, it was indeed concern. The individuals related to Chen Feng by blood have never bestowed upon him such a sentiment. Yet, this person, whom he has known for merely 2 days, has evoked that very feeling in him. As for matters concerning the Chen family, I can resolve them on my own. It is far more gratifying to settle one's own grievances. Moreover, the words I spoke to you yesterday were not deceitful. Should anyone bully you, simply come to my shop, and I shall seek retribution on your behalf and protect you. All right, I shall remember that. If anyone dares to trouble me, I will seek refuge with you. Li Shihe replied with a smile. Ah, you two are indeed engaged in a clandestine conversation. Pray tell, what are you discussing? Wang Shui approached. Having observed Li Shihe catch up with Chen Feng and suspecting some intrigue between them, at the tender age of 18, they felt no constraints after their acquaintance. Furthermore, in Wang Yu and Wang Shui's eyes, Chen Feng was quite approachable, which further diminished any reservations they might have had. I shan't divulge anything to you, Li Shihe said playfully, feigning mystery, before seizing Wang Shui's hand and dashing away, leaving no chance for Wang Shui to inquire further about Chen Feng. Before long, Li Chengfeng reappeared, thwarting Chen Feng's desire to bond closely with Xiao Jing. Thank you. I initially thought you were a charlatan, and I owe you an apology, Li Chengfeng said, bowing slightly to Chen Feng. This left Chen Feng momentarily at a loss for words. Is this not the hallmark of proper upbringing in a prominent family? Individuals like Chen Yang, the duplicitous type, must be rare indeed. Not at all. Had I been in your position, I would have entertained similar thoughts, he replied. Chen Feng's words are somewhat modest. If anyone dared to ask him for $1 million to assist their spirit beast in some manner of evolution, he would undoubtedly erupt in a vehement denunciation of unscrupulous merchants. There is no chance he would part with his money, as long as you aren't angered. I would like to inquire about how often my spirit beast can enter that box. Well, that largely depends on the condition of the spirit beast, in truth. Entering consecutively may not yield significant effects. Chen Feng did not speak so candidly. Do you still wish for your spirit beast to comprehend a skill each day? That's an unrealistic expectation, I assure you. My intention is not to have the spirit beast continue acquiring skills, but rather since emerging from that evolution chamber, I perceive a marked enhancement in my spirit beast's physical prowess. If it were to enter daily, it should expedite its growth rate. In that case, entering once a day poses no issue. When someone is eager to offer assistance, Chen Feng would certainly not decline, yet he remained oblivious to such matters. Contemplating this, Chen Feng employed his spiritual sight to observe the earth black bear once more. Indeed, the bear's physical constitution had improved slightly, and the effects were quite evident. The growth rate of a juvenile spirit beast is remarkably rapid. Thank you kindly. I hope we can secure a commendable position in the academy competition. And I entrust that to you. Please, do not mention it. I am also charging a fee. Chen Feng reminded Li Chengfeng that expecting something for nothing was utterly out of the question, considering you are among my first clients. Pricing it at cost is already quite generous. Very well, we have an agreement then. Li Chengfeng beamed with delight. The cost is secondary. What truly matters is securing a spot for Chen Feng to reserve. The capabilities of the evolution chamber are formidable, yet its usage must surely be limited. And it remains uncertain how many spirit beasts can benefit in a day, hence Li Chengfeng's advance reservation with Chen Feng. By the way, I noticed you also offer spirit beast fostering services, correct? Indeed, we can accommodate spirit beasts, charging 10,000 per day, with food provided by the owner, he candidly stated, never anticipating that such a service would indeed be in demand. In that case, I shall leave my earth black bear in your care. Li Chengfeng's smile widened further. By leaving the earth black bear here, he was confident that his spirit beast would secure a daily entry into the chamber. Very well. Chen Feng felt quite reluctant to decline. After all, there was profit to be made. If the earth black bear proved to be unruly, Chen Feng had his own means to handle it. Come quickly, everyone. My sister's spirit beast has emerged, Wang Shui exclaimed exuberantly. After exchanging a glance with Li Chifeng, Chen Feng hurried away. While he and his companions reveled in joy and delight, the atmosphere within the Chun family's villa grew somewhat oppressive. Sister, do you think brother truly no longer wants us? Qin Yang feigned a sense of grievance, his face still slightly flushed. Having suffered a nasal injury yesterday and a slap today, Qin Yang was nearly beside himself with frustration. I don't know. When our parents return, do not speak carelessly. I will return to my room now, Qin Li replied curtly. She was aware of Qin Yang's recent misdeeds and understood his intentions in seeking out Chen Feng today. Nonetheless, she found it difficult to reprimand her beloved younger brother, whom she had cherished for 18 years. Qin Yang wished to express more. Yet Qin Li only granted him the sight of her retreating figure. Curse that wretched Chen Feng. Upon Qin Li's departure, Qin Yang revealed his true nature. His countenance, which could be deemed handsome, now appeared exceedingly menacing, with eyes that seemed to blaze with fury. How dare you strike me? I shall ensure you suffer for this transgression. Are you not running a business to sustain yourself? Then I shall see to it that you have no establishment left to manage. Having uttered these words, Qin Yang exited the villa and turned to make a phone call. Chun Feng's shop is situated in a desolate region, where it would not be surprising if a bandit were to dismantle the establishment. As for who would undertake such an act, it is quite simple. There are numerous sycophants trailing behind Qin Yang. In less than 2 minutes, Qin Yang had orchestrated everything. In a private room of the First Entertainment Club in Jiangqing, a young man with an unruly demeanor respectfully ended a phone call. Brother, who was that? It's Brother Yang from the Qin family. Tonight, we are going to assist Brother Yang with a task. Chapter 10. Li Chifeng is a useful tool in the desolate region, the spirit beast shop. Why is that fair? Why did she receive a gift while I did not? The sisters Wang Yu and Wang Shui began to chatter animatedly, directing their grievances at Chen Feng. This was all due to the fact that their spirit beasts had completed their evolution and mastered their skills, while Chen Feng had bestowed a complimentary service upon Li Shurha. Of course, I was the first customer of this shop. It's not my fault you arrived later than I did, Li Shurha interjected to defend Chen Feng. Chen Feng, stroking the back of his head with a chuckle, chose to remain silent, deftly brushing the matter aside. Henceforth, the gifting of services would have to be conducted discreetly, as direct confrontation was ill-advised. This time, the evolution of the fire squirrel was met with reluctance. It evidently recalled the events that transpired within the evolution chamber, leaving a faint shadow of apprehension. However, it could not defy Li Shurha's command and was compelled to comply. Upon exiting, the little creature's tearful eyes conveyed its plight. Yet, Chen Feng, utilizing his spiritual vision, discerned the changes that had occurred. Fire Squirrel, Golden Level Juvenile, Physique, 20 Mental Strength, 22 Skill, Fire Tornado Evolution Route 1, Blazing Squirrel, requiring materials such as Flame Fruit, 4-Leaf Clover, and Vermilion Fruit. With the Evolution Chamber, a 100 evolution into the Diamond Level Blazing Squirrel is guaranteed. Evolution Route 2, Purple Flame Weasel, necessitating materials like Purple Flame Fruit, White Jade Grass, Ink Jade Fruit, Blood Blossom, Violet, and with the Evolution Chamber, a 100 evolution into the Diamond Level Purple Flame Weasel is assured. Note, the Purple Flame Weasel possesses superior evolutionary potential. Heavens! Chen Feng could hardly believe his eyes as he rubbed them in disbelief. This spiritual vision was truly remarkable. It could reveal the evolutionary paths awaiting the fire squirrel, with the materials distinctly listed. This was indeed extraordinary. No, the assisting evolution chamber was the real marvel. In Jiangcheng, there existed numerous companies and institutions aiding in the evolution of spirit beasts. The most renowned among them could not guarantee a 100 success rate for spirit beast evolution, and such evolution required the beasts to reach maturity. The states of spirit beasts are categorized into juvenile, growth, maturity, and old age. Yet here, Chen Feng disregarded all those classifications, as long as one possessed the materials. Entry into the chamber would facilitate evolution, assuring not only a 100 success rate but also offering 2 evolutionary pathways to choose from. Perhaps this was due to the fire squirrel having only these 2 evolutionary routes. Had it possessed more, the spiritual vision would likely reveal them all clearly. I feel a bit stronger, Chen Feng. Thank you, Li Shurha said with a sweet smile directed at Chen Feng. We're friends. There's no need for thanks, he replied, choosing not to mention the extraordinary nature of spirit beast evolution, as it was somewhat astonishing. Hee. All right, we'll take our leave then. If you need anything, do reach out to me. We are friends, Li Shi emphasized the word friends. She no longer felt the need to be polite and hoped Chen Feng would reciprocate. All right. Chen Feng responded with great seriousness. Subsequently, only the Earth Bear remained in the shop while Li Shi and the others withdrew. After they had distanced themselves from the establishment, Li Shi suddenly halted. She intended to investigate all available information about Chen Feng, particularly regarding the Chen family's treatment of him. Yes, miss, a voice emerged from the shadows, followed by silence. Shi, you can't be truly enamored, can you? Wang Shui inquired, unable to restrain her curiosity upon witnessing Li Shi's earnest demeanor. The gazes of the other two companions converged upon her. Chen Feng stated that we are friends. Matters concerning friends are my concern. Are you unwilling to assist him? Oh, just friends, is it? I haven't seen you show such interest in any man before, Wang Yu remarked with a teasing smile. Let us go. I need to return and nurture my bond with Xiaohua. With that, Li Shi and her companions laughed and made their way back to the Spirit Beast Academy. With the absence of customer interruptions, Chen Feng finally had the opportunity to closely observe his little Jin. As soon as the fire dragon, little Jin, sensed Chen Feng's intention, it swiftly emerged from his sleeve. Chen Feng finds Xiao Jin utterly adorable, with her large, expressive eyes resembling a charmingly cute version of a gluttonous serpent. It remains a mystery what delectable delights she can consume. Ding! The system's marketplace has introduced a category for spirit beast food. How considerate of the system. Let us explore the marketplace. Chen Feng currently possesses over 2 million in funds, making it quite feasible for him to purchase some food for Xiao Jin. The marketplace is replete with a dazzling array of culinary delights, each delicacy tailored for specific spirit beasts. For instance, the Fire Flood Dragon has 2 exclusive food items. One is the Fire Fruit, priced at 100,000 per piece, limited to 1 per day, which can slightly accelerate the growth rate of the Fire Flood Dragon. The other is the Fire Flood Dragon Fruit, costing 500,000 per piece, also limited to 1 per day, which can significantly enhance the growth rate of the Fire Flood Dragon. I shall have a Fire Flood Dragon Fruit. As a man endowed with a system, it is only fitting that he provides the finest nourishment for his spirit beast. After deducting 500,000 from his funds, a fist-sized crimson fruit materialized in Chen Feng's hand. Quite remarkable, he mused, as he gazed at the fruit. It felt pleasantly cool to the touch, yet emanated an intense heat. Within mere seconds of holding it, Chen Feng sensed a bead of perspiration forming. Here, for you, consume it swiftly. Xiao Jin had long been eager. Upon the appearance of the Fire Flood Dragon fruit, its eyes had been glued to it. As soon as it heard Chen Feng's command, it promptly swallowed the fruit, which was thicker than its own body. Before Chen Feng could comment on Xiao Jin's unsightly manner of eating, the little creature conveyed a thought to him, expressing its fatigue and desire for rest. With a mere thought, Chen Feng summoned Xiao Jin, who then vanished into the spirit beast realm. Within this ethereal domain, Xiao Jin could more effectively and rapidly absorb the energy contained within the Fire Jiao fruit. Abandoned by his companion, Chen Feng, feeling rather listless, glanced at the system shop but refrained from spending the remaining funds, reserving them for unforeseen circumstances. After all, he had already contracted Xiao Jin, and there was no pressing need for him to elevate his physique or transcend his current realm in the immediate future. Once a Beastmaster contracts a spirit beast, their initial rank is set at Black Iron level. Advancing in rank necessitates that both physique and mental acuity meet certain standards, the specifics of which Chen Feng was unaware, as he lacked knowledge of the criteria applied in the real world. Nevertheless, within the confines of the shop, he felt invincible, unconcerned about external escapades. Why not focus on self-improvement within the sanctuary of the shop? And that Li Chengfeng, he was a promising target. Chen Feng needed to devise a method to extract resources from him. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng promptly made his way to the nurturing zone. The earth black bear within the nurturing area appeared utterly content. Just moments after parting from Li Chengfeng, the bear had shown a reluctance to say goodbye. Yet now it sprawled comfortably on the ground, fully indulging in the pleasures of relaxation. This nurturing zone boasted functions akin to those of Chen Feng's spirit beast space, continuously supplying energy to the spirit beasts. However, the quantity provided was undoubtedly inferior to that of the spirit beast realm. Even so, it was far more enjoyable than being confined within a spirit pouch. You seem to be quite at ease, don't you? The voice of Chen Feng captivated the attention of the earth black bear. This creature, however, had no intention of acknowledging Chen Feng, merely casting a cursory glance in his direction. Yet, The moment Qin Feng unveiled the earth fruit, the bear could no longer contain itself. Chapter 11. Have you visited his room? It was astonishing how such a rotund figure could swiftly rise from the ground. In an agile leap, it dashed to the edge of the enclosure, gazing longingly at the earth fruit in Chun Feng's hand, salivating profusely. The spirit beast food produced by the system's marketplace holds immense allure for spirit beasts, akin to the irresistible appeal of high-tech dog food for canines. Do you desire a taste? When your master arrives, be sure to express your cravings. Nothing comes without a price. The earth fruit costs 100,000 each. To expect a complimentary sample is sheer folly. With that said, Qin Feng tucked away the earth fruit and ambled back towards the front desk, preparing to catch up on some much-needed rest on the sofa. The earth black bear could only watch in longing, even going so far as to wedge its plump head between the bars in a futile attempt to steal another glance at Qin Feng. That afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Qin returned to their home. Qin Yang had long been waiting, while Qin Li had gone to the Qin company to attend to matters and was temporarily away from home. "Oh dear, my darling son, how I've missed you." Upon seeing Qin Yang, his mother immediately dropped everything she was holding and rushed forward to embrace him. "Mom, I've missed you both as well. Ah, my precious Yang Yang, you are so considerate, always thinking of your parents. Come, see what gift your father and I have brought for you." With that, Qin's mother, as if presenting a treasure, took Qin Yang by the hand and led him into the living room. Although Qin's father did not exhibit an overtly intense demeanor, a smile graced his face, and his eyes radiated satisfaction towards Qin Yang. This was the son that the Chun family had meticulously nurtured for 18 years. Qin Yang gazed in astonishment at the small dog peacefully slumbering in his father's embrace, his surprise primarily stemming from the crescent-shaped mark adorning the pup's forehead. "What do you think? Do you like it? This moon dog was procured at great expense by your father just for you. I love it. I absolutely adore it." Qin Yang replied, nodding fervently. "Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom." "Silly boy, why thank us? Quickly, sign a contract with the moon dog." Qin's mother playfully pinched Qin Yang's cheek. All right. Qin Yang was already brimming with anticipation. It is worth noting that this was a spirit beast from the Moon Clan. Although it was also classified as Golden Tier, there existed a distinct hierarchy within that level. The spirit beasts of the Moon Clan were not only formidable, but also possessed a clear evolutionary path, brimming with immense potential. The Moonhounds were capable of evolving to the kingly tier at the very least. Such exquisite creatures came at a steep price. However, the benefits for a spirit beast master were substantial. They provided not only powerful combat prowess, but also an infusion of energy that could enhance the physical constitution and mental acuity of the spirit beasts. The adage "the poor cultivate intellect, while the rich cultivate strength" holds true in the realm of spirit beasts as well. For the children of impoverished families, achieving greatness was exceedingly difficult, as their aspirations merely led them to the starting line of those born into wealth. "Hurry and finalize the contract," Qin's father reminded him. The spirit beasts of the Moon Clan were exceedingly rare, with scarcely a handful existing in the entirety of Jiang City. Even the daughter of the Li family, the wealthiest in Jiang City, lacked such a spirit beast. It was only through a journey to the capital of Huagua that he was able to procure one for Qin Yang. Were it merely a matter of acquiring an ordinary golden tier spirit beast, he would not have ventured such a distance. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang immediately took action, biting his finger to begin inscribing the array upon the Moonhound's body. Once the array was completed, a brilliant light flashed, marking the successful formation of the contract. At that moment, the Moonhound happened to awaken, and upon seeing Qin Yang, affectionately approached him, nuzzling against his shins. Qin Yang joyfully picked up the moon dog from the ground. "By the way, Mom and Dad, what about the spirit beast prepared for my elder brother?" "Humph. Do not mention that ungrateful child. Has he not severed ties with the family? Let him fend for himself. I was originally planning to buy him a rare silver-grade spirit beast, but since he has cut off relations, why should I still purchase it for him?" Qin mother spoke with indignation. She then turned to Qin Yang. "Yang Yang, I recognize your kind heart, but this time you must not seek him out. I want to see how he manages out there." "Mom, my brother was just momentarily angry. He did not mean to contradict you on the phone. It was merely a heated exchange. I will have him return to apologize to you. Please forgive him." "What good is an apology? Has he not offered enough apologies over the past 2 years? I believe he remains incapable of shedding those bad habits he has developed outside. From now on, do not mention him again, understand? Dad, please talk to Mom," Qin Yang pleaded, looking at his father. All right, we shall heed your mother's wishes." There are matters at the company that require my attention, so I must take my leave. Father Qin appeared exceedingly impatient, clearly reluctant to hear more regarding Qin Feng. All right, hurry back to school. The new term begins in a few days, and it's essential to establish good relations with your classmates. Do not bring shame upon our family during the first competition at the academy. Mother, rest assured, with Yuquan by my side. Watch me secure first place for you. Very well, my son is indeed promising. Here is Yuquan's usual food. Take it with you. If you need more, Mother will buy it for you. Thank you, Mother. You are the best. Chen gently set down the moon dog and approached, embracing his mother tenderly. A radiant smile adorned the face of Mother Chen, a sight that would undoubtedly evoke a myriad of emotions in Qin Feng, should he witness this scene of maternal affection and filial piety. That evening, with Qin Yang absent from home, Qin Li returned. Observing the somewhat fatigued visage of Qin Li in the living room, Mother Chen spoke, "Zhang Ma, please prepare a bowl of nourishing soup for the young lady." "Certainly, madam," Zhang Ma responded with utmost respect. Qin Li dropped her bag and seated herself opposite her mother. "Mother, have you visited Xiao Feng? Why should I see him? Please refrain from provoking my anger upon your return. In our household, let us not mention him again. Alas, have you truly made up your mind?" Qin Li felt a profound sense of helplessness. She had already discussed this matter with her father at the company. Yet his response had left her disheartened. As expected, her mother shared the same sentiment, perhaps even more resolute than her father. The Qin family is not under her dominion. Qin Li possesses no means to alter the situation. What? Do you still wish to speak on his behalf? Did you not hear how he addressed me? Xiao Feng was merely acting out of momentary anger. He is still but a child. Enough, let us not speak of him. When he eventually comes to recognize his own missteps, a mere 3 days of confinement will suffice as punishment. Mother, I fear Xiao Feng may not return. What did you just say? Mother Chen glared at Qin Li. I said, Xiao Feng will not be returning. Have you visited his room? Are you aware of the amount of pocket money he receives each month? Do you know how he has been living these past 2 years? Mother Chen was left speechless by the inquiries. The truth was, she was not fully aware. All she remembered was how she punished Qin Feng for his transgressions. This is what Xiao Feng entrusted me to give you, a total of 12,000. His monthly living allowance is 500. I am weary now. I shall retire to my room. With that, Qin Li placed the money on the table and returned to her own chamber. Chapter 12. Do you truly think I am an observer? 12,000. Mother Chen stared at the stack of money on the table, her gaze momentarily vacant. In the span of 2 years, Qin Feng had accumulated only this meager sum? Humph, this was all meant to train him, to correct his reckless spending habits. What an ungrateful wretch. Was he deliberately trying to provoke me? Mother Chen does not believe she has committed any wrongdoing. Zhang Ma, here is the dirty money for you. With a sudden exclamation, Mother Chen turned and left without a glance. That evening, as darkness enveloped the sky, Qin Feng was idly scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance within the spirit beast realm. Has it awakened? Qin Feng immediately sprang up from the sofa and opened the spirit beast space to release Little Jean. Little Jean affectionately dashed towards Qin Feng, continuously rubbing against him with its body. Qin Feng could sense that Xiao Jin had grown slightly larger. Spiritual Eye. Fire Serpent, Diamond Level Young. Physique, 42. Mental Strength, 55. Skills, Flame Breath. Goodness, both attributes have increased by 10 points. Quite impressive. If Xiao Jin were to enter the evolution chamber, could it possibly comprehend another skill? Let us go, Xiao Jin. Qin Feng immediately approached the evolution box. System. Can I use the store's equipment for my spirit beast without incurring any costs? Before sending Xiao Jin into the evolution chamber, Qin Feng posed a question. Ding. The host's spirit beast can freely utilize the functions within the store. That is reassuring, he replied, and without any psychological burden, promptly placed Xiao Jin into the evolution chamber. Subsequently, he anxiously awaited outside, beginning to comprehend the feelings that Li Shi he and the others must have experienced while waiting outside the evolution chamber. At that moment, a group of individuals arrived outside the store. Is this the place, Big Brother? One inquired. It must be. This is the only spirit beast shop in the wasteland. I truly don't understand what Qin Feng was thinking, opening a spirit beast shop in such a dilapidated location. The leading figure frowned as he spoke. If it weren't for the lights being on inside, we might not have even found it. Let us go in and take a look. Under the guidance of their leader, the group entered the shop. Wow, the decor is rather lavish. It would be a shame to destroy it, remarked the first subordinate as he stepped inside. Glancing around with curiosity. A shame, indeed, Let us first swindle him out of some money, then we can smash it. Just wait for my signal. While this group deliberated at the front desk, Qinyang appeared not far from the store, cradling the moon hound he had just contracted that day. I'll show you something interesting. When we get back, I'll prepare something delicious for you. The moon hound gazed intently at the shop from Qinyang's arms. Unsure of what it was meant to see, yet it would comply with its master's wish to observe. Qinyang had certainly come to witness the extent of Chun Feng's misfortune. The thrill of such a spectacle would be significantly diminished without first-hand observation. Who is it? Chen Feng, wearing an expression of displeasure, emerged from the back of the shop. Upon noticing a group of ruffians loitering at the front, he immediately sensed their malevolent intent. Who permitted you to establish a spirit beast shop here? The leader of the gang regarded Chen Feng with an air of disdain, his arrogance bordering on the excessive. Have you claimed this land for yourself? This territory is under our protection. Have you paid the protection fee? Is your name written on the ground? Without a hint of deference, Chen Feng retorted sharply. Who do you think you are? Kid, you're quite audacious. Pay 50,000 now, and your shop will remain safe. Otherwise, you know what comes next. What do I know? Chen Feng rolled up his sleeves, readying himself for confrontation. Who do you think you're dealing with? Oh, so you refuse to pay? I didn't expect you to be so defiant. The leader, taken aback by Chen Feng's resilience, ordered his cohorts, boys, smash it. At his command, the gang prepared to strike. However, before they could act, a small black bear emerged from behind Chen Feng and charged forward. It was the earth black bear belonging to Li Chengfeng. Despite its juvenile status, its combat prowess was anything but ordinary. What are you doing out here? Chen Feng, astonished at the bear's sudden appearance, momentarily froze. The earth black bear lacked the ability to communicate with Chen Feng. Its only desire was to showcase its abilities in hopes of earning a meal, still yearning for the earth fruit Chen Feng had previously offered. Where did this mutt come from? Get rid of it, the leader commanded. Instantly, several of his subordinates summoned their spirit beasts. Although these thugs appeared rough, each possessed a spirit beast, albeit of varying quality. Some were of black iron class, others bronze class. Nevertheless, their spirit beasts were all fully matured. With 4 spirit beasts summoned, it seemed they could easily overwhelm the shop. Yet, inexplicably, as soon as the 4 spirit beasts materialized, an unknown force hurled them out of the shop, casting them outside. This was, of course, the handiwork of Chen Feng. Initially, the earth black bear had hesitated in its charge, though bold. It knew it could not withstand 4 fully grown spirit beasts. But now that the 4 adversaries had been flung away, what was there left to ponder? Oh my! The first thug to be tackled by the earth black bear screamed in terror. Anyone who had been licked by the bear knew the sensation. It was both exhilarating and excruciating. Even as a juvenile, the bear could leave no part of one's face unscathed. Moreover, the earth black bear was not merely a licker. Its bites left several wounds. What are you still standing there for? Hold it down. The leader was enraged. Although the group were all black iron level beast masters, their physical prowess surpassed that of the juvenile earth black bear. Could they truly not subdue this creature together? Did they think I was merely a spectator? Chen Feng appeared before the leader like a specter. With a resounding slap, he struck the leader's face, sending him into a 360-degree free fall. When he landed, he astonishingly executed a difficult Thomas spin. The subordinates, who had rushed toward the earth black bear to teach it a lesson, were left in stunned silence. They had never anticipated that Chen Feng possessed such immense strength. This level of power could only belong to a golden-level beastmaster, could it not? Chen Feng felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment. He was well aware that he possessed no such formidable power, yet within the confines of his own establishment, he could wield as much strength as he desired. Had he not feared that he might inadvertently kill the leader, he would have readily reduced him to a mere mist of blood. Nevertheless, even in this state, the leader lay on the ground, teetering between life and death, his body convulsing in a pitiful condition. Kneel before me, Chen Feng declared, hands resting defiantly on his hips, his gaze icy as it fell upon the group of underlings. Chapter 13. Clean up before you depart. The gangsters, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, hastily sank to their knees. They had no desire to feel the weight of such a ferocious slap upon themselves. Only the unfortunate soul who had been brought down by the earth bear lacked the capacity to kneel. He had been so thoroughly mauled that upon returning home, even his own mother would struggle to recognize him. Enough with the licking. Let us go, Chen Feng commanded, then casually tossed the earth fruit he had previously exchanged. The earth bear exhibited an agility that was astonishingly mismatched with its bulk. leaping into action and snatching the fruit from the air before it even touched the ground. Chen Feng smiled with satisfaction, remarking, "Well done." The praised giant black bear returned to its enclosure, thoroughly pleased, without even glancing at the row of kneeling ruffians behind it. Suddenly, Chen Feng spoke up, causing the bear to halt and turn, offering a solicitous look towards him. "Is there any urine? Wake him up." The giant black bear nodded vigorously, determined to squeeze out even a little, regardless of whether it had to. Then, like a playful pup, it approached the leading thug, lifting a leg to relieve itself. Chen Feng pinched his nose, remarking on the slightly yellow hue, suggesting it had been ignited somewhat. As for the question of sweetness, only the now roused leader could provide an answer. "Well then, let us return." The great black bear shook itself off and trotted away cheerfully. The awakened leader felt a buzzing in his head, his vision distorted with multiple shadows dancing before his eyes. "Did Qin Yang send you?" Chen Feng was already reclining on the sofa, crossing his legs. "No, not at all. We merely noticed a new shop had opened and intended to procure some funds," replied a clever young thug. They had already committed a misdeed, and if they had offended Qin Yang as well, their future would be truly bleak. Still not speaking the truth. Very well. Chen Feng refrained from asking further, narrowing his eyes instead. Outside the shop, the spirit beasts he had cast out were relentlessly assaulting the establishment. Yet, despite their fervent efforts, they could not inflict any damage upon the shop's possessions. Rather, it was the surrounding buildings that bore the brunt of their fury, reduced to a chaotic state. Qin Yang, who had been watching intently, felt his pupils dilate in astonishment. What materials had this shop been constructed from? How could 4 adult spirit beasts fail to even dislodge a scrap? Observing the commotion with increasing trepidation, Qin Yang's expression darkened considerably. The moonhound, sensing its master's shifting emotions, bared its teeth in response. The ruffians kneeling within the shop were at a loss. Their leader remained in a dazed state, incessantly shaking his head as if attempting to dislodge certain thoughts from his mind. Moments later, a sudden chime resonated from the back of the shop. The next instant, a crimson figure surged towards Chen Feng's face. Surprised, Chen Feng noted that the little fire dragon, Jean, had emerged from the evolution box without any sign of distress, instead exhibiting a sharp aura of lethality. Chen Feng was deeply intrigued by the transformations the evolution box had enacted upon the spirit beasts. Spirit Eye, Fire Serpent, Diamond Grade Juvenile, Physique, 44 Mental Strength, 54 Skills, Flame Breath, Infernal Fire. Flame Breath, a fiery onslaught wherein the intensity of the flames correlates with the user's mental strength. Infernal Fire, a fiery projectile attack that engulfs all matter in its path. With a potency coefficient of x2, Xiao Jin, eliminate those ruffians outside. Upon assessing Xiao Jin's current attributes, Chen Feng promptly issued the command. Having evolved into a dragon, Xiao Jin possessed the innate ability to soar. As soon as the order was given, it bolted into action. In the darkness of the night, the flames emitted from Xiao Jin's mouth illuminated the sky like a beacon, while simultaneously incinerating the spirit beasts in its wake. The thugs kneeling inside the shop were distraught, as the flames consumed their only spirit beast. Outside, Xiao Jin was dissatisfied with its own fiery prowess, noting that its ordinary flame breath had failed to immediately vanquish the spirit beasts. In the next instant, a tangerine-hued fireball erupted from its mouth. The fireball began to roll rapidly through the air, growing larger with each rotation, and it possessed the ability to change direction, rendering the spirit beasts unable to evade. The fireball, born of infernal fire, was twice as potent as the flame breath. Calculating Xiao Jin's current mental strength, the infernal attack's power exceeded 100. Adult black iron grade spirit beasts could hardly withstand such an onslaught, and those struck by the fireball were incinerated instantly. As the spirit beasts perished, their owners within the shop coughed up blood incessantly. Due to the bond of contract, although they would not perish alongside their spirit beasts, they were far from unscathed. Observing the despondent thugs, Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Now, is anyone willing to speak the truth? It was Qin Yang. It was Qin Yang who sent us. We were merely here for the money. Please spare us. In that moment, who dared to lie? This was a no-man's land. Killing a few individuals would elicit no inquiry. After all, how much had Qin Yang even offered? Their lives were not worth the gamble. Just then, the roar of a sports car engine reverberated from outside. It turned out that Qin Yang, sensing the peril, had fled without a second thought to his own exposure. The moonhound trembled in his arms. Terrified of the diamond-grade fire serpent, too frightened to bare its teeth, It could only tuck its tail and hope the serpent would not pursue. My dear brother, you certainly know how to stir up trouble. Chen Feng smirked coldly, mentally noting a debt owed to Qin Yang. Get out of here and clean up before you leave. The floor is soaked with blood and urine. The stench is overwhelming. I intend to rest here, and I certainly won't clean up after myself. Yes, yes, brother. We will tidy up right away. A few ruffians, neglecting their own injuries, hastily stripped off their garments and began to tidy up. Little Jean returned. Content after having incinerated several spirit beasts, and was careful to reclaim the flames he had expelled. Otherwise, the raging inferno might have consumed the entire uninhabited zone. Nonetheless, the blaze drew considerable attention, notably from the night watchman. A scruffy middle-aged man perched atop the tallest building in Jiangqing, grasping a bottle of liquor, remarked, "It must be those little miscreants who made contracts with spirit beasts again. What a nuisance. We encounter such characters every year. Fortunately, this mischief occurs in the uninhabited zone. We can simply go over and teach them a lesson without escalating the situation." "Yes, boss," replied a figure clad in nocturnal attire, who vanished into the night sky in an instant. Chapter 14. Boss, don't get worked up. He is still just a child. Damn it, who is assisting him? Is it a bodyguard arranged by the Qin family? Or perhaps the elder sister? Among the other 3 sisters of the Qin family, none reside in Jiang City. The only one still concerned about Qin Feng is Qin Li. It is said that the fire serpent belongs to Qin Feng himself. A claim that Qin Yang would never believe, even at the cost of his life. However, the fire serpent is evidently in its juvenile stage. Could it be Li Shihe? That seems implausible, as she herself does not possess a diamond-grade spirit beast. Who, then, could it be? Qin Yang's hands trembled slightly. The flames had spared him, but had they struck him, it could have been fatal. At this moment, Yi had arrived near the spirit beast shop. When had such a shop appeared in this vicinity? Yi was sent by the bearded uncle to investigate, and he too wore a bewildered expression. The night watchmen were responsible for safeguarding the knights of Jiang City, while they could not claim to know every corner with absolute certainty. The emergence of a spirit beast shop in the uninhabited zone would certainly not have escaped their notice. However, Yi was soon overwhelmed by an even more unacceptable sight. Qin Feng stood at the entrance of the shop, surveying the aftermath of Xiao Jin's exploits, who flitted about him as if seeking praise. "You have gone a bit overboard. Look at the devastation surrounding us," Qin Feng lamented, his heart heavy with concern. In this current situation, anyone with eyes could discern that his spirit beast shop was far from ordinary. All the nearby houses had been reduced to ashes, while his shop stood resilient and solitary. "Oh well, let it be. After all, I am invincible," he muttered before turning to re-enter the establishment. Regardless of the storms that may come, they could never touch Qin Feng. Even if the entire Jiang City were to vanish, none could shake the foundations of his shop. The diamond-level spirit beast had thoroughly unsettled Yi, who, with no time to spare for reprimanding Qin Feng, turned on his heel and fled. The situation had escalated beyond his authority to manage. "Why have you returned so soon?" Uncle Hu, still immersed in his drink, shot a disgruntled glance at Yi after downing a hefty gulp. "Boss, you ought to see for yourself. Indeed, it was a little rascal who caused this. But I lack the authority to deal with him," Yi replied, his expression perplexed. "He has contracted a diamond-level spirit beast." "What?" Uncle Hu, who had been lazily leaning against the wall, immediately straightened, his eyes sparkling with intensity. "Just as I said, he has formed a bond with a diamond-level spirit beast. A fire dragon, to be precise," Yi explained, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. "All right, let us go take a look," Uncle Hu said, suddenly agitated. "Wait, find out immediately who it belongs to." "Yes." With that, Yi vanished once more, while Uncle Hu set off towards the desolate area. When he arrived, he happened upon a group of thugs hastily exiting the shop, their expressions betraying a terror as if pursued by malevolent spirits. TSK. "This lad still lacks the necessary ruthlessness," Uncle Hu commented, opting not to enter the premises just yet. Before long, Yi returned. "Boss, I found out. His name is Qin Feng, and he belongs to the Qin family." Uncle Hu's brow furrowed slightly. A member of one of the 3 major families. This complicates matters. However, he noted that Qin Feng was not favored within his family. He had spent the first 16 years of his life in an orphanage before being brought back to the Qin household, where he fared worse than he had in the orphanage. "I never expected the Qin family to be like this. You can see the specifics for yourself," Yi remarked with a hint of astonishment. Uncle Hu accepted the phone Yi offered, and after perusing its contents, his frown lifted. "This makes things manageable. Let us go," he declared, exuding newfound confidence. Yet, when he stepped into the shop, he was met with Chun Feng's indifferent gaze. "Back again," Chun Feng declared, preparing to take action. "Is this never-ending? Do you truly think Brother Feng is afraid to take a life?" The bearded uncle, under Chun Feng's scrutiny, suddenly felt a tightening in his core and quickly exclaimed, "Wait, I am not sent by the Qin family. I am a night watchman." The bearded uncle promptly introduced himself, realizing that if he did not speak up soon, this young rascal might take action against him. Night watchman? Qin Feng paused momentarily, then recalled the existence of such an organization. Reflecting on the recent events, a broad smile spread across his face. "Ah, so it is the night watchman uncle. You see, this was merely a misunderstanding." The bearded uncle glared at Qin Feng, taken aback by the rapid change in the boy's demeanor. Yet, he could not shake off the ominous sensation of being preyed upon by a ferocious beast. Trusting his instincts, he understood that had he not hastily declared his identity, he would have met a dire fate. Such an insidious young rascal. Cough. Now tell me what transpired here. What else could it be? "A band of lawless ruffians came to rob me, but I managed to drive them away. The chart houses outside have nothing to do with me. They were responsible for that destruction. Are you certain those houses were burned by them? Please, have a seat. I'll pour you some water." "Oh, I have no water here. Just sit down and speak," Qin Feng said, feeling a bit awkward. He realized he had no refreshments in the shop whatsoever. "I am already aware of your situation. Now I present you with two choices." "What choices?" "The first, of course, is to pay damages. The properties around here belong to the public estate of Jiang City, and considering the extent of the destruction, a compensation of 20 million should suffice." 20 million? Qin Feng's eyes widened. "For a bunch of abandoned, dilapidated houses? Surely you can rephrase that and propose a more reasonable amount. Is 20 million excessive? Have you seen how many houses you've burned? Well, what is the second option? To eliminate Qin Feng without any compensation. Don't ask. The answer is simply no money. Join the night watchman. Not only will you avoid paying, but you'll also receive a salary. What do you say? I can help you sort out the Chun family issues as well." "Absolutely not," Qin Feng answered without a moment's hesitation, showing no inclination to deliberate. "What good is being a night watchman? Their reputation within the city is indeed commendable, but it is a reputation forged at the cost of lives." Qin Feng was reluctant to exert himself for those who were inconsequential. "You, my friend, fail to consider the myriad advantages of joining the night watch, given your current prowess. You need not exert yourself unduly. Merely occupying a position suffices. If you refuse to contemplate it, then no more needs to be said. I, for one, shall not enlist. In that case, prepare to incur losses. No funds. Then let it be as it may." Qin Feng began to abandon all pretense of effort. "Oh, are you now attempting to play the rogue with me?" Uncle Huzi rolled up his sleeves in response. Observing this, he immediately stepped forward to restrain Uncle Huzi. "Boss, please. Do not be agitated. He is still but a child." Chapter 15. If you do not speak, and I do not speak, who will know? The lineage of Qin Feng is of little consequence. What truly matters is that his inaugural contracted spirit beast is of a diamond tier, placing him at a higher starting point than his peers. While others expend their resources to elevate their first spirit beasts to diamond tier, it is likely that Chun Feng's spirit beast has already ascended to the king tier or beyond. This is not merely a matter of quality. The higher the tier of the spirit beast, the more varied and potent the energy it can bestow upon its master during each developmental phase. For instance, if a golden tier spirit beast can provide an attribute feedback of 1 upon reaching maturity, a diamond tier would yield a feedback of 2, while a king tier would offer 4. In the juvenile, adolescent, and mature phases, one has but a single opportunity in a lifetime. For only the first spirit beast can be contracted during the juvenile phase. This can be regarded as the sole pathway to rapidly enhance one's personal attributes. Of course, Qin Feng, with his ability to consume elixirs, is an exception. It has been many years since a genius like Qin Feng has emerged in Jiangqing. One would do well to avoid provoking him. "What's the matter? Young man, have you truly given it no thought?" Uncle Huzi is quite pleased with Yi Yi's performance, demonstrating discernment and knowing when to lend a hand. Had Yi Yi remained silent, would it not have meant he must build his own ladder to descend? "I have not considered it," Qin Feng replied succinctly, without a hint of hesitation. "Oh, how adorable you are. Pray tell, why do you refuse to become a night patrolman?" Uncle Huzi, having previously lowered his sleeves, now rolled them up again, determined to manage this young rascal. What advantages are there in being a night patrolman? Not only is one perpetually busy, but there is also a constant threat to life. To sacrifice my life for the likes of the Qin family? Regrettably, I lack such ideological conviction. Chen Feng spoke candidly. If possible, he wished to avoid offending the Night Watchers. While they may not be deemed heroes, they undeniably safeguard Jiang City. Without their vigilance, the city would not enjoy such tranquility. The Night Watchers are tasked with fending off the monstrous beasts lurking beyond the city walls, as well as apprehending those who have betrayed humanity. Although there exists another violent organization within the city, the Guard, their mandate is solely to address matters concerning humans. The true danger lies with the Night Watchers. You are quite sincere, aren't you? To express your fears so openly is commendable, far superior to those fools who boast with fervor, remarked the elder with a beard. However, have you considered that if no one supports you from behind, despite a high starting point, your future accomplishments may be limited? Should you accept the patronage of certain prominent families, would you not be bound to heed their commands in the future? If you were to join the Night Watchers, provided you possessed the ability, you could ascend to a position of authority, much like myself. A king-level beastmaster, impressive, isn't it? In Jiang City, my word is law. Even a stamp of my foot singed tremors through the ground. The elder proudly lifted his chin, justifiably so, as he was one of the few king-level beastmasters in Jiang City and held significant power. I do not require the support of others. I can manage on my own. Are you resolutely refusing to join the Night Watchers? The elder could hardly contain his frustration. A stubborn little rascal such as yourself is a rarity indeed. Very well. Since I find you intriguing, consider this. You may serve as an auxiliary member. Are there auxiliary members in the Night Watchers? I've never heard of such a thing. Knight, he interjected, tugging at the elder's arm. The elder subtly positioned himself in front of Knight E to conceal her actions from Chen Feng. Auxiliary members? Chen Feng questioned, his brows furrowing in confusion as he looked at the elder. He too had never encountered the notion of auxiliary members within the Night Watchers. Indeed, auxiliary members receive half the benefits, yet are exempt from regular patrol duties. Your sole responsibility would be to report on the status of this area, should any beasts invade. You must inform us at once. You aren't deceiving me, are you? Such a favorable arrangement exists? Qin Feng's skepticism was evident. What benefit would I gain from lying to you? Were it not for the fact that your shop is situated in this desolate region, closest to the city walls. Do you think I would offer you the position of an auxiliary member? The elder huffed, his indignation palpable. Knight, he quietly gave him a thumbs up from behind. Very well. If what you say is true, I shall accept. Chen Feng is not an ungrateful person. As long as he is not tasked with the duties of a night watchman, he has no reason to refuse. His only concern now is the fear of faltering on his path to growth. It is only within the confines of his shop that he feels a sense of security, free from perilous assignments. With the protective veil of his identity as a night watchman, a rather comforting arrangement. You've done well, young man. Remember our contact details. Simply call me uncle. His name is Yi. When dawn breaks, have him deliver something to you. Farewell. After leaving a note, Uncle Huzi departed with a flourish. Yui flashed a smile at Chen Feng before following in Uncle Huzi's footsteps. Once the pair had vanished from sight, Uncle Huzi exhaled a sigh of relief. Ah, that kid is no fool. I was worried he'd catch on if I lingered too long. What did you think of my performance just now? Impressive, right? But what if he discovers that you tricked him? Yui looked at Uncle Huzi with concern. Let it be. He has already committed. There is no turning back now. Can't you see? This lad is simply lacking in confidence, reluctant to embrace risks. For now, we don't expect much from him. Sustaining him will suffice. By the way, double the resources we provide him and deduct the excess from my share. Uncle Huzi chuckled heartily. It is truly remarkable how a king-level spirit beast master has descended to such means. To mentor the younger generation, one must resort to deceit. If he finds out, neither you nor I will speak of it. Who would know? If it comes to light, you understand the consequences, don't you? Uncle Huzi cast a menacing glance at Yi. I understand, rest assured, boss. I know the virtue of anonymity in good deeds. Yi patted his chest, pledging his loyalty. Very well, let us be off. I'm in good spirits today. I'll take you to the club. With that, Uncle Huzi threw his arm around Yi's shoulders and swiftly vanished into the night. Upon witnessing the departure of the two individuals, Chen Feng tucked away the note and cautiously peered out the door. It was quite late. Surely no one would arrive at this hour. He resolved to close the door and take a rest. Consequently, as the shop door shut, in that very moment when Chen Feng chose to close and rest, No one possessed the ability to enter this establishment without his consent. Meanwhile, within the solitary dormitory of the Spirit Beast Academy, Chen Yang paced restlessly within the confines of his room. No, absolutely not. He could not simply let this matter rest. Whether it pertained to his own spirit beast or the influence of external forces behind him, he could not allow such a situation to persist. If I am unable to resolve this, then I shall seek assistance elsewhere. Chapter 16. Sacrifice for Life. The following day, after a refreshing slumber, Chen Feng glanced at his status panel. To his astonishment, he had gained 2 additional points in both physical strength and mental fortitude during his rest. Was such an enhancement truly so effortless? In truth, this was merely an illusion on Chen Feng's part. The abundant spiritual energy within the shop played a significant role, as did the presence of Xiao Jing. The spirit beast absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to bolster its own strength, which in turn reflected back upon Chen Feng. This was a unique ability not possessed by other spirit beast tamers, who could only receive such feedback during their beast's evolution. As the shop opened its doors for business, another splendid day awaited, though it remained uncertain whether their patrons would visit today. As Chen Feng opened the door, he glanced at the shop's revenue, which stood at 1,900,000, a sum neither excessive nor meager. Xiao Jin could only grow at an accelerated pace within the spirit beast realm, so he refrained from summoning him for play. And there was also the Earth Black Bear. With this thought, Chen Feng hastened his steps toward the nurturing area. The Earth Black Bear lay on the ground, blissfully slumbering, enveloped in a deep and fragrant sleep. Chen Feng peered through his spiritual eye to assess the condition of the black bear. Then, with a glare, he remarked, "This 100,000 was not spent in vain. Both attributes have increased by 2 points overnight. However, it still pales in comparison to the specialized food worth 500,000. I wonder how much Li Qingfeng will consume today." Chen Feng has begun to contemplate how to exploit Li Qingfeng, the unsuspecting fool. Whether Li Shihe and the others will come is uncertain, but one thing is clear: Li Qingfeng will undoubtedly arrive. After all, his spirit beasts are being housed here. Could he possibly neglect his own spirit beasts? However, the first wave of visitors that Chen Feng encounters is not Li Qingfeng, but rather Chen Yang. Early in the morning, Chen Yang returns to the Chen family and drags his mother to Chen Feng's shop. Is he truly running a business here? It seems that a person of such poor character cannot rise above their circumstances. What sort of clientele could one expect in a place like this? Chen Yang's mother furrows her brow as she gazes upon Chen Feng's establishment, her expression far from friendly. "Mother, please make sure to question my elder brother thoroughly. I fear he may be straying down the wrong path. We must intervene as a family. We cannot simply stand by and watch him make foolish decisions," Chen Yang implores. "Oh dear, Yang. It's not that I wish to criticize you, but your heart is too kind. Still, is what you say truly credible? Does Chen Feng really possess a diamond-level spirit beast?" Chen's mother actually did not wish to seek out Chen Feng, and even when Chen Yang mentioned that Chen Feng had strayed from the righteous path, she remained resolute. After all, their ties had already been severed. What did life or death matter to her? However, upon hearing that Chen Feng possessed a diamond-tier spirit beast, she could no longer remain passive. Such a magnificent spirit beast. How could it belong to Chen Feng? Thus, she decided to pay him a visit. Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. I suspect that those nefarious individuals may have bestowed it upon him to win over my elder brother, and I am left wondering what methods they employed to ensure the successful contract with my brother. I fear that their ultimate aim may be to target our family. Chen Yang entered a mode of nonsensical chatter, disregarding whether Chen Feng had any connection to those who had betrayed humanity and allied themselves with the demon beasts. Regardless, he knew that his mother would undoubtedly believe him. Moreover, given the stakes concerning the future of the Chen family, he was confident that his mother would not indulge Chen Feng. You were right, Yang. Those individuals are oblivious to his standing within our family, thinking that by winning him over, they could drag the Chen family into their mire. They are merely dreaming. Come, mother, today we shall retrieve his spirit beast. He has already contracted a diamond-level spirit beast, and with a little persuasion, it shall be no trouble to transfer it to you. Mother, I do not desire my elder brother's spirit beast. I am merely concerned. All right, mother understands. Let us go." Mother Chen gently patted Chen Yang's hand before gracefully exiting the vehicle. Inside the car, Chen Yang retracted the tears that were on the verge of spilling from his eyes, and a smile of cunning triumph blossomed upon his face. "Oh, mother, please wait for me. I must have a proper conversation with my elder brother shortly. You needn't concern yourself with it. Mother Chun exuded the formidable aura characteristic of a mother, striding decisively into the shop. Chen Feng, come out. Upon hearing this commanding voice, Chen Feng, who had been amusing himself with a black bear in the foster area, immediately furrowed his brow. The atmosphere surrounding him underwent a dramatic transformation. Where he had once embodied the essence of a sunny boy, he now resembled a butcher cloaked in a menacing aura. Who permitted your entry? Chen Feng approached the front desk, his gaze dark and foreboding. Is this how you speak to your mother? Mother Chen was taken aback, her displeasure evident. It was the first time she had encountered Chen Feng addressing her with such a look and tone. The stark contrast left her unsettled, and her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. We are already estranged. You and I share no ties. Do you understand? Chen Feng struggled to contain his emotions. After all, committing violence in the store was hardly a prudent choice. So, you've grown wings and now believe you can challenge me, your mother, because you have backing? Do you think those unscrupulous individuals are drawn to you for any reason other than the Chen family? If you truly wish to sever ties with the Chen family, then hand over your diamond tier spirit beast. From now on, should anyone attempt to entice you under the pretense of the Chen family's influence, you would be wise to refuse. Are you out of your mind? Chen Feng could not suppress the exclamation. This woman seemed not only blind to reason, but also afflicted with delusions. In denial? Where is your diamond tier spirit beast? Don't pretend you don't have one. And who do you think you are to demand anything from me? Simply because you are a fragment of my flesh. Mother Chen placed her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Chen Feng. This matter, she believed, could be justified anywhere she went. Chen Feng smiled bitterly and said, What? Do you intend to take my spirit beast and offer it to him? Chen Feng had already surmised the reason for his mother's unexpected visit to his shop so early in the morning. After all, such occurrences were not unfamiliar to him. Indeed, you are unworthy of possessing a diamond tier spirit beast. Only your brother is deemed worthy of such a privilege. If you wish to avoid escalating matters, it would be prudent for you to cooperate. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Oh, how do you intend to be ungracious? Chen Feng was already prepared to take action. I shall take you back to the Chen family and forcibly dissolve our contract. After all, you are but a fragment of my being. I have no desire to see you harmed, so it would be wise for you to acquiesce. It appears that what I have returned to you is still insufficient. Foolish one, come here. Chen Feng beckoned. The earth black bear in the foster area immediately scampered over to Chen Feng's feet, eager for a treat. It understood that to receive the delicacies it craved, it must heed Chen Feng's commands. It believed that if it performed well, it might be rewarded with the same delightful fruits it had enjoyed the previous day. As for the name Chen Feng had given it, how charming it was. One could easily tell it belonged to a gentle and amiable creature, truly exceptional. May I borrow your claws for a moment? Chen Feng crouched down and grasped the claw of the earth black bear, the protruding talon remarkably sharp. Subsequently, Chen Feng rolled up his sleeves and, wielding the bear's claw, severed a piece of flesh approximately 5 centimeters from his own forearm. Blood flowed profusely. The earth black bear was left in utter shock. Chen's mother was stunned. Chen Yang was also taken aback. Today, I have sacrificed my flesh for my life. Henceforth, I have no connection with you. Now, you may leave. Chapter 17. Return my moon hound to me. Chen's mother gazed at the pale, mutilated flesh that lay upon the ground, her body trembling slightly. She had indeed desired to seize Chen Feng's spirit beast, yet she never anticipated that he would resort to such drastic measures. The earth black bear quivered in response, its mind consumed by a singular thought. It was all over. It feared that it would never again savor the delights of the future. In that moment, it yearned to break its own claws, hoping to ascertain whether Chen Feng might offer forgiveness. What more do you want? The flesh you requested has been returned to you. Are you still unsatisfied? Beads of sweat adorned Chen Feng's forehead, for the agony of cutting flesh is a pain only the one who endures it can truly comprehend. Chen Feng also took this painful severance to bid a final farewell to his former self. You. Chen's mother raised her trembling hand, pointing at Chen Feng, momentarily rendered speechless. Chen Yang was immediately displeased. To think that one could sever a piece of flesh yet refuse to surrender a diamond-grade spirit beast? What a fantasy. Brother, how could you treat mother in such a manner? She may have a sharp tongue, but her heart is as soft as tofu. The reason she came today was to urge you to return home. If you are angered with me, I shall endeavor to visit home less frequently in the future. Get lost. Do not put on an act before me. It is repugnant. Chen Feng glared fiercely at Chen Yang. In a surge of excitement, Chen Yang promptly summoned his moondog. There was no alternative. When Chen Feng was enraged, The Earth Black Bear was also baring its teeth at Qin Yang. Qin Yang had witnessed firsthand the sharpness of the Earth Black Bear's claws, and he was indeed fearful. Only by summoning the Moon Dog could he find a semblance of security, as both were juvenile Golden Tier spirit beasts. And surely the Earth Black Bear could not contend with the Moon Dog, could it? It had already formed a contract with a spirit beast. The Golden Tier spirit beast of the Moon Clan certainly showcased an impressive display of power. Qin Feng was acutely aware of the immense worth of the Moon Clan's spirit beasts, and a mocking smile crept across his face. Qin Feng, you may bestow your Diamond Tier spirit beast upon your younger brother, while this Moon Hound shall be entrusted to you. In the future, the Qin family will assist you in nurturing your spirit beast, and I shall ensure that all necessary resources for the Moon Hound are readily available for you. Qin Mu's demeanor softened somewhat. In truth, she had never intended to relinquish the Moon Dog to Qin Feng. The creature, if sold, could fetch an exorbitant price, conservatively estimated at 10 billion. Yet it remains a rarity in the market. How magnanimous. So, you no longer desire the Moon Dog? Qin Feng turned to Qin Yang. Brother, it's not quite like that. I do not wish to usurp your spirit beast. You are the legitimate heir of our family, and entangling yourself with such individuals could lead to complications in the future. Heh. Qin Feng let out a cold chuckle. System, am I invincible in the store? Can I forcibly retain his Moon Dog? Ding. Affirmative. Ha. The icy smirk on Qin Feng's face transformed into a maniacal laughter, echoing with wild abandon. Mother Qin and Qin Yang furrowed their brows as they gazed at Qin Feng, perplexed by his erratic behavior. If you no longer desire it, then let it remain. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Yang mistakenly believed that he had acquiesced, and an involuntary smile of a victor graced his face. However, in the next moment, a sharp pain struck his head, as if something of great significance was being wrenched away from him. Immediately thereafter, a heart-wrenching roar erupted from Qin Yang's lips, and he crouched on the ground, incessantly striking his own head. The Moon Hound also appeared listless, as though it had engaged in a relentless battle with a small female dog for the entirety of the night. The contract between Qin Yang and the Moon Hound was forcibly annulled by Qin Feng. Yang, what is wrong? Qin's mother exclaimed in a flurry, rushing to embrace Qin Yang, allowing his fists to rain down upon her. Such a display of maternal kindness and filial piety. Qin Feng felt a slight release of his pent-up anger. Qin Yang, did you not wish to seize my spirit beast? Well, now you reap the consequences. Your spirit beast has been taken by me. What will you do now? What have you done, Qin Feng? Qin's mother, ignoring the piece of flesh belonging to Qin Feng on the ground, felt her fleeting guilt replaced by fury. What have I done? Merely taken his spirit beast. What is so shocking about that? Qin Feng responded nonchalantly. You are courting death. Qin's mother, now resembling a furious lioness, summoned her own spirit beast. As the matriarch of the Qin family, her strength was considerable. She was a golden-level spirit beast master with little practical experience. Her spirit beast manifested as a mature, diamond-level white deer, which exuded an intensely wild aura upon its appearance. Yet, this aura, when it reached Qin Feng, felt as innocuous as a gentle breeze. In this shop, no one holds sway, Qin Feng declared. Not to mention a diamond-level spirit beast. Even a god-level one could be dealt with. Just as Qin Feng contemplated how to manage the deer and Qin's mother, the figure of Yi appeared at the entrance of the shop. Matriarch of the Qin family, what do you intend to do? Yi's tone was decidedly unfriendly. Qin Ji's attitude towards Qin Yang was clear to Yi, who had overheard part of the conversation between Qin Feng and them. Initially, Yi had no intention of involving himself in Qin Feng's family matters. However, when Qin's mother went berserk, Yi felt compelled to intervene. Who are you? A night watcher? This is a matter of the Qin family. It is not your place to meddle. Qin's mother retorted harshly, showing no respect for Yi. Upon noticing the insignia on Yi's chest, her anger intensified. The affairs of the Qin family? No, you are mistaken. This is indeed a matter for the night watchers. Yi replied, striding towards Qin Feng. As he passed by the white deer, he cast a fleeting glance at it. In that moment, the white deer recoiled in fear, unable to match Yi's imposing presence. Countless monstrous beasts had perished at Yi's hands, and this white deer was merely a talisman, having rarely engaged in battle. Not to mention, Yi was a diamond-level beast master, possessing a royal-level beast and 2 diamond-level beasts. What do you mean by that? Qin's mother was visibly incensed, her eyes seemingly ablaze. Nothing of consequence. Qin Feng is already a member of my night watchers. Does your family intend to make a move against us? Yi Yi's tone remained indifferent, yet his words carried significant weight. The Qin family is indeed one of the 3 prominent families in Jiangqing. Yet the Night Watchmen are an official organization of violence. When did he join the Night Watchmen? Qin Yang, clutching his head, slowly rose to his feet at that moment. He could no longer pretend in front of his mother. His expression was nothing short of fierce. Unfortunately, it was just last night. Here, this is your supply, along with this month's salary. Perhaps you should return this outfit. How long have you been wearing it? Yi Yi gently patted Chen Feng's shoulder, his gaze soft and kind. Yi did not hail from a prestigious family, but he was blessed with loving parents. Where is Chen Feng? What does it matter that he was born into a large family? Yi Yi feels that Chen Feng is far more pitiable. Living in such an environment without succumbing to madness, Yi Yi genuinely admires him. Return my moon dog. Qin Yang spoke again, his gaze so fierce it seemed capable of devouring Chen Feng and Yi Yi. Chapter 18. Why are you so foolish? Yi Yi too was fixated on Chen Feng, eager to see how he would respond. Are you referring to this dog? How can you prove that it belongs to you? Chen Feng retorted. You, Qin Yang, pointed angrily at Chen Feng. Is it not evident? Must I provide proof? It is akin to having to prove that my father is indeed my father. The household registration clearly states it. Do you truly intend to make this difficult for me? Was it not I who summoned the moon dog just now? Are you blind? Chen Feng smiled broadly. You may find a place to obtain a certificate, or, more simply, just call it and see if it follows you. Little dog. You will make the right choice, won't you? Chen Feng cast his gaze downwards towards the listless moonhound. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the moonhound nodded vigorously. In this predicament, the moonhound was acutely aware of its options. Its intellect far surpassed that of the earth black bear. Could one truly sever the bond forged with Qin Yang? The moonhound doubted its own survival should it dare to depart with Qin Yang, fearing that Chen Feng might strike before it could escape, leading to its untimely demise. Moonhound, come back, Qin Yang called out. Despite the bond being shattered, he had once nurtured the moonhound, and surely some sentiment lingered between them. The moonhound turned its head towards Qin Yang and then bared its teeth, emitting a low growl of warning. In the moonhound's eyes, Qin Yang was nothing but a treacherous individual, unworthy of trust. Qin Yang was taken aback. Chen Feng revealed a satisfied smile. At that moment, several energetic figures rushed into the shop. Chen Feng, are you all right? Li Shi was the first to burst through the door, which possessed an indestructible quality. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly kicked it open. Qin Yang, what on earth do you intend to do? Once inside, Li Shi positioned herself protectively in front of Chen Feng, resembling a fierce mother tiger defending her cub. Gazing at the furious Li Shi, Qin Yang was tempted to inquire why she did not ascertain the situation before confronting him. After all, it was his spirit beast that had been taken by Chen Feng, yet she had the audacity to question his intentions. Did her conscience not trouble her? Ahem, well, I'm fine, Chen Feng said, gently patting Li Shi's shoulder from behind her. That warm sensation once again blossomed in his heart. Li Shi glanced back at Chen Feng, offering him a reassuring look that conveyed, I'm here. Everything will be all right. However, when she turned back, the anger on her face was unmistakable. Li Shi had thoroughly investigated Chen Feng's past within the Chen family. She was taken aback by the adversities he had faced. It was shocking that even the family's housekeeper and bodyguards could bully Chen Feng without restraint. Their cruelty was excessive. You must be the matriarch of the Chen family, correct? Since Chen Feng has severed ties with your household, as his friend, I believe I can intervene in his affairs. If you wish to continue mistreating him, you must first seek my consent. If Chen Feng were still a member of the Chen family, Li Shi would indeed have limited options. However, based on the information she had gathered, Chen Feng had formally signed a severance agreement with the Chen family, thus making her involvement in his matters both reasonable and justified. Sure, according to our familial hierarchy, you should address me as aunt. Since you are friends with Chen Feng, I urge you to persuade him to return the moon dog. Yang. Should he comply, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter any further. Mother Chun was a woman of the world. She understood that given the current circumstances, she could not impose any further harm upon Chen Feng. With the outcome seemingly predetermined, her focus shifted towards maximizing her own interests, deferring all other matters for another time. Li Shi, still grappling with the unfolding situation, had hurried to the shop upon learning that Chen Yang had arrived early. After overhearing Mother Chen's words, she turned to look at Chen Feng. In that moment, her eyes brimmed with tears. What have you done? Li Shi exclaimed, her gaze falling upon Chen Feng's bloodied arm. Until now, Her attention had been primarily on Mother Chun and her spirit beast, the white deer, neglecting to scrutinize Chen Feng closely. A substantial chunk of flesh was missing from his small arm, and blood continued to drip from his fingers. Did you do this? Li Shi he spun around, glaring at Mother Chun and Chun Yang with the ferocity of a mother lion. Nearby, Li Chengfeng took a step forward. You have gone too far. We are all aware of Chun Feng's plight. As his mother, how could you treat him this way? Sisters Wang Shui and Wang Yu could no longer contain their tears. Upon learning of Chun Feng's past, they felt deep sympathy for his suffering, having secretly wiped their eyes in bed the previous night. Now, witnessing the horrific injury on his arm, their tender hearts could bear no more. Is there truly no limit to such cruelty? Must you drive Chen Feng to the brink of despair before it is enough? Mother Chen was taken aback. She was well aware of the identities of Li Shi and her companions. In Jiang City, there were only 3 prominent families, and she could not possibly be ignorant of the descendants of the Li and Wang families. What astonished her was how, in just 2 days, the daughters of the Li and Wang families had forged such a close bond with Chen Feng. Ladies, this is not as you perceive. Chen Feng is no longer associated with the Chen family, and there is no need for you to uphold his honor on our behalf. Mother Chun mistakenly believes that Li Shi and the Wang sisters are friends with Chen Feng solely due to the connections of the Chen family. In her perspective, the only noteworthy aspect of Chen Feng is his identity as the legitimate heir of the Chen family. Who would be concerned about your family's reputation? I shall reiterate. Chen Feng is my friend. When you Chen family members bully him, you are essentially bullying me. By the way, if I may interject, Chen Feng could hardly contain himself any longer and tugged at Li Shi once more. Although the feeling of being protected is indeed quite delightful, it is entirely unnecessary. I have already informed you that within my establishment, no one can impose upon me. This injury was self-inflicted. She claimed I was a piece of flesh fallen from her body, and am I not simply returning the flesh to her? Chen Feng offered a brief explanation, as he certainly did not wish to provoke a confrontation between the Li and Chen families due to his own actions. The task of dismantling the Chen family must be undertaken solely by Chen Feng himself. The humiliation endured over the past 2 years could only be assuaged through his own hands. What? How could you be so foolish? I handed you the medicine yesterday. Did I not? Here it is. Chen Feng produced the medication that Li Shi had given him the previous day. Bear with it. It will sting a bit. But fret not. It won't leave a scar. Li Shi, unconcerned about others' opinions, grasped Chen Feng's hand and began to apply the ointment. It was imperative to tend to the wound swiftly. Otherwise, the blood would continue to flow unabated. Chen Feng, was it the claws that inflicted this injury upon you? Li Chifeng cast a disapproving glare at the earth black bear. He certainly cared for his spirit beast. Initially, he had overlooked the matter. But now he noticed blood on the bear's claws. I had the foolish bear assist me. Do not blame it. It has been a good companion. Chapter 19. No entry for the Qin family and dogs. The earth black bear felt quite aggrieved, and upon hearing Chen Feng defend it, was overwhelmed with gratitude. Having sensed a murderous intent directed at it from its master moments ago, it seemed as though it was on the verge of being stewed. Li Chengfeng's thoughts were rather straightforward. Should a contracted spirit beast perish, the contract could be dissolved, although a price would be paid. It was one that Li Chengfeng could bear. What he could not withstand was offending Chen Feng. As long as Chen Feng was present, he could contract another golden tier spirit beast and continue to reap benefits from Chen Feng, securing lasting advantages. Li Chengfeng understood the stark difference between fleeting satisfaction and enduring abundance. By the way, you are no longer needed here. You may leave. And just to inform you, my establishment does not welcome members of the Chen family. Wang Shui, could you please assist me in creating a sign that reads, "No entry for the Chen family and dogs"? Certainly. Wang Shui replied with exuberance, showing no hesitation whatsoever. The moon dog lifted its head, casting an offended glance at Chen Feng. It truly believed it had become rather formidable. Did it think that joining the night watch and having these few friends would allow it to turn the tide? Yang, let us take our leave. Mother Chen glared at Chen Feng, declaring that today's matter would certainly not end here. Mother Chen Yang was reluctant to leave, uncertain of what would become of her moon dog after she departed. Leave was the only word uttered by Mother Chen. Chen Yang noticed the fierce glint in his mother's eyes and dared not utter another word, obediently following her out of the shop. Outside, within the confines of his sports car, he lamented, "Mom, my moon hound, it will be all right. Your moon hound will be retrieved, don't worry. You must focus on recovering your health first," she reassured him. "But how will we get it back?" Chen Yang felt as though he were losing his mind. It was truly a case of losing both the lady and the fortune. Not only had he failed to seize Qin Feng's spirit beast, but he had also lost his own. Have you never pondered why the bond between you and the Moonhound has been severed? Initially, his mother had not perceived any connection between him and the supernatural beings, yet it now seemed evident that someone of otherworldly nature was aiding him. If that were the case, no matter his identity or the number of allies he possessed, they would be of no assistance. Clearly, Qin's mother had already devised a plan to confront Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang immediately conceived a strategy to deal with Qin Feng. Let us return first, he suggested. Absolutely. Inside the shop, Li Shi had already administered the medicine to Qin Feng. Fortunately, the quantity of medicine she had provided the previous day was ample. Otherwise, attending to such a significant wound would have proven challenging. You young ones enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave, he declared. As for the matters concerning the Qin family, fret not. With me around, there is no cause for concern. If I am unable to resolve it, our elder will certainly step in. Having said this, Yi did not await Qin Feng's response and promptly departed. The youthful antics of these young people felt somewhat out of place for him, given his age, and he needed to inform the elder about the recent occurrences. Qin Feng initially intended to invite Yi to linger a while. The Night Watchers is a rather large organization. The exact number of its members remains uncertain, but it is surely substantial. These individuals represent a potential clientele. If Yi were to experience the services offered at his establishment, the issue of attracting customers would be resolved. However, considering that Li Shi was still holding his hand, Qin Feng thought it prudent to postpone the matter for a couple of days. I truly apologize for being the source of your amusement daily, Qin Feng remarked, scratching his head in embarrassment. It is not your fault. It is the Qin family that is to blame. What are they truly after? As this topic arose, Li Shi felt her anger rekindle. Perhaps they had grown accustomed to bullying me, and now that they cannot, it feels as though something vital is missing from their lives. You still have the presence of mind to joke. It seems you are indeed untroubled. Li Shi admired Qin Feng's composure. Were she in his position, she would likely have succumbed to despair long ago. What troubles could I have? You are not merely here to witness the spectacle, are you? Not at all. The effects of the evolution box have proven remarkable. We are here to partake in your offerings. Li Shi winked at Qin Feng, her anger dissipating, returning instead to her playful demeanor. That is splendid. By the way, Shuahei incurred some additional expenses yesterday. Would you like to review the bill? Qin Feng glanced at Li Chengfeng. Oh, what expenses? Li Chengfeng inquired, somewhat puzzled. For he had come today to bring some sustenance to the Earth Black Bear. After all, one should not let their spirit beast go hungry. One fruit, with exceptional effects, and not overly expensive, priced at 200,000 each. When Qin Feng uttered these words, his demeanor remained composed, revealing a latent potential for unscrupulous business dealings. In truth, Qin Feng initially intended to sell the earth fruit for 500,000. After all, he operated within a monopolistic industry, where such items were virtually unattainable elsewhere. However, considering Li Chengfeng's performance that day, Qin Feng felt that while it was acceptable to take advantage of a friend, he should not overreach, thus deciding that doubling the price would suffice. Behold, this particular fruit, one per day would suffice. To bolster the persuasiveness of his sales pitch, Qin Feng exchanged for another earth fruit. Even if Li Chengfeng ultimately chose not to indulge, this fruit could serve as a reward for Shuahei, who had lent assistance that day. The allure of the earth fruit for Shuahei was considerable. The moment Qin Feng produced it, Shuahei's mouth watered. His eyes fixated upon the fruit, as if the words "I want to eat" were written across his face. Li Chengfeng found Shuahei's reaction quite remarkable, and he also perceived Shuahei's condition through their bond. This revelation startled Li Chengfeng, for Shuahei had experienced a significant enhancement. If such improvements could be achieved daily, were there even better fruits available? Indeed, there were, albeit at a steep price. How much? Li Chengfeng inquired. 1 million per piece, Qin Feng replied, raising a single finger. This price was enough to deter countless individuals. Even those who were not financially prudent would have to deliberate carefully. Maintaining a spirit beast at such a cost, 1 million for daily sustenance. What family could withstand such extravagance? All right, it shall henceforth consume the $1 million fruit, Li Chengfeng declared, a smile gracing his face. If a fruit priced at 200,000 could yield such results, one priced at 1 million would surely elevate the effects to new heights. Qin Feng was at a loss. The world of the wealthy was beyond his comprehension, yet it was undeniably alluring. Qin Feng, Can our spirit beasts also consume this fruit? Li Shi interjected. From Li Chengfeng's demeanor, she inferred that the earth black bear had undoubtedly reaped significant benefits. If that were the case, could her fire squirrel also partake in the advantages? I can prepare specialized food for each of your spirit beasts. A modest offering would be 200,000, while a premium one would amount to 1,000,000. Then I want some too. Yes, we desire it as well. Upon returning from writing the sign, Wang Shui and Wang Yu spoke in unison. Very well, but hold on, our matters can wait. How do you intend to handle the Moonhound? Li Shi, he interrupted Chen Feng. Chapter 20, Love at First Sight? A Flash Marriage? The Moonhound chuckled, pleased that someone had finally remembered its existence. It had thought the humans had forgotten about it entirely. Moonhound? Chen Feng furrowed his brow. He had not truly contemplated how to deal with the Moonhound, especially since no one had previously mentioned delivering such a spirit beast to him. How about you assist me in selling it? Chen Feng gazed earnestly at Li Shi. He lacked the connections to sell it himself, but the Li family undoubtedly possessed such channels. What would you sell it for? With our patronage of your shop. Will you ever be short of funds? This indeed seemed unlikely. Chen Feng was indeed being somewhat modest, with daily revenues reaching several million. It was evident that financial concerns were far from his mind. Given this abundance, why not proceed with the contract for the Moondog this month? You must be aware of its remarkable potential, right? Li Shi's gaze glimmered with enthusiasm. Initially, she had intended to assist Chen Feng in acquiring a spirit beast. And now, an opportunity had presented itself at her doorstep, perfectly timed. Is this feasible? Chen Feng murmured. What could possibly be unfeasible? The Moondog is currently without a master. It is perfect for you to form a contract. As for the Chen family, you need not worry. We are here to support you, Li Shi urged. Indeed, the Moondog is an exceptional spirit beast, surpassing even our own. The Wang sisters chimed in eagerly. However, in truth, Chen Feng was not inquiring of them, but rather seeking guidance from the system. Ding. The host may contract 2 spirit beasts at each realm. The system did not explicitly affirm or deny his inquiry, yet it delivered a thunderous revelation to Chen Feng. Chen Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Were it not for today's extraordinary events, he might have remained oblivious to such matters for an indefinite period. Typically, an ordinary individual may only contract a single spirit beast at each realm, and there have been no accounts of any exceptions to this rule. Although Chen Feng perceives himself as an abnormal individual, a mere hanger-on, he cannot afford to be excessively deviant, can he? To his surprise, he indeed exhibits rather peculiar traits. System, do you possess any more unusual configurations? It would be prudent to inform me in advance, rather than leaving me to speculate. Ding. The host is encouraged to explore independently. Bah. Chen Feng scoffed. Enough with the deliberation, let us seal the contract. Li Shi waved her hand in front of Chen Feng's eyes. Very well, he nodded in response. Conveniently, there's your blood here, let us not waste it. Li Shi poked Chen Feng's hand twice, which was still dripping with blood, unwashed. If you are to follow me, I trust you are amenable to that? Chen Feng glanced at the Moondog, which immediately nodded in agreement. While others may be oblivious to Chen Feng's capabilities, the Moondog was fully aware. Its contract with Chen Yang had been torn asunder by this very leader, without the consent of the involved parties, truly formidable. Associating with such a person was far preferable to being with someone who wished to cast one aside. All right, as long as you are willing. Without hesitation, Chen Feng extended his finger and began inscribing a contract formation upon the Moondog. As Li Shi had mentioned, the ample blood on his hands made the task easier, sparing him the pain of puncturing a fingertip. Henceforth, the Moondog would serve as Chen Feng's visible spirit beast, while the Fire Flood Dragon would remain his trump card. As for how to conceal the Fire Flood Dragon effectively, Chen Feng had already devised a plan. Only a handful were privy to the existence of the Fire Flood Dragon, and even fewer knew it was his spirit beast. As long as he could ensure that those few kept silent, his secret would remain secure. As for how to silence them, done. Li Shi exclaimed joyously, her enthusiasm surpassing that of her own contract with the Fire Squirrel. The Wang sisters and Li Chengfeng also wore smiles. You should rest for now. We shall handle the rest. Once these little ones emerge from the evolution chamber, we will discuss provisions. Before Chen Feng could express his thoughts on his newly contracted spirit beast, Li Shi had already nudged him to sit on the sofa. After all, his bloodied hand appeared quite intimidating. Fine, Chen Feng conceded with a nod. He was quite content with his role as a leader, where customers could serve themselves. Here, foolish bear, this fruit is awarded to you. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Feng tossed the earth fruit to the earth black bear. since the fruit had already been redeemed, and Li Chengfeng was preparing to exchange for higher-grade provisions. It was of no use to keep it. Upon receiving the earth fruit, the earth black bear promptly swallowed it, then scurried to Chen Feng's feet, affectionately rubbing against him. Were it not for its barbed tongue, it would have licked Chen Feng thoroughly. The moondog, witnessing the earth black bear's overly familiar demeanor, was immediately displeased. If memory served correctly, was this not its master? The moonhound rudely pushed the earth black bear aside, claiming the space beneath Chen Feng's feet. This creature seemed to favor Chen Feng over me, so I decided to let it enjoy the evolutionary service first. Li Chifeng approached the earth black bear and, without hesitation, seized it and began to lead it away. Of course, he did not forget to swipe his card for payment. These wealthy young scions are always quite generous when it comes to spending. Let us go take a look. After exchanging pleasantries, the Wang sisters followed Li Chengfeng. That must hurt, Li Shihe remarked, choosing not to follow but instead sitting a short distance from Chen Feng. Inhaling the fragrant aroma emanating from Li Shihe, Chen Feng smiled broadly. It's manageable. Li Shihe shot him a disapproving glance. You've just had a chunk of flesh cut off, and you say it's manageable? How did you become a night watchman? Li Shihe inquired, steering the conversation back to serious matters. Last night, they approached me, offering to let me serve as an auxiliary member. You must have seen those houses outside. They were set ablaze by something. They suspect it was a beast. And they wanted me to keep an eye on this area, hence the position. Li Shihe frowned. Auxiliary member of the Night Watchman? Are they trying to fool you? Yet. She didn't doubt Chen Feng would deceive her. Her skepticism lay with Yi, sitting on the sofa. She glanced at the clothing and badge that Chen Feng had placed nearby. She recognized them as indeed belonging to the Night Watchman, while the clothing could be faked. The badge could not. Well, this is advantageous. Now that you've become a Night Watchman, the Chen family won't dare to bully you openly. Even without the Night Watchman status, you all would still help me, right? Of course, I will definitely assist you, rest assured. Actually, there's something I wish to discuss with you. Chen Feng appeared somewhat shy. Noticing his demeanor, Li Shihe felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. She sensed that Chen Feng might have misunderstood something. Her assistance stemmed from two reasons. Chen Feng had rescued the fire squirrel and aided it in comprehending its skills, and she sympathized with his situation, regarding him as a friend. If their relationship were to evolve into something romantic, she wouldn't entirely oppose it. Indeed, she felt a unique connection with Chen Feng. But was this not moving too swiftly? After all, they had only known each other for 2 days. Was this love at first sight? A whirlwind romance? Should she agree to him? Speak your mind. I'm listening, she said, lowering her gaze and avoiding Chen Feng's eyes. It seemed she was already bracing herself for what was to come. Chapter 21. Don't ask, just know it's affection. In truth, your spirit beast can evolve to diamond level. Ah, all right. Li Shihe suddenly widened her eyes. She had been prepared to agree, instinctively ready to acquiesce. Chen Feng is already quite pitiable. If I were to reject him, how would he continue with his life? In any case, as long as a girl wishes to acquiesce, she will invariably find a rationale to convince herself. Conversely, if she is unwilling to comply. Wait, what did you just say? Li Shihe exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Feng hurriedly made a shushing gesture, urging her to lower her voice. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Li Shihe cooperatively covered her mouth and inquired once more. I said, your spirit beast can actually evolve to the diamond level. Is that true? Li Shihe's cheeks flushed a deeper shade. Although Chen Feng's words deviated significantly from her expectations, this still constituted splendid news for her. If someone else had uttered such a statement, she would have undoubtedly dismissed them as a fraud. The 3 prominent families in Jiangsheng were all engaged in spirit beast cultivation. How could she be unaware of the evolution process? The Li family had bonded her with the fire squirrel precisely because they harbored confidence in facilitating its evolution to diamond level ahead of schedule. However, it was crucial to wait until the fire squirrel approached its growth phase to initiate such a process. Yet, the fact that this revelation came from Chen Feng transformed its significance entirely. Really? That's wonderful. What must I do? Well, there are 2 evolutionary paths. You may choose between them. Chen Feng opted to reveal the truth, for Li Shihe had already secured her place as a friend in his heart. The Night Watchers sought him for their own purposes, as did the sisters from the Wang family, each harboring their respective agendas. Only Li Shihe stood apart. Perhaps she harbored her own little secrets, but that mattered little. As long as Chen Feng was willing, he could concoct 100 reasons to justify his feelings. In this regard, men and women were remarkably alike. Don't ask, just know that I like you. Two evolutionary paths? Are you still half asleep? Li Shihe playfully poked Qin Feng's forehead with a finger, her gaze fixed intently on his eyes. There truly are two options, the blazing squirrel and the purple flame mongoose. Wait, I know about the blazing squirrel, but the purple flame mongoose. Li Shihe's mind momentarily faltered. The Li family had indeed planned to evolve the fire squirrel into the blazing squirrel. But the notion that the fire squirrel could evolve into the purple flame mongoose felt amiss. Do you trust me? Qin Feng, disinterested in elaborating further, opted for brevity. Li Shihe nodded in response. Which do you prefer, the blazing squirrel or the purple flame mongoose? The purple flame mongoose. Was this not a rhetorical question? Who wouldn't prefer a spirit beast with greater potential? Very well, gather some materials. Purple flame fruit, white jade grass, ink jade fruit, bloodflower, and violet blossom. That should suffice. Qin Feng conveyed to Li Shihe the materials required for evolving the fire squirrel into the purple flame weasel. Qin Feng harbored no fear of others pilfering his formula. For without the aid of an evolution chamber, even with 100 materials prepared, success in evolution remained an impossibility. Understood, Li Shihe affirmed earnestly, nodding in response. The materials in question were not of paramount significance. Although some held considerable value, she would not lament their loss should the evolution falter. However, the thought of success was a different matter altogether, one that left Li Shihe hesitant to contemplate further. There was no need for Qin Feng to possess other skills. Mastering this singular ability could elevate him to the status of a guest of honor among prestigious families, formidable forces, and even official organizations. No rush. Whenever you are prepared with the materials, come by during the night when no one is around, Qin Feng advised Li Shihe. Conducting such matters in broad daylight posed challenges, and he was not yet inclined to unveil his extraordinary capability to others. He was acutely aware of how formidable this ability was. He was no novice, after all. His 3 years of high school education were not spent in vain, and these past 3 days had been dedicated solely to acquiring knowledge about spirit beasts and demon beasts. Qin Feng understood the wisdom of discretion. Only when he had cultivated a certain level of prowess could he reveal it, thus ensuring his freedom. Otherwise, he risked being captured, and he certainly could not remain confined within the shop indefinitely. Very well, I shall have someone assist me in the preparations, Li Shihe remarked, exhibiting no suspicion towards Qin Feng. Even though his words bore an ambiguous tone, she paid it no mind. What do you mean by coming by when no one is around? Should I bring a small umbrella? After completing her phone call, she approached Qin Feng with a curious expression. Qin Feng, how do you know so much about the fire squirrel when I am entirely in the dark? Li Shihe inquired, her large eyes sparkling with intrigue. Qin Feng was struck by a sensation akin to being electrified upon seeing the long, fan-like eyelashes. Oh, this is my innate ability. I possess knowledge not only of the fire squirrels, but also of every spirit beast I have encountered. You have an innate ability too? How impressive. No wonder you can operate this establishment. Under the gaze of a girl filled with admiration, a man's vanity is easily satisfied. At that moment, Qin Feng felt quite content. Ahem, by the way, if you plan to come by tonight, please remember to give me a call to confirm. All right, I understand. Li Shihe nodded in response. Meanwhile, Yi returned to the headquarters of the Night Watchers in Jiangqing. This building, the tallest in the city, houses Uncle Beard's office on the top floor, the 28th. This entire floor is Uncle Beard's domain. The reason the tallest structure in Jiangqing is only 28 stories high is due to the flying demon beasts, which possess the ability to bypass walls and enter the city directly. The higher the building, the more challenging it is to protect, thus, to minimize losses. This is the tallest building allowed within the city. Other structures reach a maximum of only 15 stories. Upon entering Uncle Beard's office, Yi found him sitting in a chair, gazing out through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Witnessing this scene, Yi couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. The boss's vision is indeed beyond his reach. Even after working hours, he remains diligently safeguarding Jiangqing. Observing that somewhat desolate and solitary silhouette, what is this? This is a hero. Yi felt a deep sense of admiration, tinged with envy. Boss, Yi called softly, fearful that his presence might disrupt the ambience. Uncle Beard did not respond. Seeing this, Yi stepped closer and called again, boss. Still, there was no reaction. Yi frowned slightly. Given his boss's capabilities, he should have sensed his approach even in a state of deep contemplation. With that thought, Yi quickly moved to stand before Uncle Beard. Upon closer inspection, an overwhelming number of dark lines appeared in Yi's mind. Chapter 22. What is a grown man crying about? What a ridiculous notion of a fallen hero's silhouette. Yi felt ashamed for his own self-indulgent sentimentality. The man was asleep and appeared to be in deep slumber, drool nearly pooling on his beard. However, who would choose to nap in an office chair facing the floor-to-ceiling window? With the sun shining brightly, did he not fear blinding his own eyes? What is this? Sunbathing for calcium intake. Boss. Yi's voice carried an edge of frustration. After toiling through the night, without rest, and rushing to find Chen Feng early in the morning. Despite last night's expenses being covered by the boss, shouldn't he lead by example while issuing orders? Who? The bearded uncle was roused from his slumber by Yi's voice. At such close proximity, Yi had not yet tempered the volume of his call. Had the bearded uncle remained asleep any longer, Yi would have had to contemplate the unfortunate task of arranging for his superior's cremation. Oh dear, Yui. Have you accomplished what you set out to do? Chuckled the bearded uncle, who, in his advancing years, had inadvertently dozed off in his seat. Ah, this body of mine. As he rose, he simultaneously began to pound his weary back. Boss, are you feeling unwell? Perhaps you were exhausted from last night. Such a notion was inconceivable to him. How could a man admit to weakness? The bearded uncle vehemently disagreed with the idea. Wasn't it exhausting? After all, your expenditures far surpass mine by sevenfold. This particular claim elicited a tinge of resentment from Yi. Merely 7 times, it's no big deal. Upon hearing this, the bearded uncle stood a little taller, placing his hands behind his head in a display of pride. With his hands resting there, he seemed to exude a newfound vitality. Yi, uninterested in further vexation, laid everything bare. He recounted to the bearded uncle all that he had witnessed and heard within Chen Feng's shop. This lad possesses such remarkable power? He can forcibly sever the contracts between others and their spirit beasts? The bearded uncle, upon hearing Yi's account, could no longer remain seated. This ability was indeed extraordinary. In the future, anyone who dared oppose Chen Feng could find their spirit beasts rendered null and void. It was inconceivable. Even a divine-level spirit beast master would struggle against such a force. While I am unclear on the specifics, this only strengthens the suspicions of Chen's mother and son regarding Chen Feng's connections to the demonic forces. They believe this power was bestowed upon him by those entities. Nonsense! The bearded uncle exclaimed in frustration. If the demons possessed such power, they would have long since laid waste to all cities. Not even the true beasts of legend, capable of wielding such dominion, possess such a capability. I too find this absurd, Yi admitted. However, we have yet to uncover any source for his diamond-level spirit beast. And that leaves me somewhat anxious. After all, Chen Feng's behaviors defy logic, and if our night patrols cannot trace the origins of his spirit beast, then its provenance is indeed a matter of concern. I ask you this. If you were a demon seeking to invest in some promising youth, would you choose Chen Feng? Yi articulated his thoughts candidly. His lineage is certainly impressive, yet given his circumstances, I would not select him. Indeed, if even you would hesitate to align with Chen Feng, do you truly believe the demons would use a diamond-level spirit beast to entice him? The bearded uncle posed a rhetorical question. Clearly, this power must have originated from a genuine powerhouse. Our inability to uncover information about them is entirely understandable. Do you see? He feigned an air of wisdom, striking a pose reminiscent of a sage. I understand, and I am duly impressed. So, was his shop also arranged by that individual? What other explanation could there be? Doesn't he feel neglected by his grandmother and unloved by his uncle? Uncle who retorted. With this thought, everything began to make sense. Indeed, it would be prudent to send a letter to the Chen family, cautioning them that the moon hound now belongs to me, Chen Feng, the night watchman. It would be wise for the Chen family to refrain from any actions. A hint of menace emanated from Uncle Hu. Given the disposition of those in the Chen family, this matter would undoubtedly not be resolved so easily. Since Chen Feng has become a night watchman, he will undoubtedly support Chen Feng. Very well. I shall attend to this matter at once. Upon hearing this, Yi nodded earnestly. Once Yi departed, Uncle Hu glanced furtively behind him. After confirming that Yi had left, Uncle Hu immediately abandoned his facade, slumping unceremoniously into his chair. Alas, my poor old back. It seems age has caught up with me. 7 shifts in one night are truly beyond my capability. The Chen family. Chen's father stormed back home, his anger palpable. What have you all done? He bellowed as he entered the hall. He had already seen the notification letter from the night watchman. On the sofa in the hall, Chen's mother and Chen Yang were deliberating on how to deal with Chen Feng's situation when they were startled by Chen's father's sudden outburst. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with me? I ask you, where's the moon dog? Chin's father showed no consideration for Chin's mother. Chin's mother exhibited a moment of evasiveness in her gaze. At that moment, Chin Yang, embodying the essence of filial piety, stepped forward and declared, "Father, my moon dog has been taken by my elder brother." Should Chin Feng witness this performance, his opinion of Chin Yang would undoubtedly elevate. The art of manipulation was once again refined. With just a single utterance, tears began to cascade down. What transpired? Chin's father had merely received a notification from the night watchman, devoid of any explanation regarding the matter at hand. Today, my mother and I sought out my elder brother, hoping to persuade him to return home. However, he met our overtures with disdain, not only berating me, but also scolding my mother. Unable to bear the indignity, I summoned the moon dog, which only served to incite his anger further. He coveted my moon dog. I felt utterly defeated, my tears flowing uncontrollably. In truth, the sorrow struck a deep chord within me, with a significant portion of my tears being genuine. What right did a grown man have to weep? One should communicate with composure. I could relinquish anything else to my elder brother, yet the moon dog is the most cherished gift bestowed upon me by my parents, and I am unwilling to part with it. Subsequently, my elder brother, employing some unknown means, forcibly severed the bond between me and my moon dog. Chin Yang found himself at a loss for words once again. Chin's father was equally bewildered. In all his years, he had never encountered such a situation. Humph. That little brat must have some sinister connection with a demon. His sole aim is to ruin my son Yang. Yang is undoubtedly the paramount genius of Jiang City. And does this not align perfectly with the modus operandi of such fiends? Such remarks should not be made lightly, Chin's father admonished. Is it permissible to speak so recklessly about matters like this? You possess no evidence, merely conjecture, and you dare to make such assertions? How can I be deemed reckless? Were it not for the support of demons lurking in the shadows, would he have the audacity to leave home? Would he dare to treat both Yang and me in such a manner? Had you witnessed his demeanor today, you would have been driven to the brink of fury. Chin's mother refrained from uttering any words that might be detrimental to their interests, selectively voicing only those that were advantageous. What then? Is the matter with the night watchman's notification? Chin's father paid no heed to her, fully aware of the nature of his own wife. Chapter 23. Foolish dog. Wait for me a moment. The mere mention of this matter incited further ire within me. I perceived the night watchmen as a band of muddled individuals, incapable of discerning the rationale behind Chin Feng's inclusion among their ranks. When we visited today, a night watchman happened to be present. Yet, what significance does that hold? If we unearth evidence linking Chin Feng to the demon, even the night watchman would face dire consequences. Have you found anything? Chin's father inquired with astonishment. Indeed, we have. Chin's mother replied with an air of triumph. In Chin Feng's chamber, we discovered correspondence that implicates him in collusion with the demon. Mr. Chin's eyes widened in disbelief. The letter? It's right here, Mrs. Chin said, gesturing towards the envelope on the table. Father Chin immediately stepped forward. This matter is grave, exceedingly grave. Should the allegations of Chin Feng's collusion with the malevolent forces be substantiated, the ancestral lineage of the Chin family would be scrutinized thoroughly. Every individual who has had any interaction with Chin Feng would also be subjected to investigation. However, upon perusing the contents of the letter, Father Chin cast a furious glare at Mother Chin. Was this your idea? What do you mean by my idea? Chin's mother averted her gaze, unable to meet Chin's father's eyes. How foolish, she thought. Such an obvious accusation. Even I cannot be deceived by it. Who do you think you can fool with this? In a fit of rage, Father Chin tore the letter into countless shreds that littered the floor. You, Mother Chin exclaimed, rising in indignation, momentarily at a loss for words as she pointed at Father Chin. Father, do not hold Mother accountable. She only acted in an attempt to reclaim the moonhound for me. If blame is to be assigned, let it rest on my shoulders, Chin Yang asserted, taking upon himself the burden of responsibility. Even if you wish to retrieve the moonhound, it requires some forethought. For the time being, do not seek trouble with him. I shall first ascertain the truth of the matter. Having spoken, Father Chin turned and departed. He felt his blood pressure rising. Remaining any longer might risk a rupture of his veins. Alas, Chun Li, within her room, overheard the discord in the hall. It was only now that she began to sense the sorrow that had enveloped Chin Feng over the past 2 years within the Chin household. No one regarded him. No one considered his feelings. Throughout, Father Chin had not once inquired about Chin Feng's current state. As for aiding Chin Feng, Chin Li found herself incapable. For Father Chin was the backbone of the family. That night, as silence descended, Li Shi refrained from contacting Chen Feng, likely because certain materials were not easily obtainable and required time. The night was just right, perfect for clandestine deeds. Chen Feng had donned a set of inconspicuous night attire, for he dared not wear anything too conspicuous. He was on a mission to take a life, and being seen would be most undesirable. Unbeknownst to him, however, his every move was under the watchful eye of Yi. It was not that Yi wished to impede Chen Feng, but rather a protective instinct rooted in the fear that the Chen family might resort to unsavory tactics against him. What could this young man possibly be up to? Yi found Chen Feng's current actions perplexing. In such desolate terrain, was such caution truly necessary? He seemed to be glancing over his shoulder at every turn. It was no wonder that Chen Feng was so cautious. After all, this was his inaugural venture into such matters. Every first experience is laden with nervous excitement, and Chen Feng, being merely human, was no exception. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He had forgotten something crucial. Chen Feng smacked his forehead as he neared the edge of the desolate area. He had been preoccupied with devising various means to eliminate those ruffians. Yet without knowing their whereabouts, all his plans were futile. Moonhound, come forth. Chen Feng summoned the Moonhound. Indeed, it was a spirit beast of the Moon Clan. And being a hound, its sense of smell was undoubtedly acute. Let us return at once. After summoning the Moonhound, Chen Feng hastily made his way back to the shop. Upon returning, his heart, which had been racing, finally settled down. Sniff around here and locate the scent of those individuals who visited last night. Upon hearing this, the Moonhound raised its head proudly, looking toward Chen Feng. Subsequently, it conveyed an impression to Chen Feng, indicating that it was aware of those individuals. Yesterday, Chen Yang, accompanied by Yue Quan, witnessed those ruffians enter the shop firsthand. How could he possibly be unaware? Although the establishment had been tidied up, the scent of those individuals lingered, well known to Yue Quan. After all, the shop's clientele was limited. Apart from the few patrons who visited today, the remaining odors were distinctly those left behind by the ruffians. Is that sufficient? You clever dog indeed. Come. Let us seek them out, and upon finding them, I shall reward you with a delectable treat. Chen Feng gently patted the head of the moon dog, thoroughly pleased with its performance. The moon dog, with its mouth agape, extended its delicate pink tongue. Today, Chen Feng had prepared exclusive food for the spirit beasts of Li Shi and the others, and the moon dog was utterly tantalized, yearning for a taste. However, it recognized its status as a latecomer and refrained from voicing such desires. Most importantly, the moon dog had entered the spirit beast space, where it had discovered Chen Feng's secret. There was no need to elaborate on what the spirit beast space entailed. The most crucial aspect was the presence of a fire dragon within, which had thoroughly frightened the moon dog. It was common knowledge among both humans and spirit beasts that each human could only contract one spirit beast per realm. Yet, its master was able to contract two, which was rather impressive. The moon dog felt it had aligned itself with the right individual, even in the absence of a formal contract. It was determined to cling tightly to Chen Feng's leg. Look at you, so unambitious. Get to work first, and I'll reward you later. Chen Feng chided with a laugh at the sight of the moon dog's demeanor. It was not that Chen Feng favored one over the other. He had not fed the moon dog during the day because he needed to run the shop and was uncertain whether the Chen family would cause trouble. He still required the moon dog to help maintain appearances. If Chen Yang were to arrive, he would undoubtedly summon the moon dog to vent his frustrations on his younger brother. While he could not act against the Chen family for the time being, he could certainly infuriate them without facing dire consequences. If he were to feed the moon dog a fruit, it would likely fall into a deep slumber within the spirit beast space. Thus, he postponed this until evening. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the moon dog became invigorated, dashing out of the shop in the blink of an eye. Foolish dog, wait for me. Chen Feng sighed in exasperation. While one could argue that the moon dog was clever, there were moments when it exhibited a certain foolishness. Their mission at hand was to confront danger. Yet the moon dog seemed as though it were on its way to meet a celebrity, eager for attention. Could it not proceed with a bit more stealth? Feeling somewhat aggrieved by Chen Feng's call, the moon dog pondered why they needed to be discreet when there were hardly any people around. Nonetheless, being obedient was its nature. If the boss said to wait, then it would wait. Thus, the duo, a man and his dog, hurried towards the main city, catching Night One off guard. Chapter 24. Indeed, you are correct. No, that is not right. According to Night One's investigation, the fire dragon was indeed Chen Feng's spirit beast, while the moon dog had been taken from Chen Yang. Logically, the moon dog should no longer have any contract binding it. Yet night one could distinctly sense that the moon dog had formed a contract with a human and had recently been summoned by Qin Feng. This was quite evident. The moon dog had become Chun Feng's contracted spirit beast. But that was precisely what was amiss. Could he contract two spirit beasts? Oh no, this was a significant issue. Upon realizing this, Yui disregarded all else and promptly contacted his superior. Uncle Hu, who was currently patrolling elsewhere, answered the call with a hint of irritation. Having just dealt with an oblivious beast. What is it? He inquired. Boss, a significant matter has arisen. With me overseeing Jiang City, what could possibly go wrong? Uncle Hu responded arrogantly, oblivious to any substantial energy fluctuations in the city. As long as a major demon did not enter, the minor ones were merely trifles. Mere accolades on the merit ledger. It is indeed a grave matter. It would be prudent for you to come in person. I am in the Forbidden Zone. Yi cautioned Uncle Hu. Their conversations were susceptible to interception, as this fell under the purview of another department. Moreover, the matter was public knowledge among all night patrollers. There was no element of secrecy involved. The monitoring of their calls was a means to facilitate better personnel deployment. For instance, should a formidable demon appear in Yi's vicinity, those monitoring the communications would also receive the information simultaneously. The personnel responsible for monitoring were aware of the movements of all night patrollers and could mobilize resources at any time. Such measures to safeguard the lives of the patrollers were universally accepted. However, the situation concerning Qin Feng was not suitable for public knowledge, and thus, Yi could only subtly alert his superior. Upon hearing that an incident had occurred in the Forbidden Zone, Uncle Hu immediately understood that Yi was referring to Qin Feng. I shall be there shortly. Qin Feng is indeed the precious gem that Uncle Huzi has painstakingly sought, and he cannot afford any mishaps. However, as Uncle Huzi makes his way to the uninhabited region, he finds himself perplexed. He had clearly arranged for someone to keep watch over the Qin family. The Qin family has not engaged in any nefarious actions. So where does the peril surrounding Qin Feng originate? Has this young man offended someone? The bewildered Uncle Beard hastens forward with remarkable speed. The velocity of a king-level beastmaster is truly commendable. He can traverse 100 meters in merely 3 seconds, effortlessly leaping between towering edifices. It is only in the main urban area that summoning a spirit beast might disturb ordinary citizens. Otherwise, if he were to summon a spirit beast for travel, Uncle Beard's pace would be even swifter. Nonetheless, even on foot, he reached the desolate area in just 5 minutes, for he was not too distant from this location. What has transpired? Uncle Beard inquired of Yi, gazing at Qin Feng, who was advancing slowly in the darkness. Everything seemed fine. How could such a significant event occur? Boss, take a closer look at that moonhound, Yi urged. Upon this prompt, Uncle Beard finally directed his attention toward the moonhound. Good heavens! Is this for real? Uncle Beard's perceptive abilities surpassed those of Yi. The moonhound had indeed become a contracted spirit beast. Now, as it followed Qin Feng, he realized, I truly witnessed him summon that moonhound. Yi affirmed with certainty. Wait. Does this mean that the diamond-level fire serpent from last night was not his spirit beast? Uncle Beard contemplated another possibility. It must be. My word. This is a remarkable discovery. Just think, if these two spirit beasts were to evolve, could his physical prowess be enhanced twice? Yi nodded. By conventional reasoning. That was indeed the case. Goodness, 1 diamond-level and 1 gold-level beast. This fellow is truly destined for greatness. However, what is his intention now? Uncle Beard pondered aloud. He wanted to question why Qin Feng was behaving so furtively, yet he swallowed his words. After all, Qin Feng was exceedingly radiant. Should he discover that Uncle Beard had been scheming against him, it could jeopardize their camaraderie over such trivial matters. I sense it is unlikely he is pursuing any noble endeavor, Uncle Beard remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yi. Is that even a question? When have you ever seen someone engaged in benevolent acts behave so secretively? I surmise this young man intends to silence others. He is aware of his own extraordinary abilities. Wouldn't you agree? Uncle Beard articulated his conjecture. Having ascended from humble beginnings, they had encountered numerous challenges and committed even graver deeds throughout their journey. Boss. Just a reminder, we are also aware of his circumstances. Good heavens? Uncle Beard's eyes widened. Surely not. It would be easier to kill you. I am a king-level beastmaster presiding over Jiang City. Could he truly slay me? Yi was on the verge of exasperation. We're just conversing here. Why belittle my capabilities? My dear friend, as you have mentioned, there exists a formidable figure behind him. The extent of their influence remains unclear to me. However, Your failure to recognize their presence indicates that they undoubtedly surpass you in stature. Should this esteemed individual choose to take action, one must ponder the implications. Enough of this. Let us take the initiative to confess. Uncle Hu, too, leads a solitary life, and the situation described by Yi, albeit slim, presents a slight possibility of occurrence. Yet, the likelihood of such an event unfolding is exceedingly low. They are the night watchmen, tasked with safeguarding the Jiangxing division, and above them lie the provincial and capital authorities. Should the head of the Jiangxing night watchman perish, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the capital. At that juncture, no one would escape unscathed. For within the headquarters of the night watchmen reside the most formidable forces in the realm. As for why we must divulge our knowledge to Chen Feng, it is primarily for his own consideration. If Chen Feng indeed harbors intentions of silencing us, he would undoubtedly be apprehensive that Uncle Hu and Yi might unveil his secrets, unable to eliminate us and perpetually ensnared in a state of fear. How can he hope to flourish? My dear friend, let us be mindful of our words. We are not confessing, but rather informing him that we are aware of his secret and that we shall neither disclose it nor leverage it against him. Do you comprehend? Indeed, you are correct. Uncle Hu nodded vigorously. The ingenuity of youth is remarkable. Let us proceed. Uncle Hu, a man of decisive action, immediately set forth towards Chen Feng. Yui felt utterly frantic. Should we not first align our testimonies? Should we not deliberate on how to convince Chen Feng of our sincerity? Are we truly to approach him so directly? Alas, this is exceedingly difficult. What could Yui say? Uncle Hu had already approached Chen Feng, leaving him with little choice but to press on with trepidation. Chapter 25. The Fiery Encounter Ahem. Well, young Feng. Uncle Hu adeptly materialized behind Chen Feng and spoke forthwith. Startled by the unexpected voice while intensely focused ahead, Chen Feng was taken aback. Following his gasp, he retaliated with a punch. Yu Quan, attack, he commanded, directing the Moon Hound to engage. Uncle Hu had not anticipated such a vigorous reaction from Chen Feng. However, given Chen Feng's abilities, striking Uncle Hu was a mere fantasy. Yet, Uncle Hu did not evade. Oh my! Uncle Hu exclaimed, one hand shielding his eyes while the other grasped the Moon Hound's neck, stumbling to the ground. Me? Uncle? Chen Feng's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. The terror of startling another is indeed a life-threatening affair. Chen Feng had not anticipated that someone would suddenly appear behind him. His reaction had been purely instinctual. Sir, what is the meaning of this? I assure you, I did not do it intentionally. Do you believe me? Chen Feng cautiously opened his mouth to inquire. If memory served him right, this gentleman was indeed his immediate superior, striking his boss with a punch. Oh heavens, could it be that he would find himself unemployed after just one day on the job? The bearded man chuckled inwardly. You little rascal, let's see how I can make you squirm this time. You've thrown a punch at me. I wonder if you feel a twinge of guilt? This was precisely the effect he desired. Why do you exhibit such a lack of respect towards your elders? The bearded man casually dismissed the Moon Hound to the side. Taking a punch from Chen Feng was inconsequential. There was no way a creature as small as the Moon Hound could pose any threat to him. Yui hurried over. Having witnessed the entire incident, he could only remark to the bearded man, that was terribly staged. As a king-level spirit beastmaster, you should be able to withstand Chen Feng's blows without so much as budging an inch. It startled me, you know? Chen Feng began to defend himself. The role of a night watchman was rather advantageous, as Li Shi he had helped him analyze the situation, and thus it needed to be preserved. Moreover, Chen Feng was no fool. The resources that Yui had delivered today genuinely took him aback. According to Li Shi's assessment, those resources were at least double what an ordinary night watchman would receive. They were unaware of Chen Feng's capabilities. They merely recognized his innate talent. And such recognition filled him with gratitude. What are you scheming, you sly little rascal? The bearded man stood up, brushing off the dust from his trousers. Chen Feng's eyes darted about, pondering how to feign innocence. Surely, he could not divulge the truth. The night watchman was tasked with safeguarding the peace of the realm. Yet his intentions were far from noble. Was he not merely seeking to familiarize himself with the duties of the role by venturing out into the night? Uncle Hu, upon hearing this, let out a derisive snicker. TSK, how diligent you are. Yet you still choose to withhold the truth from me? Are you perhaps contemplating eliminating those ruffians from yesterday? Chen Feng felt a surge of panic. This was not the appropriate moment for such a confrontation. If these two individuals harbored murderous intentions, his fate could be sealed. How about we discuss this in my shop? Chen Feng tentatively proposed. Do not change the subject. You are simply far too cautious. Those ruffians have wronged you and uncovered information they ought not to have known. If you wish to eliminate them, it is not a significant issue. What? Chen Feng was taken aback. Is it truly appropriate to speak of murder so nonchalantly? How much darkness lurks beneath this prosperous era? What? You can't possibly be contemplating our demise as well. No, how could that be? Chen Feng hastily waved his hands. He genuinely harbored no such thoughts. Although these two had encountered the fire serpent, as long as Chen Feng did not acknowledge it as his spirit beast, they possessed no substantial evidence against him. At least you possess a semblance of conscience. From now on, you will align yourself with me, and in this Jiang city, you shall stride with confidence. Do you understand? Feel free to pursue your desires. A bit of youthful fervor is commendable. Do not live your life so cautiously. Boss, your approach may lead to poor moral instruction for the young ones, Night One cautioned Uncle Huzi. Is this how one educates a child? Are you not attempting to mold Chen Feng into a pampered heir? What is the problem? How could that be morally corrupt? Those I choose to protect. Who would dare to bully them? Not even the Chen family, and certainly not the three great clans combined, could lay a finger on him. Let us declare it publicly. Chen Feng will henceforth be regarded as my adopted son. I have no heirs, and Chen Feng will be my true son. I shall see who dares to touch him. Uncle Huzi spoke with indignation to Night One. Yet, as he uttered these words, he discreetly observed Chen Feng, eager to gauge his reaction. To acquire such a significant son at no cost is a tremendous gain. The protection he can currently offer Chen Feng is trivial, but the returns from Chen Feng's growth are beyond imagination. Although Uncle Huzi is indifferent to any potential rewards from Chen Feng, merely speaking of this would enhance his prestige. In the future, should anyone boast about the superiority of their offspring in his presence, Uncle Huzi could simply showcase Chen Feng. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. Chen Feng was genuinely astonished this time. A godfather? If age were to be considered, this uncle could indeed be his godfather. However, was it not too hasty? And why? Was it merely to look after him? It was no wonder that Chen Feng harbored such thoughts. There is no kindness without reason, nor care without cause. What merit did a stranger have to treat him well? This level of self-awareness was something Chen Feng possessed. His amicable relationship with Li Shihe was due to his prior rescue of the fire squirrel. Yet, these two had little connection with Chen Feng. What is this expression on your face? Do you think I am unworthy of being your godfather? Seeing Chen Feng's surprise mingled with hesitation, Uncle Huzi immediately felt displeased. In Jiangcheng, those wishing to acknowledge him as a father could form a formidable team. Are you reluctant, boy? No. I merely find it hard to accept for the moment. Silly lad, do not worry. I seek nothing from you. I only wish to protect you as you grow. I am not like your biological parents. Those two are utterly foolish. Uncle Huzi expressed disdain when mentioning Chen Feng's parents. Hurry and call me godfather. Yi urged Chen Feng. If this matter came to fruition, he would have achieved a significant feat. So, godfather? Chen Feng tentatively inquired. Uncle Huzi's earlier words were indeed sincere, and these two were unaware of their own capabilities. They truly desired nothing from him. Ah, good boy. What your godfather said holds true. No one in Jiangcheng will dare to bully you from now on. Uncle Huzi grinned widely, his joy evident. An effortless child, and yet so extraordinarily unique. Tonight, there must be a celebration with the seven at the club, not one to be missed. Should I seek them out now? Chen Feng ventured to ask. The unexpected appearance of these two had certainly disrupted his plans. Chapter 26. Let me treat you. Go, of course go. To grow swiftly, one must confront bloodshed. Yi, lead the way to those fellows. Uncle Huzi declared heartily. A true man must see blood to cultivate his spirit. Otherwise, no matter how strong one is, they remain a coward. Excellent. Yi responded decisively, showing no sign of hesitation. A smile broke across Chen Feng's face. This mode of interaction brought him immense comfort. Godfather, I still do not know your name. Remember, I am called Yan Lai. I shall remember, Chen Feng replied earnestly, nodding his head. So, boss, shall we procure some chicken blood to drink? It would add a touch of ritualistic significance. Nonsense. Let us have deer blood instead, tonight. We'll indulge a bit. Yi was on the verge of losing his mind. He could not allow his boss's frivolous demeanor to influence Chen Feng. Furthermore, Chen Feng was still a good young man of 18, likely untouched. Was it right to squander such a moment? Never mind. Let us disregard that thought and hasten to attend to more pressing matters. Yi covered his face and dashed ahead. Observing Yi's swift pace, Yan Lai, without seeking Chen Feng's consent, grasped his arm. You're too slow. I shall carry you. With that, Chen Feng experienced the sensation of flight. It felt remarkably like soaring. Yin Lai pushed off the ground with agility, effortlessly leaping from one wall to another and beneath the cover of night. They began to navigate with great speed. Godfather, the Moonhound, my Moonhound, Chen Feng exclaimed anxiously, although he was propelled swiftly by Yin Lai. The issue lay in the fact that the Moonhound could not keep up. Are you foolish? Just call it back. Oh, right. Chen Feng slapped his forehead. In the next instant, the Moonhound was summoned back into its spirit beast space. Yin Lai's gaze sharpened slightly. He had not seen Chen Feng carrying a spirit beast pouch. Where had Chen Feng concealed the Moonhound? Nonetheless, despite his curiosity, Yin Lai refrained from inquiring. Additionally, he had felt the power behind Chen Feng's earlier punch, realizing that Chen Feng possessed strength comparable to the carefully nurtured offspring of the three prominent families, perhaps even surpassing them. Yin Lai dismissed any concerns regarding Chen Feng's secrets. Whether he had backing or not, Chen Feng was now his godson, and his duty was to assist him to the best of his ability. In Jiangcheng, at the second hospital, three ruffians gazed despondently at their leader lying on the hospital bed. What shall we do? Does anyone have any money? I do not. Neither do I. How can you both be so heartless? Our leader has always treated us well, and yet you are unwilling to contribute even a small amount for his medical expenses? The ruffian lamented sorrowfully. Easier said than done. Why don't you contribute? One of them retorted with disdain. Me? I truly have none. Then what shall we do? Perhaps we should disband. Lying on the hospital bed, the ruffian leader was seething with rage. This was his brother? What a farce. They were nothing but ingrates. He resolved that once he recovered, he would ensure these three scoundrels understood the true meaning of betrayal. Forget it. Just wait a day, he muttered. His heart heavy with sorrow. The other two glared at him. Before they could speak, he whispered, if the boss kicks the bucket, his house and his inheritance will belong to us, right? Are you both fools? If the boss awakens and recovers, we can continue to ride his coattails. Yes, yes. You're absolutely right. The two instantly altered their demeanor, nodding vigorously. The ruffian leader, whose consciousness had returned yet remained unable to move, shed 2 tears of regret. How unfortunate it was to choose such friends. Outside the hospital, a voice echoed, Son, you go ahead. Just make sure it's done cleanly. If it isn't, it doesn't matter. Your father will ensure your rear is spotless. Chen Feng wore a face of deep discontent. He increasingly felt that the godfather he had chosen was rather unreliable. What is the matter? Have you lost your nerve? Don't let me look down on you. Yin Lai began to provoke him. Killing is like this the first time. Once you get accustomed to it, it becomes easier. I am not afraid. I will go, Chen Feng declared, chest out and head held high as he entered the hospital. He was already well aware of the whereabouts of the thug. The information from the night watchers was undoubtedly accurate. As Yin Lai and his companion watched Chen Feng enter the hospital, Yui could not help but speak up. Boss, can you at least act a little more serious? What? Do I need to listen to you on how to educate my son? Yin Lai retorted. When else could I cultivate his courage if not during such a prime opportunity? Should I wait until the monster beasts descend upon the city or until the demon people come for him? At this moment, Yin Lai was particularly solemn, exuding the authority befitting a king-level spirit beast master. Is that what I meant? I was referring to the matter of the club. Yin Lai's imposing presence seemed to dissipate instantly. He had never raised a son before. He merely wanted to take his son to the place he cherished most. And about this kid, should we continue to keep things hidden? Hidden? Nonsense. Tomorrow, let us hold a banquet. Invite everyone, those who should come and those who shouldn't. Let us see who dares to bully my son in the future. Yin Lai spoke with an air of dominance. Without this connection, it would have sufficed to keep Chen Feng hidden and nurture him gradually. Now that this relationship had been established, there was no need for concealment. A grand announcement was in order. Anyone who wished to lay a hand on Chen Feng would have to reckon with Yin Lai's willingness to protect him. All right. I will arrange this. Yi nodded in agreement, fully supporting Yin Lai's decision. True strength must be forged in the crucible of blood and strife. If one continually hides oneself, it becomes a habit that could lead to a lack of courage, resulting in timidity in all endeavors. The strategy of playing the fool to deceive the tiger holds no merit in the face of absolute power. It's rare for you to agree with my decision. Tonight, I'll treat you to a couple of drinks. Sigh. Yi sighed, just when he managed to act serious for a moment. He was thrown back to his original self. It was quite a challenge. However, the prospect of a couple of drinks seemed appealing. These two were not merely debauched individuals. The night watchers, with their wits about them, were always prepared for the day they might encounter a formidable beast. They believed in seizing joy while alive rather than waiting for death to enjoy it underground. The majority of night watchers lacked families for this very reason, not only to avoid leaving behind attachments upon death, but also to prevent their loved ones from becoming their weaknesses. Chapter 27. I gave you my first, and that's enough for happiness. Cough. Boss, do keep an eye out. Let us not have any unforeseen incidents. Yi cleverly navigated through two topics, subtly reminding Yen Lai of Chun Feng's situation. Yen Lai nonchalantly remarked, "It's nothing. He can handle such trivial matters, especially since it's his first time." Yet, Yi shot him a glance, internally fretting while he feigned confidence. Just look at those tightly clenched fists, betraying his anxiousness. "Oh, you're right. After all, it is his first time. You stay here. I'll go take a look." Without waiting for Yi's response, Yen Lai swiftly disappeared into the hospital. "Men," Yui scoffed, then unceremoniously seated herself on the steps outside the hospital. Inside, Chun Feng wandered through the expansive corridors of the hospital, which resembled a labyrinth. Even finding an elevator took an eternity. And some elevators didn't even reach the floor where the thugs were located. Fortunately, Chun Feng possessed a handsome visage and spoke with courtesy, allowing him to successfully ascertain the whereabouts of the troublemakers after some inquiries. This place? Surely, it can't harbor anything unsavory. Why is it so eerily quiet? Chun Feng gazed in bewilderment at the pristine hallway. Although it was quite late, this was the inpatient department, even if there were no patients. Surely there should be nurses around. The other floors he had seen were bustling with activity. No matter, fewer people is preferable. Before long, Chun Feng located the room where the thugs resided. Ahem. Knock, knock, knock. See, Chun Feng is indeed polite. He even knocked before entering. In truth, he feared that the information might be erroneous. What if he barged in only to find that the occupants were not the thugs? "Who is it?" A voice, tinged with impatience, called out. Upon hearing that voice, Chun Feng could not help but smile. Excellent. It was a familiar tone. Before the occupants could speak again, he pushed the door open. "Oh my, kneel." The moment the three thugs laid eyes on Chun Feng, they immediately dropped to their knees. There was no other option. They were simply too terrified, for just yesterday, Chun Feng had given them a thorough thrashing. Chun Feng furrowed his brows. Kneeling so decisively makes it somewhat challenging to proceed. Moonhound. Chun Feng unleashed the Moonhound, realizing that he himself was not inclined to take action. Thus, he decided to let the Moonhound do the honors. After all, these ruffians had already lost their spirit beasts, rendering their own strength significantly inferior to that of the Moonhound, which could easily dominate them. Upon its appearance, the Moonhound bared its teeth at the sight of the three thugs. "Silly dog, I summoned you to eliminate, not to show your teeth." At the command, the Moonhound immediately lunged forward. "Please, spare us," the thugs pleaded. Unfortunately, their pleas fell on deaf ears, for the sake of their own survival. They had no choice but to send these miscreants to their demise. Realizing that their cries for mercy were futile, the thugs began to resist and attempted to flee. Chun Feng had long been stationed at the door, ensuring that none would escape. "You have forced my hand." A ruffian, brandishing a dagger seemingly conjured from thin air, lunged at Chun Feng with a menacing expression, the blade aimed directly at his chest. To be candid, Chun Feng's heart raced just a tad faster. Just as the thug charged forward, Chun Feng delivered a swift kick. Chun Feng's speed and strength surpassed that of the ruffians, with their spiritual beasts gone. The attributes granted to them had entirely vanished, and they had also sustained some injuries. Had their spiritual beasts not perished? A one-on-one confrontation with Chun Feng would likely have posed a significant challenge for these individuals. However, such hypotheticals are irrelevant. With a powerful kick, Chun Feng sent one of the ruffians hurtling backward. By a cruel twist of fate, he crashed into the ruffian leader, who lay on a hospital bed. The previously stitched wounds reopened, creating a gruesome spectacle of blood. "What a fright. But truly, how tragic," Chun Feng remarked. At that moment, the Moonhound had already dispatched the other two ruffians, their necks riddled with gaping wounds, from which blood gushed forth as their bodies convulsed. Chun Feng found the scene somewhat distressing. Just as the kicked ruffian attempted to rise, the Moonhound pounced upon him. Realizing that this ruffian was beyond saving, Chun Feng leisurely approached the ruffian leader, deliberately avoiding the bloodstains on the ground, not out of concern for leaving tracks, but simply to keep his shoes clean. After all, these were issued by the Night Watch, a singular pair, far more comfortable than the worn-out sneakers he had been using for years. Really, of all the people to provoke. Why me? Look where that has led you. Now you are beyond saving, Chen Feng muttered softly as he crouched beside the ruffian leader. As he spoke, he extended his hand, aware that ascending to power often necessitates traversing a path paved with corpses and bloodshed. Killing, after all, always has a first time. You should consider yourself fortunate. My first kill has been granted to you. Consider it a privilege. With that, Chen Feng's hands seized the ruffian leader's head. In the next instant, he exerted tremendous force. The leader's neck was swiftly snapped. What is this? Why do I feel nothing? Wasn't it said that the first act of killing brings discomfort? No dizziness, no racing heart, no nausea. Why am I devoid of such sensations? Chen Feng rose with a sense of bewilderment, gazing vacantly at his own hands. Could it be that I am truly a deviant? Before long, Chen Feng reached a conclusion. No, it is impossible. How could I possibly be a deviant? The moonhound approached Chen Feng, gently nuzzling against his calf. Chen Feng glanced down and furrowed his brow slightly. Look at yourself, covered in blood. Come here, let me clean you up. He pulled the sheets from the hospital bed. Yu Quan complied, allowing Chen Feng to tend to him. The blood was still fresh, making it relatively easy to wipe away. After hastily cleaning for a moment, Yu Quan's mouth was nearly restored to cleanliness. Good. Are you sure they're all dead? Chen Feng inquired of Yu Quan, as killing was not his forte. Yu Quan sniffed the air and nodded in affirmation. Then it settled. Let's go. With that, Chen Feng summoned Yu Quan back into his spirit beast space. He then strolled toward the elevator, hands clasped behind his back, as if nothing were amiss. Wait, there should be surveillance here, shouldn't there? Should I destroy the cameras? Halfway through, Chen Feng suddenly recalled this detail. After glancing around, he indeed spotted the cameras. Just as he contemplated how to disable the surveillance footage, Yin Lai appeared. TSK, all done? So soon? Godfather, what brings you here? Chen Feng looked at Yin Lai in confusion. Look at how quickly you are. I didn't expect this. You truly exceeded my expectations, Quick Gunner. Well done, Yin Lai nodded approvingly at Chen Feng. Chen Feng was still a child, oblivious to the underlying tension in the words spoken. Can the surveillance here be disabled? Chapter 28. You little rascal, are you deliberately trying to frighten your father? This minor issue is nothing for you to worry about. Come on, let us return home. Yin Lai waved his hand dismissively, then wrapped an arm around Chen Feng's shoulders as they made their way to the elevator. Is it truly unnecessary to be concerned? Was it not stated that human affairs are the responsibility of the guard? I, the night watchman, take lives. When did it become the guard's jurisdiction? Yin Lai proclaimed with an air of authority. Then let us not dally any longer, move. Yin Lai did not grant Chen Feng the opportunity to respond further, opting instead to forego the elevator and leap through the window. My goodness. Godfather, we are on the 8th floor. Chen Feng was on the verge of madness. The spontaneity of the situation was truly astonishing. Why not maintain the integrity of the video? Was it really necessary to be so disheartened? Ha. Yin Lai chuckled heartily. At this moment, he could still provide Chen Feng with some stimulation. Once Chen Feng matured, such opportunities would no longer be available. While this promising son was still vulnerable, it was imperative for him to relish the experience. He raised his face to the night sky, fully aware that Yin Lai was sure to concoct some mischief. Any damages incurred would be deducted from the boss's salary. With that said, he swiftly departed. The subsequent matters concerning the hospital would surely be addressed by others. In the uninhabited zone, within the establishment, Yin Lai lounged casually on the sofa, pouring liquor from a bottle into his mouth incessantly. Come here, foolish boy. Join me for a drink. I cannot. What do you mean you cannot? It's simple. I will teach you. Yin Lai straightened his posture. How do you drink? He raised the bottle, saying, do you see? Grasp the bottle, open your mouth, pour it in, and swallow. Is that not simple? With a deep sigh, Chen Feng lowered his head, contemplating whether it was too late to retract his decision. Yin Lai, observing Chen Feng's demeanor, erupted into hearty laughter, reveling in the pleasure of teasing him. At that moment, Yin Lai felt a sense of joy. Indeed, having an elder son was quite delightful. However, a sudden thought struck him. What had the earth black bear been consuming to grow at such an astonishing rate? Yin Lai's laughter abruptly ceased as he spotted the earth black bear sprinting out from the fostering area. Due to the amicable relationship between Chen Feng and the bear, its freedom had not been curtailed. Under normal circumstances, the bear would remain within the fostering area, where the spiritual energy was abundant, providing a comfortable haven for rest. Perhaps it was simply well fed. Yet, dismissing that notion, Yin Lai thought, no matter how good its nourishment, such rapid growth was implausible. How long had it been since its birth? He shot Chen Feng a skeptical glance. Could it truly be the case? Godfather, what is your spirit beast? Allow me to see it. Qin Feng's principle is to repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. Yin Lai has treated him quite well, and it is hardly excessive to provide some sustenance for Yin Lai's spirit beast. Curious, are you? Haha, today, I shall broaden your horizons. By the way, you must accompany me to a banquet tomorrow afternoon. Yin Lai retrieved his spirit beast pouch, summoning it while informing Qin Feng about the forthcoming banquet. What banquet? You may ask. It is, of course, to announce that you are my godson, Yin Lai. Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. An announcement in public? There would be no turning back now. Of course, it was not Qin Feng who would regret it, but rather Yin Lai who could not afford such a luxury. Had the declaration not been made publicly, should any issues arise in the future, Yin Lai could simply deny the existence of such a godson. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed within the shop. The earth black bear was so startled by the sound that it collapsed to the ground. The Hellflame Tiger, a pinnacle-level beast, stood just a step away from evolution into a royal beast. This creature was indeed the most formidable spirit beast of my godfather. Impressive, I assent it. Yin Lai relished the opportunity to show off in front of Qin Feng, even rising to pat the Hellflame Tiger's rear as he spoke. They say one should never touch a tiger's backside. Yet here I am, having done so. What do you think? Qin Feng gazed intently at the Hellfire Tiger, a magnificent creature towering at 3 meters, nearly brushing the ceiling of the shop. Its impressive length reached approximately 6 meters, marking Qin Feng's first encounter with such a colossal spirit beast. Just one of its legs was as thick as his waist. As he fixated on the Hellfire Tiger, Qin Feng activated his spiritual eye, yet the information it provided was scant. Hellfire Tiger, king-level peak, mature stage, physique, spirit, skills, evolution path. What is going on here? He pondered. Ding. The disparity between the host and the corresponding spirit beast is too great. The spiritual eye cannot provide an overview. Upgrade the spiritual eye's level to gain insight. How does one upgrade the spiritual eye's level? Indeed, this system operates like toothpaste. It reveals many features only when absolutely necessary, which is quite vexing. Once the host shop scale is upgraded, funds can be utilized to purchase an enhanced version of the spiritual eye. How does one upgrade the shop scale? Ding. Task initiated. Upgrade the shop. Task requirements. Earn 100 million in funds. Task reward. Intermediate shop upgrade authority. Qin Feng's complexion darkened slightly. Well, if he didn't ask, that rascal wouldn't he even trigger the task, would he? Hey, foolish son, are you scared stiff? Yin Lai approached Qin Feng, waving his hands in front of him. He merely wished to show off a bit, without scaring his dear son too much. Still standing there? This is my son. Quickly kneel down. Let my son touch you. Once he does, you won't be afraid anymore. Yin Lai spoke to Yin Hu, then dragged Qin Feng towards the Hellfire Yin Hu. The earth black bear clung tightly to Qin Feng's leg, unwilling to let go. Whether Qin Feng was truly frightened or not, the bear's own courage was rapidly shattering. Rascal, find the exclusive food for the Hellfire Yin Hu. Ding. 2 types of food discovered. Yin Hu fruit, 500,000. Yin Hu fruit, extreme, 5 million. What the heck? So expensive? Qin Feng's eyes widened as he stood before the Hellfire Yin Hu. The system ignored Qin Feng's complaints. The grade of the Hellfire Yin Hu is evident. Was its food comparable to that of a golden-level spirit beast? This is a disaster. I'm truly frightened. Yin Lai panicked. He pulled Qin Feng down in front of the Yin Hu, placing Qin Feng's hand on the beast's body, yet Qin Feng showed no reaction at all. Not scared. Qin Feng suddenly spoke, startling Yin Lai. Oh, so you're intentionally trying to scare your father, are you? Yin Lai was nearly bouncing with excitement. How could I dare? I was just contemplating what to feed it. As he spoke, Qin Feng gently stroked the fur of the Yin Hu. To be honest, it was a bit hard and prickly to touch. You really intend to feed it? It doesn't just eat anything. Yin Lai glanced at the earth black bear. If it were this little cub, it could barely be palatable. The earth black bear, noticing Yin Lai's gaze, became even more frightened. Godfather, wait for me a moment, Qin Feng said, tugging the earth black bear towards the foster area. He would definitely not prepare the Yin Hu fruit in front of Yin Lai, as that would be impossible to explain. Chapter 29. What is going on? Are you going to wait outside for a whole night? Yin Lai was puzzled, unsure of Qin Feng's intentions. Suddenly, the Hellfire Yin Hu, which had been lying beside Yin Lai, sprang up excitedly, its eyes filled with desire. Soon, Qin Feng returned, hurriedly going and coming back. The Hellfire Yin Hu was reacting this way because it had caught a whiff of the Yin Hu fruit, which left Yin Lai somewhat dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why the Hellfire Yin who was so interested in the tiny fruit in Qin Feng's hand. This little fruit was not even as large as a single milk tooth of the Hellfire Yin who. Godfather, it seems it really likes this fruit. Qin Feng was quite pleased with this result. How could he not be? My heart bleeds. The fruit, valued at 5 million each. Fortunately, the money Qin Feng received today was not spent on other matters. Otherwise, he would have had to settle for that ordinary fruit worth merely 500,000. Silly boy. Such thoughtfulness. Yin Lai is deeply touched. Qin Feng is utterly bewildered. How did the atmosphere shift so abruptly? Why? Can Yin Lai remain unaffected? Qin Feng entered the house and emerged almost immediately, clearly having prepared the fruit in advance, even having thoroughly investigated Yin Lai's circumstances. Such a dutiful eldest son is indeed a rarity. Regardless of the fruit's efficacy, this gesture of goodwill is more than sufficient for Yin Lai. Well, Godfather. This comes at a cost, Qin Feng reluctantly stated, not wishing to dampen the mood. However, his family's financial situation did not permit any leniency. How much did he earn in a day? Even through dubious means, he could only scrape together 5 million at most. If the fruit were given for free, Qin Feng would be able to enjoy it daily without consequence. Yin Lai chuckled heartily in response. All right, a fee it is. Let us use a card. He produced a card without hesitation. Yin Lai was astute. Having no biological children or intentions of marrying and starting a family, he considered Qin Feng as his only son. Whatever money he gave now would ultimately belong to Qin Feng. He felt no remorse in parting with his wealth. As he pondered how to assist Qin Feng without undermining his dignity. Godfather, this fruit is priced at 5 million each. Qin Feng felt it prudent to clarify the cost beforehand, hoping to avoid any potential conflicts between them. 5 million? That is far too little. Let us make it 10 million. Yin Lai's words left Qin Feng utterly astonished. He had encountered negotiations before, but never had he witnessed such audacity in bargaining. No, I cannot profit from my godfather's generosity. Qin Feng waved his hands repeatedly before skillfully swiping his card. Once the transaction was completed, he grasped the fruit and approached the Hellfire Tiger. Do you wish to partake? He inquired, playfully waving the fruit before the creature. The Hellfire Tiger's head bobbed in tandem with Qin Feng's hand, nodding incessantly. Yin Lai, witnessing this spectacle, felt an overwhelming urge to cover his face. A majestic spirit beast of the pinnacle royal level exhibiting such behavior was rather embarrassing. Go ahead and eat, Qin Feng declared, tossing the fruit to the Hellfire Tiger with satisfaction. This pitiful creature, so easily deceived by a mere morsel? Surely, it is insufficient even to fill the gaps between its teeth. Yin Lai could no longer contain himself and admonished the Hellfire Tiger. To his astonishment, after consuming the fruit, the Hellfire Tiger simply lay down. Were it not for its steady breathing and the powerful energy fluctuations emanating from within, Yin Lai might have suspected Qin Feng of administering some form of potion to the beast. What is this? Yin Lai exclaimed, pointing incredulously at the Hellfire Tiger. Through their bond, he could sense a formidable energy rapidly being digested within the creature. Was this the fruit's extraordinary effect? It was astonishing. To think that the Hellfire Tiger, even after devouring a full-grown golden tier beast, would not exhibit such a reaction, merely consuming its regular daily intake. Yet now, it seemed as though the Hellfire Tiger had ingested a creature of equal caliber. To consider that it had merely feasted upon a single fruit. My dear foster father, if it could consume one of these daily, it wouldn't be long before it evolves. Qin Feng offered a gentle reminder to Yin Lai. Although selling fruit may not be particularly lucrative, it nonetheless contributes to the shop's revenue. At this rate, the prospect of amassing a fortune of 100 million seems within reach, not requiring an inordinate amount of time. Are there many of these fruits available? Yin Lai inquired, his excitement palpable. In this world, genuine sources of exhilaration had become increasingly rare for him. If the Hellfire Tiger could advance to the rank of an emperor-level spirit beast, it would significantly enhance Yin Lai's own capabilities. The distinction between king-level and emperor-level may appear minimal, yet the disparity is immense. An emperor-level beast governs a province, while a king-level beast oversees a city. One can only imagine the magnitude of such a difference. As much as you desire, Qin Feng replied with utmost clarity. Very well. Yin Lai chose not to press further. Is there any danger involved? Yin Lai suddenly turned serious, gazing intently at Qin Feng. If there is any peril, then we ought to refrain from pursuing this matter. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was once again touched. Had it been a member of the Qin family, they would likely have ruthlessly exploited his worth, showing no concern for his safety whatsoever. Without comparison, there is no harm. Chen Feng smiled broadly and said, "There is no danger, rest assured, my godfather." "Very well, I shall sleep here tonight," Yin Lai declared with resolve. Chen Feng was displeased upon hearing this. "Where am I supposed to sleep? The shop has no bed, only this solitary sofa that serves as a place for rest." He sighed, "Boss, we have matters to attend to tonight." Just then, the elusive Yi Yi appeared at the shop's entrance. "What matters?" Yin Lai inquired irritably, as he had been prepared for an extensive conversation with his beloved son. "Too," Yi Yi reminded Yin Lai, "with such a fine son by your side, lounging on the sofa must be quite enjoyable, wouldn't it? Meanwhile, we gentlemen are left standing outside. What, are we to wait for you all night?" Yin Lai retorted. "Moreover, you promised to. You must not go back on your word." "Ah, about that? Yes, indeed, we do have matters to attend to tonight. Silly boy, your godfather must take his leave. Yi Yi will come to fetch you tomorrow afternoon." "All right." Chen Feng exhaled in relief, casting a grateful glance at Yi Yi. Yi Yi winked at Chen Feng, a silent understanding passing between them. Initially, Chen Feng had contemplated getting some food for Yi Yi's spirit beast, but after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. There would be time to assist Yi Yi tomorrow. After all, it was not worth the effort for just one day. If he were to procure food for 2 royal-level spirit beasts in a single night, that would be quite extraordinary. Subsequently, Yin Lai and Yi Yi departed, their shoulders linked. To Chen Feng's astonishment, the Hellfire Tiger had been left behind in the shop. What was to be done? Its presence was somewhat obstructive. Chen Feng felt a headache coming on. There was no way he could move the Hellfire Tiger himself. After all, what kind of size was that creature? Chen Feng, with his slender arms and legs, found it hard to move. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of gratitude within him. The Hellfire Tiger had descended to protect him, fearing that some unforeseen mishap might occur in the shop. In Chapter 30, sure he did not deny this, thus implicitly acknowledging it. The following day, Chen Feng sensed a warm breath constantly being blown on his face, rousing him from a reluctant slumber. He recalled that he had fallen asleep atop the Hellfire Tiger. Although the creature's fur felt somewhat coarse, it was surprisingly comfortable to rest against. As he felt the warm breath on his face, he suddenly jolted awake. To his astonishment, he beheld the enormous tongue of the Hellfire Tiger, and he realized that if it were to swipe across his face, he might lose half his head in the process. Upon noticing the creature's large nostrils, the mystery was solved. The warmth emanated from the Hellfire Tiger itself. Seeing Chen Feng awaken, the Hellfire Tiger immediately began to nuzzle against him, playfully usurping the Moondog's role. Fortunately, the Moondog was still asleep, having yet to fully digest the fruit Chen Feng had fed it the previous day. Even if the Moondog were awake, Chen Feng presumed it would likely remain silent. While it could easily shove aside the Earth Black Bear, it would certainly not dare to challenge the Hellfire Tiger. "Let us venture outside," he suggested. "Bend low, and be cautious not to damage my door." Chen Feng greeted the Hellfire Tiger. The reason he urged the Hellfire Tiger to lower its stance was not due to a fear of damage to the shop, but rather a concern for the well-being of the Hellfire Tiger itself. The shop possessed an indestructible quality. Should the Hellfire Tiger engage in a confrontation with it, the unfortunate outcome would undoubtedly befall the Hellfire Tiger. The creature obediently nodded, utterly enamored with this young master. Not only was he striking in appearance, but he also procured delightful fruits for it to enjoy, a truly benevolent soul. Without needing any directive from Yin Lai, it would instinctively safeguard its young master. Anyone who dared to harm him would face its wrath. Ah, today the weather is splendid. After stepping out of the shop, Chen Feng gazed skyward. The sun hung high, and it was already past 10 o'clock. The afternoon rendezvous was fast approaching. Yet, why had no one arrived? Chen Feng surveyed his surroundings. In the dilapidated buildings and on the deserted streets, not a soul could be found. It was quite disheartening. It is quite disappointing that Chun Yang's good brother did not come, but what is even more perplexing is the absence of Li Shi and those affluent patrons. Perhaps it would be prudent to inquire about their absence? Chen Feng expressed a sense of longing for a certain individual, specifically Li Shi. As for Li Chengfeng and the Wang sisters, that matter would have to be addressed at a later time. Clearing his throat, he decided to make an inquiry. Chen Feng retrieved his phone, and as the call connected, he felt a slight acceleration in his heartbeat. Soon, the line was answered. Chen Feng. Before he could utter a word, Li Shi spoke up. "Why didn't you come over today?" Hearing her voice brought him a sense of comfort. After all, tales of impoverished youths and wealthy heiresses were not unfamiliar to Chen Feng. It was common for affluent families to thwart romantic relationships. Although there was nothing overtly inappropriate between Chen Feng and Li Shihe, it was entirely understandable if the Li family wished to take precautions. I have some matters to attend to, and will be heading to the store a bit later. It's the same for everyone else. What matters? Chen Feng was not particularly probing. He merely hoped to ascertain if he could offer assistance. If a benefactor encountered a problem, it wouldn't concern him greatly. However, if all benefactors faced difficulties, it would spell trouble for him. This afternoon, there is a banquet we all must attend, as per family requirements. So we can only arrive later. One could discern a hint of reluctance in Li Shihe's voice. Upon hearing these words, Chen Feng immediately thought of his own circumstances. However, it was evident that Li Shihe was not quite aware of the nature of the banquet she was to attend. Very well, they would meet later. Since Li Shihe was oblivious, Chen Feng chose not to enlighten her, intending to surprise her instead. As Yanlai's godson, his status should undoubtedly align with Li Shihe's. All right, see you later. By the way, I have prepared all the materials you requested, Li Shihe reminded Chen Feng. All right, I understand, rest assured. Subsequently, the call ended, leaving the two conversing in a manner akin to a riddle, leaving the Wang sisters in a state of confusion. What secret language are you two speaking? Wang Shui inquired curiously, gazing at Li Shihe. The three had already gathered that morning, had it not been for these sisters. Li Shihe would have contacted Chen Feng long ago. Secret language? Do you think the fruits Chen Feng procured for our spirit beasts appeared out of thin air? Of course, they required raw materials, Li Shihe retorted playfully. No, that is not right. Chen Feng ultimately said, don't worry, what does that imply? He mentioned that the cost of the materials would be deferred until he had the means, fearing I would be anxious. Li Shihe commended her own eloquence. Really? The Wang sisters remained skeptical, yet they could find no faults in her reasoning. Of course it is true. Now, let us hasten our preparations. We must attend the banquet this afternoon. I truly wonder what kind of gathering it is that we are all compelled to attend. Li Shihe expressed some impatience. What banquet could possibly be more enjoyable than spending time with Chen Feng? As the commencement of school loomed nearer, Li Shihe felt increasingly reluctant to attend, dreading the prospect of not being able to see Chen Feng daily. We are uncertain. Our family did not elaborate, merely advising us to be cautious. It must be a significant event, Wang Yu speculated. Whatever it is, we'll only stay at the banquet for a while and then head to the store to find Chen Feng. Hurry. Today we must adorn Shihe beautifully. Dazzling Chen Feng's eyes, Wang Shui teased, casting a playful glance at Li Shihe. Li Shihe pouted, clutching her chest. Are you planning to sell me off? What? Are you unwilling? Wang Yu continued to wink at Li Shihe. How could Li Shihe express that she is truly willing? Yet to outright declare her unwillingness would spark concern from her two friends regarding Chen Feng. She certainly wished to avoid any sisterly discord. Shihe did not deny it, which is tantamount to an admission. You are twisting my words. I shall not yield to you. As the three girls frolicked, the Chen family found themselves in a state of discomfort. What does Yanlai signify? Chen's father pondered with a hint of melancholy. After being warned yesterday, today they received an invitation to a banquet, explicitly stating that all the younger members of the Chen family must attend. In a public setting, what could he possibly do? I have heard that all the prominent figures in Jiangcheng have been invited. Furthermore, how could he possibly stand up for that despicable individual? Mother Chen harbored little concern. She did not believe that the night watchman of Jiangcheng would create such a considerable fuss over Chen Feng's matters. Is everything nearly ready? Why hasn't Tianyang returned yet? She is already on her way. Mother Chen replied, having already been in contact with Chen Yang. What about Chunli? What has she been up to these past few days? She hasn't gone to the office, and no one has seen her at home. Mother Chen furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, this girl seems to be in some sort of emotional turmoil. She hasn't even come down for a meal. I shall go and see. Chapter 31. Is it truly you, madwoman? Eldest daughter. Mother Chen arrived at the door of Chun-Li's room and called out. Inside, Chun-Li was lost in thought, reflecting on the past 2 years, particularly the events that transpired between her and Chen Feng. She realized that Chen Feng was correct. She had never shown him any concern, and she deeply detested the idea of ingratiating herself to him. Why was this the case? It was due to Chen Yang. She had been misled by Chen Yang. Although she could comprehend his motivations, she found it unacceptable that she had been so indifferent towards her own blood brother. She vividly recalled the time when Chen Feng was locked in the small dark room, starving and pleading for her to give him a morsel of food. Not only did she ignore him, but she also ridiculed him for bringing trouble upon himself. The entire situation had arisen because Chen Feng had entered her room. leading to him being punished by Mother Qin with 3 days of confinement in the small dark room. Would Qin Yang have faced such a consequence had he entered her room? While Chun-Li was mired in her own sorrowful thoughts, she heard her mother's voice calling her. "Mom, what is it? What has been troubling you these past few days? Why do you keep locking yourself in your room?" Mother Chun is genuinely concerned for and affectionate towards Chun-Li. Only Qin Feng receives such special treatment. "I am fine, merely feeling a bit fatigued lately. I wish to take a leisurely stroll to adorn myself beautifully, as there is a banquet I must attend this afternoon. I shall not go." Without a moment's hesitation, Chun-Li declined. She truly had no desire to engage. For the past few days, she wished to concern herself with nothing at all. However, she knew she must attend. This was a banquet hosted by the Night Watcher, and it was imperative for the younger generation from each family to be present. Upon hearing this, Chun-Li's eyes lit up as she inquired, "Is Qin Feng going? What purpose does that serve? Are you not aware of his past actions? It is only you and Yang Yang who should go. Quickly prepare yourself. I shall summon you shortly." The mention of Qin Feng's name ignited Qin Mu's anger, and after leaving a curt remark, she departed without further ado. Chun-Li forced a smile. Is the mere name of Qin Feng so detested within the Qin family? Wasn't he once like that? No wonder he was so determined to leave the Qin family. Is this truly his home? "Little Feng, your sister will bring you back. Though our parents do not acknowledge you, your sister does. She has already realized her mistakes." Chun-Li took a moment to organize her emotions. Realizing that acknowledging one's mistakes is not frightening. What is truly daunting is the failure to rectify those mistakes in a timely manner. Qin Feng is the legitimate heir of the Qin family, not Qin Yang. Regardless of Qin Yang's efforts to curry favor with the Qin family, it cannot alter the reality that he was adopted. Furthermore, with the presence of the Qin family and Chun-Li, Qin Yang's lifestyle will remain at its current level. There will be no decline. She merely intends to return to Qin Feng what rightfully belongs to him. As afternoon approached, Yui arrived to escort Qin Feng. "Can I ride it?" Qin Feng inquired, pointing at the Hellfire Tiger upon seeing Yui. "No." Yui shook his head. In this desolate area, spiritual beasts roam freely. Yet within the inner city, it is strictly forbidden for them to appear in public without permission. It's not permissible for them to be seen. "And you wish to ride it through the streets?" "Wait, are you certain the Hellfire Tiger would allow you to ride it?" "My adoptive father doesn't even have that privilege," Qin Feng provocatively challenged. To his surprise, Yi was unfazed by such taunts. "You can't sway me. A no remains a no." "Then what shall it do?" Qin Feng asked. "Stay here and guard the place," Yi proposed, offering a perfect solution. The Hellfire Tiger, upon hearing this, was displeased. "Why should you feast while I remain here to guard?" Yi replied. "The boss said if you behave, he will bring you delicious food tonight." He was unaware of what this delicious food entailed. Could the Hellfire Tiger truly be swayed by a mere meal? It turned out it could. After hearing this, the Hellfire Tiger obediently lay down at the entrance, blocking it securely. "Keep watch. While I'm gone, don't let anyone in," Qin Feng instructed the Hellfire Tiger. Real customers would not come, and those seeking to enter in his absence were certainly of ill intent. Thus, the arrangement was made. The Hellfire Tiger nodded obediently. Well aware of who provided its favorite food, it was not foolish. Subsequently, Yi led Qin Feng away. While walking, Qin Feng complained, "What is this? Does our unit not provide even a single bus?" "No," Yi succinctly replied, slightly piercing Qin Feng's sentiments. "Because it's unnecessary." Yi elaborated slightly. "Have you ever seen a night patrolman dealing with beast incidents while driving a vehicle? The swift ones run on their own, and the slower ones ride their spiritual beasts. Vehicles only hinder progress." "All right, I understand. It's my legs that will suffer," Qin Feng conceded. "No rush, we can take our time." Qin Feng was rendered speechless. It is said that walking slowly alleviates fatigue, doesn't it? With his enhanced constitution from consuming 2 vitality pills, he could traverse a long distance without feeling overly weary. By the time the two of them arrived at the Jiangxing Grand Hotel in the inner city, an hour had already passed. There remained an hour until the banquet commenced. "You may wander about for a while. I have matters to attend to," Knight said to Qin Feng at the hotel entrance. At this moment, Qin Feng was adorned in the distinctive attire of a night patrolman, a bronze badge gleaming upon his chest, ensuring that none would dare obstruct his passage. Furthermore, in this locale, his safety was assured, allowing Yi to rest easy. "All right, I understand. When the time comes, I shall make my own way there." Qin Feng harbored no desire to linger with Yi. Should he encounter Li Shi, he would relish the opportunity for a delightful conversation. Shortly after Yi departed, Chen Feng was suddenly roused by someone calling out to him. A madman? Who? Who is calling me by my nickname? Chen Feng surveyed his surroundings. Soon, his gaze fixated upon a security guard at the entrance of the hotel. It was not that this individual possessed any remarkable features. Rather, it was the persistent waving directed at him that caught Chen Feng's attention. Goodness. Xiao Shan. Chen Feng recognized the person who was enthusiastically gesturing at him. Chen Feng lived in the orphanage for 16 years, during which he had only 2 friends, one of whom was Xiao Shan. Is that really you, crazy? Xiao Shan gazed intently at Chen Feng, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Feng strode swiftly towards Xiao Shan. As soon as they drew near, Xiao Shan delivered a fierce punch to Chen Feng's chest. This past year, you have thrived, yet you have severed all ties with us. What are you thinking? Xiao Shan began with a tone of grievance. Chen Feng's eyes were slightly reddened. I had matters to attend to and could not pay attention. It seems you have found your way home and forgotten all of us. However, did you not return to the Chen family? How is it that you have become a night watchman? Would the Chen family truly allow that? Xiao Shan gazed at Chen Feng's attire, filled with confusion. Chapter 32. Another great burden. Why has Chen Feng not been in contact with Xiao Shan for the past year? Xiao Shan reaches out every 3 days with a small greeting and every 5 days with a more substantial one. Yet Chen Feng has never reciprocated. How could he respond? In the first year after returning to the Chen family, Chen Feng maintained frequent communication with Xiao Shan and shared everything about his life there. Naturally, in order to spare his friend any worry, he only conveyed pleasant tidings. He refrained from disclosing the truths of his suffering, the confinement, the lack of food, or the absence of clothing, conditions that rendered his existence worse than that of an orphan. Instead, he assured Xiao Shan that he was doing well, indeed, exceedingly well, surrounded by a loving family, enjoying wealth and leisure, and even having his family prepare a spirit beast for him before he reached the appropriate age. However, in the second year, Chen Feng could no longer sustain this facade, as Xiao Shan frequently expressed a desire to visit him. How should Chen Feng respond? Should he allow Xiao Shan to witness his pitiful state? He understands that Xiao Shan would risk everything for him. But does he really want Xiao Shan to confront the Chen family? What would Xiao Shan gain from that? Thus, Chen Feng chooses to remain silent, as if he no longer exists. With the passage of time, Xiao Shan would eventually cease to seek him out, just as Chen Feng anticipated. Xiao Shan has not reached out to him for a month. However, he never expected to encounter Xiao Shan here. Don't mind me, what brings you here? Well, I've turned 18 now. After leaving the orphanage, I found myself with little to do, so I decided to take on the role of a doorman, Xiao Shan chuckled, completely devoid of any self-consciousness regarding his circumstances. Chen Feng nodded at Xiao Shan. The children of the orphanage are destined to become mere beasts of burden in this city. For Xiao Shan, being a doorman is already a commendable opportunity. Quickly, tell me about your situation, Xiao Shan urged, anxiety evident in his gaze. Having lost contact for a year, he was nearly beside himself with worry. Unfortunately, his limited means rendered him incapable of locating Chen Feng. The neighborhood where Chen Feng resided was beyond his reach. Hey, Xiao Shan, during work hours, why are you still chatting? A discordant voice interrupted. It belonged to the hotel's security supervisor. If you keep this up, your bonuses for the month will vanish. Before Chen Feng could share his own circumstances, the unwelcome voice intruded. Xiao Shan's temper flared. Go ahead and deduct if you wish. I'm simply thrilled to see my brother. After a year apart, nothing would deter him from reuniting with Chen Feng over a trivial job. The security supervisor was taken aback. This fellow was easily bullied. For months, he had concocted various excuses to withhold bonuses, which had ultimately lined his own pockets. What had prompted this sudden boldness? Perhaps he was acquainted with this night watchman. Hence the audacity. Do you know our security guard here? He inquired, referring to the doorman in a somewhat flattering manner. Yet, the security supervisor was merely a low-level employee, contracted with a low-tier spirit beast, tasked only with overseeing ordinary individuals who had no spirit beasts of their own. The night watchman was certainly not someone he could provoke. Indeed, not only do I know him, he is my brother, Chen Feng replied coldly. He was acutely aware of the challenges Xiao Shan faced in this society. Understood. From now on, I shall look after my brother Xiao Shan, the supervisor conceded, recognizing the weight of Chen Feng's words. Follow me, Chen Feng instructed Xiao Shan. As for this doorman, let him be. When Chen Feng found himself lacking in capability, he refrained from involving Xiao Shan and the others. Now that he possesses the means, it is only natural for him to extend a helping hand to Xiao Shan. Very well. Xiao Shan nodded in agreement, declaring that nothing surpasses the bond of brotherhood. Regardless of the possibility of losing this job, he could always seek another. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Isn't that my brother? What brings you here?" It was Qin Yang's voice. "My dear younger brother?" Qin Feng abruptly turned and beheld Qin Yang still perched in the luxury car. Qin Yang furrowed his brow and said, "Please do not disgust me. There is no one else here. Where is my moonhound?" Qin Yang exited the vehicle and casually tossed the car keys aside. Xiao Shan instinctively caught the keys in his hand. This was undoubtedly a reflexive response. Assisting guests with parking is one of the duties of a doorman. Not yours, but mine. Did you come here alone? Qin Feng had long anticipated the Qin family's arrival, yet he was taken aback to see Qin Yang alone. What on earth is happening? Xiao Shan was perplexed. He was aware that Qin Feng had a younger brother, and according to Qin Feng's descriptions, his brother was exceedingly respectful and kind. However, given the current atmosphere, it seemed as though tension was mounting. "This is my dear brother, Qin Yang. I am nearly at my wit's end with him." Qin Feng's words were eloquent, yet his tone betrayed a different sentiment. "My beloved brother, if you wish to avoid a beating, it would be wise for you to drive away promptly and disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I fear I may lose control." "You?" Qin Yang was taken aback by Qin Feng's threat. He recalled the time he had endured Qin Feng's harsh reprimand in his shop. "Humph. You deserve to be surrounded by such trash to serve as your doorman. Qin Feng, when the day comes that you kneel before us, I will ensure you understand what true suffering entails." Qin Yang naturally assigned Qin Feng to the position of doorman. Given that this banquet was organized by the night watchman, it was entirely reasonable to appoint a member of the night watch to act as the doorman for reception. "Ha! Clap." Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. Then, a large palm struck Qin Yang's face. Qin Yang remarked that while he could tolerate Qin Feng's actions, as the debts would eventually need to be settled, the situation with Xiao Shan was entirely unacceptable. "Qin Feng, do you dare to strike me?" Qin Yang exclaimed in fury. This was not in Qin Feng's establishment, but rather in a public space. "What? Should I choose a special occasion to hit you? As your beloved elder brother, is it wrong to discipline my younger sibling?" He continued, "Do not forget, you have severed all ties with the Qin family. What gives you the right to strike me?" Qin Yang questioned, covering his face. Qin Feng replied, "Oh, my apologies, I had forgotten that detail. However, everyone has heard that I, Qin Feng, no longer have any connection to the Qin family. Yet I still choose to hit you. What can you do about it?" With that, another resounding slap echoed through the air. Qin Yang's audacious declaration before such a multitude perfectly aligned with Qin Feng's sentiments. It would indeed be irksome if, upon rising, members of the Qin family approached him with insincere smiles. Now it seems, the prominent figures of Jiang City will soon become acquainted with the intricacies of his relationship with the Qin family. Is it true, madman? Have you severed ties with the Qin family? When did this transpire, and why did you not confide in me? Xiao Shan's face was a portrait of concern mixed with reproach. Chapter 33. The matter of having slept with someone else's wife. Was that truly something to be announced publicly? Oh. Such trivialities, they are of no consequence. After all, did my foolish brother not inform you? Qin Feng casually addressed Xiao Shan, displaying a nonchalant attitude towards the notion of severing ties. Xiao Shan furrowed his brow as he regarded Qin Feng, understanding him to be a person who only shares good news while burying his own sorrows. Any pain he endures, he keeps to himself, and yet, he realized he was no different, rendering him unqualified to criticize Qin Feng. Very well, from now on, we shall navigate this world together. The wretched Qin family can be disregarded. Certainly, camaraderie with my brothers guarantees a share of the bounty. No, it is preferable to align with me. I possess numerous connections that far exceed your role as a night watchman." Xiao Shan declined Qin Feng's suggestion, recognizing the dangers of being a night watchman, whereas a security guard offered a much more stable existence. As for sacrificing oneself for the city of Jiang, such a duty should be left to those with the capability for such valor. Meanwhile, Qin Yang, whose face was concealed by his hands, was on the brink of madness. These two rascals not only assaulted him but also disregarded his existence, an affront he could not tolerate. Just as Qin Yang was about to erupt in fury, he unexpectedly caught sight of his parents, Qin father and Qin mother. Upon seeing them, he plopped down onto the ground, the fierce expression on his face dissipating, replaced by an overwhelming sense of grievance. "Brother, even if you dislike me, you cannot humiliate me publicly. If you wish to reprimand me, that could certainly wait until we are home." When Qin Yang uttered these words, tears were nearly spilling from his eyes. Qin Feng was initially taken aback. but soon realized that someone must have arrived. Otherwise, this foolish younger brother would never have immersed himself in the act so swiftly. However, what difference did it make? Hadn't he made it clear that he despised theatrics before him? With that thought, Qin Feng delivered a swift kick towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang did not evade. He could not escape. Qin Feng delivered a powerful kick that sent Qin Yang sprawling to the ground, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those nearby. "Stop," Father Qin bellowed. His gaze fixed in anger upon Qin Feng. "I believed you to be sensible. Your younger brother has already spoken to you. How could you still resort to violence against him?" Without regard for the myriad of details, Father Qin launched into a tirade against Qin Feng. "What can you do now that you've laid hands on him?" Qin Feng, unperturbed, defiantly raised his chin and retorted. Xiao Shan was astonished. The Qin Feng he knew had never exhibited such temperament. What kind of provocation could have led to this transformation? "You ungrateful wretch." Father Qin glared at Qin Feng, unable to fathom that his son would one day so openly defy him. Where had that obedient and compliant child gone? "No, I cannot afford to associate with you. I have no ties to the Qin family." Qin Feng contemptuously pointed at Qin Yang and declared, "Very well, you are indeed bold. Get up, let's go." Father Qin's expression darkened as he looked at Qin Yang, who was sitting on the ground. Qin Yang, feeling aggrieved, rose to his feet just as his mother hurriedly arrived. She had been engaged in conversation with a group of affluent ladies, lagging behind Qin father. "You." Qin mother pointed a finger at Qin Feng, her expression one of utter dismay. "Enough. Do you not feel embarrassed? Hurry inside." Father Qin still values his reputation. Family disgrace must not be aired in public. Qin's mother understood this principle as well. She said little, but the fierce gaze she cast at Qin Feng while supporting Qin Yang did not escape his notice. In response, Qin Feng merely flashed a grin, dismissing the matter entirely. Surely, nothing will come of it, he thought to himself. As Xiao Shan regarded him with a worried expression after the Qin family departed. What could possibly happen? Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Such occurrences, he believed, were simply part of the routine. Today was not the first time he had clashed with the Qin family, nor would it be the last. Revenge had yet to commence. Before Xiao Shan could utter another word, Chun-Li hurriedly approached from a distance, her demeanor fraught with concern. "Xiaofeng, are you all right?" she called out, having witnessed the earlier incident at the hotel entrance. Qin Feng furrowed his brow and said, "Take care of your own brother." After speaking, he turned to leave with Xiao Shan. "Xiao Feng, wait a moment." Chun-Li swiftly positioned herself before Qin Feng. "What? Do you intend to strike me? Are you relying on your prowess as a gold-tier beast master to intimidate me?" Qin Feng regarded Chun-Li with a calm expression, pulling Xiao Shan behind him. "No, that is not my intention. I am your sister. How could I possibly harm you?" Qin Feng scoffed. "Before you utter such words, perhaps you should reflect on the events of a few days ago. That day, it was my mistake. These past 2 years have been my error. Please forgive me, and return home with me. I promise to take good care of you and ensure that no one bullies you again." Chun-Li has truly experienced a moment of conscience, albeit belatedly. Qin Feng remains as indifferent as ever. A love that arrives too late is scarcely better than none at all. Chun-Li, now aware of the past events and the fact that it was all orchestrated by Qin Yang, feels a pang of guilt within her. The only way to alleviate this turmoil is to bring her brother back and care for him properly. Yet, why should he help assuage her guilt? What gives her that right? Why did she not act sooner? "Xiao Feng, please grant your sister just this one chance." Her voice has taken on a tone of desperation. "Dear brother, your sister is imploring you. Please return home with her." Indeed, they are family. What grievances could possibly remain unresolved? After all, she is your own sister. Many voices began to echo in agreement. Chun-Li cast a grateful glance at those around her, reflecting on the goodness that still exists in the world. "Silence, please. Do you truly comprehend what I have endured? You know nothing, yet you expect me to forgive her? If I were to engage in an affair with your wife, would you so readily grant me forgiveness afterward?" Qin Feng pointed at the man who had spoken first and unleashed a verbal barrage. Xiao Shan wished fervently to cover Qin Feng's mouth. It was one thing to confront the Qin family, but to launch indiscriminate attacks was entirely another matter. Could one truly speak publicly about having an affair with someone else's wife? You, young rascal, are courting disaster. Those present today are all individuals of high status, and the supporters are no innocents either. Who could withstand the weight of Qin Feng's words? "Ha! To demand of me what you yourself cannot achieve. Attempting to morally bind me? I apologize, but I am devoid of such notions as morality. Now all of you be gone." Qin Feng has truly unleashed his frustration. Already burdened with anger, he felt further provoked by Chun Li's irritating antics. If he doesn't release this pent-up emotion, he fears it may lead to serious distress. He finds himself missing his foolish younger brother. If he were present, at least he could alleviate his minor grievances with a couple of light-hearted jests. Xiaofeng, please refrain from this behavior. The more you act this way, the more it pains your sister. Everyone, I apologize on behalf of my brother, who lacks understanding. Enough with the pretense. I am not in the wrong. On what grounds do you apologize for me? Chen Feng was on the brink of exasperation. Initially, there was no fault on his part, yet Chun-Li managed to twist the narrative, making it seem as though he was indeed in the wrong. Such an incomprehensible little brat. The Chun family has rightly severed ties with you. Your departure is truly a stroke of misfortune. Chen Feng watched as the individual departed, etching the memory of this person into his mind. Chapter 34. How many people has this mad dog offended? Under this person's leadership, the majority of onlookers gradually dispersed. Why endure the mockery of a mere youth while seeking entertainment? As the crowd thinned, Chun-Li finally exhaled in relief. She did not wish for Chen Feng to become the target of public animosity. Xiaofeng, let us forego this gathering. You shall return home with your sister. I will assist you in resigning from your duties as a night watchman. After all, you have taken the Moonhound, haven't you? Rest assured, your sister will secure a contract for the Moonhound. As long as I am here, I shall ensure that no one takes your Moonhound away. Chun-Li reached out to pull Chen Feng. To be honest, Xiao Shan was moved by Chun-Li's actions. Crazy girl, why not just go back? Xiao Shan began to persuade Chen Feng. In Xiao Shan's eyes, the Qin family was akin to the heavens of Jiangqing. Enjoying a life of ease as a young master of the Qin family was far better than enduring hardship alongside him. What? Just moments ago you claimed we were brothers in arms, and now you are trying to drive me away? Chen Feng certainly would not blame Xiao Shan. He understood that Xiao Shan genuinely had his best interests at heart, unlike those individuals from earlier. How could that be? Enough already, Chun-Li. Put away that facade of yours. When did my life become yours to dictate? I will do as I please, and it has nothing to do with you. If you truly cared for me, then stop bothering me. The sight of your family only brings me distress. With that, Chen Feng did not afford Chun-Li another word. He simply turned and walked away. Chun-Li yearned to capture Chen Feng, and with her capabilities, ensnaring him was undoubtedly within her reach. However, as she raised her hand, she hesitated, struggling to articulate a single word, daunted by the prospect of being forceful. Chen Feng had already harbored considerable aversion towards his sister. Should she resort to coercion, his ability to forgive her would be rendered even more unattainable. Alas, it is the fault of the sister, yet she is determined to assist you, dear Feng. Chun-Li made a resolute decision. No matter what, she would ensure that her parents understood that it was they who were in the wrong. Chen Feng's reluctance to return home undoubtedly relates to the attitudes of his parents, Chen Fu and Chen Mu. As for Chen Yang, he may as well remain at the Spirit Beast Academy, minimizing his trips home. With a resolute determination in her heart, Chun-Li hastened into the hotel, intent on seeking out her parents. What on earth happened? How have they mistreated you? Upon entering the hotel, Xiao Shan pulled Chen Feng aside to a secluded spot and inquired, "What is the matter? Why do you always bring up those painful memories? Are you seeking to take revenge for my silence this past year? How dare you compare me to a dog biting El Dongbin? How audacious of you to insult me." In a swift motion, Chen Feng wrapped his arm around Xiao Shan's neck and playfully delivered a series of light punches to his abdomen. However, he was careful not to exert too much force. Xiao Shan, refusing to be outdone, struggled in resistance. After the two friends had their playful exchange, Chen Feng shifted to a more serious topic. You've left the orphanage. But what about Xiaoying? Xiaoying is doing better than I am. Who could resist her charm? She is working at a spirit beast shop and earning twice as much as I do. How about we go out tonight and treat ourselves to a better meal? Why wait until night? Why not have Xiaoying come over now? After all, there's free food available here. Chen Feng felt it was only natural to speak to Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan was utterly taken aback. You are just a security guard like me. Do you really think you can waltz in and indulge in food? It's one thing for you to sneak in for a bite. But do you really intend to drag the two of us along as well? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and call Xiaoying. Chen Feng was eagerly anticipating the moment he would reunite with his little sister, whom he had not seen for 2 long years. Xiao Shan remained unresponsive, his mind still grappling with the situation. Never mind. I am aware that Xiaoying has not changed her number. I shall make the call. Chen Feng retrieved his phone and dialed one of the 2 PIN numbers. Brother Feng, you finally deigned to call me," came a melodious voice from the other end, tinged with a hint of tears. Upon hearing Sakura's voice, laced with emotion, Chen Feng felt his resolve crumble. He made a futile attempt to stifle his sniffles. Haha, Brother Feng has been doing quite well lately. Hurry over, and I shall treat you to a sumptuous meal. Really? I'll be there in a jiffy. Sakura, indifferent to the fact that it was still working hours, prioritized Brother Feng above all else. All right, I'll be waiting for you at the Jiangcheng Hotel. Okay. The call ended. Chen Feng pulled the bewildered Xiao Shan out of the hotel once more. Stop fooling around. You know we can't get in. Given your current relationship with the Chun family, you cannot afford to lose your position as a night watchman. Xiao Shan remained rational. In the brief moment of distraction, he had contemplated many things. If Chen Feng recklessly took them into the banquet, the likelihood of losing his job was exceedingly high. Although Xiao Shan was reluctant to see Chen Feng risk his safety by becoming a night watchman, that job was currently the only guarantee of his security. You understand nothing. Explaining it to you now would be futile. You'll see soon enough. Who says I don't believe you? I trust everything you tell me. Really? Then how about this? You and Xiaoying can work at my shop from now on. Together, the three of us will surely thrive. You've opened a shop? A glimmer of hope sparkled in Xiao Shan's eyes. Owning their own establishment had been a dream of theirs since childhood. They simply wished to take control of their own destinies, regardless of the type of shop. Of course, do you think I've been idle these past 2 years? All right then, I'm in, Xiao Shan exclaimed cheerfully, without even inquiring about the nature of Chen Feng's business. Good. Chen Feng felt a warmth within. This was what brotherhood truly meant. This was family. Just then, 2 sports cars came to a halt at the entrance of the hotel. Chen Feng, a voice filled with surprise rang out. The ever-joyful Xiao Shan was instantly rendered speechless. How many people had this madman offended? Were more troubles brewing? Why did you arrive so late? You missed quite the spectacle. Chen Feng chuckled as he stood up, pulling Xiao Shan along. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Li Changfeng hurried over. Dressed impeccably in a suit, he certainly looked the part. The 3 young ladies, Li Shihe, Wang Yu, and Wang Shui, were adorned in elegant dresses. While they maintained a degree of reserve, they made their way toward Chen Feng. What spectacle? Li Changfeng inquired curiously. Nothing much, just gave Qin Yang a good thrashing. Excellent. He deserved it. And who might this brother be? Li Changfeng asked, casting a curious glance at Xiao Shan. This is my brother Xiao Shan. We've been through thick and thin together in the orphanage for 16 years. Xiao Shan, meet Li Changfeng, and these are my friends. Li Shihe, Wang Yu, and Wang Shui. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shan let out a sigh of relief. The distinction of friends mattered little, so long as they were not foes. That was enough. Haha, if Chen Feng's brother, then he is also my brother, Li Changfeng, he said, warmly shaking Xiao Shan's hand. Chapter 35. In such a public setting. This was essentially an official declaration, wasn't it? Indeed, Chen Feng's friends are our friends. Li Shihe also extended her hand to Xiao Shan. In that moment, Xiao Shan was at a loss. He had never imagined that, given his background, he could befriend such affluent young gentlemen and ladies. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Feng promptly approached and grasped Li Shihe's delicate hand, saying, My brother is a bit shy. Allow me to assist him. Li Shihe shot him a disapproving glance. Oh dear, how stingy you are. Wang Yu interjected with a peculiar tone, her eyes darting back and forth between Chen Feng and Li Shihe. Ultimately, out of modesty, Li Shihe withdrew her hand. Enough of this nonsense. Can't you see where we are? What's wrong? Am I not allowed to speak? All right, I concede. Is that not sufficient? Li Shihe capitulated. If she had not surrendered, one could only imagine the biting remarks that would have ensued from the 2 sisters. Xiao Shan was left dumbfounded. He was no longer a child. He understood the underlying tension. Observing the situation, he sensed something was amiss. At that moment, he genuinely felt elated for Chen Feng. To marry someone as enchanting as Li Shihe would surely be a stroke of extraordinary fortune. No, it would not merely be fortunate, it would be explosive. By the way, how did you all end up here? Li Shihe swiftly shifted the topic, a skill at which she excelled. Xiao Shan is working here. And I suppose I am too, but Xiao Shan will be leaving this place to work at my shop. Really? Brother Xiao Shan, you must take good care of me from now on. Wang Yu exclaimed sweetly. Hearing her voice, Xiao Shan felt as though he might melt into a puddle. Don't even think about it. None of you are getting anything for free. Chen Feng stepped in at a crucial moment. Xiao Shan looked at Chen Feng with gratitude, unsure of how to respond in such a situation. Wang Yu's calling out to Xiao Shan had already turned his face crimson. Uffed. Wang Yu playfully spat at Chen Feng. Free? Who was trying to take something for nothing? Li Shihe stifled a laugh, finding joy in Wang Yu's discomfort. All right. Let us not block the entrance any longer. Let us go inside and explore. Li Qingfeng took hold of Chen Feng and Xiao Shan. Wait. We have matters to attend to, Chen Feng interjected, declining the invitation. Matters? What matters? Surely they aren't preventing you from entering? You are my brothers, and I shall not allow anyone to treat you with disdain. Li Qingfeng glared fiercely at the doormen outside the hotel. At that moment, the doormen felt utterly wronged. Who would dare to deny them entry? Did they possess such audacity? Not that. It's genuinely a matter. We are waiting for someone, Chen Feng explained to Li Qingfeng. Waiting for whom? My sister, Xiaoying. When we were at the orphanage, the three of us were inseparable. Though not by blood, we were closer than siblings. Really? Where is she? Shall I go fetch her? Li Qingfeng appeared somewhat exhilarated. Was it more advantageous to become a brother and receive Chen Feng's protection, or to be a brother-in-law and enjoy greater benefits? Li Qingfeng, being an adult, pondered that he could have both. He sought a deeper familial bond. Observing that both Chen Feng and Xiao Shan were not lacking in attractiveness, he surmised their sister would surely be equally charming. Are you trying to pursue my sister? Chen Feng glared at Li Qingfeng. Well, even before meeting her, you've already displayed that lecherous gaze. Am I truly that sort of person? Li Qingfeng expressed his grievance. Even if you suspect it, you shouldn't voice it in public. I believe you are, Chen Feng retorted, leaving Li Qingfeng speechless. All right then, where is Xiaoying? I shall go pick her up, Li Shihe interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. Her words held considerable sway with Chen Feng, who ceased his protests and dialed Xiaoying's number once more. The call connected. Xiaoying had already left the shop and was preparing to hail a taxi. After Chen Feng informed Xiaoying that someone was there to pick her up, he handed his phone directly to Li Shihe, allowing her to contact Xiaoying herself. This level of trust prompted Wang Yu and Wang Shui to express their astonishment once again. Li Shihe felt a profound emotional impact in her heart. Chen Feng exhibited remarkable composure. If he likes someone, why conceal it? What harm is there in displaying his affections more overtly? Although there was a disparity in their statuses previously, it would soon be a thing of the past. Li Shihe lacked Chen Feng's audacity. She snatched his phone and fled. Her heart raced as she hurried along. Before long, Li Shihe returned with Xiaoying, whose workplace was not far from here. Upon spotting Chen Feng, Xiaoying could no longer contain herself and leapt into his embrace. Brother Feng, where have you been this past year? Why haven't you reached out to me? In Chen Feng's embrace, little Sakura wept with a sorrow that resembled the delicate rain on pear blossoms. Watching her, Li Qingfeng felt as though his heart were shattering. It was inevitable. Sakura's beauty had firmly taken root in his heart. Her cherry-red lips, willow-like brows, a gracefully high nose, and fair skin. Even at a height of 1.7 meters, her charm could not be concealed by her waitstaff attire. In that moment, Li Qingfeng resolved that he would indeed become Chen Feng's brother-in-law. Alas, she was already a young lady, unafraid of ridicule, with a hint of redness around his eyes. Chen Feng gently patted Sakura's back. We didn't prepare any clothes for the journey, and I didn't have time to change. I want to take Sakura shopping. But she insists on seeing you quickly, Li Shihe informed Chen Feng. Hey, thanks, Chen Feng replied appreciatively. He was not as considerate as Li Shihe had presumed. Li Shihe, however, remained silent, feeling a deeper emotional stir within her. Throughout the journey, little Sakura incessantly inquired about Chen Feng, genuinely concerned about his well-being over the past year, a concern that was heartfelt, not feigned. Li Shihe could discern this. As for Chen Feng's circumstances over the last 2 years, Li Shihe chose not to divulge, unable to bear the thought. She merely brushed it aside. All right, everyone is here. Let us enter and enjoy a sumptuous feast, Chen Feng announced. Sakura, momentarily forgetting her tears, clutched Chen Feng's hand tightly, frightened of losing this brother once more. Little Shan, of course, received the same affectionate treatment. Li Qingfeng felt a twinge of jealousy, yet he was self-aware enough to recognize that he held no rightful claim to such feelings at present. Shihe, their bond is truly strong. Are they rivals in love? Wang Yu whispered to Li Shihe. Li Shihe gently shook her head in response. Shihe has admitted it, Wang Yu exclaimed suddenly. Li Shihe felt overwhelmed, astonished that Wang Yu would lay such a trap at this moment. Admitted what? Chen Feng turned back, puzzled by Wang Yu's outburst. Let us go, Li Shihe urged, linking her arm with Chen Feng's other one. Oh dear, regardless of how today's banquet unfolds, the Li family is bound to have significant news. Li Qingfeng, you'd best prepare some calming remedies. I fear your uncle may not withstand it. Wang Yu mused, surprised by Li Shihe's audacity. In public, this was practically an official announcement, wasn't it? Me? Why should I care? Yet, isn't this pace a bit too swift? Li Qingfeng remarked, equally incredulous. Li Shihe's choice of suitor was no trivial matter in Jiangcheng, and it would undoubtedly cause ripples within the Li family. Chapter 36. Sister. Are you hitting me? As expected, the intimate gestures between Li Shihe and Qingfeng quickly made their way to the trending topics. No, rather. They sparked a considerable commotion in the banquet hall atop the Jiangcheng Hotel. Nearly everyone was unaware of who Qingfeng was and speculated about the origins of this mere night watchman. Perhaps you should take it slow? Qingfeng gently turned his head to speak to Li Shihe. This action resembled two individuals sharing a secret. Initially, Li Shihe had not contemplated much, but now she reflected on her own behavior, realizing it had indeed been somewhat excessive. What is the matter? Are you afraid? She inquired. I am not afraid. I merely worry about the impact on your reputation. Qingfeng replied nonchalantly. Rest assured, whatever happens, I will bear the consequences. Originally intending to loosen her hold, Li Shihe tightened her embrace instead. A woman who boldly loves and hates, she was determined not to let regret haunt her in the future. Although Qingfeng is currently a mere inconspicuous figure, his future achievements are boundless. This is largely due to Li Shihe's profound understanding of Qingfeng's capabilities. Such a man is destined to be surrounded by admirers. She must now affirm her own position, leaving no chance for those fleeting attractions. If she hesitates, what will she do if one day Qingfeng is taken away by another woman? As for the present pressures, she shall bear them alone. It is not as though she cannot endure. Have you truly considered this? We have only known each other for a few days, Qingfeng inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Don't let emotions cloud your judgment. If you were to call off our engagement in the future, I might not be able to bear it. I believe in fate and in the feelings within my heart, Li Shihe replied, lifting her face slightly to gaze earnestly at Qingfeng. Well, that has settled then. Qingfeng, undaunted by the gravity of the moment, leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on Li Shihe's forehead. This audacious gesture took everyone by surprise. Wang Yu and Wang Shui, who trailed behind Li Shihe, stood frozen in astonishment. Li Qingfeng clutched his heart, exclaiming, I truly need to find a remedy for my heart, otherwise, my uncle may not survive this day. After nurturing a daughter for 18 years, only to have her swept away in a matter of days. Who could withstand such a blow? Li Shihe's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. Sister-in-law, I knew your relationship with my brother was extraordinary, Xiaoying teased, releasing her hold on Qingfeng and playfully calling out. At this, Li Shihe was too shy to raise her gaze, merely responding with a soft Qingfeng smiled with great satisfaction. Leaving the Qin family, everything transformed into such beauty. Qingfeng, you have had enough. In harmonious scenes, there are always discordant individuals who emerge. Qin Yang, consumed by rage, was utterly unhinged upon witnessing the actions of Qingfeng and Li Shihe. His loud outburst captured the attention of many onlookers. Initially, the commotion between Qingfeng and Qin Yang at the hotel entrance had drawn little interest. Those who did notice refrained from gossiping, deeming it a trivial matter. However, now that the influential figures of Jiangcheng had nearly all assembled, a palpable eagerness to witness the spectacle emerged, with even those obstructing Qin Yang's view parting to create a path. While they may not have recognized Qingfeng, they were acutely aware that Qin Yang was the son of the Qin family. Was this to be a dramatic scene of bride snatching? Apologies, my dear brother, but it seems your intellect is somewhat lacking, Qingfeng conveyed with a regretful glance towards Li Shihe. She gently squeezed his hand, admonishing, do not speak foolishly. Our ties have been severed. He is unworthy of the title of brother. Ah, indeed. Qingfeng nodded in sudden realization. You are no longer a member of the Qin family, so cease deceiving Li Shihe. Do not flaunt your Qin lineage to swindle others. Qin Yang was oblivious to the whispered conversation between Qingfeng and Li Shihe. His current intent was to humiliate Qingfeng, to render him utterly powerless. He sought to tarnish Qingfeng's reputation beyond repair, ensuring that he would be unable to hold his head high in the entirety of Jiang City. Even if you managed to deceive Li Shihe, do you truly believe that the Li family would acknowledge you? Would they ever accept you? Without the Qin family, you, Qingfeng, are nothing. In this moment, no one intervened to halt Qin Yang's actions. Mr. and Mrs. Chun have been invited into a private room, where they are engaged in discussions with the leaders of two other families. Upon hearing Qingfeng's words, he merely smiled, offering no reply. While his gaze towards Chun Yang resembled that of one observing a jester, Li Shi he intended to respond, wishing to alleviate the burden of such pressure from Chen Feng. A weight she felt compelled to share. However, before she could utter a word, a figure swiftly darted to stand before Chun Yang. With a resounding slap, a large hand connected sharply with Chun Yang's face. Chun Yang gazed incredulously at the person before him. "Sister, why did you strike me? Chun Feng is your elder brother. Is this how you converse with him? Is Chun Feng not a member of the Chen family? Or is that for you to decide?" For the first time, Chun Li was so stern with Chun Yang. In recent days, she had been reflecting and had gained clarity regarding Chun Yang, although her heart still held affection for him. Encountering his antagonism towards Chun Feng once more stirred memories of past events. It was precisely due to Chun Yang's hostility that Chun Feng had departed from the Chen family, leading to the farce of severed ties. Had Chun Yang not been so adversarial towards Chun Feng, circumstances would not have escalated to their current state. Thus, upon hearing Chun Yang's words as she emerged from the restroom, Chun Li could no longer contain herself and struck out at him. "Sister, you strike me? You strike me for him? This is your first time hitting me, why?" Chun Yang covered his face, tears welling up in his eyes. Chun Yang felt little pain. However, the shattering of his pride was far more unbearable. What troubled him further was that Chun Li had chosen to side with Chen Feng. "Silence. If you have something to say, do it at home. Do not embarrass yourself here." Chun Li scolded Chun Yang before turning her attention to Chen Feng. "Xiao Feng, are you all right? Don't stoop to your brother's level. He is still young. Enough with your feigned concern. Is he not merely a few days younger than I am? I have no time for your trivialities. Let us depart. A grand feast awaits." Chen Feng's demeanor remained utterly unperturbed. To allow himself emotional fluctuations for the sake of the Chen family seemed foolish, indeed. The crowd had not anticipated such an outcome, evidently. There was much gossip surrounding the situation that was unbeknownst to them. You are the most devastated one, Chen Yang," he seethed, grinding his teeth in frustration before turning away in anger. "Humph." Chen Feng smirked slightly, not regarding Chen Yang at all. The priority was to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Before long, an abundance of dishes graced the table commandeered by Chen Feng, all of which he had procured alongside Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying. And where had the fleeing Chen Yang gone? He retreated to a private room, where individuals could advocate for him and administer punishment to Chen Feng. Chapter 37. If you disagree, I shall elope with him. "Madman, can we possibly consume all this?" Xiao Shan expressed his embarrassment. It was as though he and Xiao Ying had never savored anything delectable. Well, perhaps they indeed had not. Yet, their table was now the focal point of the entire gathering. Could they truly indulge in such a manner? There was scarcely enough room on the table for the plethora of food they had acquired. If they couldn't finish it, they could always take it home. No one would object to that, right? "Indeed, we shall pack the leftovers and continue our feast this evening," Li Shi he declared, rolling up her sleeves in preparation to dig in. "My dear lady, consider the occasion. We ought to maintain a certain decorum," Wang Yu gently reminded Li Shi. "Why? I've already found my man. Whom shall I impress with decorum?" Li Shi retorted, glancing at Chen Feng. "Certainly not. I am still unfamiliar with your culinary preferences. Do share with me, and I shall fetch it for you," Chen Feng replied, relishing this easygoing dynamic. He found such interactions with Li Shi refreshing. Had she been the type to adhere strictly to societal conventions, he would struggle to accept it. "I desire that crab, the largest one." Li Shi pointed to the freshly prepared king crab. In such a banquet setting, guests could choose whatever they fancied. Although the attendees were not primarily there for the food, rest assured that the provisions were of the highest caliber. "Very well, I shall retrieve it for you," Chen Feng asserted as he rose to comply, eager to indulge the woman he cherished. "Goodness, we shall not hold back. Let the feasting commence." Wang Yu and Wang Shui joined in wholeheartedly. After all, they were not in the mood to pursue men. They would eat first and worry about that later. Observing Li Shi's enthusiasm ignited their own appetites. Seizing the opportunity while Chen Feng was away, Li Chengfeng swiftly settled beside Xiao Ying. "Xiao Ying, what do you enjoy eating? Allow me to assist you." I am fine with anything," Xiao Ying murmured softly. She was genuinely at a loss, unable to name many of the dishes on the table, let alone consume them. "Very well, I shall assist you. And what about me?" Xiao Shan pointed to himself. "Big man, take care of yourself," Li Chengfeng replied coldly. Xiao Shan felt a pang of bitterness as he buried his head and crushed a crab leg with his teeth. If one did not know how to eat, then one must simply chew through it. Inside the private room, the heads of the three prominent families, Li, Chun, and Wang gathered. Laughter and chatter filled the air, yet their conversation was devoid of substance. They awaited Yanlai's entrance. For only upon his arrival would they feel it appropriate to make their own exit in accordance with their esteemed status. Just then, Qinyang burst in, tears glistening in his eyes and his cheeks flushed. "Mom," he exclaimed, his voice stretching the syllable long. Mother Qin abruptly rose. "Has that ungrateful Qin Feng struck you again?" In this place, the only one bold enough to lay hands on Qin Yang would be Qin Feng. Who among the onlookers does not know that Qin Yang is the young master of the Qin family? Qin Yang nodded and then shook his head. Just as Chun's father was about to reprimand him, Qin Yang turned his gaze towards the head of the Li family, Li Gong, who was also Li Shi's father. "Uncle Li, you must go and check quickly. My elder brother has deceived Li Shi. They have only just confirmed their romantic relationship, and it is still not too late to intervene." "What?" Li Gong rose with a swiftness that surpassed even Chun's mother. "Indeed, I am concerned that Li Shi may be misled by Qin Feng. Although he is my elder brother, he has severed ties with our Qin family. I suspect Li Shi is unaware of this matter, so I merely offered a word of caution. Now, I understand. I shall go and see." "Excuse me, both of you." It was widely acknowledged that Li Gong was exceedingly fond of his daughter. "I shall accompany you," spoke the head of the Wang family, the father of Wang Yu and Wang Shui. Once everyone had departed, Qin's father finally addressed Qin Yang. "What have you done?" "Father, I have done nothing. Everyone in the hall witnessed the events that transpired just now. I am merely concerned that if my elder brother commits a grave error, it may implicate our Qin family." Father Qin, having weathered many storms, would not be deceived by Qin Yang's trivial schemes. He was not like Mother Qin. However, Father Qin refrained from saying anything, for such matters were tacitly approved by him. "Let us go and take a look." Mr. Qin rose to his feet in the grand hall. Qin Feng was indulging in a lavish feast with a group of friends, becoming a striking sight within the hall. Though Li Shi and her companions also relished their meal, they did so with far less wild abandon than Qin Feng. "Shi, what are you doing?" Li Gong whispered upon noticing her, his tone far gentler than one might expect. "Dad, I'm just eating. Do you want to join us?" Li Shi replied, simultaneously feeding a piece of crab meat into Qin Feng's mouth. Qin Feng, caught off guard, found his hands slick with oil, leaving him without a place to rest them. Meeting his future father-in-law for the first time naturally brought a sense of unease, a sentiment familiar to many. Li Shi's actions were a clear message to Li Gong. This was the man she had chosen. "Young man, don't be nervous. Sit down and let us talk," Li Gong said, his demeanor surprisingly amiable. In the meantime, Li Qifeng discreetly took Sakura by the hand and slipped away. Xia Shan, perceptive as ever, rose to follow them. Wang Yu and Wang Shui also stood, making their way toward the desserts they had long coveted. "Dad, if you disagree, I'll elope with him. And then I'll tell Mom and see what she says. After all, you were once a poor young man too. It was Mom who defied her family to be with you. Are you going to act like my grandfather did back then?" Qin Feng felt numb. Can this be something he could truly hear? Li Gong had initially prepared to say something that would make Qin Feng reconsider his position. However, after listening to Li Shi's words, Li Gong's defenses crumbled. "Daughter, could you not spare your father some dignity? Is there anyone here who is unaware of this?" Li Shi retorted. Indeed, everyone present was a prominent figure in Jiacheng, and most were well aware of Li Gong's circumstances. "But how can I maintain the authority of a father-in-law in front of this prospective son-in-law?" "Well, I do not oppose your relationship, but tell me, what is the nature of your connection with the Qin family?" Li Gong casually picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, appearing quite amiable. "Uncle, I have no ties with the Qin family. I severed the relationship a few days ago. I truly had not heard of this. However, I now know who you are. Ending a relationship is no trivial matter, is it?" "No, I am quite serious," Qin Feng replied with determination. He did not require the identity of a young master from the Qin family to match with Li Shi. He possessed a more formidable status. If Li Gong opposed him on this matter, he would have no choice but to call upon his godfather for support. Yet, to Qin Feng's surprise, upon hearing his words, Li Gong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? That is wonderful. Qinshu, may I propose something? For your second child in the future, could they bear the Li surname? A child with the Li surname? Do not even dream of it. Absolutely impossible." Yanlai's furious voice echoed at that moment. Chapter 38 today. Qin Feng would certainly not be bullied, as Yanlai had declared. "Old scoundrel Yanlai, this is a matter of the Li family. What concern is it of yours?" Li Gong slammed the table in anger, glaring at the approaching Yanlai. Li Gong was also a king-level spirit beast master, not much weaker than Yin Lai, and besides, he was right. This was a family affair, and even if Qin Feng were merely a night watchman, his lineage was not for Yin Lai to meddle in. Indeed, this matter does not concern a night watchman. It is a matter between the Li family and Qin Feng. Qin Yang emerged to interject. He had arrived late and missed the earlier conversation between Li Gong and Li Shihe. Everyone, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Qin Feng is my younger brother. His affairs can be discussed with me. Please do not make things difficult for him. Chun Li also stepped forward. Chun Li, what nonsense are you uttering? Silence. Upon hearing Qin Li's words, Qin's mother immediately expressed her displeasure. What does this matter have to do with the Qin family? Even if the Li family harbors some resentment, they should confront Qin Feng. Father, please help my brother, Chun Li pleaded, grasping her father's arm. Unfilial child, come here at once. Under Chun Li's persuasion, Qin's father addressed Qin Feng. Although his tone was not particularly amiable, the invitation was clear. As long as Qin Feng returned to stand behind his father, he would still be regarded as a scion of the Qin family. The subsequent matters would naturally be handled by the Qin family on Qin Feng's behalf. Chun Li gazed at her father with deep gratitude. In this critical moment, he had not abandoned Qin Feng, and Qin Feng would undoubtedly be deeply moved. Xiao Feng, come here quickly, your sister will protect you, Qin Li said, her face alight with anticipation as she looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng sighed. Alas, what is this all about? Qin Li, I have made myself exceedingly clear. Do not provoke me. From this moment forth, our relationship is severed. Whatever guilt you harbor within, seek your own means of atonement, but do not turn to me. I shall not be swayed by your antics. Are you now seeking to exploit my connection with Shihe? Do you aspire to leverage my ties with the Li family for your own gain? Qin, your mind works rather swiftly, does it not? Qin Feng regarded his father with a mocking expression. Unfilial son, what do you mean by that? Qin's father was on the verge of a furious outburst, publicly defied by his own son. Regardless of whether he acknowledged this son or not, to others, he was undeniably his child. Such blatant disrespect warranted punishment. Think carefully before you lay a hand on me, Qin Feng retorted fearlessly. It mattered not whether his father could restrain his temper. Today, Qin Feng was resolute in his determination not to be struck. As Yin Lai had said, do not speak of your dealings with the Li family, for even if there were any, you are still my son. It is only natural for a father to discipline his child. Step aside. Who do you think you are to call me your son? My ties with the Qin family have been irrevocably severed. Do I need to repeat myself? Qin Feng's gaze was exceptionally frigid. Rebellious son, this is your own choice. Do you truly believe that I am powerless against you? Qin's father could no longer contain his anger. Good son-in-law, come here. With your uncle present. No one shall trouble you today. They are both ineffective together. Li Gong swiftly pulled Qin Feng behind him, resembling a protective lion. His eyes fixed intently on Qin's father and Yin Lai. Qin Feng was quite taken aback, yet deeply moved. At present, Li Gong remains unaware of Qin Feng's capabilities. Merely because Li Shihe chose him, he is willing to offend the Qin family and the Night Watchman for his sake? In truth, this is also a result of Qin Feng's own efforts. Li Gong observed Qin Feng's performance keenly. It bore a striking resemblance to his own youth. In his earlier days, Li Gong faced the tempest of life unaided, fully aware of the hardships he endured and the disdain he encountered. As someone who has traversed the path of adversity, he now, equipped with the means, is eager to shield Qin Feng from life's storms. Well done, my son, Li Shihe exclaimed as she rose and approached Qin Feng, offering her father commendation. Yin Lai nodded vigorously, astonished at the rapid development between Qin Feng and the daughter of the Li family. Remarkably, this progress was achieved through Qin Feng's own merits, without relying on Yin Lai's influence. What do you think? Is my son's capability commendable? Albeit he has taken a partner rather prematurely, without having indulged in life's pleasures with me? Yin Lai tilted his head and addressed Yi. Yi rolled his eyes in response. Boss, have you ever seen a father take his son to a club? There should be some decorum, shouldn't there? What does it matter? I shall be the pioneer in such ventures. Boss, perhaps you should refrain from being the pioneer for now. Shouldn't you make an appearance? At this moment, Qin's father had already locked eyes with Li Gong, and their gaze lingered, suggesting that a confrontation was imminent. Haha, son, come here. Yin Lai's booming laughter instantly captured the attention of all present. Yin Lai has a son? When did this happen? Wasn't he unmarried? Where did this son come from? An illegitimate child? Qin Feng grasped Li Shihe's small hand and walked over to Yin Lai. Well done, you have not brought shame upon your father. Yin Lai praised Qin Feng. Since Qin Feng entered the hotel, every movement of his has been under intense scrutiny. His father, Yin Lai, is determined and unyielding. Unafraid of trouble, confident that he can always rely on Yin Lai to clean up after him. As long as he does not bully the weak or fear the strong, Yin Lai will offer unconditional support to Qin Feng. What on earth is happening? The onlookers are utterly bewildered. Li Shi also gazes at Qin Feng with slightly parted lips. Meanwhile, the attention of many others oscillates between Yin Lai and Qin's mother. Qin's mother was initially taken aback, her embarrassment manifesting as she fidgeted with her feet. Yin Lai sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat amiss. He cast a glance at Qin's mother. Although she maintained herself relatively well, she paled in comparison to the young women at the club. How could these despicable individuals presume that there was anything untoward between me and this woman? Ahem, what are you all staring at? Qin Feng is my acknowledged godson, and this gathering has been specially organized in his honor. Let it be known to all present, anyone who dares to harm Qin Feng will find themselves at odds with me, Yin Lai. I am not one to adhere to conventions. Those who provoke me should consider whether they can withstand the wrath I am capable of unleashing. Throughout his speech, Yin Lai's gaze remained fixed on the Qin family. The Qin family was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? How many days has Qin Feng been away from the Qin family? Not only has he become the son-in-law of the Li family, but he has also assumed the role of Yin Lai's godson. Each of these titles holds significance that is hardly inferior to that of a young master of the Qin family. When did this transpire? Li Shi gazed intently at Qin Feng. I didn't have the chance to inform you until last night, he replied, scratching his head awkwardly. It seemed as though he had deliberately concealed the truth. In reality, he merely wished to surprise Li Shi. Besides, until today, hadn't we yet defined our relationship? That's wonderful, Li Shi beamed, her eyes transforming into crescent moons. She was acutely aware of the hardships her parents had endured, and she wished to spare Qin Feng from such struggles. Now, everything felt just right. Chapter 39. Don't blame him? Huh. You better hurry and take him away. Yin Lai, you must be joking. Li Gong could hardly believe this. He knew all too well who Yin Lai was. Would he easily accept a godson? Li Gong saw nothing extraordinary about Qin Feng. Even his handsomeness fell short compared to Li Gong's youth. Dear-in-law, could I jest with you about this matter? Yin Lai approached warmly. However, I was not joking earlier. My son's child cannot bear the surname Li. Yin Lai's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness, as if Qin Feng and Li Shi were truly wed. Old rascal, concerning matters between my son-in-law and me, you, as a godfather, should refrain from interfering. Li Gong retorted, emphasizing the word God. Are you attempting to bully my son? You might want to consult my fist about that. Moreover, I have yet to see any children from your family taking their mother's surname. What tricks are you trying to play here? Do you think I, Yin Lai, am a fool? Very well, old rascal Yin, do you insist on meddling in this affair? Li Gong rolled up his sleeves. Perhaps we should discuss this matter at another time? Qin Feng felt a bit anxious. If his godfather and father-in-law clashed, it seemed he would be caught in the middle. Furthermore, he and Li Shi had merely established a romantic relationship. The thought of children was still a distant prospect. There is no need to rush. And as for the surname, Qin Feng truly did not mind. He had no ties left with the Qin family, and changing his surname was of little consequence. Humph. Today is my son's auspicious day, and I am too weary to argue with you. Humph. Good son-in-law, sit down. Where are those children? Hurry and call them over. Li Gong is a person of great capability, far surpassing Yin Lai in terms of practicality. He is acquainted with Li Changfeng and his associates. With the exception of Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying, it is apparent that these two are indeed friends of Qin Feng, and their presence in such a gathering indicates they are anything but ordinary companions. By treating his friends well, one can swiftly gain the approval of a desirable son-in-law. Consequently, future discussions on various matters would become much more agreeable. Xiao Shan, Xiao Ying, come over here. Qin Feng promptly beckoned them. Both Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying appeared quite ill at ease, caught off guard by the rapid turn of events, still struggling to fully comprehend the situation. You are all my son-in-law's friends, right? Please, take a seat, and you may address me as uncle from now on. There is no need to feel anxious. Li Gong said, exuding an approachable demeanor. Everyone, the matters have been addressed, so please enjoy the food and drink. The little ones from each family have nearly arrived. Let us take a moment to get acquainted. We wouldn't want anyone claiming ignorance if they cross my son in the future. Yin Lai was indeed exceedingly audacious. Yet his boldness went unchallenged. Once he finished speaking, laughter and chatter filled the hall, while the Chun family stood awkwardly apart, grappling with the unfolding reality. How could this happen? That wretched individual, Chen Mu murmured quietly. Will you not be silent? Aren't you ashamed? Everyone, return home at once. Father Chen spoke with an unusually stern tone and cast a sharp glare at Chen Yang. Chen Yang possesses all the resources of the Chen family. Yet what has he accomplished? The Moon Hound, which was so painstakingly obtained for him, has been lost. Today, his brilliance is entirely overshadowed by Chun Feng's past. Chen Yang's mind was a blank slate. He found it difficult to come to terms with such a harsh reality. Yet, regardless of his ability to accept it, he could only follow his father, utterly dejected and lost. Mr. Chun is indeed a man of stature, being the head of the esteemed Chen family, one of the three prominent families in Jiangcheng. Before departing, he approached the table where Chen Feng and the others were seated. With pressing matters at hand, he bid farewell, advising Chen Feng to return home when time permits, as he had something to discuss. After delivering his message, Mr. Chen turned and walked away. Humph. Chen Feng scoffed. Return home? That is your family. What concern is it of mine? Li Gong and Yin Lai refrained from voicing their opinions, aware that the warnings issued to the Chun family today had been sufficiently stern. It was prudent not to corner the Chun family too severely, lest it provoke an adverse reaction. At that moment, unexpectedly, Chen Yang, who had been following Mr. Chun, suddenly erupted into a fit of rage, catching everyone off guard. Chen Yang suddenly materialized behind Sakura, a dagger inexplicably in his hand, pressed against her neck. Do not move, Chen Yang exclaimed, appearing almost frenzied. Li Gong remained still. Yin Lai did not budge. Chen Feng rose, his brows furrowed in concern. Chen Yang, what do you intend to do? Li Shi stood up, her voice icy. Return my Moon Hound to me, and I shall release her. Chen Yang glared at Chen Feng. Fine, I will give it to you. Chen Feng displayed no hesitation. The Moon Hound was indeed remarkable, but it paled in comparison to Xiao Ying's significance. In the next moment, Chen Feng summoned the Moon Hound. Upon seeing it, the onlookers were taken aback, astonished that Chen Feng had already formed a contract with the Moon Hound of the Moonlit clan. However, according to Chen Yang's assertion, this Moon Hound belonged to him. You sever your contract with the Moon Hound at once. The blade of the dagger in Chen Yang's hand sliced through the delicate skin of Sakura's neck, causing crimson blood to seep and stain the dagger. All right, do not harm her. Chen Feng raised his hand to signal Chen Yang to remain calm. Chun Li stood behind Chen Yang, feeling profoundly disappointed by his performance. Before Chen Feng could take action to sever the contract with the Moon Hound, Chen Li raised her hand and struck Chen Yang's neck with a swift chop. As a master beast tamer of exceptional caliber, Chen Li found it effortless to bring down Chen Yang under the cover of a surprise attack. After Chen Yang was struck, his eyes widened, and he collapsed limply onto the ground. Xiao Feng, I apologize. Your brother has lost his senses. I will educate him properly when we return. Please do not hold it against him. You would do well to take him away swiftly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee his safety. Chen Feng's eyes burned crimson, a manifestation of his pent-up fury. Brother, I am fine, Xiao Ying spoke calmly, refraining from tears or outbursts. Xiao Shan leapt to Xiao Ying's side, his heart racing and his eyes wide with concern. Sister, are you all right? Are you all right? He fumbled in a panic, trying to staunch her bleeding. Li Shi had also arrived beside Xiao Ying. It's nothing serious, just a superficial wound. Use this, it won't leave a scar. Your brother was beaten to a pulp the other day, yet he has fully recovered by today, and you cannot tell at all. Li Shi spoke with affected nonchalance, but her gaze toward the fallen Chen Yang was laden with malice. The Chen family truly has exemplary upbringing. I require an explanation for today's incident. Yin Lai did not even glance in their direction. He merely raised his glass and spoke softly. However, it is often the seemingly trivial remarks that herald the gravest consequences. It will be addressed. Father Chen responded with 2 words. Take him away. This time, the Chen family truly departed. Chen Li and her mother supported Chen Yang, following closely behind Father Chen. Chapter 40. Just the 2 of us now. No one will notice. Chen Feng watched as the Chen family departed, his gaze heavy with unspoken thoughts. No one could fathom the turmoil within him. Brother, I truly am fine. Xiao Ying understood this look in Chen Feng's eyes well. It was the expression that revealed his grudges against certain individuals. She had witnessed it in his youth. Chen turned his head to gaze at Sakura, and at that moment, a smile had returned to his face. It's good that everything is fine. Let's eat. Chen Feng seated Sakura beside him. Do not worry, dear son-in-law. With your uncle here, the Chen family shall not bully you. What? Do you think I am idle? Yin Lai retorted, displeased. With me around, Why would my son require your assistance? Yin Lai, do not push your luck, Li Gong remarked, his gaze towards Yin Lai laden with hostility. Ah, very well. Let us go and spar then. Do you fear me? With that, the two rose from their seats. Chen Feng raised his hand in an attempt to intervene, but his gesture was swiftly restrained by Li Shihe. She gently shook her head at Chen Feng, reassuring him, there is no need to concern yourself with them. Everything is fine. Very well. What can Chen Feng say? In truth, with the absence of two elders, the younger ones feel liberated in each other's company. The banquet hall is bustling with individuals eager to join this small circle, yet only the Wang family's parents have managed to make their way over. The others simply cannot integrate, as they do not belong to the same social sphere. As Chen Feng and his companions finished their meal, Li Gong and Yin Lai had yet to return. After bidding farewell to Yi, Chen Feng led a group straight into the uninhabited zone. Brother, you really opened a shop? Xiaoying still found it hard to believe. Moreover, she questioned whether Chen Feng, with his current capabilities, truly needed a shop to sustain himself. Of course, your brother's shop is quite impressive, Li Shihe said proudly, holding Xiaoying's hand. The Wang sisters nodded in agreement, having personally validated this. Really? That's wonderful. From now on, you two will be my shop assistants, and no one will dare to bully us again. Chen's family. Father, how shall we address this matter? Mother Chen sat on the sofa in the grand hall, her face etched with worry. In the past, they could easily manipulate Chen Feng, but now, that was no longer the case. Li Gong and Yin Lai shared an extraordinary bond with Chen Feng. If they continued to target him, the Chen family would gain nothing of value. Chen Li yearned to speak, yet she restrained herself, eager to observe how her father, Chen, would respond. That ungrateful son has found a supporter. What do you propose we do? Inform the others to allocate 10% of the shares to Chen Feng. Father, that is unacceptable, exclaimed the despondent Chen Yang in astonishment. Those shares rightfully belong to him. How can they be given to Chen Feng? Slap. Chen's father struck Chen Yang across the face with a resounding slap. Yang, you have disappointed me profoundly. I have nurtured you for 18 years. And this is how you repay me? I am fully aware of how you suppressed and humiliated Chen Feng while at home. Did you think I was oblivious to it all? I was well aware, and I tacitly allowed it. Yet, how have you conducted yourself? You wielded every advantage. And within just a few days, you found yourself beneath him. Is this truly the sum of what you have learned over the years? Chen Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Once upon a time, he fancied his actions to be shrouded in secrecy, believing that no one was aware of his true self, the dutiful child adored by his family. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that his father, Chen, was fully cognizant of everything he had done. Dad, why? Chun Li interjected, gazing at her father in disbelief. If Chen's father were oblivious, she would find everything comprehensible. After all, having cherished Chen Yang for 18 years, a degree of favoritism could be expected. However, the fact that Chen's father was fully aware raised questions about his treatment of Chen Feng. It must be noted that Chen Feng was the true heir of the Chen family. There are matters you need not concern yourself with. Focus on your role as the young lady of the Chen family. From this moment forth, do not provoke Chen Feng and return to your room. I refuse. Chen Li exclaimed vehemently. Why can't I inquire? Xiao Feng is my biological brother. Why do you treat him this way? Chun Li's voice trembled with tears as she felt utterly foolish. Her own younger brother had been bullied, and she found herself complicit in the wrongdoing, with even her biological parents acting as accomplices. Mother Chen looked at Father Chen with equal bewilderment, her brow furrowed in contemplation. I asked you to return to your room. Father Chen glared at Chen Li. Father Chen exuded an imposing authority within the Chen household, a strength that was anything but ordinary. And he radiated the aura befitting a master of royal-grade spirit beasts. Chen Li found herself powerless to resist. I will get to the bottom of this. With that, Chen Li turned and ascended the stairs, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Why? After Chen Li had gone upstairs, her mother spoke in a flat tone. You all return to your rooms. Tomorrow, inform Chen Feng that he will receive 10% of the shares. This matter is settled. Having said this, Chen's father entered his study without offering any further explanation. Mom, Chen Yang elongated his voice, calling for his mother. Listen to Dad. Go back to your room. In that moment, Chen's mother showed none of her previous warmth and concern towards Chen Yang. Instead, she appeared somewhat indifferent. Chen Yang was taken aback. Yet he dared not defy his mother, Chen. Mother Chen was the one who cherished him the most in the Chen family. To defy her would lead to dire consequences. Once the living room was devoid of any company save for Mother Chen, she fell into deep contemplation. Why? He was clearly aware of everything. So why did it come to this? At this moment, Chen's mother contemplated a multitude of thoughts. She possessed a profound understanding of the nature of her man. If it were true, as he claimed, that he was aware of everything, could he truly permit Qinyang to bully his own flesh and blood in such a manner? Could he allow himself to exert such meticulous control over his own progeny? No, certainly not. Then what could it be? Unless it involved Chen Feng. Yet, what transpired in those years past? Mother Chen's pupils were gradually dilating. Could it be that she has come to a realization? No, it is impossible, utterly inconceivable. How could this be? With a heart full of despair, Mother Chen hastily seized her bag and fled the villa. In the study, Father Chen stood by the window, watching her exit, letting out a deep sigh. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive in due time. No one knew where Chen's mother had gone until late at night, when she finally returned to the Chen household. She did not head to her bedroom. Instead, she sat quietly in the living room, shrouded in darkness, devoid of any movement. Meanwhile, that evening, Chen Feng's establishment was abuzz with activity. Can you manage, Chen Feng? Li Shi whispered as she linked her arm with his. What could possibly go wrong? Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying are both asleep. It's just the two of us now, no one will notice. But I'm a bit scared, what if? Li Shi's cheeks flushed with color. Her hands gripping Chen Feng's arm tightly, revealing her anxiety. Chapter 41. Mother was wrong. It was all Mother's fault. What is there to fear? I am here. Nothing will go amiss. We will undoubtedly succeed. All right, I trust you. There is no alternative but to trust you, given that it has already begun. Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders. Right, it should be over quickly. Yes? Perhaps in about 10 minutes. Chen Feng felt a hint of uncertainty. After all, this was his inaugural attempt at facilitating the evolution of a spirit beast. The fire squirrel served as his first experimental subject. Cough, for other thoughts. He could reflect in solitude. However, based on his observations through the spirit eye, he was confident that no complications would arise. Could 100% success in evolution still yield problems? As it turned out, he was indeed correct. When the evolution chamber opened, a purple figure swiftly darted to Li Shi's shoulder. Spirit eye, purple flame mongoose, diamond level, juvenile phase, physique, 37 mental power, 48 skills, thunder summoning. Lightning embodiment. Thunder summoning utilizes one's mental power to summon lightning for attacks, with the power of lightning equivalent to the mental strength. Lightning embodiment significantly enhances one's attributes while enveloping the body in lightning, with lightning damage also equating to mental power. It worked. Chen Feng chuckled softly. Yes, it succeeded. Li Shi beamed, her joy evident as the owner of the purple flame mongoose, with her perception clear as day. Moreover, given the change in appearance, success was undeniably achieved. The purple flame mongoose affectionately nuzzled against Li Shi, equally exhilarated. The disparity between gold and diamond levels was immense. However, Chen Feng felt a twinge of discontent upon witnessing this. Before establishing a relationship with Li Shi, it was acceptable for the mongoose to nuzzle. But could it continue to do so in the future? Absolutely not. With that thought, Chen Feng reached out and firmly grasped the nape of the purple flame mongoose. No more nuzzling in the future, understood? The mongoose attempted to resist. Despite its diminutive size, its attributes surpassed Chen Feng's. If you disobey, you shall not partake in these fruits again. Chen Feng was aware that his attributes could not overpower the purple flame mongoose, yet he possessed other means. He exchanged for the mongoose's exclusive fruit, the kind worth 500,000 each. The allure of this fruit to the purple flame mongoose was undoubtedly potent. Originally, the mongoose did not harbor such base intentions. However, if refraining from nuzzling could lead to such substantial benefits, it was a small sacrifice to make. Subsequently, the purple flame mongoose displayed a placating demeanor, its tiny front paws clasping together in the air, bowing repeatedly. You're being good, Chen Feng remarked, placing the fruit into the mongoose's mouth. At that moment, the purple flame mongoose was thoroughly subdued. Why are you even feeling jealous of a spirit beast? Li Shi's cheeks flushed a deeper shade. The purple flame mongoose was oblivious to Chen Feng's actions, but Li Shi comprehended their significance. Yes, indeed. I felt a tinge of jealousy, Chen Feng admitted, unashamed. Where will you sleep tonight? Li Shi spoke softly, not daring to lift her gaze to meet Zhang Wei's eyes. She had stealthily slipped out of the academy and had no intention of returning that night. Moreover, after consuming the fruit, the purple flame ferret was already beginning to feel drowsy. Li Shi planned to entrust the ferret to Chen Feng's shop. as the spiritual energy in the nurturing area was significantly more abundant than in other places, greatly benefiting the spiritual beast. If you're not tired, let us go and admire the moon. Chen Feng felt a slight dryness in his throat. However, he believed it prudent not to rush into developments. Moreover, the shop was quite small, and both Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying were peacefully slumbering at the front desk. Even if they wished to engage in certain activities, there was simply no space for such pursuits. It would be quite disrespectful to consider the testing room in the backyard for such matters, especially for a first time. Li Shuri let out a sigh of relief. If Chen Feng were to propose such a request, would she acquiesce or not? Shortly thereafter, Chen Feng took Li Shuri's delicate hand and led her out of the shop, where they settled on the steps at the entrance. They were not yet intimately acquainted, yet as they conversed, an endless array of topics unfolded between them, from childhood anecdotes to personal revelations. Li Shuri occasionally unveiled some of Chun Feng's secrets, knowledge gleaned from Xiao Ying. Time flew by. The vast expanse of stars gradually faded, giving way to the rising sun. The young couple on the steps remained engrossed in their lively conversation, creating a harmonious scene. In stark contrast, however, the atmosphere within the Chun household was far from harmonious. "Mother, why are you in the living room?" Chen Yang awoke with the intention of making a splendid impression. Rising early, he resolved to prepare breakfast for his family. The lost reputation he suffered yesterday was something he aimed to reclaim in full today. While it was improbable for him to recover the moon hound from Chen Feng, he still had time on his side and the opportunity to forge a new pact with another spirit beast. He hoped that his parents could procure a spirit beast of considerable potential for him. However, to Chun Yang's surprise, before he could busy himself in the kitchen, he encountered his mother in the living room. "Chen Yang," she said, "head to school. If there is nothing pressing, do not return home. Focus on your studies." Chen's mother's voice had taken on a slight hoarseness. "Mother, what is wrong?" Chen Yang approached with a face full of concern. Chen's mother suddenly lifted her gaze towards Chen Yang, her eyes shockingly bloodshot. "I told you to go to school right now." "All right, mother, I shall go at once. Please do not frighten me. Take care of yourself." Chen Yang was utterly terrified. It was the first time he had witnessed his mother in such a manner, resembling a tiger poised to pounce on its prey. Mother Chen suppressed her inner fury, refraining from uttering a word as she withdrew her gaze. In no time, Chen Yang dashed away in a panic, clearly distressed. Chen Li, who had also spent a sleepless night, heard the commotion downstairs and stepped out of her room to take a glance. The conversation between Chen's mother and Chen Yang was overheard entirely by Chen Li. Chen Li slowly shook her head, refraining from expressing her thoughts, and prepared to return to her room. "Young lady, come down." Mother Chen's voice softened, and her words carried a hint of supplication. Chen Li felt an inexplicable sense of unease. She was unaware of the events that had transpired with her mother that night. All she knew was that her own mother was behaving strangely. Chen Li hurried down the stairs. As she reached her mother, Mrs. Chen immediately embraced her. "My dear girl, I was wrong. It was all my fault," Mrs. Chen said, tears welling in her eyes. Chen Li was utterly flustered. "Mom, please don't cry. What on earth is wrong?" "Everything is wrong, all wrong," Chen's mother repeatedly lamented. Yet, despite her distress, she revealed nothing about what exactly had gone awry. What can Chen Li do? She can only gently pat her mother's back, soothing her emotions. In the study upstairs, Chen's father slowly rises from his chair. He is aware that his wife has come to know everything. The matters he must confront are unavoidable, and he cannot evade them. Furthermore, he intends to provide what Chen Feng deserves as a form of compensation, believing that this ordeal will soon be behind them. However, what he remains oblivious to is whether Chen Feng truly values this compensation or even desires it. Does he genuinely believe that this situation will resolve itself so easily? Chapter 42. Your son is Chen Yang, not me. Why? Chen's mother cast a cold glance at Chen's father as he emerged from the study. At this moment, her eyes were devoid of tears. Why? Perhaps that is a question better directed at you. I shall provide him with what is due. No, 10% is far too meager. Chen Li was engulfed in confusion. She felt as though she grasped the essence of the conversation, yet simultaneously, she was utterly bewildered. Mother, what on earth is happening? Chen Li was determined to unravel the mystery that surrounded her, yearning for clarity about the situation. What is going on? This question was best directed towards your father, Chen Li's mother replied, her gaze tinged with hostility. Mr. Chen furrowed his brow, declaring, 20% is far too excessive. What? Are you still intent on leaving the majority of our fortune to that wretched offspring? His expression darkened ominously. Have I misspoken? Mrs. Chen showed no inclination to relent. If it were not for your actions back then, we would not be facing this predicament now. Mr. Chen subtly reminded her. Mother, please tell me, what exactly transpired? Chun-Li was nearly beside herself with anxiety. It is all my fault. I was in error. As she uttered these words, Mrs. Chen's countenance visibly shifted to one of despair and regret. When I was carrying your brother, your father had taken another woman, who was also with child. She bore a son as well, and I could not allow that illegitimate child to usurp my son's inheritance. I had that vile woman's child abducted and abandoned at an orphanage. Yet, I was mistaken. I never anticipated your father's ruthlessness. Chen's mother suddenly lifted her head, casting a gaze filled with hatred towards Chen's father. Xiao Feng is also your child. Why are you so cruel to him? You actually swapped Xiao Feng with that wretched spawn. Upon hearing this, Chun-Li felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She had come to comprehend the situation entirely. Chen's mother believed she had abandoned that woman's child to an orphanage, yet in reality, Chen's father had already exchanged his biological brother with that woman's offspring. What she discarded was her own brother. The child brought back into their lives was, in fact, that woman's son. Everything falls into place. Chen's mother has always believed that Chun Yang is her biological son, which is why she dotes on him so excessively. In her heart, Chun Feng, her true son, is merely the child of that woman. Dad, is this true? Chun-Li, having unraveled the truth, struggled to believe it. Father Chen did not respond to Chun-Li's inquiry. At most, he would grant him a mere 15%. Are you not afraid that I might eliminate him? Mother Chen remained unyielding. Initially, when you took her life, I did not pursue justice. When you swapped the children, I still refrained from seeking retribution. Chun Yang is my ultimate line. Do you comprehend? Xiao Feng is also my boundary. You have trampled upon my limits, so do not blame me. If this is your choice, Chen Feng shall gain nothing. The child is Mother Chen's Achilles heel. Chen's mother dared not contemplate, dared not reflect upon the past. How could she have treated her own flesh and blood in such a manner, daily tormenting her own son, yet cherishing the child of that wretched woman as if he were a precious gem? Chen mother's heart bleeds. Is it truly wise for Chen father and her to sever ties completely? No, such a drastic measure will not bring any benefit to Chen Feng. Well, 15%. With that said, Chen mother turned and walked away. Chun-Li gazed at her father, Chen Fu, with an expression of incomprehension. She could not fathom why he would show such cruelty towards her younger brother. After all, Chen Feng was undeniably his own flesh and blood. Father, how could you be so heartless? Chun-Li left behind a solitary remark before turning to pursue her mother, Chun. Alas, Chen's father felt a profound anguish within. Yet, what could he possibly do? Both his hands were tied, and when forced to choose only one, he could only attend to the one nearest to him. In truth, when he initially learned of the child swap, he acted out of a momentary fury that led him to make such a choice. In the aftermath, regret seeped into his heart. He recognized that he had better options. He could have chosen not to exchange the children and could have secretly raised Chen Yang. However, the deed was done. For years, he dared not even cast a glance towards Chen Feng, fearing that Chen might uncover the truth. It was not until Chen Feng turned 16 that he found an excuse to bring him back. He had believed that after all these years, Chen had moved on. Yet, to his dismay, it was all my fault. It was my actions that burdened my child with so much. Upon returning home, I treated him in such a manner. Had I been more attentive, things might have been different. Mother Chen's tears have ceased not for a moment. Her condition has deteriorated further. Chun-Li was at a loss for how to console her mother, so she drove in silence, heading straight for the desolate wilderness. Outside the spirit beast shop, Chun Feng and Li Shi were gazing up at the slowly rising sun, sharing laughter and conversation, while the newly awakened Xiao Shan and Xiaoling refrained from disturbing them. However, the arrival of a car disrupted Chen Feng's good mood. How unfortunate. Chen Feng muttered under his breath before standing up. Li Shi's expression was equally displeased. The members of the Chen family were like an incessant adhesive, bothering Chen Feng daily. Hadn't they already severed ties? Wasn't it better to draw a clear line between them? Let us go inside, Li Shi urged, grasping Chen Feng's hand, wishing to shield him from facing the Chen family. What was inevitable would eventually come to pass. She was curious about their intentions. Chen Feng gave Li Shi a reassuring glance. Some matters could not be evaded. He was eager to see what tricks the Chen family would attempt next. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt before Chen Feng. Mother Chen was the first to leap from the vehicle. My child. Upon seeing Chen Feng, she opened her arms, eager to embrace him. Madam, please exercise restraint. Your child is not here. Chen Feng raised his hand, signaling Mother Chen to maintain her distance. Mother Chen stood frozen in place, tears streaming down her face. Chen Feng furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by the situation. He could not fathom what had transpired that led to such sorrowful weeping. Xiaofeng, it's all a misunderstanding. My mother and I have already clarified what happened. Chun-Li spoke as she alighted from the vehicle. What does a misunderstanding have to do with me? Your family's affairs are of no concern to me. Let me reiterate, my shop does not welcome you. Do not come here again. If you truly fail to comprehend my words, I shall convey my message in a different manner. Did they really believe Chen Feng to be a pushover? Xiaofeng, it was my mother's error. Everything is my mother's fault, and it was she who caused this. Mother will make amends in the future. Please forgive her. Mother Chen pleaded with a heavy heart. Your son is Qin Yang, not mine. Please, spare me this torment. No, that wretched child, Qin Yang, is not my son. You are my son. Is this your first revelation? How laughable it is to cherish something you have adopted as a treasure, only to awaken to the truth now. Is it due to my godfather, or perhaps my father-in-law that you have come to this realization? I implore you, keep your distance from me. Chapter 43. A fleeting touch of lips, and then a swift separation. Chen Feng's thoughts were quite straightforward. The Qin family has recognized the value of Qin Feng and desires to have him return to the family as their esteemed heir. Both Yan Lai and the Li family are crucial allies to the Qins. In fact, a century from now, the Qin family could potentially absorb the Li family. Given that the Li family has but one legitimate heir, Li Shihe, at that time, the entire Jiang city may very well fall under the singular dominance of the Qin family. Chen Feng believes this is the reason why his mother, Chen Mu, appeared before him with tears in her eyes. Xiaofeng, 15% of the Qin family's shares will be entrusted to you. This is your mother's effort on your behalf. Please grant her a chance for redemption, will you? Mother Qin refrained from discussing those bygone matters. She lacked the courage to utter them. How trivial. Qin Feng's voice remained icy, devoid of even a hint of hesitation. Are the shares of the Qin family highly valuable? Qin Feng understood that by merely safeguarding his shop, he would not only amass wealth rivaling nations, but also wield control over countless lives. It was not just this Jiang city. He could ascend to the pinnacle of the entire Huagua. The mere Qin family held no significance in his eyes. Mother, please be honest with Xiaofeng, Chun-Li implored. Unable to bear the situation any longer, she believed that revealing the truth to Qin Feng would foster his understanding towards their mother. Once Qin Feng found solace regarding his mother, he would undoubtedly grant her, his sister, another chance. Qin's mother hesitated. I will speak. Chun-Li understood the reason behind her mother's reluctance to voice her thoughts. Since her mother could not bring herself to speak, she decided to take it upon herself. Without considering whether her mother was willing or not, Chun-Li immediately divulged everything she knew. Qin Feng widened his eyes in disbelief. Li Shihe likewise displayed an expression of incredulity. Goodness, even television dramas would not dare to portray such a narrative. In the store, Xiao Shan could not help but exclaim after listening to Chun-Li's words. Brother Feng is so pitiable. Xiao Ying's eyes were already brimming with tears. She never anticipated that Chen Feng's origins would be so convoluted. At this moment, Chen Feng was enveloped in a tumult of emotions, uncertain of what stirred within him. Were his tribulations over the years truly the consequence of a selfish biological mother? And what of that biological father, who, despite being fully aware, remained utterly inactive? What a ruthless man he must be, to silently witness his own mother tormenting her son for 2 years without uttering a word. Such a father is utterly terrifying. Such a mother is equally dreadful. The Qin family has shattered Qin Feng's worldview. Xiaofeng, please forgive your mother. She only learned of these matters yesterday. For your sake. She has already had a falling out with your father. As Chun-Li spoke, her voice was laced with the tremor of impending tears. Turn against me? What concern is that of mine? I have endured 16 years in an orphanage and 2 years in the Qin household. How have each of you tormented me? Shall I enumerate each grievance for you? Spare me your repugnance. Had any one of you possessed a modicum of compassion, I would not have descended to such depths today. What of my biological mother? You merely gave me life. You did not nurture me. The moment you cast me aside, any maternal bond was severed. You abandoned me of your own volition. No one coerced you. As for your claim of having forsaken the wrong person, that folly is yours alone. And I am the one who bears the consequences of your ignorance. By what right do you demand my forgiveness for your peace of mind? Just because of a few utterances from you? Do my years of suffering vanish into oblivion? Absolutely not. Throughout my existence, I shall never grant you absolution. I implore you to leave at once. Chen Feng bellowed with fervor. Truth be told, the revelations shared by Chun Li indeed struck a profound chord within him. Yet, rather than offering solace, her words only fueled his indignation. As Qin Feng articulated, why should he endure such suffering due to their selfish desires? Now, they expected forgiveness merely because of their remorse and pangs of conscience. Such notions were preposterous. Dear child, do not let anger consume you. I shall take my leave at once. Sure he, you are a good child. Please, persuade Xiao Feng on my behalf. I implore you, Qin's mother said, bowing respectfully to Li Shihe. Without waiting for Qin Feng to unleash his fury, she took hold of the reluctant Chun Li and departed. She understood that Qin Feng would undoubtedly struggle to accept the situation in that moment, just as she had been unable to reconcile it when she first uncovered the truth. She had spent a restless night in the living room, grappling with her disbelief, and even now, acceptance eluded her. Qin Li wishes for Qin Feng to forgive Qin Mu immediately. Yet, how could that be possible? One cannot truly comprehend the depth of pain unless one has experienced it firsthand. Mother Qin requires time. She believes that Qin Feng also needs time to come to terms with everything. She feels that as long as she sincerely repents and genuinely wishes to make amends with Qin Feng, he will eventually accept her. After all, blood is thicker than water. Watching Qin Li drive away, Xiao Shan could not help but be the first to speak. Are you all right? You mad, Anne? Qin Feng raised his hand to wipe away a tear that had fallen from his eye, saying, It's nothing. What could possibly be wrong with me? He had initially believed his situation to be dire enough, only to discover that he had been dealt another blow. However, he reassured himself. Surely you are aware of my resilience. Li Shihe gazed at Qin Feng with profound sympathy, dismissing the words left by his mother as mere nonsense. It's all right. You have us, she said, gently squeezing Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng slightly lowered his head to gaze at Li Shihe, a smile gracing his face as he gently pressed a kiss upon her forehead. Indeed, having you all is more than sufficient for me. Are you taking advantage of me again? Li Shihe pouted playfully. Subsequently, she released her hold on Qin Feng's hand and, with utmost seriousness, lifted her hand to cradle his face. Their lips barely brushed against one another, only to part almost instantaneously. At that moment, Li Shihe's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and her eyes shimmered with a hint of mist. Qin Feng was taken aback by Li Shihe's audacity. This gentle touch banished the shadows that loomed within his heart. Could we possibly do that again? He mused. Ah, Xiao Shan, let us hasten inside. Xiaoying exclaimed, pulling Xiao Shan into the shop. Was this scene truly one that could be witnessed without charge? If not, please take me back. I'm feeling drowsy. Or shall we simply rest here? Qin Feng suggested with a hint of anticipation, though it was broad daylight and nothing could transpire. Embracing someone on the sofa for a nap seemed quite delightful. You must be joking. Wang Shui and the others will be arriving shortly. What if they do not come? Perhaps we should simply close up for the day? Enough of this nonsense, let us move. Li Shihe, aware that she was on the brink of succumbing, dared not continue the debate with Qin Feng and pulled him along. Qin Feng chuckled foolishly, allowing Li Shihe to lead him away. As the two made their way towards the inner city, information regarding Qin Feng's background had already reached Li Gong and Yin Lai. Both were deeply concerned for Qin Feng's safety and had long since dispatched individuals to keep watch over the area. How audacious of the Qin family to bully my son in such a manner. Chapter 44, Howling Moonhound. What Yin Lai intended to do remained a mystery to all. After Qin Feng escorted Li Shihe back to the Li residence, he returned to his shop. Xiao Shan and Xiaoying began to familiarize themselves with the operations within the establishment. Are you truly insane? Xiao Shan exclaimed upon discovering the exorbitant pricing structure of their services. Unable to suppress his concern, he reached out to touch Qin Feng's forehead, wondering if he might be running a fever. With such high fees, will we even attract customers? Insanity? We have a steady stream of clientele, Qin Feng replied, brushing Xiao Shan's hand aside with a straight face. Friend, we cannot exploit them just because they have wealth, can we? Xiao Shan argued. There is no exploitation at play. We offer unparalleled value. Do you understand? Once you acquire your own spirit beasts, you will comprehend, Qin Feng asserted. Brother, can we truly have spirit beasts? Xiaoying gasped in astonishment. The notion of possessing a spirit beast was a luxury beyond their wildest dreams. What young person does not fantasize about the day they might own one, especially those like Xiao Shan and Xiaoying, who had endured much. Their yearning was palpable. Yet spirit beasts seemed an unattainable aspiration. Even the most ordinary black iron-grade spirit beasts were beyond their financial reach. Of course, Qin Feng affirmed confidently. Since reuniting with Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying and having the means to assist them, he felt it essential not to allow them to remain mediocre. Only by becoming stronger could they better aid themselves. When the right spirit beast presents itself, I will assist you in acquiring it. For now, our shop has but a modest array of services. Let us familiarize ourselves, and then I shall take a nap, as I was awake all night. With that, Chen Feng reclined on the sofa. As he lay there, Chen Feng contemplated the path ahead. The goal of expanding his business was clear. Securing the night watchman as a clientele would meet current demands. As for the Moonhound, he was not yet prepared to evolve it to diamond grade. The Moonhound had already traversed the evolution chamber, and through his spiritual eye, Chen Feng had glimpsed its evolutionary path. It must be said, the potential of the Moonhound was indeed significant, boasting 3 distinct evolution routes. As the Moonhound was Chen Feng's spirit beast, he naturally intended to select the strongest path, the Howling Moonhound. It was said that this could ultimately evolve into the Howling Celestial Hound, though Chen Feng was uncertain of the veracity of such claims. However, the materials required for this evolution were rather elusive, including the elusive Moon Reflection Stone, of which he had never even heard. Thus, the Moonhound's path to evolution would inevitably be delayed for some time. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Feng drifted into slumber. Throughout the morning, the shop saw no visitors. Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying ventured out to procure some food, neglecting to inform Chen Feng. As the afternoon approached, Yi arrived. As Chen Feng awakened in the gentle embrace of dawn, a smile graced his face upon seeing Yi. Your mindset is indeed admirable, Yi complimented Chen Feng. If it were anyone else who had endured the tribulations that Chen Feng faced, they would likely be overwhelmed with anxiety, unable to find solace in sleep. Yet, there lay Chen Feng, sleeping soundly as if those troubling matters were utterly detached from his existence. What more could one expect from a troubled mindset? Moreover, he had long resolved to bid farewell to that family, thus rendering their opinions inconsequential. Chen Feng was not joking. He genuinely held this thought. As long as you can be open-minded, I merely came to see you. By the way, the boss sent me to retrieve the food for the Hellfire Tiger. Is it available? Yes, undoubtedly. I shall go and fetch it. Chen Feng pretended to stroll into the shop. Soon, he returned, holding a fruit in his hand. Do I need to swipe my card? Indeed, Yi nodded at Chen Feng. With this, 5 million in revenue has been credited. Following this trend, it won't be long before the sales reach 100 million, enabling the shop to upgrade. After Chen Feng completed the transaction, he turned to Yi and said, Well, I can actually prepare food for other spirit beasts as well. Chen Feng's subtle encouragement to spend was somewhat unrefined. However, Yi discerned his intention. You can also assist in preparing food for my spirit beast? Not just yours. I can prepare food for all the spirit beasts of the Night Watchers. And the other services in my shop are exceptional as well. Chen Feng commenced his sales pitch. In the mall, exchanging for spirit beast food requires capital, yielding modest profits. However, the service of aiding evolution is quite different, purely profitable, with no utility costs to incur. First, let us get some food for my spirit beast. Yi remarked after a moment's contemplation. She had not concealed the recent transformations of the Hellfire Tiger from Yi. Trusting that Yan Lai would not deceive her in such matters, Yi was genuinely intrigued by the wondrous fruits that Chen Feng had produced. All right, but I can only collect them tomorrow. By the way, could you possibly inform me of the spirit beasts possessed by each of our Night Watch members? That way, they can simply pick them up upon arrival without the need for waiting. Chen Feng began to lay the groundwork. He could exchange anything he desired solely with money, without the need for time. However, it would be unreasonable for someone to summon a spirit beast and expect him to immediately produce the corresponding fruit. If he were to know in advance what spirit beasts others possessed and prepare accordingly, that would be entirely justifiable. Nevertheless, these were mere trifles. Yi nodded at Chen Feng, then took out his phone to begin fiddling with it. Soon, a document was transmitted to Chen Feng, instilling him with a sense of assurance. Currently, the auxiliary evolution services in my shop hold no efficacy for royal-level spirit beasts, but an upgrade is imminent, after which they will be able to assist royal spirit beasts. At that time, I will grant you a complimentary evolution service. Very well, it is settled then. I must take my leave now, my boss awaits. With that, Yi turned and departed, seemingly indifferent to the mention of the complimentary service Chen Feng had proposed. Chen Feng was aware that Yi harbored some skepticism. However, it mattered little, for after experiencing it firsthand, Yi would surely comprehend the reality of the situation. Brother, how much have we just earned? Sakura inquired incredulously. In truth, Chen Feng had previously mentioned the selling price of the Hellfire Tiger's fruit. Yet Sakura found it difficult to believe. One single fruit equated to a lifetime's worth of her wages, rendering the matter rather fantastical. With no profit to speak of, as selling food for spirit beasts required initial capital, Chen Feng recalled that this was sustenance for the Earth Black Bear. Xiaoshan, could you deliver it? He requested. I need to ascertain what fruits the Night Watchers require. Chen Feng retrieved the earth fruit and tossed it to Xiaoshan. With enthusiasm, Xiaoshan caught the fruit and hurried towards the fostering area. Xiao Sakura followed closely behind, leaving Chen Feng at the front desk. They both had never had the chance to encounter a golden tier spirit beast up close and were eager to admire the Earth Black Bear. As dusk approached, Li Shihe and her companions returned once more. With their patronage, the day's revenue surged by an additional 5 million. Li Shihe even used her card to purchase fruit for the purple flame mongoose, although she refrained from summoning it in front of the crowd. Chapter 45. Is everything Chen Feng's fault? Ahem, you all go ahead and explore. I have a few matters to discuss with Shihe. Chen Feng said after settling the business with Li Chengfeng. Well, does Boss Chen find us bothersome? Teased Wang Yu. Indeed, it's quite uncomfortable. It seems we will have to separate from certain individuals moving forward, added Wang Shui with a playful tone. Li Chengfeng's eyes sparkled. Great. Xiao Sakura. Shall we go for a stroll? You haven't eaten yet, have you? How about I take you somewhere delicious? He seized the moment, knowing that Xiao Sakura would likely heed Chen Feng's suggestion to leave, making his invitation perfectly timed. Sure. Xiao Sakura readily accepted. As Xiao Sakura prepared to follow Li Chengfeng, Chen Feng nudged Xiaoshan with his elbow. She glanced at him, then nodded in understanding. Oh dear, I'm so heartbroken. Let us tag along for some free food and drinks, sister. All right, sister, but it's a pity some people want to get to enjoy the delicacies, Wang Yu quipped. And with that, the Wang sisters left, giggling. Don't mind them. They simply enjoy jesting without any ill intentions. Li Shihe said softly to Chen Feng, concerned he might misinterpret the Wang sisters' antics. I understand. No worries. How could I be so sensitive about such jokes? By the way, how is the purple flame mongoose faring? At the mention of the purple flame mongoose, Li Shihe joyfully stood on her toes and lightly tapped Chen Feng's lips. I adore it. It's truly remarkable. Chen Feng is certainly not one to be at a disadvantage. Promptly wrapping his arms around Li Shihe's waist in a playful rebuttal. However, it was merely a gentle touch, not crossing any boundaries. Li Shihe embraced Chen Feng with both arms, presenting herself as if inviting him to take his liberty. Ahem. Perhaps it is time to let it enter the evolution chamber. When the moment arrived, Chen Feng hesitated first, displaying a lack of courage. Li Shihe's heart raced, and after gently pinching the soft flesh at Chen Feng's waist, she murmured softly. Subsequently, she summoned the purple flame mongoose, guiding it into the evolution chamber. While the purple flame mongoose reveled in its transformation, Chen Yang had already returned to the Chen household. I told you not to come back unless necessary. Do you not understand? Chen mother, appearing haggard, resembled an enraged lioness upon seeing Chen Yang. The grievances that Chen Yang harbored within his heart need not be elaborated upon. He was bewildered by the sudden shift in his mother's demeanor towards him, as well as that of his elder sister. The day had already proven to be exceedingly difficult for him. Within the confines of the Spirit Beast Academy, many cast furtive glances and whispered about him. When had the eldest son of the Chen family ever endured such treatment? He had initially believed that his father's summons would provide him with some solace. Yet upon entering the house, he was met with his mother's vehement reprimand. Mother, it is me, Yang. What have I done to invoke your anger? Chen Yang implored, his voice quivering with the threat of tears. Chenli pulled her mother, shaking her head incessantly. You are just like that wretched offspring, inherently lowly. I never imagined you could act so convincingly. Did you already know? What do I know? Chen Yang felt utterly bewildered. Enough. Why take out your frustrations on the child? Chen's father appeared. Dad, what is wrong with Mom? Has my elder brother upset her again? Do not call me Mom. I am not your mother. Madam Chen, filled with indignation, flung her hand and subsequently sank onto the sofa. She realized that since Mr. Chen had intervened, she could not impose any further consequences upon Chen Yang. However, the mere thought of facing Chen Yang was unbearable for her. Every time she laid eyes on him, memories of the past 2 years would resurface, reminding her of how she had treated Chen Feng. The very thought of it made her heart feel as if it would shatter. To have inflicted torment upon her own flesh and blood was an agony too profound to bear, a torment that rendered her life unbearable. As she gazed at the cramped quarters where Chen Feng resided, a room scarcely exceeding 7 square meters, she struck herself several times in disbelief. Her own son had lived in this meager space for 2 years, subsisting on a paltry allowance of 500 yuan each month, deprived of the right to share a meal at the dining table. On this day, Mother Chen had already fainted twice. She bore no resentment towards Chen Feng, not even a trace. Regardless of Chen Feng's indifference towards her, she believed it was a consequence she deserved. The two culprits behind this turmoil stood right before her. "I intend to take 30% of the Chen family's shares. Please sign here," she declared, presenting a document she had meticulously prepared. She no longer wished to cling to the Chen family. Her focus was now on nurturing her son and securing ample benefits for him. "You must realize, this is an impossibility," Father Chen retorted, not even glancing at the agreement. No matter what it contained, he would never acquiesce. "What is it? Am I not worth it? Or is Feng not worth it? The fact that I am not demanding half of your shares is already a concession on my part." Madam Chen glared at Mr. Chen, her heart laden with anguish. This man had wounded her profoundly, not only by swapping her biological son but also by deceiving her for a staggering 18 years. "Even if I were to acquiesce, your family would never consent. You do not only have Xiao Feng, you have 3 daughters as well. If you depart, will you abandon them? My daughters will always be my daughters. I merely wish to extricate myself from your treacherous grasp." Enough. Mr. Chen was filled with rage. Before his children, he could not afford to lose the dignity of the head of the Chen family. "I can offer you 15% of the shares. You can help safeguard them for Xiaofeng, but I shall not sign this agreement. Are you truly so heartless? Even now, you refuse to confront the mistakes you have made?" Mrs. Chen had reached a point of utter disappointment with her husband. At this juncture, he wouldn't even bother to inquire about Xiaofeng's current situation, coldly offering a mere 15% of the shares. In truth, how could Mr. Chen be unaware of the unfolding events? He understood that Mrs. Chen had failed to persuade Xiaofeng and had even been cast out. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned the matter of safeguarding the shares. This so-called safeguarding was merely an attempt to silence Yan Lai and Li Gong. As for regret, that was non-existent. In the face of profit, familial bonds held little significance for Mr. Chen. "There are many things you do not know, Yang Yang, my dear girl. You both should return to your rooms." Father Chen spoke weakly, issuing his command. "Mother, whatever decision you make, I will stand by you. I can leave with you." Chun-Li did not even glance at her father. Her disappointment in him was profound. Father Chen furrowed his brows in silence. Subsequently, Chun-Li ascended the stairs first, while Chen Yang wore an expression of utter desolation. He had overheard their conversation, yet he remained oblivious to the underlying circumstances. Why had their once harmonious home descended into such turmoil upon Chen Feng's return? All of this chaos could be attributed to Chen Feng, had he not returned. None of these events would have transpired. Eventually, Chen Yang made his way upstairs. "Let's have a conversation. It is time for some truths to be revealed." Chapter 46. The Origins of Chen Yang. Mother Chen was unaware of what this man was about to divulge. Yet, irrespective of his words, she remained resolute in her refusal to compromise. As Father Chen guided Mother Chen into the garden, he turned to face her. "Are you aware of Yang Yang's true identity? How is it possible? You must now reveal to me that he is not of your blood." Mother Chen's expression was one of utter disdain. Father Chen shook his head in resignation. "No, Yang Yang is my child, but do you know the true identity of his mother?" Mother Chen furrowed her brow and remarked, "What status could that wretched woman possibly have? Alas, she is, in fact, the eldest daughter of the esteemed Yi family in the capital." "Which Yi family, you may ask?" "Precisely the one you are contemplating." Mother Chen raised her gaze towards Father Chen and said, "The joke you told is not amusing in the slightest. If she were truly a member of the Yi family, would they allow her to perish? She did not die. It is impossible. I distinctly remember that she. Indeed, she did not meet her end. Years ago, she reached out to me, revealing her true identity. The reason the Yi family has not troubled you is due to her. She acted in this manner because of the kindness you have shown to Yang Yang." Chen's mother trembled slightly as she took a step back. She had long believed that her life resembled that of a marionette, existing not for herself, but for the whims of others. "What is it you wish to convey with all this? Are you urging me to continue treating that wretched child kindly to avoid the wrath of the Yi family?" "Yes and no. The Yi family intends to provide Yang Yang with a new spirit beast, and he will receive their nurturing. Do you comprehend what that signifies? Knowing does not change the reality. He has usurped my son's life, and all I desire now is to reclaim that which rightfully belonged to him." How do you not grasp this? Even I, in my position, dare not oppose the Yi family. Their influence is beyond your understanding. Even if you disregard your own well-being, can you not spare a thought for Xiaofeng? Chen Feng has now become the Achilles heel of his mother. Upon hearing his father's words, Chen's mother fell into silence. I will take away 15% of the shares. And from this moment on, I will sever all ties with the Chen family. Your affairs will no longer concern me. After a period of silence, Chen's mother made her decision. She conceded, fully aware that no matter how fiercely she resisted, she could never rival the Yi family. The Yi family could extinguish her like one would crush an ant. Alas, Father Chen sighed. Subsequently, Mother Chen returned to the living room, tidied her belongings, and departed. Chun-Li seemed to have anticipated her mother's departure all along. As her mother left, she followed closely behind. Without the resources of the Chen family, elevating her status would undoubtedly become a challenge. Nevertheless, she was resolute in her desire to no longer remain in this household. Qin Yang had been paying close attention. After his mother left, he dashed out of the room. Father, my mother is fine. Let her be. Please prepare for the contract with the spirit beast tonight. Spirit beast? What spirit beast? Qin Yang spoke with a hint of perplexity. A spirit beast that can match your identity. I hope you will not let me down this time. Qin's father refrained from elaborating further, as it was not yet the appropriate moment to reveal the truth to Qin Yang. Chen Yang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He feared that his father, Qin Fu, might carelessly select a spirit beast for him. After all, this decision held significant implications for his future, and Qin Yang could not afford to be nonchalant. Regrettably, Qin Fu was reluctant to engage in meaningful dialogue with his son. As night fell, a royal-level spirit beast master descended upon the Chen household, arriving on the back of a majestic flying spirit beast. Brazenly disregarding the city regulations against summoning spirit beasts within Jiang City, his arrival naturally attracted considerable attention. The members of the Yi family from the capital were present. What could be their purpose? Yin Lai, the leader of the night patrol in Jiang City, was the first to notice the newcomer. However, he refrained from intervening or inquiring, for the Yi family was not one to be trifled with. The mere fact that they had come to the Chun residence raised questions. Did the Qin family have some connection with the Yi family? He scoffed at the thought. Deciding to ignore the matter and instead check on his young prodigy, Yin Lai chose to adopt an out-of-sight, out-of-mind attitude. Regardless of any potential ties between the Qin and Yi families, if the Qin family dared to harm Chen Feng, he would show no leniency towards the Yi family. Meanwhile, within the shop, Chen Feng was engrossed in observing the shop's display panel. After several days of diligent effort, the shop had amassed a capital of 20 million. If I spend the shop's funds, will it affect the progress of the task? Ding. It will not affect the progress. Then, I shall exchange for 8 physical enhancement pills and 8 mental enhancement pills. This was something he would eventually consume. Since he had the funds, he might as well indulge. Ding. 8 million deducted. Exchange successful. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng tossed all the pills into his mouth. Produced by Tongzi, these pills were safe with no side effects. Akin to candy. As the pills took effect, a surge of warmth enveloped Chen Feng, rapidly enhancing his physique. Even his mind felt significantly clearer. A sign of improved mental acuity. With my current strength, I could easily tear apart a diamond-level spirit beast, albeit a juvenile one. Still, it's formidable enough to leave my dear younger brother searching for his teeth. He wondered how his brother was faring. Chen Feng certainly exhibited the qualities of a caring older brother, still thinking of his sibling at such a late hour. Just as Chen Feng was lost in thought, Yin Lai arrived. The initially troubled expression on Yin Lai's face transformed into one of delight upon seeing Chen Feng. However, when he sensed Chen Feng's vitality, Yin Lai was momentarily taken aback. Ignoring how Chen Feng felt, he swiftly approached, his hands probing and pinching Chen Feng's physique, leaving Chen Feng feeling quite uncomfortable. Godfather, what are you doing? What on earth have you been consuming? How has your physique suddenly improved so drastically? How would I know? I just took a nap. And this happened. Yin Lai glared at Chen Feng, clearly displeased. Do you think I look like a fool? Surely, such words would scarcely convince even the most gullible. Yet, Yin Lai did not delve further. He had already ascertained that Chen Feng's health was intact, devoid of any lingering effects. As long as there was no harm to his body, Yin Lai would take great pleasure in seeing Chen Feng's physical condition elevate beyond his own. And what of your 2 companions? They have ventured to a hotel in the city, planning to find someone to construct a house in this vicinity tomorrow. For residing in a hotel continuously proves somewhat inconvenient. This was not at Chen Feng's behest, but rather a decision made by Xiao Shan and Xiao Ing. Chen Feng strongly opposed it, yet his objections proved futile. Well, it is your affair as the youth. You may decide for yourselves. Adoptive father, in a few days. I intend to expand my shop and occupy a bit of the nearby land. Is that acceptable? Certainly, there is no issue with that. Feel free to take over the entire area if you wish. Would you like me to assist you with anything? No need. I have already prepared most of it. Chapter 47, Diamond Level, Shadow Beast. Chen Feng is laying the groundwork for the expansion of his shop to avoid the need for explanations later. Although it is certain that this will create quite a stir, providing advance notice will certainly mitigate some of the commotion. Do you have any other needs? I noticed that business in your shop seems rather lackluster. Perhaps you should consider furthering your studies at the Beastmaster Academy? I won't go. Besides, who says my business is failing? Chen Feng retorted with irritation. Business is thriving, and my daily revenue is substantial. I still think attending school would be beneficial. How about I arrange for you to be a guest student? Go if you wish, or don't if you don't. Primarily, it would make your meetings with that young lady from the Li family more convenient. Is that really an option? Chen Feng was taken aback, as no one had mentioned this possibility to him before. See, this is why you can rely on your godfather. Of course, let me tell you. Don't underestimate the assistance that the Beastmaster Academy can offer. It is quite valuable, Yan Lai remarked, adopting an air of mystery. Chen Feng looked at Yan Lai in confusion. What is the point? Do you think they compete for rankings in the academy for no reason? Of course, there are benefits. Different rankings allow varying numbers of entries into the secret realms each month. If one secures the top position, they can enter the secret realm 5 times a month. What is the secret realm? It is not surprising that Chen Feng would ask this, as it was not a topic covered during his previous education. The secret realm is a place controlled by the authorities. Currently, you can only access the beginner secret realms, which contain spiritual materials that, while not exceptional, are quite valuable for spirit beast masters of your age. Is it just spiritual materials? Chen Feng felt a sense of disappointment. If it were merely spiritual materials, it held little allure for him. He would rather focus on earning money. Every spiritual material has a price in the system marketplace, as long as Chen Feng has money. He can purchase anything. There are also demon beasts. What can you learn from sparring among yourselves? Only by truly battling demon beasts can you broaden your horizons. You will understand this in time. In any case, you are merely an auditor, so you aren't at a disadvantage. Fine then. Do I need to participate in the Spirit Beast Academy's competition? Chen Feng was aware of this matter. Li Shi, he and the others were all preparing for the Spirit Beast Academy's competition, judging by how much Li Chengfeng and the others were investing. Achieving a good result in this competition seemed indeed quite important. You can participate if you wish. No one is forcing you otherwise. I understand now. Thank you, Godfather. Stop with that nonsense. Are you drinking with me today? Yan Lai casually produced 2 bottles of liquor. Then let us drink. Chen Feng did not refuse. What is the big deal about drinking? However, after just a few sips, Chen Feng was left dumbfounded. The world spun around him, and his blood surged. Soon, he collapsed onto the ground. Normally, Chen Feng's constitution was already superior among his peers. Yet the liquor that Yan Lai brought forth was of such potency that even a king-level spirit beast master would become intoxicated. Chen Feng's constitution simply could not withstand it. Haha, trying to outdrink me? You are still too green. It was at the moment Chen Feng was overwhelmed by the alcohol and fell to the ground that the Chen family, in the training room. Chen Yang sat cross-legged in the center of the training room. Before him lay a spirit beast egg, sent by the esteemed royal spirit beast master of the Yi family. Yang, maintain your composure. There should be no issues, reminded Chen Yang's father from a distance of over 10 meters. I understand. Shall I begin? Chen Yang replied, holding a jade pendant, also entrusted to him by the royal spirit beast master. The specific purpose of this pendant had not been disclosed to Chen Yang. He only knew that he was to use it to form a contract with the spirit beast. Commence, the royal spirit beast master instructed. Soon, the truth of whether Chen Yang bore the bloodline of the young lady from the Yi family would be revealed. If Chen Yang possessed the Yi family bloodline, the contract would undoubtedly succeed. Conversely, if he lacked this bloodline, it would result in his demise. After receiving the royal spirit beast master's consent, Chen Yang bit his finger and began inscribing the contract formation on the spirit beast egg. Upon completing the inscription, the jade pendant in his hand radiated a gentle yellow light. Indeed, he possesses the Yi family bloodline, and its concentration is remarkably high. The royal spirit beast master nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing the glow emitted by the pendant. This pendant possessed the ability to assess both the bloodline and its concentration. The Yi family, having produced formidable ancestors, carried a unique bloodline due to their legacy. The concentration of the bloodline could indirectly indicate the potential achievements of a descendant of the Yi family: white, blue, yellow, and red, the latter signifying the highest potential, followed by yellow. The concentration of bloodline within Qinyang has reached a remarkable yellow, surpassing the expectations of this royal spirit beast master. Engaged in the contract, Qinyang had no time to ponder the matter of the jade pendant. All his mental energy was focused on the spirit beast egg before him. He could sense a swift connection forming with the spirit beast within the egg, establishing the contract seamlessly. However, once the contract was complete and Qinyang began to perceive his new spirit beast, he turned to his father with an expression of incredulity. "Father, what do you think of this spirit beast? Are you satisfied?" A look of contentment blossomed on his father's face. Father Qin understood that Qinyang was indeed the future of the Qin family, for the Yi family had bestowed upon them a diamond-tier spirit beast. What on earth is happening? Qinyang could hardly believe it. It felt as though he were trapped in a dream. He had lost a golden-tier moonhound, only to receive a diamond-tier shadow beast in return. Nurture your spirit beast diligently. Once you ascend to the rank of a black iron-tier spirit beast master, I shall return to visit you. With those words, the royal-tier spirit beast master from the Yi family turned and departed. Father, who exactly is this person? Qinyang was overwhelmed with questions. The events of the past few days had been utterly surreal. It is not yet the time for you to know. All the resources required for the growth of the shadow beast have been prepared for you. Focus on preparing for the upcoming Spirit Academy competition and do not bring shame to the Qin family again. Father Qin offered no further explanation. At present, the Yi family is unable to bring Qinyang back. The exact reasons for this remain unclear to Father Qin, as the affairs of the Yi family are beyond his purview. Father, rest assured, this time I shall surely astonish them. Qinyang has indeed experienced the vicissitudes of human emotions. He is acutely aware of the multitude who mock and disdain him within the Spirit Academy, as well as the countless voices on the internet that belittle him. Previously, Qinyang was deeply affected by these criticisms. However, he has since transcended such concerns. He is now the proud master of a diamond-tier juvenile spirit beast, standing at the pinnacle of the world as a paragon of excellence. He is determined to silence all who scorn him, compelling Qin Feng to kneel before him in apology. Chapter 48. Clearly priced, fair to all. Father Qin ascended the stairs, his expression devoid of any semblance of joy. Qinyang was filled with joy as he gazed at the shadow beast beside him, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The shadow beast, a member of the canine family, boasted a coat of ebony fur. In its juvenile stage, the shadow beast stood merely 20 centimeters tall, resembling a domestic cat more than anything else. However, its prowess was formidable. Even without mastering any skills, its inherent talents were not to be underestimated. The shadow beast could conceal itself within various shadows, including the reflections of buildings and the shadows cast by living beings, with the night serving as its domain. Although it could not achieve complete invisibility within the shadows, it could significantly diminish its presence, making it an ideal companion for assassination. Its potential for growth was equally immense. Even those shadow beasts whose lineage could not evolve could ultimately ascend to the rank of a king, transcending the limitations of their bloodline. Should their bloodline undergo evolution, the most potent shadow beast of the Yi family had already evolved to a divine level. Of course, Qinyang was unaware of these intricacies, as they were veiled in secrecy. At present, he was solely focused on nurturing the shadow beast, having no intention of pursuing Qin Feng any further. He aspired to make a stunning impression in the Spirit Academy competition, intending to astonish everyone, and only after that would he contemplate putting Qin Feng in his place. Meanwhile, Qin Feng found the days exceedingly dull in light of Qinyang's silence. Recently, the store's revenue had surged dramatically, driven by the influx of night patrollers. Initially, the number of customers was modest, but once the first wave arrived, more followed suit. Alas, the delectable offerings prepared by Qin Feng's spirit beast were simply irresistible. Sighing in frustration, he lamented the remaining 2 million he needed. As he surveyed the various spirit beasts in the fostering area, his discomfort grew. In addition to the Earth Black Bear, which Li Chengfeng had entrusted to the store, 5 more spirit beasts had taken residence in the fostering area. Were it not for the limited space, that number would likely have doubled. He wondered if the evolution chamber could be expanded after the store's upgrade. Qin Feng faced numerous grievances. The night patrollers, being formidable individuals, possessed larger spirit beasts, rendering both the evolution chamber and medical box inadequate for such grand creatures. This was a service that could potentially generate significant revenue. Yet throughout the day, apart from Li Shihua and a couple of night patrollers, only two had benefited from it. Watching a substantial amount of money slip through his fingers was undeniably disheartening. Foolish dog, come forth. He summoned the Moon Hound from the spirit beast space. The Moon Hound, with a goofy demeanor, stood at Qin Feng's feet, panting with its tongue lolling out. Qin Feng exchanged a fruit for the Moon Hound, and then mercilessly kicked it into the evolution chamber. No slacking off. You must diligently improve yourself, he admonished the Moon Hound. The creature felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, perceiving a stark disparity in treatment compared to the fire serpent. Nevertheless, it was willing to enter the evolution chamber. Although the process was somewhat agonizing, the outcome was promising. Why the pain? Within the confines of the evolution chamber, it would endure multiple deaths over the span of 10 minutes. The chamber could conjure remarkably lifelike illusions, wherein the Moon Hound would encounter various ferocious beasts, engaging in battle. Dying, battling again, and perishing once more, an incessant cycle. Through this harrowing loop of combat and demise, the Moon Hound would amass a wealth of battle experience and be compelled to unlock its potential, learning skills independently. Furthermore, the flow of time within the illusion differed significantly. 10 minutes in the evolution chamber could equate to a day or even many days within the illusion. Why do spiritual beasts hesitate to enter the evolution chamber? Who would willingly endure countless deaths in a single day? Although these deaths are not genuine, everything within the illusion feels profoundly real. Qin Feng was oblivious to these matters. He only knew that each time a spirit beast emerged from the evolution chamber, it would exhibit varying degrees of enhancement. As Qin Feng's spirit beast, daily excursions to the evolution chamber were indispensable. Although the Fire Flood Dragon had been somewhat lethargic in recent days, Qin Feng would undoubtedly seize opportunities to ensure that it received ample training in the future. Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying had established a modest dwelling not far from the shop, and they would not be present in the store during the night. While Li Shihua typically remained until dusk, she would depart once the sun set. Only occasionally would Yanlai linger for extended periods, yet he never stayed overnight. Thus, Qin Feng still had moments of solitude, allowing him to arrange for the Fire Flood Dragon's leisurely pursuits. Hey, is it not time for me to elevate my attributes? Ding. The host has not yet met the requirements for advancement. What requirements? Ding. Please explore on your own. Explore? How ridiculous. Qin Feng felt increasingly frustrated. If others possessed his attributes, they would have long since ascended to the Black Iron level. Spirit Beast Masters not only gain attributes upon advancement, but also awaken new energies. Spiritual energy. A Spirit Beast Master is not merely a controller of spirit beasts, they themselves possess combat prowess. And a formidable Spirit Beast Master can even surpass the strength of spirit beasts of the same level. This is because Spirit Beast Masters can learn spirit beast skills. These skills range from enhancing their own combat abilities to healing and even everyday skills, such as improving the tastiness of food. There is a vast array of them. Qin Feng firmly believes that as a formidable contender, his companion will undoubtedly ensure that he does not fall short in strength. He eagerly anticipates the extraordinary spirit beast abilities that he might acquire upon elevating his own realm. Regrettably, although he meets the attribute requirements, he has yet to fulfill the conditions necessary for advancement, and he remains oblivious to the means by which he can enhance himself. It is indeed disheartening. Nonetheless, despite his discomfort, sleep beckons. After the Moon Hound emerged from the evolution chamber, Qin Feng allowed the Fire Flood Dragon to indulge in the chamber's offerings before succumbing to slumber. The following day, a throng of customers flocked to the establishment. Early in the morning, a night watchman arrived, stirring Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying from their rest. They rushed to work without partaking in breakfast. However, the results were gratifying. Various spirit fruits sold like hotcakes. With ample funds at his disposal, Qin Feng ensured that he prepared several of each fruit, adorning them with labels for transparency and pricing. Honest and straightforward, he catered to both young and old alike. Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying beamed with joy, having never encountered such ease in sales or such high prices. Customers not only arrived daily, but some even procured several fruits in advance. Although transactions were conducted via card and cash was not in sight, the excitement was palpable for both Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying. Qin Feng intently scrutinized the shop's revenue. Upon reaching the remarkable sum of 100 million, he was greeted by the system's notification chime. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Reward, Intermediate Shop Upgrade Privilege Card. Hooray, it's accomplished. The Intermediate Shop Upgrade Privilege Card allows one to elevate a primary shop to an intermediate level. However, it cannot be utilized just yet. It must await the evening when the shop is devoid of patrons. That night, after Li Shi he had stealthily arrived and departed. Chen Feng found himself alone within the shop. Foolish dog, go check if there are any outsiders, he commanded. The moon dog barked twice before swiftly exiting the establishment. It encountered no one and detected no scent of intruders. As it returned to report, unbeknownst to it, 3 groups of individuals were observing it and the shop. Chapter 49. The arrival of the demonic beings. Are they members of the Chen family? Nighty furrowed his brow, gazing toward the direction from which the recent group had come. He harbored no fondness for the Chen clan. Simultaneously, the individuals dispatched by the Li family to safeguard Chen Feng had also noticed the emergence of a third group. They too suspected the newcomers were affiliated with the Chen family. In the absence of any proactive aggression from the Chen clan, he opted to remain passive. However, upon witnessing this new group charging directly toward Chen Feng's shop, he realized they were not from the Chen family, but rather demonic beings. Night, he immediately revealed himself, accompanied by 3 others. The night patrol has arrived. Disperse. The entire group of demonic beings donned dark crimson hooded sweatshirts, their faces obscured by menacing masks, rendering their identities unrecognizable. Following this command, the group swiftly scattered. Chase them. Night, he ordered without hesitation. For every demonic being encountered, eliminate them. The Li family member had initially refrained from engaging. His mission was to covertly protect Chen Feng, not to hunt down the demonic beings. That was the responsibility of the night patrol. Yet, just as he thought he had no part to play, 2 hidden demonic beings surged toward the shop. What a nuisance, the Li family member declared, revealing himself. Clearly, these 2 demonic beings had not anticipated the presence of hidden protectors at the shop. As the Li family member unleashed the aura of a diamond-level spirit beastmaster, the 2 intruders promptly fled. Originally, the Li family member had no intention of pursuing them. But the 2, in a stroke of bad luck, summoned spirit beasts and attempted to unleash a ranged assault to obliterate Chen Feng's shop. This could not be tolerated. The Li family member summoned his own spirit beast, countering their attack before resuming the chase. Hearing the commotion outside, Chen Feng cautiously extended his head to glance out. Foolish dog, did you not claim there was no one outside? The moon dog felt aggrieved. It was merely a young pup, and being able to discern the presence of others through scent was already quite impressive. How could it possibly detect those formidable beings who truly wished to remain concealed? Surely, there is no one out there now. Chen Feng spoke uncertainly. However, it did not take long for him to realize his error. Before he could retract his head, a shadow emerged within his line of sight, cloaked in a dark red hood and adorned with a menacing mask. Chen Feng swallowed hard. He was aware that his opponent was a demon. Little one, no one is here to rescue you now. The demon spoke, its voice hoarse, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was male or female. Are you male or female? Chen Feng, a straightforward individual with a bare head, spoke up with a question. Humph. The demon let out a cold snort. Chen Feng sensed the impending danger and promptly returned to the shop. No matter how fierce you are, dare to step inside and try it. Chen Feng muttered to himself, then casually settled onto the sofa. The moonhound, ever cooperative, leaped onto Chen Feng's lap and obediently lay down. The act of closing the door was entirely irrelevant. Since this demon dared to come, there was no reason to allow him to leave unscathed. The demon did not disappoint Chen Feng as he entered the shop mere seconds later. Why does the Li family acknowledge you? Why has Yin Lai taken you as a foster son? The demon inquired coldly, regarding Chen Feng with an icy stare. Isn't it customary to introduce oneself before inquiring about others? Oh, is it not apparent enough? The demon retorted. I am referring to your true identity. In that case, should I kill you, it would be prudent to know to whom I should send your remains. Little one, you possess quite the audacity. Is it the courage bestowed upon you by these spirit beasts in your shop? As he spoke, an aura emanating from the demon signified his status as a master of king-level spirit beasts. At this moment, it was Chen Feng's turn to be taken aback. Goodness! Such grandeur. To think that a mere novice like myself would attract the attention of a king-level spirit beast master? The demon reveled in Chen Feng's incredulous expression. In truth, there would be no need for him to intervene to eliminate someone as insignificant as Chen Feng. However, the peculiarities surrounding Chen Feng were far too intriguing. Chen Feng, originally the young master of the Chen family, severed ties with his lineage and not only became the adopted son of Yan Lai, but also secured a position as the son-in-law of the Li family. The enigmatic beings were intrigued by how Chen Feng achieved such feats. They believed he possessed something extraordinary, a treasure they coveted for themselves. It was not surprising. When one holds such value, should one speak willingly, or wait until I employ my methods to extract the truth? The enigmatic beings were surprisingly candid, even benevolently offering Chen Feng the choice to decide for himself. Chen Feng grinned. Foolish dog, do you find this just amusing? The moon dog also smiled, revealing its petite pink tongue. The enigmatic figure furrowed his brow. Chen Feng's demeanor transcended mere bravado, veering into the realm of confidence. Yan Lai is here? Li Gong is here? Unthinkable. The enigmatic figure had conducted thorough investigations, ensuring that both Yan Lai and Li Gong remained under his vigilant watch. Should either of them exhibit any irregularity, he would be promptly informed. Youngster, are you merely stalling for time? Do you truly wish to remain silent about your true identity? Seeking death, the enigmatic figure could no longer restrain himself. With a swift motion, he raised his right hand, reaching for Chen Feng's neck. Chen Feng harbored no intention of evasion. Moreover, with the opponent's speed, even if he wished to retreat, escape was futile. However, just as the demon's hand hovered a mere 5 or 6 centimeters from Chen Feng's neck, it halted. The pupils visible through the mask revealed a profound fear in the demon. Come forth, my spirit beast. The demon summoned within, not for lack of desire to vocalize it, but rather due to the loss of his ability to speak. With a display of authority, Chen Feng prohibited all actions of the demon. After invoking the demon's spirit, the pouch at the demon's waist emanated a surge of spiritual energy. Return at once, Chen Feng bellowed. He was all too familiar with this method of summoning spirit beasts from their pouches, having witnessed it numerous times daily. The demon, harboring a cold chuckle within, thought, "Who do you think you are? You believe your voice alone can?" Suddenly, the demon was struck dumb. The summoning had failed. Following Chen Feng's command, the spirit pouch fell into an immediate silence. Chen Feng unexpectedly thwarted his attempt to summon the spirit beast. What an astonishing turn of events. I shall discern whether you are human or demon. Chen Feng raised his hand towards the face of the fiend. As soon as his hand made contact with the demon's mask, the fiend went into a frenzy, desperately channeling the energy within to break free from this constraint. Without the mask's protection, he felt utterly vulnerable. In the realm of humans, the demon was only suited to dwell in the shadows, shunning the light. To be exposed to the light meant certain death. Chen Feng paid no heed to the struggles of the monstrous figure. He simply yearned to witness the revelation. In the next instant, he removed the mask from the creature's visage. Oh, so unsightly? Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment. The monster erupted in fury. Chapter 50. How about I pay you a visit today? You claim to have betrayed humanity and allied with the beasts. Did they not offer to enhance your appearance? Chen Feng rose, gripping the moon dog with one hand and brandishing a mask to jab at the demon's cheek twice. You are nowhere near as handsome as my foolish dog. The demon, filled with rage, felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. How dare one compare a royal beastmaster like him to a mere dog? Unfortunately, he found himself immobilized, unable to utter a word, and could only convey his fury through his piercing gaze. Now, tell me, where is your demon headquarters located within Jiang City? Chen Feng lifted the control he held over the demon, completely relinquishing it. As he sensed the power returning to his own being, the demon erupted with ferocity. Such disgrace. Chen Feng snorted coldly, then raised his foot to deliver a kick. The demon lunged towards Chen Feng, suspended in midair, as if time itself had come to a standstill in that moment. Bang! Chen Feng's foot ruthlessly descended upon the face of the demon, rendering his already unappealing visage even more grotesque. The force of the kick sent the demon hurtling through the air, shattering his nasal bridge and causing blood to spray forth as his body collided with the counter. Fortunately, the shop's unbreakable rules held firm, subjecting the demon's back to a secondary assault. Who on earth are you? The demon stammered, panic setting in. The reality of his situation became painfully clear after enduring 2 consecutive blows. He was loath to experience that disconcerting sensation of being out of control a third time. I am Chen Feng. Did you not conduct a thorough investigation before your arrival? The demon was at a loss for words. Had you truly done your homework? You would not have posed such a question. I am aware of your identity as Chen Feng, but how could one such as you possess such formidable power? Not even that scoundrel Yan Lai could wield such strength. With a mere thought, you can completely dominate me, and you dare to assert that you are Chen Feng? Have you, 2. Allied yourself with the demon god. How dare you insult me? Chen Feng retorted, incensed by the accusation. You expect us to become the pawns of demonic beasts? What a ridiculous notion. You must comprehend the gravity of the situation. This is not the time for you to be posing questions. Chen Feng kindly cautioned the demon. Go ahead and kill me. I assure you. I will not reveal your secrets. The demon realized that today marked his end. He had initially believed they were merely dealing with an extraordinary human, but unexpectedly found himself up against an insurmountable obstacle. A killer is invariably hunted by others. The demon felt no remorse. However, he had those he needed to protect. And betrayal was not an option he dared to entertain. Should he choose treachery, the consequences would extend beyond himself. His resolve was indeed commendable. Chen Feng once again settled onto the sofa, extending his hand to caress the head of the moon hound, which contentedly closed its eyes in bliss. You won't kill me? The demon, taken aback, was perplexed by Chen Feng's intentions. Whether I kill you or not is not for me to decide. If I were to hand you over to the Night Watchers, you would likely fetch a handsome price. Chen Feng's considerations were indeed quite thorough. A king-level demon must be of considerable value. Although this sum cannot be counted as the shop's revenue, it could certainly be allocated for other expenses, such as paying salaries for Xiao Shan and his companions, purchasing property, or finding a wife. Furthermore, indulging in food, drink, and travel also requires financial resources. Once this king-level demon is sold, the proceeds should suffice for a period of extravagant living. However, simply handing you over may not be feasible. I shall render you unconscious. With that, Chen Feng's figure instantaneously appeared behind the demon, without a hint of forewarning, as if he had materialized out of thin air. The demon widened his eyes, experiencing for the third time that disconcerting sensation of being utterly bereft of control over his own body. With a swift and precise strike, Chen Feng incapacitated the demon. This would suffice. Chen Feng reappeared on the sofa, nodding repeatedly at the unconscious demon before him, expressing his profound satisfaction with his own handiwork. Shortly thereafter, Yi Yi returned alone. Are you all right? Yi Yi asked with a face full of concern as he rushed into the shop. Observing Chen Feng sitting unscathed on the sofa yet still anxious. It was during the pursuit of the demon that Yi Yi realized he had fallen into a trap, drawing the tiger away from its den. What could possibly be wrong with me? This fellow inexplicably rushed in and then, for reasons unknown, fainted. He seems to be a demon, after all. Chen Feng feigned an expression of utter ignorance. Dazed. Hiss. Yi Yi inhaled sharply. He could discern that the individual who had fainted was, astonishingly, a king-level demon. Well, if he has fainted, I shall leave him to you. Is there a reward for capturing a demon? Indeed, and it should be quite substantial. Really? Chen Feng gazed greedily at Yui. Yui nodded at Chen Feng, saying, after the conversion of the possessions on the demon, half will be your reward. All right. Let's take him away quickly, Chen Feng urged. At that moment, Yui shook his head. No, we must wait a little longer. Wait for what? For the others who are here to protect you to arrive. Chen Feng yearned to convey to Yi Yi that he did not require protection, asserting that within their establishment, no one was immune to his resolve. However, uttering such words seemed to lack credibility. More importantly, with vigilant guardians at all hours, how could he possibly upgrade his shop? Contemplating this, Chen Feng let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, an incident had transpired that evening. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to demonstrate before Yi Yi and the others what it truly meant to elevate his establishment out of thin air. If it merely involved upgrading equipment, he could have obfuscated the truth. But if the shop were to expand severalfold, how could he justify that? Well, as long as the finances were accounted for accurately, he would have no cause for concern. Rest assured, who would dare to pilfer your earnings? Chen Feng and Yi Yi did not wait long, for Yan Lai had already received word of the attack on Chen Feng and rushed over with utmost urgency. Where is he? Yan Lai burst into the shop like a lion. Chen Feng stared in astonishment as he realized that the surface of Yan Lai was engulfed in flames, the intensity of which was palpable from a considerable distance, sending waves of heat washing over him. Calm down, boss. The individual is subdued in here. A royal-level monster? These fellows are truly investing heavily. Let us take him back and pry open his mouth. Understood. Without hesitation, Yi Yi responded and began to drag the royal-level monster outside the establishment. Chen Feng was eager to remind Yi Yi that this individual had merely been rendered unconscious by him and had not lost the ability to resist. He worried that this person might awaken midway and pose a threat to Yi Yi. Do not fret. This demon is in our grasp and cannot escape. Are you all right? Yin Lai inquired with genuine concern etched across his face, the flames that usually enveloped his form having dissipated. I am fine. But it seems that staying here tonight is not an option. Uncle, perhaps I should come to your place for safety. Qin Feng expressed his thoughts aloud. Chapter 51, Store Upgrade. What? You are no longer guarding this shop? I will not be here tonight. Qin Feng nodded earnestly. He intended to leave the shop. Only by departing could those who were watching him also follow. This way, he could utilize the store upgrade card. All right, let us go. Yin Lai did not decline. He had long wished to introduce Qin Feng to the surroundings. As a godson, how could he remain unaware of his godfather's residence? Subsequently, Qin Feng accompanied Yin Lai, heading directly to the headquarters of the Night Watchers in Jiang City. Yin Lai did not possess a conventional home. His abode was located on the top floor of the Night Watchers headquarters. The entire floor belonged to Yin Lai. Qin Feng did not rush to utilize the shop upgrade card. Instead, he found himself exploring Yin Lai's splendid residence. Well, one might as well consider it that way. Standing within the opulent abode of Yin Lai, Qin Feng was overwhelmed by a singular impression: grandeur. He had never encountered a 2,000 square meter flat before. It was replete with every conceivable amenity, even boasting a swimming pool. Can you believe it? How does it strike you? Quite impressive, isn't it? Yin Lai discerned Qin Feng's astonishment and felt a sense of satisfaction at his reaction. Nevertheless, Qin Feng shook his head in refusal, expressing concern about becoming tainted by such an extravagant environment. While staying for a day or two posed no issue, making it a frequent residence was out of the question. Suit yourself, Yin Lai replied. By the way, how are your preparations for the Spirit Academy's grand tournament coming along? Do you plan to participate? Qin Feng replied with certainty. Of course. It should be in just 3 days. So soon? Qin Feng felt a twinge of surprise. According to his understanding, the official commencement of classes at the Spirit Academy was merely 3 days away. Was the opening marked by a grand competition? The specifics remained unclear. Yet whether early or late, it seemed inconsequential. Yin Lai appeared quite indifferent. He held little regard for such trifling contests. However, Qin Feng held a differing perspective. The later the hour, the stronger his moonhound would become. Yet, it seemed this was beyond Qin Feng's control, and thus he chose to dismiss the thought. Come, let us enjoy a drink together today, he suggested. Still drinking? Qin Feng felt a tinge of apprehension. Of course, Yin Lai replied, and promptly set about procuring his cherished fine wine. Though it might be somewhat extravagant to indulge Qin Feng, Yin Lai was more than willing to indulge in this perceived waste. As Yin Lai busied himself, Qin Feng decisively employed a mid-level shop upgrade card. Ding. Shop expansion in progress. Ding. Shop expansion completed. Please check the details at your convenience. He opened the shop interface. Qin Feng possesses 2 panels, one displaying his personal attributes and the other representing his shop. This remote observation resembles the experience of engaging in a nurturing game, as he can clearly discern the various facilities within the store through the imagery on the panel. The evolution box has indeed enlarged, and an additional one has been added. Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised. The evolution box had expanded to nearly twice its original size. This spacious evolution box was now sufficiently large to accommodate a royal spirit beast of moderate dimensions. The medical box had similarly increased in size and quantity. Other areas exhibited comparable enhancements, but notably, the store now boasted an additional bedroom. Qin Feng no longer has to sleep on the sofa. What is this? Qin Feng noticed the additional equipment within the store, which bore a striking resemblance to a vending machine. As his attention focused on this device, information about it instantaneously flooded into his mind. Indeed, it was a vending machine, albeit. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The vending machine was selling spirit beast eggs, ranging from black iron to diamond grade. However, one could only ascertain the quality of the spirit beast egg, not the identity of the spirit beast contained within. Of course, this did not apply to Qin Feng, who possessed the spirit eye. As for the prices, the system's notorious tendency for exorbitance remained unchanged. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to investigate how many zeros the price of a diamond-grade spirit beast egg carried. Just then, Yin Lai returned, holding 2 bottles of wine. Here, this is fine wine. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Excellent. Qin Feng was in good spirits. He tilted his head and drank. In the next moment, Qin Feng was lying down, so simply and unpretentiously. Who drinks like that? Yin Lai furrowed his brow, finding no joy in drinking anymore. He had hoped to boast and engage in lively conversation with his son, but now, it seemed, He had simply fallen asleep. With this in mind, Yan Lai set down the bottle and left the room. The demon brought back by Yi Yi was at the headquarters of the Night Watchers, and Yan Lai intended to personally interrogate him. The night passed without incident. When Chen Feng awoke, the first thing he saw was a stunning young woman. Dressed in a fitted outfit, she exuded confidence and a commanding presence. "Ah, the young master is awake. The boss is out, but if you need anything, feel free to tell me. I can fulfill any request." The alluring woman adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. "No need, sister. I'll be heading back now." Chen Feng fled in panic, truly unable to bear the pressure. It was not merely the alluring posture of his sister adjusting her glasses, but rather the towering peaks that left him parched and breathless. Which young man could withstand such a situation? He raced back to the shop without encountering any unforeseen events. However, an unexpected scene unfolded as he reached the entrance. A crowd had gathered, including Xiao Shan, Xiao Ying, Li Shihe, and a few remaining individuals from the desolate area. What was happening? Chen Feng feigned ignorance. The shop had undergone an upgrade. Its size more than doubled, and the facade appeared considerably more opulent. Yet its name remained quaintly traditional, Spirit Beast Shop. What on earth is going on? Xiao Shan inquired, gripping Chen Feng with widened eyes. He and Xiao Ying resided adjacent to the shop. Had there been construction, they surely would have heard it. Yet, he was certain that he had heard nothing the previous night. The most crucial question lingered. Which establishment could complete an expansion overnight? What is the situation? Chen Feng replied. It is precisely as you see, a shop expansion with a slight increase in business. No, that is not what I meant. What I meant was, never mind. Chen Feng interrupted with a grin. In this world, there are countless mysteries beyond comprehension. Best not to inquire. Asking only invites secrets. With that smile, he silenced all inquiries. Chen Feng has already stated that it is a secret, and thus would naturally not divulge it easily to others. Please let us enter the house and have a look. Without your return, we cannot even step inside. Li Shihe eagerly grasped Chen Feng's hand. She did not consider the matter of expanding the shop to be a secret at all. The true secret of Chen Feng lies in his extraordinary ability to facilitate the complete evolution of spirit beasts, particularly during their juvenile stage. This is the genuine secret, one that only she is privy to. Very well. Chen Feng allowed Li Shihe to lead him into the shop, while others struggled to push open the door. Chen Feng effortlessly nudged it ajar. Wow! Li Shihe exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness, the transformation is remarkable. The Wang sisters also gasped in surprise. Brother, what do they sell in there? Xiao Ying, ever perceptive, pointed towards the vending machine. Chapter 52. Is there even a chance for others? These are all valuable items. Spirit beast eggs, some of which are diamond grade. What? After Chen Feng uttered these words, Li Chifeng was the first to lose his composure. A diamond grade spirit beast egg? Surely. This was no jest. Acquiring a diamond grade spirit beast egg is no simple feat for humanity. The progenitors of such eggs are typically royal grade spirit beasts. Mature spirit beasts capable of producing diamond grade eggs are not only immensely powerful but also face significant challenges in reproducing. This renders diamond grade spirit beast eggs exceedingly rare. So much so that even the three prominent families of Jiangsheng cannot procure one, setting aside the potential for a successful contract. The inability to even obtain a spirit beast egg presents a substantial dilemma. Why hadn't this been discovered sooner? If only Chen Feng had managed to produce it a few days earlier, perhaps Li Chifeng could have attempted to bond with a diamond-grade spirit beast. Regardless of the likelihood of success, it is always worthwhile to try. Can you even afford it? Chen Feng remarked with a slight smirk. It was not that he looked down upon Li Chifeng. Rather, the cost of a diamond-grade spirit beast egg is exorbitant, 50 billion for a single egg. Who could possibly bear such an expense? Chen Feng could hardly believe that anyone would squander 50 billion on such an elusive hope. Should such a magnate exist, he would certainly welcome them. Me? How much? Li Chifeng could not help but inquire. 50 billion. Is it really so inexpensive? Li Chifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Now it was Chen Feng's turn to be taken aback. 50 billion considered cheap? Observing Chen Feng's expression, Li Shihe patiently explained, a moonhound can fetch 10 billion. And a diamond-grade spirit beast egg at 50 billion is indeed quite a bargain. I see. Then let us raise the price to 100 billion. If you choose to buy, I shall offer you a 50% discount. Chen Feng spoke casually. Li Chifeng and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Could such an item be priced so casually? Oh, it turns out that Chen Feng is the manager here, so there is no issue. However, at this moment, Chen Feng appeared remarkably enigmatic in the eyes of Li Chifeng and the others. How could he possess something that their family could not acquire, and so brazenly display it for sale? Was he not afraid of others attempting to seize it? A diamond-grade spirit beast egg was enough to drive many into a frenzy. Xiaoying, do you fancy this spirit beast egg? Chen Feng paid no heed to the shock of Li Chengfeng and the others. He had no intention of offering an explanation. To be honest, it was something that could hardly be elucidated. Upon hearing his words, Xiaoying nodded and then shook her head. She liked it, certainly. In this world where spirit beast masters reigned supreme, who wouldn't he aspire to become one? Yet mere affection was insufficient. Not only could she not afford the spirit beast egg, even if she could, she would be unable to nurture it. What was the point of liking it if she could not engage with it? Chen Feng casually retrieved a diamond-grade spirit beast egg from the vending machine. Sakura stared at him, bewildered. A spirit beast egg worth billions. I have no idea what type of spirit beast it will yield. That depends entirely on luck. Brother, this is unacceptable. Sakura shook her head vigorously. How could she dare accept such a precious gift? I say it's fine, and it is, Chen Feng asserted. You are my sister. He added, Xiaoshan, the next diamond-grade spirit beast egg will be reserved for you, so don't be jealous. Xiaoshan and Sakura were part of his close circle. Their strength was crucial for future endeavors, such as opening a branch store, so enhancing their abilities was of utmost importance. After all, Chen Feng could acquire goods from the store without any cost. The daily gift service made exchanging for diamond-grade spirit beast eggs an incredibly advantageous deal. It felt exhilarating to exploit the system's generosity. I get one too. Xiaoshan pointed incredulously at himself. Of course, you are my brother. However, he hesitated. But what if we fail the contract? He refrained from elaborating, aware that it involved a staggering sum. A failed contract would mean the spirit beast egg would be lost. You will undoubtedly succeed, Chen Feng reassured him, before returning the spirit beast egg to the vending machine. Recently, he decided to focus on enhancing his own attributes, after all. He had a year to prepare, and there was no rush. Following Xiaoshan's reminder, Chen Feng realized he was not yet capable of protecting Sakura and the others. Allowing Sakura to contract a diamond-grade spirit beast at this stage would only endanger her. He would only permit them to form contracts with such powerful creatures once he had sufficient strength. The probability of success was not a concern for Chen Feng. With the system's backing, failure was not an option. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Li Chengfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother-in-law. Can I also receive a diamond-grade spirit beast egg? Get lost. Chen Feng cast a glance at Li Chengfeng. This fellow not only harbored the audacity to covet the spirit beast egg without compensation, but also dared to entertain notions of something more with Sakura, truly shameless. Dear brother-in-law, you mustn't be so heartless towards me. Li Chengfeng's words rendered Sakura crimson with embarrassment. Enough of the antics. Regarding the diamond-grade spirit beast egg, I propose we refrain from selling it for currency. Instead, let us exchange it for spirit crystals, Li Shurha stated with gravity. While money indeed possesses its merits, certain treasures defy valuation in mere monetary terms, such as the diamond-grade spirit beast egg. The most advantageous form of transaction would be an exchange for spirit crystals, as they are high-tier consumables essential for enhancing one's cultivation and replenishing spiritual energy. Moreover, the yield of spirit crystals is exceedingly scarce, primarily found within secret realms. Those secret realms that produce spirit crystals are largely monopolized by formidable powers, rendering it quite challenging for ordinary individuals to obtain them. System. May I alter the currency for the transaction? After contemplating Li Shurha's suggestion, Chen Feng inquired with the system. If the system is unable to accommodate such a change, all external suggestions would be futile. Ding, modification is permitted, but the price cannot be lower than the initial amount. Chen Feng nodded and remarked, Spirit crystals, is it? That seems agreeable. Let us set the price at 1,000 spirit crystals. Given that 10 million can be exchanged through official channels for a single spirit crystal, his valuation of 1,000 spirit crystals equates to a staggering 100 billion, which does not contradict his pricing. Very well, let us first inspect the evolution box. He called out before making his way toward it. The evolution box had indeed expanded in size, yet its capabilities remained unchanged. While Li Chengfeng and his companion spirit beasts reveled within the evolution box, Chen Feng began to browse his system's marketplace. The shop had undergone an upgrade, and several new items had been added to the system's inventory. Is there still room left for others? After observing the newly added items in the system's marketplace, Chen Feng could not help but murmur softly. The materials available for sale remained largely unchanged, with the exception of 2 new types of elixirs and pills suitable for spirit beasts. Strengthening elixir, Enhances the user's physique by 10 points, limited to 10 doses. Priced at 1 million. Mental Fortification Elixir. Augments the user's mental capacity by 10 points, limited to 10 doses, priced at 1 million. Spirit Beast Pill. Common increases all attributes of Spirit Beast by 10 points, limited to 10 doses, priced at 10 million. Chapter 53. Ambushed by Li Shurha. Can I still use the strengthening elixir if my realm has not yet advanced? Ding. There are no realm restrictions on the consumption of elixirs. Just say I can use it, Chen Feng replied joyfully. At this moment, his attributes could surge to 200 points, elevating him to the status of a humanoid spirit beast. He could easily tear apart those spirit beasts contracted by his peers with a mere flick of his hand. However, this advantage was confined to the present stage. With proper nurturing, spirit beasts grow rapidly. Once they enter their maturation phase, the attributes of a golden-level spirit beast will far exceed 200 points. Moreover, spirit beasts possess skills, while Chen Feng does not. If my realm were to elevate, I should be able to acquire some remarkable skills, right? Ding. Please explore this on your own. Explore? Seriously? Chen Feng sighed as the system fell silent once more. Chen Feng, feeling helpless, could only continue to admire his new shop. The spirit beasts in the nurturing area seemed to be quite content. Their activity space had expanded, and the abundance of spiritual energy in the nurturing zone would undoubtedly accelerate their growth. Chen Feng naturally reaped the benefits as well. The spiritual energy within the store was a passive system, with attributes growing autonomously, an undeniable fact. Li Shurha had been quietly following Chen Feng, refraining from excessive words. Are you upset? After touring the nurturing area, Chen Feng grasped Li Shurha's delicate hand. Not at all. I merely feel a bit uncomfortable, Li Shurha replied. It was only natural for her to feel uneasy when her man gifted a woman a diamond-tier spiritual beast, even if that woman were his sister. Oh, being upset is good. Here, allow me to present you with something special. Chen Feng activated the exchange function, retrieving a multitude of medicinal pills. What are these? Li Shurha inquired with curiosity. You will know once you consume them. Though these 10 are not for you, they are meant for the spiritual beast. Chen Feng earnestly cautioned. Who knows what might happen if a person ingests a beast pill? Even for experimentation, one should not use their own woman as a subject. Very well, I shall remember that. I will eat them when we return home tonight, ensuring no one discovers this. I have no intention of selling these. Li Shurha felt a warmth blooming within her heart. No, they must be sold, and certainly not at a discount. What? Chen Feng gazed at Li Shurha in confusion. The elixirs were not particularly expensive. One could say they were quite affordable. However, their efficacy was remarkable. If these were to be sold, Chen Feng could not guarantee where they would end up. What if they fell into the hands of the Chen family? Would that not be tantamount to aiding the enemy? I mean, these elixirs must be sold, Li Shurha asserted, pointing to the pills Chen Feng had just given her. I shall speak to my father. Surely, each elixir is worth at least 1 spirit crystal, right? Li Shurha winked at Chen Feng. Isn't that a bit excessive? Chen Feng hesitated. It seemed rather ungracious to take advantage of his father-in-law. Besides, these elixirs were truly not worth such a price. What is wrong with that? We shall keep these for our future, Li Shurha replied with an air of certainty. Chen Feng truly wished to convey to Li Shurha that she was the sole daughter of the Li family, and that these possessions would inevitably belong to them in due time. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of joy at how Li Shurha had managed to turn her elbow so deftly in her own favor. Everyone, heed the lady. Chen Feng's earnest demeanor amused Li Shurha. Who is your lady? You, of course. Just as Chen Feng and Li Shurha were exchanging playful banter, Wang Shui approached them. Ahem, I really don't wish to intrude upon your affectionate moment, but our mentor has summoned me. What is it? Li Shurha inquired. The mentor wants us to swiftly finalize the 5th member of our team. Not only do we need to report it, but we also need to collaborate in advance to secure a good ranking, Wang Shui explained, raising her hands in exasperation. Li Shurha frowned. Among this year's freshmen at the Spirit Academy, there was no one left who met her standards. Initially, Chen Yang seemed like an excellent candidate. A team composed of the scions of the 3 prominent families in Jiangcheng would undoubtedly secure a top position, wouldn't it? Those with fortuitous encounters or nurtured by other factions would stand no chance against them. However, there was no need to dwell on it. Chen Yang was unequivocally out of the question. Even if he were to approach her with a pleading demeanor, Li Shurha would never acquiesce. And she might even retaliate with a few harsh words. I wouldn't dare mistreat my own man, yet you've bullied him for 2 whole years. Who do you think you are? Resolute, Li Shurha declared, Tell the mentor that it's just the four of us. We don't need anyone else. I have a slight objection to that. Chen Feng quietly raised his hand. What is it? Li Shi he turned her gaze toward him. Chen Feng cleared his throat and said, Ahem, actually, I can join your team. Li Shi he and Wang Shui simultaneously looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. In fact, I am already an auditing student at the Spirit Academy and am eligible to participate in the grand competition. I just wonder if you would have me. Of course we would. Li Shi he exclaimed joyfully, grabbing Chen Feng's arm. This was a delightful surprise for her, not only because Chen Feng could join their team, but also due to his status as an auditing student. With this identity, Chen Feng could accompany her into the secret realms controlled by the Spirit Academy, thus allowing them more time together. All right, it's settled then, Chen Feng grinned, a smile illuminating his face. With matters resolved satisfactorily, Chen Feng and Li Shi he frolicked until the afternoon before escorting her and Wang Shui back. They could not linger in the shop all day. As for Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying, they had already begun their tasks, and thanks to the night watchman's vigilance, business remained bustling. Regarding the sudden expansion of the shop overnight, the night watchman did not inquire further, although they held their own suspicions. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of their leader, Yin Lai. Unbeknownst to them, Yin Lai also had his own conjectures, believing it to be the influence of the mysterious figure behind Chen Feng. That night, Li Shi he quietly appeared in the shop. Upon entering, she greeted Chen Feng with a warm embrace and a kiss. Indeed, a heartfelt embrace followed by a tender kiss. Chen Feng was utterly astounded, as he was currently training the Moonhound. Having consumed the Spirit Beast pill, the Moonhound's attributes surged to nearly 200, and it had also mastered 2 skills. Moonhound, Golden Tier, Juvenile Stage, Physique, 155 Mental Power, 163 Talent, Moon Clan. Under the moonlight, overall strength is enhanced by 30%. Skills, Lunar Roar, forcefully summons the moonlight, enhancing strength by an additional 20%. Moonlight, calls upon moonlight to attack enemies, Power Mental Power X1. 5. Under the moonlight, Power Mental Power X2. Chen Feng was quite satisfied with the attributes and skills of the Moonhound, which was still at the golden level. If the Moonhound were to evolve to the diamond level, its attributes would become even more formidable. As for the Fire Flood Dragon, it was a creature that Chen Feng took special care of, having remained in the Spirit Beast space. The Fire Flood Dragon now played with the Moonhound as if it were mere child's play. However, Chen Feng did not anticipate being ambushed by Li Shi, which left him rather elated. Chapter 54. 200 million is still money. Why should one refuse it? Why the excitement? After sharing a kiss, Chen Feng savored the moment, but maintained an air of composure. It was merely a kiss, a routine occurrence. I have consumed all the elixirs you provided. Li Shi was still brimming with excitement. Given the capabilities of the Li family, Li Shi's insights were undoubtedly profound, especially considering that her maternal lineage wielded far greater power than the Li family. Yet, despite her illustrious background, Li Shi found herself unable to resist the enchantment of the extraordinary happenings unfolding in her life. After consuming a few elixirs, her physical prowess had significantly enhanced, and the Spirit Beast elixirs proved similarly transformative. Chen Feng, to have met you is the greatest fortune of my life. Do you think I might have exhausted all my luck in this lifetime? What nonsense are you speaking? This is merely the beginning, Chen Feng retorted earnestly. Observing the facade Chen Feng put on, Li Shi's smile grew even warmer. Very well, you said it. No matter how many women you have in the future, I shall always be the foremost. This declaration left Chen Feng momentarily speechless. How had the conversation shifted so swiftly? An exceptional man is bound to attract many admirers. And my man is undoubtedly remarkable, hence numerous individuals are bound to pursue him. Initially, I believed that with my abilities I could safeguard you. But now I find myself lacking in confidence. As Li Shi spoke, a hint of vulnerability crossed her features. Li Shi genuinely felt this way, given her capabilities and background. Protecting Chen Feng should have been a trivial matter. Yet now, she truly lacked such confidence. I do not care. I simply want to be the foremost. Will you agree? Li Shi was aware of what Chen Feng was likely to say. He would undoubtedly reassure her that he would not seek other women. Perhaps, at this moment, Chen Feng truly felt that way. However, people change, and many circumstances are beyond one's control. Li Shi did not wish for Chen Feng to feel burdened because of her. To have been the first to encounter Chen Feng was already a blessing from the heavens. She did not wish to selfishly claim such a man for herself. Very well, I promise you. Are we returning tonight? Yes, what do you wish to do? Li Shihua repeatedly blinked, subtly indicating her intentions. However, Chen Feng, feeling somewhat timid, was bold enough to embrace her, yet when it came to taking a more significant step, he found himself in a state of panic. After all, it was their first time. What else could I think of? Naturally, it was to escort you home. Humph. I don't believe you. Li Shihua pouted, her heart brimming with joy. She relished the sight of Chen Feng's feigned seriousness. They were physically close to one another. And how could Chen Feng's reactions escape Li Shihua's notice? That evening, Chen Feng personally accompanied Li Shihua back to the Spirit Academy, their flirtation making their lips nearly swollen from the incessant kisses. Upon returning to the shop after seeing Li Shihua home, Yin Lai was already waiting at the entrance. Chen Feng approached Yin Lai with a heart full of joy. However, Yin Lai was consumed by anger. You prodigal son, do you not comprehend the nature of the items in your own store? Strutting about so brazenly, without leaving even a single observer behind? Chen Feng was taken aback, left speechless. How could he possibly explain this? Why don't you, my esteemed godfather, attempt to breach the store yourself? He suggested tentatively. I shouldn't have to worry about managing your establishment. Henceforth, there will be dedicated personnel responsible for security. In truth, he murmured softly, that may not be necessary. Who exactly is Yin Lai? Chen Feng's whispered murmurs concealed attributes are virtually negligible. Still, if someone were to ransack your shop, you would soon learn how to spell the word cry. Do not presume that I am merely attempting to frighten you. You have already attracted the attention of the demonic beings. Yin Lai's tone grew exceedingly grave. After enduring severe interrogation, although the demonic entities did not divulge any particularly critical information, it was evident that Chen Feng had become a target of their organization, which had also reported him to the formidable beast overlords beyond the city. This situation posed a significant threat to Chen Feng's life and financial security, compelling Yin Lai to take it seriously. Being targeted is one thing, but there is no need to panic. Chen Feng expressed indifference, stating that even if formidable monsters from outside the city were to intrude upon his shop, they would not stir a ripple. If I had your audacity, I would have ascended to the royal tier long ago. Alas, who can blame me for being your father? Just mind your own affairs, and leave the rest to me. Thank you, dear foster father. Chen Feng was a man of discernment. Although he did not believe any misfortune would befall him, he could certainly feel the warmth of Yin Lai's concern. Be cautious. Do not venture outside this evening, as the city has been quite unsettled of late. Why is that? They captured a royal-level monster? Need I explain further? Do you think royal-level beings are commonplace? They will undoubtedly seek to rescue their own. Furthermore, the grand competition of the Spirit Academy is about to commence, and following each event, numerous monsters emerge to hunt down the human prodigies. You, my son, have your hands full. Be careful, and remember to collect food for Yin Hu. I can also procure sustenance for other spirit beasts. All right, I understand. Yin Lai waved his hand impatiently, ready to leave. However, as he turned his back to Chen Feng, a smirk lingered at the corners of his mouth. Look at our eldest son, so concerned about his father. Truly a source of worry. Wait, where's the reward for capturing the monster? Chen Feng suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening. When he saw Yin Lai, he found nothing but emptiness. With a sigh, Chen Feng returned to his shop, burying himself in sleep, anticipating a night filled with delightful dreams, perhaps even of a more romantic nature. The following day, Yui delivered the reward for capturing the monster. What? 200 million? Xiao Shan exclaimed in astonishment while attending to the customers in the shop. Only 200 million? Chen Feng frowned. The amount was significantly less than what he had envisioned. A king-level spirit beast master, with such meager funds? Chen Feng harbored suspicions that Yi might have embezzled funds. What kind of gaze is that? Is this demon worth so much? Do you want it? Yi had discerned Chen Feng's character and could easily infer his thoughts from his expressions. Of course I want it. 200 million is still a considerable sum. Why would I refuse? Our esteemed young master is about to strike it rich. Indeed. Young master, with such wealth, could we not procure the spirit beast fruits at a more favorable price? A night patrolman purchasing spirit beast food chuckled as he addressed Chen Feng. Don't even think about it. The prices you receive are already at member discount rates. When others come to buy, the prices will double. So we do possess certain privileges. Come on, Xiaoying, lead me to the evolution chamber. Certainly, please follow me. With a beaming smile, Xiaoying guided him. After all, a single evolution service lasted 10 minutes and cost 1 million. Who wouldn't be delighted? Chapter 55, If You Dare. Fight him that evening. Li Shi he made her appearance once more, now only appearing alone at night. Upon entering the shop, she handed Chen Feng a bag without uttering a word and proceeded to swipe her card, deftly sending the purple flame ferret into the evolution chamber. Her proficiency in the transaction was evident. Chen Feng took the bag and was momentarily bewildered. Hadn't they agreed on 1 elixir for 1 spirit crystal? The quantity seemed rather inconsistent, didn't it? Chen Feng bestowed upon Li Shi a total of 30 elixirs, which should have corresponded to the retrieval of 30 spiritual crystals as payment. However, the quantity of spiritual crystals was evidently excessive, seemingly nearly double the expected amount. These spiritual crystals, though modest in size, approximately akin to the tip of a thumb, exhibited irregular spherical shapes, each differing slightly in dimension yet remaining relatively consistent. Ding. Spiritual crystals detected. Absorption possible. What benefits might one gain from absorption? Ding. Please explore this on your own, esteemed host. Chen Feng had grown accustomed to the system's peculiarities. It embarked on a journey of self-exploration in every endeavor, which was utterly pointless. Is this excessive? Chen Feng refrained from direct absorption. Considering that Li Shi was still in the shop, who could predict what might transpire after absorption? Why is there more? The efficacy of the elixir was exceptional. Naturally, it warranted a higher price. Li Shi responded accordingly. Upon hearing her words, Chen Feng found himself at a loss for words. What a nuisance. Is this what we are left with? He conceded. All right, you are the proprietress. Your word is final. Well, at least you know how to speak, she retorted. How are preparations for tomorrow's grand competition coming along? With her hands on her hips and a slight smile gracing her lips, she expressed her satisfaction with Chen Feng's address of her as proprietress. What is there to prepare? With the two of us, victory is assured. Chen Feng, this is no mere boast. Without even mentioning the skills mastered by the Moonhound, its attributes far surpass those of ordinary spirit beasts. For instance, Li Chengfeng's Earth Black Bear, after being nurtured by Chen Feng for several days, has barely managed to reach the 40s in both physical and mental attributes. And this is only due to its daily consumption of high-grade fruits. Other spirit beasts are not afforded such privileges. Hence their rate of improvement can hardly compare to that of the Earth Black Bear, whether it is Chen Feng's Moonhound or Li Shi's Purple Flame Weasel. Either one could easily take on a team of 5 opponents. However, I have come across some intriguing tidbits of information. Li Shi approached Chen Feng, wrapping her arms around his waist. What news? Chen Feng's hands instinctively roamed over Li Shi's graceful back. The top teams of the tournament are heading to the provincial capital this time. What for? Chen Feng's eyes widened. Are we leaving Jiang City? Chen Feng was utterly discontented. A novice secret realm had been discovered in the provincial capital, permitting only bronze-level beast masters to enter. It was rumored to be abundant in resources, and we were to embark on the development of this secret realm. However, is this truly correct? We have yet to advance to the Black Iron level. Why should we partake in such frivolities? Chen Feng found it quite perplexing. With a senior leading the group, our purpose was merely to broaden our horizons, not to blaze new trails. This left Chen Feng in a state of inner turmoil. He genuinely wished to abstain from participation. However, it appeared that Li Shi was quite eager to embark on this journey. Suddenly, a notification chimed, triggering a quest. Enter the Novice Secret Realm. Acquire a minimum of 100 spirit crystals. The more spirit crystals one collects, the greater the rewards. Quest reward, random talent. What? Chen Feng suddenly froze, his hands becoming still. Talent? Can humans possess talent? Is it not exclusive to spiritual beasts? What is happening? Li Shi sensed Chen Feng's unease. It's all right. There should be spirit crystals within the secret realm, right? Upon hearing this, Li Shi nodded affirmatively. There will definitely be spirit crystals, especially in an uncharted secret realm, where numerous crystals are likely to be found. Well then, Chen Feng smiled. The more spirit crystals acquired, the better the rewards. Why does your smile seem a bit wicked? What are you plotting? Li Shi, who had come to understand Chen Feng quite well, found his expression concerning. What could I be plotting? Just saving up for my future wife. And who might that be? Of course, it's you. With a hint of pride, Li Shi smiled. That night, Li Shi did not leave. However, nothing significant transpired between her and Chen Feng, just sweet nothings exchanged. After all, they had to participate in the grand competition the following day. It would be unfortunate if one were mentally exhausted and the other unable to move. Early the next morning, Chen Feng entrusted the shop to Xiaoshan and Xiao Ying, having prepared everything adequately, rendering his presence unnecessary. Then, under the curious gazes of the two, Qin Feng took Li Shihe's hand and entered the city. Should we inform the family head about this? One of the individuals covertly following Li Shihe asked, feeling somewhat conflicted. If you wish to, go ahead. I want to say a word. The other replied with conviction. The family head had merely instructed them to ensure Li Shihe's safety, without any further orders. If the young lady were to discover they reported back, would they have a peaceful life thereafter? While others saw Li Shihe as a quiet little princess, those who had long protected her knew she harbored a hint of darkness. Anyone who offended her would surely face dire consequences. If we choose not to speak, then why the fuss? If you seek danger, do so on your own. Do not drag me into it. I was merely inquiring. Who said I would actually report? Don't put me in jeopardy. All right, you too. Stop bickering and let us go. In front of the Spirit Institute, the appearance of Qin Feng and Li Shihe became a picturesque scene. But where is my Earth Black Bear? Upon seeing Qin Feng, Li Chengfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. What? In the shop? Qin Feng responded, perplexed. In the shop? Are you aware of what today entails? Li Chengfeng's frustration was palpable. He had anticipated that Qin Feng might not be entirely reliable. Yet he did not foresee such a lack of dependability. It's the Spirit Academy competition. Indeed, today is the Spirit Academy competition, and we are teammates. Meant to let the Spirit Beasts participate in battle. So? Qin Feng was fully aware of this. Then where is my Earth Black Bear? Li Chengfeng was on the brink of madness. Despite all the hints, Qin Feng still feigned innocence. At that moment, the Wang sisters arrived, nearly succumbing to laughter. Oh, how about you make a personal trip? Qin Feng suddenly realized. Me? Unbelievable. With that, Li Chengfeng dashed away. He said he was incredulous. Qin Feng turned to Li Shihe. If he is not convinced, just beat him up. Li Shihe raised her small fist. The Wang sisters erupted into laughter, showing no signs of stopping. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd watching, Qin Yang fixed a resentful gaze upon Qin Feng. Chapter 56. Forget about him. It's all inconsequential. Don't rush. Do not be hasty. Wait a moment, and there will come a time for your tears. Qin Yang continually reassured himself within his own heart. To rush forward and unleash a beating upon Qin Feng would serve no purpose. He desired to confront Qin Feng on the grand stage of the competition, compelling him to kneel and plead for mercy. All the freshmen proceeded towards the arena, with each team dispatching one member to draw lots. The announcement echoed through the air. In truth, the number of participants was not substantial, comprising merely over 100 teams. Certainly, the freshmen were far more numerous, totaling approximately 2,000. Yet only about a quarter of them would partake in the contest. Allowing Spirit Beasts to engage in battle is not a trivial matter, as injuries sustained by these creatures necessitate treatment, and severe wounds could be perilous. Thus, only those with confidence dared to compete, and typically, those willing to take the stage had at least a silver tier Spirit Beast contracted. Beasts below the silver tier would prove ineffective in the contest. Many were acutely aware of their own limitations. However, the crowd gathered at the arena was considerable, with many senior students from the Spirit Academy and individuals from outside the academy in attendance during the freshmen's lot drawing. Fortunately, the Spirit Academy competition occurs annually, and the arena boasts a vast spectator area, even featuring a VIP platform. Soon, the seats for spectators were nearly filled. There was no doubt that this year's cohort might be the strongest group of freshmen Jiangsheng has seen in recent years. The new generation of the three prominent families had united to enter the Spirit Academy, alongside the descendants of various other influential factions, making this year's competition particularly noteworthy. On the VIP platform, members of the Li, Wang, and Chun families were all present. When Qin Feng entered, holding the hand of Li Shihe, both Qin Mu and Chun Li on the platform expressed their admiration, with Qin Mu remarking, "My son is truly exceptional." Mother Qin had long since forgotten the manner in which she had once humiliated Qin Feng, or perhaps she simply refused to revisit those memories. Chun Li remained silent, her gaze a complex mix as she looked at Qin Feng, then glanced over at Qin Yang. As for her half-brother Qin Yang, she found it difficult to articulate her feelings. Just as the draw for the contestants concluded, Yin Lai arrived. "Ah, Yin Lai, you certainly carry yourself with an air of importance. One might mistakenly believe you were the lord of the city." Li Gong, observing Yin Lai as he settled beside him, felt a surge of irritation. There was no alternative. He had to ensure the safety of these budding talents, the flowers of the nation, which required diligent protection. "Old Li, do you not find that flower beside my son quite lovely?" Yin Lai's comment struck a nerve, reminding Li Gong that his daughter had been spirited away in mere days, leaving him with an unshakable discomfort. Although he was generally satisfied with his son-in-law, the situation left him feeling less than pleased, a sentiment all fathers of daughters can relate to. Get lost, stop jesting with me, and hurry up with the bridal gifts. If they're insufficient, I assure you, I will not tolerate it. Ah, do not feign ignorance with me. Are you truly unaware of my son's capabilities? To call him my son-in-law is the pinnacle of your achievements. Yanlai did not yield to Li Gong, swiftly retorting. He doubted that Li Gong was oblivious to the happenings in Chun Feng's establishment. Bridal gifts? A diamond-tier spirit beast egg should suffice to teach you, Li Gong, some manners. My son-in-law is mine alone, and as his father, you must provide the appropriate gifts. Should they fall short, you shall witness how I handle you. Oh, you wish to confront me? Come, let us spar. Yanlai could no longer contain himself at Li Gong's words, rolling up his sleeves, ready for a bout. Brute. We shall schedule another day for that. By the way, have you uncovered the truth about the Chen family? Yanlai suddenly adopted a serious tone. Upon the mention of serious matters, Li Gong too grew solemn. What have you discovered? The adopted son of the Chun family has connections to the Yi family in the capital. Ah, so you have uncovered that as well, Li Gong sighed. The Yi family in the capital is a formidable entity. Are you afraid? Ah, I fear not. Yanlai began to boast again. His own fears were immaterial. Behind Chen Feng stood powerful allies. What of the Yi family? Frankly, Chen Yang was hardly even a distant relative in the Yi family. Merely a minor figure they refused to acknowledge. Fear? I, Li Gong, am not without my own connections. Even if I falter, there is still Shi He's mother. Li Gong stood resolute. Is there anyone in the capital without a patron? The man who disavows Chen Yang still dotes on his granddaughter Li Shi, ensuring she spends 2 months each year in the capital, far surpassing the insignificant attention given to the Yi family's unwanted offspring. Huh. Yanlai let out a cold smile, causing Li Gong to feel somewhat unsettled. Although Yanlai said nothing, Li Gong sensed the disdain directed towards him, as if Yanlai were silently proclaiming him to be a mere man living off a woman's success. This was quite disheartening, and he found himself unable to retort, given that no words were exchanged. Fortunately, at that moment, a voice emanated from the arena, alleviating Li Gong's embarrassment. The drawing of lots had concluded, and the group matches were about to commence. There were no motivational speeches. The grand competition of the Spirit Academy took place annually, with upperclassmen competing every couple of months, rendering the usual rhetoric tiresome. Thus, the proceedings advanced swiftly. What number are we? Li Shi inquired, glancing at Wang Shui. Wang Shui glanced at the number tag, number 36. Which arena? Oh, my dear lady, have you become so infatuated that you've neglected everything else? Why is all your attention fixed on that man? Can't you check which arena corresponds to your number? Wang Shui pouted, clearly dissatisfied, feeling as if her close friend was being whisked away by another. What's wrong? You could find a man too. I, Wang Shui, am at a loss. I see it. We're at Arena 7. Let us hurry over. Chen Feng spoke up. How considerate of my brother-in-law, far superior to a certain woman. Wang Shui stuck out her tongue at Li Shi. Oh, dare to provoke me? Just watch how I deal with you. Li Shi released Chen Feng and chased after the fleeing Wang Shui. Chen Feng touched his nose, pondering how he had suddenly become a brother-in-law. How did that happen? Speaking of which, where is Li Chengfeng? Has he not returned yet? Never mind him, it hardly matters. One wonders what Li Chengfeng's feelings would be upon hearing Chun Feng's assessment of him. On platform 7, Chun Feng and his 3 companions were fully prepared. Yet, their opponents were still nowhere to be seen. At this moment, it was not a matter of courage, but rather the reality that stepping forward would result in punishment. And any punishment would lead to injuries to their spirit beasts. If the spirit beasts were injured, how could they possibly participate in the next round of the resurrection match? Therefore, surrendering was the wisest course of action. To act recklessly in the face of certain defeat is not bravery, but folly. On platform 7, the Wang Shui team emerged victorious. Wang Shui had gone to draw lots, hence the team was temporarily named after her. Chapter 57, The Youth and Truth. This grand competition possesses a certain humanity. As Chen Feng and his team celebrated their recent victory, they swiftly matched against another squad. The opposing team, equally adept at achieving swift victories, showcased comparable prowess. While it may not be entirely accurate to claim that both teams possessed identical strength, their ability to compel other squads to concede defeat in short order undeniably indicated their formidable capabilities. Team 36 faced off against Team 43. Chen Feng and his companions did not need to change their location. as Team 43 had already arrived at the arena where they were situated. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, the leader of the opposing team, a young man, glared fiercely at Chen Feng. Have I truly gained such notoriety? Chen Feng mused, touching his nose. Release your grip. The young man's anger was palpable. Li Shihe was a goddess, his dream lover, and now Chen Feng had the audacity to embrace her waist. Oh? Chen Feng realized the implication. It was said that beautiful women bring calamity, and Li Shihe certainly possessed such an allure. Nevertheless, Chen Feng was unperturbed. Anyone who dared to extend their claws would be dealt with ruthlessly. However, Li Shihe was displeased, unwilling to attract misfortune for Chen Feng. Think before you speak, she remarked. Truth be told, she had no idea who this young man was, which made the situation rather awkward. Chen Feng, do not let a woman stand before you. Are you bold enough to challenge me one-on-one? The young man taunted. Wake up, young man. This is a team battle. Chen Feng responded with a disdainful smile. It took a particular kind of foolishness to utter such words. Are you frightened? Stop stalling and let's begin. Wang Shui, unable to bear it any longer, interjected. This was a battleground, not a venue for idle chatter. The referee, also losing patience, promptly declared the match to commence. Wang Shui and Wang Yu summoned their spirit beasts. The Wang sisters' spirit beasts had received special attention from Chen Feng and were all of the golden tier, demonstrating considerable strength. In contrast, the rest of the opposing team, aside from the young man eager to confront Chen Feng, possessed only silver tier contracted spirit beasts. Hardly a spectacle, Chen Feng remarked. These are merely juvenile spirit beasts, akin to a few kittens squabbling. What could possibly be interesting about that? Nonetheless, out of respect, Chen Feng released his moon hound. As for Li Shihe, she refrained from summoning her purple flame minx, as they had agreed beforehand. There was no need to unleash it unless absolutely necessary, lest they invite even greater turmoil. Engage. The spirit beast master commanded their beasts to battle. Under the leadership of a golden tier spirit beast, 5 spirit beasts charged towards Chen Feng and his companions. Go ahead and strike. Chen Feng encouraged the Wang sisters. They were visibly exhilarated. This was their first time engaging in combat since contracting their spirit beasts, and they were eager to ascertain their true power. Eliminate them, Wang Yu shouted. Her intention was to instill a sense of dread, perhaps influenced by too many dramatic shows, believing that such a cry would add to their momentum. However, her spirit beast misinterpreted the command, instinctively believing its master wanted it to annihilate the approaching fools. Thus, an ice spear materialized out of thin air. Wow, a skill. Her spirit beast has comprehended a skill. How is that even possible? The ability of juvenile spirit beasts to comprehend skills is indeed a rarity. One must cultivate them to their mature stages to achieve such understanding. Truly impressive. The sisters of the Wang family are deserving of their reputation. It is curious what measures the Wang family has employed. Even the head of the Wang family is perplexed, having never heard his daughters speak of spirit beasts before. How did they acquire such skills? Nevertheless, this is undoubtedly a favorable development. The appearance of the ice spear is not merely for spectacle. Under the control of the spirit beast, it swiftly targets the approaching adversary. Frankly, in Chen Feng's estimation, the velocity of the ice spear is rather ordinary, easily avoidable. Yet, what attributes does Chen Feng possess? And what attributes belong to the spirit beast cub before him? They stand no chance of evading the ice spear, with the young man's golden tier spirit beast being the first to suffer the consequences. Upon impact, the ice spear penetrates the golden tier spirit beast as though it were struck by a crossbow bolt, sending its body hurtling away from the force of the blow. A crimson arc of spirit beast blood splatters across the arena. One strike, grievously wounded, on the brink of death. The onlookers are left in a state of shock, particularly the young man who had been so boastful towards Chen Feng. You have killed my spirit beast? Chen Feng interjects. If you take your spirit beast to my shop now, there may still be time for treatment. As the spirit beast teeters on the edge of life, the ice spear leaves a grievous wound. Its diminutive form is impaled by the ice spear, which is as thick as a child's arm. There is little hope for recovery. Although the spirit beast clings to life for now, its demise is imminent, and Chen Feng is certain that a typical spirit beast shop would be unable to heal it. I apologize. I did not anticipate your spirit beast was so frail, Wang Yu admits, somewhat remorseful. To vanquish another's golden tier spirit beast with a single blow is quite exhilarating. We concede, the young man declares, acknowledging defeat. With their strongest member bested, the rest of the team stands little chance. He rushes towards his spirit beast, a look of anguish etched on his face, knowing the considerable sacrifices his family made for this creature. If it were to perish, Chen Feng, can your shop truly heal my spirit beast? The young man, now devoid of any bravado, looks at Chen Feng with earnest eyes. Indeed, in the uninhabited zone to the east, you will find it, but I suggest you hurry. As the adage goes, the customer is king. Chen Feng is committed to providing exemplary service. Were it not for the ongoing competition, he would gladly escort this young man himself. Very well, I shall go at once. The young man, disregarding the competition, dashes off, leaving his teammates behind. Team 36 emerges victorious. The matching speed remains astonishingly swift. Within a mere 2 minutes, the next round commences. Some may argue that this is unjust, suggesting that the mystical beasts ought to be granted a moment of respite to recuperate. However, in this world, what semblance of fairness exists? The strong ascend by treading upon the corpses of the weak. On the arena, Wang Yu's recent performance has not gone unnoticed by many astute observers. The team matched against him has also refrained from taking the stage. Their previous battle had already drained them considerably, and their mystical beasts had sustained varying degrees of injury. They feared that should they engage with Wang Yu, their own beasts might meet a dire fate. A mystical beast that has comprehended a skill is beyond their capability to contend with. Meanwhile, Qin Yang, who has also emerged victorious, is attentively monitoring the situation involving Chen Feng and his team. My dear brother, you would do well to pray that our encounter does not come swiftly. What difference does it make if Wang Yu's mystical beast has mastered a skill? Qin Yang's shadow beast can be effortlessly controlled. Chapter 58. Does your face still ache? Chen Feng had initially no intention of paying attention to Qin Yang. However, as the number of teams on the arena dwindled, it became impossible for him to remain indifferent. Qin Yang's team is indeed formidable. Although he has faced disdain from many due to previous events, he remains the esteemed young master of the Qin family. And there are certainly those willing to curry favor with him. The 4 individuals currently accompanying Qin Yang have all contracted golden tier spirit beasts. With their valiant charge into battle, Qin Yang has yet to summon his own spirit beast, effortlessly securing victories. However, the one truly basking in effortless triumph is undoubtedly Li Chengfeng. This fellow, having gone to acquire a spirit beast, has not returned, instead lingering in the shop, continually flattering Xiaoying. It is not that Li Chengfeng lacks purpose. Rather, he understands that his presence or absence does not significantly impact the outcome. As the grand competition progresses, the number of teams remaining on the arena diminishes rapidly. At last, Wang Shui has made her move. With Wang Yu's spirit beast, she is unable to dominate the arena. The use of a spirit beast skills is not without its costs. Each spirit beast possesses a certain amount of spiritual energy, which correlates with their mental strength, and the consumption varies according to the potency of the skills employed. Even though Wang Yu's spirit beast has received special attention from Chen Feng, its inherent weakness is an undeniable truth, with limited spiritual energy at its disposal. However, with the Wang sisters acting in concert, there are indeed very few teams remaining that could hope to defeat them. When only 6 teams remain on the arena, the rapid matchmaking finally ceases. The top 5 teams in the Lingyuan Grand Competition will earn the qualification to advance to the provincial city, representing the pinnacle of the new generation in Jiangcheng, and such a determination will not be made lightly. All teams descend from the arena, and the remaining 6 teams draw lots. Team 36 will face off against Team 78. One wonders if there is any manipulation at play, as Team 78 happens to be the one led by Qin Yang. Ah, is that not my dear brother? A smile graced Qin Feng's face. Qin Yang also smiled. My dear brother, are you ready? The fierce rivalry between the Chun brothers has sparked considerable discussion among many, and recent events have been escalating at an alarming pace. Xiao Feng, Qin's mother, sat atop the platform, her countenance filled with concern. Although Qin Feng had contracted with the Moon Hound and undoubtedly possessed formidable strength, Qin Yang's lineage from the Yi family was a formidable factor. In recent days, Qin's mother had gleaned some insights into Qian Yang's current situation. Mother, everything will be fine. Qin Li reassured her. If anything were to happen to Xiao Feng, I would never forgive you. Qin's mother glared fiercely at her husband beside her. Despite their separation, the couple found themselves seated together in this public setting. Mr. Chun refrained from expressing his opinion, simply observing in silence. Do you think my son-in-law can prevail? Li Gong inquired, a hint of concern evident in his tone. As for my son, I have no doubt he will succeed. What capabilities does Qin Feng possess? Yin Lai is somewhat aware of them. Qin Feng can sell fruits that are consumed by other spirit beasts. and the food for his own spirit beast must undoubtedly be superior, regardless of the spirit beast that the Yi family has bestowed upon Qinyang. The time invested in its cultivation speaks volumes, and Yin Lai is confident that Chen Feng poses no issues. On the arena, Chen Feng released his hold from around Li Shihua's slender waist and stepped forward. The moon hound, akin to an innocuous silly dog, trailed at Chen Feng's feet. I'll take this round. You all can rest. The Wang sisters, well acquainted with the animosity between Chen Feng and Qinyang, harbored no objections. Be careful. It would be best to incapacitate him, Wang Yu declared, raising her fist before pulling Wang Shui towards Li Shihua. Observing this, Chen Yang's smile widened. Your current behavior is rather manly. My dear brother, does your face no longer hurt? He taunted. Humph, Chen Feng. Today you shall learn the meaning of fear. Does your face still ache? Chen Yang's anger was palpable. So does your face still hurt? Chen Yang could no longer contain himself. He summoned the shadow beast. The moment the creature materialized, many individuals rose from their seats in excitement. A diamond-tier spiritual beast. The illustrious reputation of the shadow beast was unknown to many, yet the instant a spiritual beast is summoned, a brief luminous effect accompanies its appearance, allowing one to discern the caliber of the summoned entity. In a bid to impress, Qinyang deliberately slowed the summoning process, enabling a greater number of onlookers to witness the spectacle of the summoning effect. At that moment, even those seated upon the high platform could no longer remain composed. Anyone capable of forming a contract with a diamond-tier spiritual beast by the age of 18, provided they flourish, is destined to become a formidable figure in the future. Chen Yang's mother rose, casting an irate glare at his father. It was the Yi family who provided this. Chen Yang's father replied softly, without even glancing his way. Mother Chen appeared to have lost all her strength. The Yi family loomed over her like an insurmountable mountain, stifling her breath. Others turned their gazes towards the Chen family, eager to unravel the mystery of how Qinyang had acquired his diamond-grade spirit beast. The Yi family certainly possessed remarkable tactics, thought Li Gong, frowning. Yin Lai, on the other hand, remained carefree and unperturbed, offering no comment. What? Are you beginning to feel fear now? Qinyang reveled in the moment, basking in the astonished gasps of the crowd. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng crouched down and asked, Foolish dog, are you afraid? The moonlit hound dutifully shook its head, exemplifying what it truly means to wag one's tail in response. Qinyang felt a surge of irritation at Chen Feng's blatant disrespect. And that foolish dog, the one that had betrayed him. Just wait, I shall have that dog slain. Qinyang commanded the shadow beast. The shadow beast sat on the ground, lifted its front paw, and meticulously began to groom itself. Foolish dog, do you hear? They intend to kill you. Chen Feng gently patted the moon canine on the head. The little tail of the moon canine wagged with even greater enthusiasm. Subsequently, Chen Feng directed his spiritual eye towards the shadow beast. Indeed, its attributes were significantly lacking, and it had not comprehended any skills. However, there was a glimmer of potential in its innate talent. Foolish dog, if you cannot locate it shortly, make use of the moonlight, understood? The moon canine nodded in agreement. In truth, Chen Feng's caution was entirely unnecessary. The moon canine possessed a wealth of combat experience. Having faced life and death in the evolution chamber daily, it understood the art of battle far better than Chen Feng. Yet, to please its master, the moon canine was exceedingly cooperative. Now, shall we commence? The referee appeared somewhat bewildered. Under normal circumstances, such beings need not compete. After all, both spirit beasts were in their juvenile phase, and any unforeseen mishap could lead to dire consequences. However, the principal had decreed that the grand competition must proceed. So what could he say? He could only inquire whether the participants were prepared. Brother Yang, go for it. Defeat him. Yes, bring him down. The loyal companions of Chun Yang began to rally with fervent encouragement, while outside, a multitude of cheers erupted. How many years had it been since such a prodigy emerged from Jiang City? Many had already transitioned from disdain to admiration for Chen Yang. In Chapter 59, titled Shadow Beasts, what are we waiting for? Humans are inherently drawn to strength. With Chun Yang's current display of formidable prowess, the future appears promising. He could very well ascend to become the foremost powerhouse of Jiang City. Who wouldn't wish to ingratiate themselves with him? In contrast, Chen Feng remained entirely indifferent, for he had long since discerned the nature of this world. Having endured 18 years of the vicissitudes of human relationships, he understood that if one remained oblivious to such matters, it would spell their doom. Let us commence, for my dear brother is eagerly anticipating the action. Chun Feng silenced the idle chatter from the spectators with a mere gesture, nodding to the referee on the stage. Very well, regardless of the grudges between you. Do not take a life. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall intervene. The referee, a temporary substitute from the spiritual academy, possessed a strength of golden caliber. Faced with two young individuals lacking even black iron rank, it would be a simple task for this teacher to intervene if necessary. Of course, his words were primarily directed towards Qin Yang. Chun Feng's status is quite extraordinary. He is the son-in-law of the Li family and the godson of Yin Lai. Should any untoward incident occur on the arena, he would find himself in a predicament. Rest assured, how could I possibly harm my beloved brother so soon? Qin Feng grinned. The teacher gazed at Qin Feng in astonishment, remarking that such words should rightly belong to Qin Yang. Qin Yang remained silent, embodying not only the demeanor of a master, but also demonstrating his magnanimity. He believed it unnecessary to engage in idle chatter with a defeated foe. Today, he intended to trample Qin Feng beneath his feet, ensuring that Qin Feng would never again hold his head high in his presence. In doing so, he aimed to unequivocally prove to everyone that he, Qin Yang, was superior to Qin Feng. Li Shihe, today you shall witness just how misguided your choice has been. Qin Yang gazed at Li Shihe with an intense longing, fervently desiring to be the one standing beside her. Hey, that's enough, Qin Feng interjected, his displeasure evident. What do you think you're doing? Flirting with my woman in front of me? Do you truly believe you have the right to do so? With a scornful huff, he commanded, foolish dog, teach him a lesson. Qin Feng could no longer tolerate the situation. Had Qin Yang not been so audacious towards Li Shihe, he would have been willing to engage in conversation with him for a while. After all, the more Qin Yang flaunted his arrogance now, the more he would be humbled later. But at this moment, his patience had worn thin. As soon as the battle command was received, the Moonhound unleashed an extraordinarily ferocious aura, transforming dramatically from its previous, docile demeanor. My heavens, this Moonhound exudes a formidable killing intent. Observers in the audience widened their eyes in astonishment. They had never witnessed a juvenile spirit beast possessing such a powerful presence. This aura was less about raw strength and more about the essence of its being. It was akin to a frail old man who, despite appearing harmless, held the lives of others in his hands as a cold-blooded killer. Whenever such an old man felt an urgent desire to eliminate someone, he would emanate a killing intent that would instinctively instill fear in ordinary people who met his gaze. Qin Yang cannot be deemed an ordinary individual, yet he possesses a slight superiority over the common man. In Qin Yang's realm, bullying the honest and delivering a few slaps to his subordinates is already considered quite malicious. However, what has the Moonhound endured within the evolution chamber? A struggle between life and death. That is a true battle for survival. Although the Moonhound has never genuinely survived within the evolution chamber, the formidable aura it exudes is far beyond what Qin Yang can withstand. As a fellow juvenile shadow beast, its presence is even more futile. What transpires when a small kitten encounters a fierce dog? The shadow beast, terrified, has taken refuge in Qin Yang's shadow, too afraid to show itself. What is there to fear? You are a shadow beast. Conceal yourself within its shadow and await the opportune moment to strike. As Qin Yang regained his composure, he promptly issued commands to the shadow beast. At that moment, the Moonhound was perilously close, mere seconds away from pressing its paw against Qin Yang's face. Upon hearing Qin Yang's orders and combat strategy, the shadow beast finally ignited with a flicker of fighting spirit. In the next instant, it charged towards the Moonhound. Just as the Moonhound bared its sharp teeth and swung its paw, intent on smashing the shadow beast into the ground, the shadow beast's form suddenly vanished. It had activated its innate ability, concealing itself within the shadows of the Moonhound. Although daylight significantly limited the shadow beast's powers, as long as there was a shadow, it posed no issue. However, nestled within the Moonhound's shadow, the shadow beast refrained from launching a reckless attack. The spiritual awareness of the beast far surpassed that of humans. In the shadow beast's perception, the Moonhound was overwhelmingly formidable, and it deemed its ambush unlikely to yield any results. A victorious smile spread across Qin Yang's face as he retreated swiftly. At this stage, the shadow beast was akin to a game-breaking entity. Once it slipped into the shadows, it became invincible. Hidden within the shadows, the shadow beast could strike at will, while the enemy remained oblivious to its presence, inherently ensuring its dominance. Of course, its weakness was glaringly apparent. Qin Yang himself was the shadow beast's Achilles heel. If he could eliminate its master, the shadow beast would pose no further threat. Thus, Qin Yang needed to be wary of an attack from the Moonhound. "Foolish dog," Qin Feng suddenly shouted. The Moonhound, poised to unleash its lunar power, turned its gaze towards Qin Feng. "Hold on, let us play a little longer," Qin Feng commanded. Once the Moonhound unleashed its lunar energy, it would emanate a hazy moonlight. Although this light would not be blindingly bright, it would suffice to obliterate all of the Moonhound's shadows. Without shadows, where could the shadow beast conceal itself? In a clash of warriors and commanders alike. It was time for me to make my move. Qin Feng twisted his neck twice. Unfortunately, no satisfying crack resonated. Do not inquire as to the reason, for it is simply due to the well-being of his cervical spine. As Qin Yang observed Qin Feng approaching him, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him. He was uncertain of Qin Feng's intentions. However, the intensity of Qin Feng's gaze evoked a sense of familiarity within Qin Yang. "Shadow Beast, what are you waiting for? Eliminate it," Qin Yang bellowed, casting aside any semblance of composure befitting a master. The shadow beast, attuned to Qin Yang's command, understood its master's desires without hesitation. It was acutely aware of Qin Yang's current emotional state. Alas, it found itself paralyzed by an inability to act, trembling within the shadows of the Moonhound. In stark contrast, the Moonhound sat comfortably on the ground, its canine head directed at Qin Feng, playfully panting with its tongue lolling out, as if it were completely unaware of the shadow beast's concealed presence. Yet, this seemingly unguarded demeanor left the shadow beast with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It felt that any attempt to strike would be met with the Moonhound's merciless retaliation. "My dear brother, it seems your shadow beast is lacking. I wonder if you, too, possess the same shortcomings." Qin Yang gazed at Qin Feng, who stood a mere dozen meters away, before turning his attention to his four subordinates on the stage. "Summon your spirit beasts and eliminate him." Chapter 60. My dearest brother, are you prepared? To be candid, Qin Yang felt a twinge of trepidation as he faced Qin Feng. After all, no one relishes the thought of receiving a resounding slap, right? If Qin Feng were to close the distance, he would indeed unleash his wrath, showing no mercy to the younger generation. Very well. Qin Yang's companions remained blissfully unaware of Qin Feng's formidable prowess. To them, it appears that all of them have only recently forged contracts with their spirit beasts, relying heavily on the abilities bestowed by these creatures, rendering the spirit beast masters themselves seemingly harmless. Presently, with the Moonhound ensnared by the shadow beast and Qin Feng's teammates lingering at a distance with no intention of assistance, this moment presents an opportune occasion for Qin Feng to shine. Should he perform admirably now, they would surely cling tightly to the substantial support that Qin Yang represents in the future. In the next instant, 4 golden-tier spirit beasts surged towards Qin Feng. Although these 4 beasts were somewhat battered from the previous skirmishes, the odds of 4 against 1 posed no significant threat. "Qin Feng, I'm coming to assist you," Wang Shui shouted, directing her spirit beast to intervene. "No need. You can enjoy the show," Qin Feng replied without turning his head. In that very moment, the Moonhound positioned itself in front of Wang Shui's spirit beast, clearly signaling that it would not permit her companion to join the fray. "Be careful," Wang Shui exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Qin Feng is indeed their friend. If they were to be attacked by the 4 spirit beasts, the consequences could be dire. "Do not worry. He is unharmed," Li Shi he reassured Wang Shui, displaying unwavering confidence in Qin Feng's abilities. Having also consumed elixirs, Li Shi he understood the extraordinary prowess they possessed at that moment. They had transformed into humanoid spirit beasts, beings even more formidable than diamond-grade spirit beasts. The mere 4 juvenile gold-grade spirit beasts stood no chance against Qin Feng. "Well, all right then," Wang Shui said, glancing at Li Shi he before nodding in agreement. Among the 3 of them, it was undoubtedly Li Shi he who cared the most for Qin Feng. If she asserted that he was fine, it was likely true. As for the 4 troublesome younger brothers, since you no longer desire your spirit beasts, then let them go. Qin Feng grinned, his smile radiating sheer joy. Associating with the wrong individuals incurs a price, especially when these 4 have harbored intentions of harm against him. Qin Feng understood clearly that these 4 individuals following Qin Yang were indeed intent on taking his life. The 4 spirit beasts charging at him were all aimed directly at his vital points. In light of this, he reacted with determination. Bang! Qin Feng swiftly raised his leg and executed a side kick. Although he had never formally studied martial arts, he was quite adept at street fighting. His relatively stable upbringing in the orphanage was largely due to his remarkable physical prowess, coupled with a ruthless approach when necessary. It was this fierce reputation that made others think twice before provoking him. Chen Feng had originally believed that the skills he honed in his youth would never be required again in his life, yet unexpectedly, today proved otherwise. Chen Feng's physical prowess had surpassed 200 points. With a single kick, he unleashed his full strength, obliterating a spirit beast cub no larger than a domestic cat without so much as a whimper. Indeed, it was a fatal blow. The disparity in attributes between the two was insurmountable. A collective gasp echoed throughout the arena, as if rehearsed, plunging the crowd into stunned silence. The force behind that kick likely reached the caliber of a bronze-level spirit beast master. Had he truly just contracted a spirit beast and ascended to such heights? However, this seemed implausible, as the Moonhound was evidently still in its juvenile phase, far from reaching maturity. This implied that Chen Feng could not possibly receive any feedback from the Moonhound. Without the spirit beast's response, how could he have advanced to bronze level so swiftly? None present could comprehend the situation, and the more familiar they were, the less they understood. Yan Lai was among them, yet he had no desire to delve deeper. The stronger his son became, the more elated he felt. On the arena, an individual lay sprawled, his head seemingly struck by a hammer. Despite his palpable fear and anger, a splitting headache rendered him incapable of uttering a coherent word. The death of a spirit beast was no trivial matter for a spirit beast master. While it did not entail the master following their spirit beast into the afterlife, the bond forged through their contract inflicted profound psychological trauma on the master due to the backlash of the contract. Chen Feng had no time to concern himself with these matters. After swiftly kicking one spirit beast away, he advanced towards the next. The remaining 3 spirit beasts, now filled with trepidation, dared not attack him. Their innate ferocity had completely vanished. Observing the retreating spirit beasts, Chen Feng grinned and declared, "You are the one." Chen Feng selected the largest creature, a bear-like spirit beast, yet he could not be bothered to ascertain its exact species. Why scrutinize something that he could effortlessly seize with a mere gesture? As he charged towards his spirit beast, its master, a spirit beast tamer, stood in stunned disbelief. Did he truly believe that a simple refusal would suffice? Chen Feng's swiftness far surpassed that of the 3 spirit beasts present, and given the inherent slowness of bears, the outcome was all too predictable. With 2 powerful strikes and a decisive kick, the spirit beast was soon pinned beneath his foot. Had the spirit beast possessed any skills, Chen Feng might have tempered his audacity. However, in this raw contest of physical prowess, he feared no one. Such arrogance was his hallmark. No one of his age could challenge him, at least not in Jiang City. Come back, quickly. With another spirit beast dispatched, the remaining 2 individuals, witnessing their fallen companion clutching its head in despair, hastily summoned their own spirit beasts. As soon as their beasts approached the range to be recalled into their spirit bags, they promptly withdrew them. Chen Feng is exceedingly ferocious. With just a few punches and kicks, he can vanquish a golden tier spirit beast. It is utterly inhuman. They dare not allow their spirit beasts to confront Chen Feng, for even enduring a beating is preferable to the demise of their beasts. Golden tier juvenile spirit beasts are far from inexpensive, and the death of a spirit beast would incur severe repercussions upon their owners. Who granted you permission to withdraw your spirit beasts? Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Feng felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. He had only just begun to warm up, and now he found himself without an opponent. It was quite vexing, to say the least. Please, do not act recklessly. We are on the arena, and killing is not permitted. As he cast a glare rife with lethal intent towards them, the 2 individuals completely wilted under his gaze and hastily summoned their last line of defense. Indeed, killing is forbidden, teacher. Chen Feng has harmed a fellow student and deliberately slain our teammate's spirit beast. Does the Spirit Academy not care about this matter? However, the referee remained silent, as his sole responsibility was to ensure the safety of the students, not to safeguard their spirit beasts. Protecting one's spirit beast was the responsibility of the spirit beast master themselves. My dear brother, since their spirit beasts have vanished, it falls upon you to assist them. Are you prepared for this? Chapter 61. It was he who collided with them. Chen Feng smiled. The smile was faint, yet Chen Yang felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Chen Yang's 4 subordinates instinctively distanced themselves from Chen Feng. Human beings have an innate instinct for self-preservation. With a single kick, Chen Feng can vanquish a golden tier spiritual beast. Therefore, dispatching them would likely require minimal effort. Chen Yang gazed at Chen Feng, who was approaching him, and instinctively swallowed hard. Shadow Beast, what are you doing? Chen Yang did not yield, for he still possessed the Shadow Beast, a diamond-tier spirit creature. Although Chen Feng exhibited remarkable strength, the innate abilities of the Shadow Beast were essentially insurmountable at their current stage. The Shadow Beast could sense Chen Yang's trepidation. However, it found itself powerless. Come back. Return and strike him swiftly. The distance between Chen Feng and Chen Yang dwindled to less than 3 meters, leaving Chen Yang with no avenue for retreat. If he were to step back any further, he would plunge off the edge of the arena. Falling from the stage would signify defeat. Upon hearing Chen Yang's command, the Shadow Beast promptly detached itself from the shadow of the Moon Dog. As the Moon Dog pondered which paw to use to pin the Shadow Beast to the ground, Chen Feng interjected, urging it to come forth. Did Chen Feng remain oblivious to the Moon Dog's capabilities? The Shadow Beast, now free from its shadowy confinement, was hardly a match for the Moon Dog, which could easily manipulate it at will. The Moon Dog, obedient and aware of Chen Feng's formidable strength, understood that the Shadow Beast posed no threat to him. Thus, it dutifully remained in place, barking twice in response. At the sound of the Moon Dog's barks, the Shadow Beast accelerated its pace. Under Chen Feng's deliberate deceleration, the Shadow Beast successfully melded into Chen Feng's shadow. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yang was filled with immense joy. Quick, eliminate him. In such circumstances, he could not afford to concern himself with the myriad of rules and promptly commanded the Shadow Beast to act. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth lifted slightly higher. The Shadow Beast, concealed within the shadows, acted without hesitation this time, for it could effortlessly strike at the tender nape of Chen Feng's neck. Capable of ripping it apart with a single claw, the Shadow Beast launched its attack. At the very moment it sprang into action, its form emerged from the darkness. Yet, this was precisely the moment Chen Feng had been anticipating. Stop! At the observation platform, Chen Feng's mother instinctively rose and shouted. The voice of a gold-ranked spirit beast master resonated powerfully, drowning out the gasps of the onlookers. Stop! Chen Feng heard her plea, and a subtle smile graced his lips. You say stop, yet I shall not grant your wish. Before the Shadow Beast's claws could reach his neck, Chen Feng decisively countered, swiftly seizing the beast's throat with remarkable precision. You're being rather disobedient, he remarked, holding the Shadow Beast before him. The beast's foreclaws flailed helplessly, unable to reach Chen Feng's face due to their short length. As the Shadow Beast attempted to shift its focus to claw at Chen Feng's arm, he suppressed his smile. Just like your master, you are in dire need of discipline. With that, Chen Feng raised his other hand. As he grasped the Shadow Beast's forepaw, he forcefully twisted it. The sound of bones snapping echoed in the air, accompanied by the beast's pitiful wail. In that instant, the Shadow Beast became subdued, no longer daring to flail about. Mother Chang gazed in astonishment at the events unfolding on the arena, her heart filled with relief yet tinged with apprehension. Sha Feng, it is not that I wish for you to hold back. I merely fear for your safety against the Shadow Beasts, she implored. What does that have to do with me? Chen Feng retorted coldly, casting a sidelong glance at his mother before turning his attention to his brother, Chen Yang, who stood nearby. My dear brother, do you possess any other means at your disposal? Chen Yang continued to swallow hard, his complexion flushed. Yet he could utter not a single word. Should he concede defeat now? However, how could one who had contracted a diamond-tier spirit beast possibly yield? To admit defeat in front of so many spectators would mean losing everything. In truth, if you were not my beloved brother, what right would you have to compel me to take matters into my own hands? You ought to feel fortunate. Chen Feng released the Shadow Beast with his right hand, and then gently patted Chen Yang's face twice. He exerted no force whatsoever, merely the softest of taps. Those 2 light slaps seemed to strike at Chen Yang's very heart, causing his heartbeat to falter. With such abundant resources at his disposal, how could he squander them so? If those resources were given to a mere pig, it would likely soar to great heights. My dear brother, with your level of talent, what could you possibly use to compete with me? Chen Feng reveled in Chen Yang's current expression, a visage that bestowed upon him a sense of vindictive pleasure. Impossible, this cannot be real. Have you ingested some forbidden substance? Chen Yang was unable to accept such a reality. If it were Chen Feng's spirit beast that had bested him, he could have reconciled with it to some extent. Yet, he could not fathom the sheer strength of Chen Feng. Why? By what right? Just a few days ago, Chen Feng had appeared to him like a lifeless dog. How could it be that in such a short span, Chen Feng had grown to this formidable stature? Poor brother. Have you nearly lost your sanity? Do you intend to feign madness and flee in shame? TSK, TSK. The sound of that disdainful clicking ignited the fury within Qin Yang. I will annihilate you. Qin Yang lunged at Qin Feng. The proximity of their confrontation resembled the brawling style of street thugs. However, such tactics were ineffectual. When it came to street fighting, Qin Feng far surpassed Qin Yang. As Qin Yang charged forward, intending to execute a grappling throw, Qin Feng swiftly raised his elbow. Qin Yang's body was propelled backward. By a remarkable coincidence, his chin collided precisely with Qin Feng's elbow. The hardness of an elbow is well known to those who have engaged in combat. The force of the elbow striking his chin sent him flying 3 or 4 meters away. Such impact is significant. It is likely that a fracture occurred. Qin Feng was uncertain whether any teeth were shattered. But the sight of blood filling Qin Yang's mouth suggested a grim situation. Teacher, you must have seen it clearly. He ran into it himself. If he were to suffer fatal consequences, it would bear no relation to me. Wouldn't you agree, my dear brother? After notifying the astonished referee, Qin Feng, with a heavy heart, inquired about Qin Yang, who lay outside the ring. Qin Yang initially intended to awaken, yet upon hearing Qin Feng's greeting, he succumbed to a faint. Whether this was feigned remains solely within Qin Yang's own awareness. We concede. Qin Yang's 4 underlings are rather timid. Qin Feng was ruthless towards his own brother. If they refused to concede, what kind of repercussions would they face? Therefore, surrendering must be done with utmost urgency. Is that all? Qin Feng cast a glance at Qin Yang. Knowing full well that Qin Yang would not perish, he had not delivered a lethal blow. This was not the opportune moment to eliminate Qin Yang in such a public setting. Nevertheless, Qin Feng was quite pleased with the lesson imparted. Subsequently, in a moment of carelessness, he inadvertently broke another front leg of the shadow beast. Oh, that was not intentional. Upon hearing the creature's anguished cry, Qin Feng, as if jolted by an electric shock, hurled the beast away. Chapter 62, A Kiss and a Run and Filial Son. How dare you? He's your brother. Qin Fu, observing from the stands, could not restrain himself from rising to his feet. He could tolerate Qin Yang's defeat, but he could not bear to witness the humiliation inflicted upon him by Qin Feng. It was not enough for him to knock Qin Yang unconscious, even after winning. He continued to harm the shadow beast. Don't overstep your bounds. Just because I call him brother doesn't mean he is truly my brother. Bah, he is your blood, and he holds no connection to me. Qin Feng looked at his father with disdain. Although he was reluctant to involve himself in the troubles of the Qin family, he was acutely aware of the underlying issues. Everything he had endured over the years stemmed from this man. Initially, Qin Feng harbored the deepest resentment towards Qin Yang and his mother, but now his father had surpassed them in his disdain. Aren't you going to save him? Qin's father bellowed angrily. The medical team outside the arena finally reacted to his shout. They had been captivated by the extraordinary events that had just unfolded in the ring. A spirit beast master who had yet to ascend to the black iron level had effortlessly torn apart a golden level spirit beast, easily subdued a diamond level spirit beast, and even knocked out his own brother. It was nothing short of spectacular. Thank you all for your hard work. Please exercise caution. It seems my dear brother's jaw may be shattered, so be careful not to leave any bone fragments behind. If a piece is missing, he may never return to his former self. Qin Feng is determined to provoke, showing no regard for decency whatsoever. Unfilial child, you bear the surname Qin. Are you not finished yet? Yan Lai cast a frosty gaze towards Qin's father. Yan Lai, I care not for your intentions, regardless of what Qin Feng may say. He is still my son. Qin's father, in a moment of inexplicable folly, uttered such words in front of a multitude, while others may have remained oblivious. Yan Lai perceived the situation with crystal clarity. It was evident that he had recognized Qin Feng's potential and sought to acknowledge him as his son. It is human nature to seek profit and evade harm. This is entirely understandable. However, what does he truly regard Qin Feng as? I have encountered shamelessness before, but never to such an extent. The severance of ties has already been formalized, and I have no affiliations with the Qin family. Do you comprehend? Without needing Yan Lai to speak, Qin Feng was quick to respond with fervor. Though Qin Feng is young, he has experienced the vicissitudes of human emotions and possesses considerable wisdom. The severance letter was signed by your mother. I did not affix my signature. At this revelation, Qin's mother was rendered speechless. Indeed, it was she who had signed the letter. But you? Qin's mother pointed at Qin's father, her anger rendering her breathless. This is a heart-wrenching betrayal. It is a treachery of the soul. You are all the same, a den of thieves. Qin Feng offered a succinct summary, then turned to walk towards Li Shihe. The moon hound, ever perceptive, wagged its tail and trotted to Qin Feng's side. its demeanor far from that of a noble spirit beast of the Moon Clan. How impressive! Li Shuri praised Chen Feng with a thumbs up, her face aglow with a smile and a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. This is the man she has chosen, many whispered behind her back, criticizing Li Shuri for being too casual, having established a relationship with a man she had known for only a few days. Now, Li Shuri felt an urge to proclaim loudly, "Who else? Do you dare defy him? What woman wouldn't he adore such a man? Just look at the audience. Their gazes are nearly devouring Chen Feng. Indeed, they seem to forget who I belong to." Chen Feng proudly lifted his chin. Indeed, Li Shuri approached and planted a soft kiss, a gesture that was enough to astonish the audience. Many women seethed with anger, wishing to tear Li Shuri apart. However, upon reflection, they all regained their composure. Li Shuri was asserting her claim, signaling to Chen Feng that no matter what transpired, he still had her by his side. Chen Feng could perceive Li Shuri's sentiments as he gently ruffled her hair. A tender gesture indeed. How could this ungrateful child act so? Chen's father was on the verge of exasperation. As the patriarch, he had graciously offered a path for his son in front of so many witnesses, and the son ought to have descended that path with grace. Chen's father did not anticipate that Chen Feng would defy him so vehemently. "I advise you to consider visiting your own son." The intensity of Yan Lai's gaze grew increasingly perilous, as if he were on the verge of taking action. Father Chen squinted at Yan Lai, then turned away without a word. His biological son? Surely, I must have misheard. The head of the Chen family did not offer a rebuttal. What an astonishing revelation. Indeed, was not Chen Yang the adopted son of the Chen family? The curiosity of the crowd was piqued. It is commonly known that Chen Yang is the adopted son of the Chen family, but how did this transformation into a biological son come to pass? Could it be that various scenes of extravagance and debauchery within the elite circles have ignited the imaginations of the onlookers? The departing Father Chen remained oblivious to the fervent gazes of the spectators, yet the increasingly agitated Mother Chen was acutely aware of them. The eyes of the audience surrounding her felt like piercing rays, each one directed intensely at her. Mother Chen could sense it. She felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground, unable to bear such scrutinizing gazes. "Mother, let us depart," Chen Li empathized, for many eyes were also fixated upon her. It seemed that even the question of Chen Li's parentage had entered the realm of reasonable suspicion among the onlookers. Mother Chen remained silent, casting a reluctant glance at Chen Feng on the stage before gently nodding to Chen Li. Chen Li supported her mother, hastily exiting the scene. Once the Chen family had departed, the audience erupted into a tumultuous and fervent discussion. Yan Lai grinned widely, for this was precisely the effect he desired. Yan Lai was merely responsible for igniting the flames, not extinguishing them. "All right, everyone quiet down. Contestant 36 is victorious. The match shall proceed." The referee on the stage remained silent, yet the dean of the Spirit Academy spoke up. Chen Feng and his companions descended from the arena, yielding the stage to the competitors of the next match. However, the audience remained fixated on Chen Feng, finding the ongoing contest on the platform rather uninspiring. Before long, the arena competition reached its conclusion. Without a doubt, Chen Feng and his team, the Wang Shui squad, emerged as the champions of the grand competition. In the subsequent matches, they hardly lifted a finger. Who would dare to challenge them? Those who were bold enough had already succumbed to unconsciousness, and 2 golden tier spirit beasts had even perished. The spirit beasts of these students were their cherished companions. How could they bear to witness their beloved pets being vanquished? Thus, whenever they encountered Chen Feng's team, they unanimously conceded defeat. Even a slight delay in surrender was deemed a slight against Chen Feng. "I suppose I have overshadowed you, haven't I?" Chen Feng remarked to Li Shuri as they strolled through the Spirit Academy, absent-mindedly touching his nose. "Not suppose, but indeed I have. You owe me a compensation." Li Shuri retorted playfully. "Very well, compensation it is. A kiss will suffice." Chen Feng replied with a serious tone, then mischievously planted a quick kiss on her cheek before darting away. "Don't run. Come back here." Chapter 63. Brother. Just watch how your younger brother conducts himself from now on. Chen Feng was filled with joy, his spirits high. Yet, within the Chen household, a pall of gloom hung heavily. The servants in the villa dared not even breathe audibly. In the living room, Chen Yang knelt on the floor, utterly despondent. Opposite him, Chen's father sat on the sofa, his countenance dark and foreboding. "Father, I desire everything that belongs to Chen Feng." Chen Yang suddenly lifted his head from his position on the ground. His jaw had healed, as the medical standards in Jiangsheng were quite advanced. Moreover, Chen Yang had not sustained significant physical injuries, though the scars of psychological torment remained. Father Chen sat silently on the sofa. I could not comprehend how he had become so formidable in such a short span of time. He must have seized a significant opportunity, one that I yearned for. Chen Yang has not yet relinquished his resolve. He continues to steadfastly pursue his convictions. If one desires something, one must seize it for oneself. At last, Chen's father spoke. The clouds of gloom on his face had dissipated significantly. Father Chen is not fearful of Chen Yang's failure. Rather, he is concerned that Chen Yang may become despondent from it. In life, who has not experienced a few setbacks? Chen Yang feels helpless. He wishes to seize opportunities, yet finds himself unable to do so. If he were capable of grasping them, would he even need to voice his struggles? This time, venturing to the provincial capital presents a chance. Father, I will arrange for someone to accompany you. Pursue whatever you desire. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's eyes sparkled with astonishment. He had never anticipated that his father, Chen, would go to such lengths for him. After all, in Chen Yang's perspective, Chen Feng was undoubtedly the biological son of the Chen family. Prepare yourselves, for you shall embark on your journey tomorrow, Chen's father declared as he rose to his feet. This arrangement was, in fact, not particularly related to Chen. It was orchestrated by the Yi family, as that woman sought to avenge her son. Father, I too desire that shop of his, Chen Yang interjected as he noticed his father preparing to leave. Father Chen furrowed his brow slightly, then nodded to Chen Yang without uttering a word. However, his gesture was already quite clear in its intent. Chen Yang clenched his fist tightly. Chen Feng, this time, I shall ensure your demise. Mere insults could no longer assuage the hatred that festered within Chen Yang. He was consumed by an urgent desire to kill Chen Feng. That night, Chen Feng's modest establishment closed its doors to patrons. The team comprising Li Shi, along with Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying, gathered together to celebrate their triumph. Although drinking was off the table, merriment and playful banter were indispensable, except for Li Qingfeng, who lamented his absence from the competition by striking his thigh in frustration. Everyone else was in high spirits. That evening, Chen Feng entrusted the management of the shop to Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying, while to others this seemed merely a verbal delegation. The reality was that Xiao Shan's identity was duly recognized by the system. Although they could not wield the same rights as Chen Feng within the establishment, they were nonetheless permitted to undertake various tasks, such as opening and closing the shop, placing individuals on an unwelcome list, or even expelling someone from the premises. Chen Feng had thoroughly briefed Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying on these responsibilities. However, the two took his words rather lightly. The following day, at the entrance of the Spirit Academy, Chen Feng and Li Shi arrived hand in hand, their relationship now devoid of any pretense. Those who needed to know were already aware, as they boldly stood at the entrance of the Spirit Academy, intertwined fingers on display. Shouldn't they be a tad more discreet? After a night had passed, Li Chongfeng's mood remained rather dismal, particularly due to the lack of substantial progress with Xiao Ying, which weighed heavily on his heart. In truth, Li Chongfeng had contemplated seeking Chen Feng's mentorship, eager to uncover the secret behind Chen Feng's swift conquest of Li Shi's affections. However, upon remembering that Chen Feng was Xiao Ying's elder brother, he decided it was wiser to refrain from such inquiries. What's the matter? Do you have an objection? I trust you didn't forget to bring your clumsy bear today? Chen Feng's comment struck a nerve, and if he were to forget again, he would truly be relegated to the role of a mere bystander. Enough of that, look. Li Shi tugged at Chen Feng, gesturing for him to glance to their left. Chen Feng immediately recognized Chen Yang's sports car. Ah, it seems that having connections at home makes quite a difference. He hadn't participated in any of the latter half of the competition, yet he still qualifies to be here. With a cold smirk, Chen Feng spoke, laced with profound sarcasm. He had contracted a diamond-grade spirit beast, and the Spirit Academy had assigned him to the 5th position in the team, with no one daring to voice any objections. Li Chongfeng interjected, clarifying that it was not a matter of dissent, but rather a lack of courage to oppose, given that he was the young master of the Chen family. At that moment, the Wang sisters emerged from the Spirit Academy. Chen Feng spotted Chen Yang, who, in turn, could easily see him. However, there was no trace of anger in Chen Yang's eyes. Instead, they radiated warmth and friendliness. Brother, Chen Yang called out from a distance after alighting from the vehicle. Is the sun rising from the west today? Surely my dear brother hasn't been rendered foolish by yesterday's encounter? Chen Feng was truly astonished, unaware of the trickery that Chen Yang was orchestrating. Chen Yang heard Chen Feng's words, yet he exhibited no inclination to erupt. He remained remarkably calm, exhibiting a demeanor that seemed uncharacteristic of him. Brother, I acknowledge my mistakes, and I do not beseech your forgiveness. Simply observe how I shall conduct myself in the future. Are you attempting to engage me with this sentimental approach? Chen Feng furrowed his brow. A leopard cannot change its spots, he thought, entirely skeptical of Chun Yang's assertions. Brother, you will witness my transformation. This is a token of my sincerity, Chen Yang said, presenting Chen Feng with a spirit beast pouch. Chen Feng displayed no intention of acquiescence. His gaze, peculiar and penetrating, was fixed upon Chen Yang. You haven't concealed the bomb here, have you? He inquired. Brother, within this bag lie merely some essential items. Alas, I understand that you are unlikely to forgive me so swiftly. I comprehend it all too well. Upon concluding his words, Chen Yang clutched the spirit beast pouch and turned away, appearing somewhat disoriented and lost. What is amiss with him? Has your blow to his head caused some damage? Li Qingfeng remarked, astonished, only after Chen Yang had departed. Most likely, he is concocting some scheme. I know my dear brother all too well. However, the precise nature of his intentions eludes me. Chen Yang's departure truly left Chen Feng at a loss. Upon returning to his squad, he discovered that the members had been replaced. It could be said that Chen Yang's presence had inadvertently displaced one of the original members. As he rejoined the team, Chen Yang cast his gaze down at his feet. To an outsider, it appeared as though he was engulfed in sorrow. Yet, only he was aware of the smile that could not be contained at the corners of his lips. Chen Feng, just wait, it won't be long now. Why did Chen Yang act as he did just now? He sought to make his attitude evident to others. In this way, if Chen Feng were to perish, what relevance would it hold for him as the beloved brother of the deceased? Chapter 64. A bad temper and a combative nature. In his relentless pursuit to eliminate Chen Feng without incurring harm, Chen Yang exerted every ounce of his ingenuity. A few minutes later, the supervising teacher made an appearance. Remarkably, the same individual who had served as the referee in yesterday's arena. Is everyone present? He inquired. Indeed, came the reply. Not only was there one supervising teacher, but several mentors from various classes were also in attendance, tasked with accounting for their respective students. In truth, there were merely 25 individuals, easily discernible at a glance. Very well, let us proceed to the city lord's residence, the supervising teacher commanded. Is it truly so casual? Chen Feng whispered to Li Shihe, leaning in closely. Li Shihe shot him a disapproving glance. After all, these instructors were predominantly of golden tier strength, and at such proximity, they would undoubtedly overhear. What I mean is, isn't the dean supposed to encourage us? He continued. Moreover, weren't there supposed to be upperclassmen present? Where are they? Chen Feng glanced around, but he could not find any upperclassmen in the Lingyuan. The seniors had already moved ahead, leaving us among the last group. Li Shihe elucidated to Chen Feng that the formal students certainly possessed greater strength compared to him, a mere auditor. At the very least, they had established class groups. Although classes had yet to commence, nearly everyone had joined the group, and any announcements from the mentors would be communicated therein. Understood. It is certain that only those of bronze rank and below are permitted to enter this secret realm, correct? Chen Feng is indeed mindful of his mission. If only those of bronze rank are permitted entry, then this opportunity will undoubtedly yield great fortune. Yes, it has been confirmed that individuals surpassing the bronze rank are unable to gain access. Li Shihe responded with unwavering certainty. Very well then. What do you wish to accomplish? I shall assist you. Li Shihe understood that Chen Feng's inquiry was driven by purpose, regardless of his intentions. She was resolute in her commitment to offer help. Indeed, when a couple works in unison, their combined strength is formidable. Is it not said that brothers unite in purpose? I have rephrased it. Chen Feng stood with a sense of righteous confidence, eliciting laughter from Li Shihe as they exchanged playful banter. They seemed oblivious to the discomfort of those around them. The Spirit Academy was indeed inclined to intervene in such matters. For early romantic entanglements were hardly beneficial and could dampen enthusiasm for nurturing spiritual beasts. However, with both families in agreement, the Academy found itself at a loss for action. Fortunately, the Academy was not far from the City Lord's manor, and within approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. The City Lord's manor resembled a governmental hall bustling with activity, filled with numerous officials and visitors alike. The group from the Academy received a warm welcome and, under the guidance of the staff, they proceeded to the teleportation chamber. To be honest, it was Chen Feng's first encounter with the fabled teleportation array. This was a unidirectional array, capable of transporting individuals only to the provincial capital. In another room, There existed another unidirectional array that could bring individuals from various locations to Jiang City. The teleportation array in the provincial capital was significantly more advanced than the one in their vicinity, being bidirectional and capable of transporting people to any city within the province. Yes, I am aware of this, Chen Feng acknowledged with a nod to Li Shihe. Although he had never seen a teleportation array before, he had grasped the fundamental knowledge surrounding it. It was not that Jiang City lacked the capability to construct a bidirectional array. Rather, safety concerns had deterred such plans. Within the province, numerous small cities existed, and compared to the provincial capital, these smaller towns were considerably more vulnerable. While wild beasts dared not attack the provincial capital, they were emboldened to assault the smaller towns. In recent years, although such occurrences had diminished, incidents of beasts breaching human settlements still transpired from time to time. To prevent these creatures from exploiting teleportation arrays to invade other cities, all smaller towns were restricted to constructing only single-directional arrays. The guardians of the teleportation arrays had but one task when faced with a beast siege: to destroy the outgoing unidirectional array, namely the very array Chen Feng and his companions were about to utilize. Should the beasts gain direct access to the provincial capital through the array, the consequences would be catastrophic. No matter how formidable the defenses, internal strife could spell disaster. All right, let us proceed. Remember your mission. This journey into the secret realm is merely for training. Do not act recklessly. I hope all of you return safely. The lead instructor cautioned before stepping into the teleportation array. Each year, a number of valiant souls met their demise, be they prodigies or brash individuals. Once they perished, their memories faded into obscurity. Thus, in this world, the foremost duty of a spiritual beast master was to survive. This was also the primary teaching objective of the academy in its first year, to ensure that all students learn the art of survival. Enter the teleportation array. The teleportation array appeared less grandiose than one might expect. To Chen Feng, it resembled more of an altar. Upon a circular platform, the ground was etched with numerous indented patterns, within which flowed a mysterious liquid, the nature of which Chen Feng could not ascertain. Once all individuals had ascended the teleportation array, the operator activated it. To Chen Feng, this task seemed remarkably effortless. Essentially, one merely needed to board and initiate the mechanism. After all, it was a one-way transport, leaving little room for manipulation. As the teleportation array sprang to life, a luminous, milky white radiance enveloped the entire structure. This light, while not blinding, was sufficient to obscure one's vision, rendering everything a haze of milky whiteness. Were it not for the fact that Chen Feng still held Li Shihe's hand, he might have believed himself utterly alone in that ethereal expanse. The milky glow appeared swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, in less than 2 seconds. Chen Feng and his companions found themselves within the provincial capital, Jizhou Province, Jiqing. Ah, are those not the individuals from Jiangxing Lingyuan? Quite the arrogance. Arriving last, as if to steal the spotlight. Just as the crowd's vision began to clear, they were met with a voice. The speaker, flanked by a group of students, seemed to be a leading mentor. To avoid embarrassing yourself in front of your students, it would be wise not to provoke me. Once they enter the secret realm, I shall seek you out for a proper discussion. It appeared the mentor from Jiangcheng had a somewhat irritable temperament. A mere sarcastic remark had incited him to challenge the speaker. Chen Feng labeled the team leader as temperamental, speaking as if he were intimidated. I await your approach, he remarked. After uttering these words, the team leader unexpectedly departed, leaving Chen Feng somewhat disheartened. Enough of the idle glances. Let us follow them, the team leader commanded, his tone betraying a hint of concealed delight. Chen Feng was bewildered. Could it be that this person not only had a bad temper but was also a bellicose individual? How could one be so elated after arranging a fight with someone? Chapter 65. Am I repulsive? Do you not comprehend? Chen Feng was uncertain about how his mentor had arranged the meeting with the other party. All he knew was that this junior secret realm was bustling with activity. The reason for the commotion was the multitude of people present. Is this the entrance to the secret realm? Chen Feng gazed in astonishment at the fantastical orb of light before him, resembling a black hole with a diameter of approximately 3 to 4 meters. It is indeed astonishing. When I first encountered it, I was equally taken aback, Li Shihe remarked, gripping Chen Feng's hand in wonder. It is indeed quite impressive, but where are our companions? Chen Feng glanced around but did not spot anyone from the Jiangxing Spiritual Academy. Distinguishing them was quite simple, as each academy donned a unique uniform, akin to school attire. They must have already entered. Perhaps they were awaiting the instructor's guidance. However, the instructor was nowhere to be found either. Chen Feng surveyed the area, realizing not only was the leading instructor absent, but all the class mentors had vanished as well. No need to fret. Someone will come to find us, Chen Yang interjected. It was evident that the group from the Jiangxing Spiritual Academy was led by none other than Chen Feng himself. Chen Yang was no exception. He was eager to showcase his presence before others, primarily to enhance the goodwill of passers-by. After Chen Feng's demise, these individuals would serve as his witnesses. The others glanced at Chen Yang and then turned their attention to Chen Feng, curious to see what decision he would make. After all, there was no alternative. For Chen Feng possessed the greatest strength among them. The secret realm was no place for frivolity. The beasts within showed no regard for one's identity and were truly lethal. Although Chen Feng's strength was relatively low within this secret domain, it was still superior to theirs. Chen Feng cast a cold glance at Chen Yang and stated, "Do not speak to me. You repulse me." Chen Yang replied, "Brother, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to offer a reminder." Silence. Chen Feng interrupted, lacking the patience for such theatrics, as he had no time to engage in this charade with Chen Yang. Chen Yang's demeanor is precisely what Chen Feng detests the most. Although he is clearly rotten to the core, he outwardly portrays himself as a benign individual. It is exceedingly irritating. Chen Yang seemed startled by Chen Feng's shout, obediently falling silent. At that moment, a young man dressed in the attire of Jiangxing Spiritual Academy approached Chen Feng and his companions. "Excuse me, who is Chen Feng?" Hearing this, Chen Feng stood up and declared, "I am." "All right, follow me into the secret realm. Once we enter, do not wander off. Stay close to me. Do you understand?" The youth did not introduce himself, but immediately began giving instructions. "Understood." Chen Feng offered a response. The individual appeared to possess considerable strength and exhibited a hint of impatience. However, Chen Feng chose to endure, for he remained unaware of the true circumstances within the secret realm. Subsequently, Chen Feng and his companions followed closely in the footsteps of the young man, with the members of other teams naturally trailing behind him. "Make way. We are from the Jiangxing Spirit Academy, and we seek entry into the secret realm." As they approached the entrance to the secret realm, the crowd grew denser. Yet, upon hearing that students from the Spirit Academy wished to enter, those obstructing the path readily parted. It was inevitable, as this newly discovered secret realm was exclusively designated for the Spirit Academy, and the academy within Jizhou held the privilege of priority entry, akin to enjoying the first fruits of a harvest. In contrast, the others present could only acquire entry slots through the purchase of spirit crystals, a limited commodity not easily obtained. Thus they lingered here awaiting their chance to buy a spot. The young man paid no heed to the others, merely exchanging a brief greeting with a middle-aged instructor guarding the secret realm before entering. After assessing Chen Feng and his companions, the instructor cautioned, "You young ones should merely enter to experience it. Refrain from overstepping your capabilities and do not perish within the secret realm. Strive to return alive." With a wave of his hand, the middle-aged instructor signaled for them to proceed. Following the lead of the young man, all ventured into the secret realm. Chen Feng was filled with astonishment. He had anticipated that entering the secret realm would involve being drawn in, as the luminous orb resembled a black hole. However, the reality was remarkably different. Stepping into the orb felt as effortless as crossing a threshold, and he found himself transported directly into another world. On the other side of the orb, a throng of people surged, while within the secret realm, verdant trees flourished beneath a sky adorned with soft white clouds, and the air was refreshingly crisp. "This place is rather splendid," Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim. "Such unspoiled secret realms are fleeting. They will soon transform." Li Shi, he added, "Are all secret realms like this?" Chen Feng admitted his lack of knowledge on the subject, as these matters were not covered in high school and could only be learned upon entering the Spirit Academy. Not necessarily. It is said that some secret realms can refresh themselves, much like game dungeons, though such realms are exceedingly rare and are strictly regulated by the authorities. Chen Feng nodded, understanding the rationale behind the higher-ups' decision. Such a realm, capable of endlessly replenishing resources, must undoubtedly remain under their control. However, this concern felt somewhat distant to Chen Feng at present. "Enough idle chatter. Follow me closely and refrain from wandering off. This area has been largely cleared by us. And while formidable beasts are unlikely to appear, one can never be certain of their emergence. From this moment onward, you must take responsibility for your own safety." Subsequently, radiant beams of summoning light manifested, revealing a variety of spirit beasts, all in their juvenile stage. Chen Feng was not polite. He summoned the Moonhound, Although he had confidence in his abilities, he understood the importance of not acting too independently. Very well, follow me closely and do not stray too far, he instructed. Without waiting for Chen Feng and the others to prepare, the young man began to stride forward. He was merely responsible for leading the way, not for babysitting. Even if someone chose to leave the group, it was of no concern to him. They were all adults, and each individual must bear the consequences of their actions. After walking approximately 2,000 meters, Chen Feng and his companions heard the sounds of combat. Ahead lies the area we are advancing towards. You may move freely from here. What you choose to do is entirely up to you, the young man announced before turning to join his spirit beast in the fray. Brother, I'm going to check it out. If there's no danger, I'll come back and let you know, Chen Yang immediately said to Chen Feng after the young man departed. I told you not to speak to me. It disgusts me. Do you not understand? Chen Feng replied with disdain, casting an irritated glance at Chen Yang. Chen Feng was certain that Chen Yang was up to something, as every time Chen Yang spoke to him in such a manner in front of others, it signaled the beginning of a scheme. Brother, well, I understand you won't easily forgive me. I get it. I'll take my leave now. Although Chen Yang departed, the moment he turned away from prying eyes, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Chapter 66. Strong enough to jump, what is he planning? Be sure he sensed Chen Yang's unusual demeanor as she furrowed her brow, glancing at Chen Feng and inquiring about Chen Yang's retreating figure. He's certainly up to something. But what exactly remains a mystery? Chen Feng shrugged, acknowledging that he was no mind reader. Knowing that Chen Yang was plotting something was already quite impressive. Regardless of his intentions, if he dares to act, we shall confront him. Li Chengfeng exuded a certain bravado, bolstered by the prowess of his formidable companion. The Wang sisters nodded in agreement, affirming their commitment to assist Chen Feng in dealing with Chen Yang. Let us not concern ourselves with him. We should also venture forward. Chen Feng did not come here merely for amusement. He too was here to stir things up. Agreed. The Chen Feng squad departed, while some individuals chose to follow him, and others remained in their original positions. Regardless of whether they were in front or behind, they were surrounded by people, making it relatively safe to stay put. Ahead of them lay the secret realm, teeming with combatants. Upon a cursory glance, there appeared to be approximately 100 individuals, a mere assembly of senior students from 3 prestigious spiritual academies. Opposing this multitude were 10 formidable wolves. Chen Feng, endly sure he stood atop a tree trunk, towering 7 or 8 meters above the ground. The battlefield below lay before them in its entirety. Spiritual sight. Chen Feng activated his spiritual eye and immediately gleaned information about the 10 wolves. Swift Magic Wolf, Realm, Bronze, Elite, Constitution, 185, Spiritual Power, 80, Skills, Swiftness, Pack Tactics. Upon observing the attributes of the Swift Magic Wolf, Chen Feng furrowed his brow slightly. It was not that the attributes of the Swift Magic Wolf exceeded his expectations, but rather that his heavenly eye could discern only the skills possessed by the Swift Magic Wolf, failing to reveal the effects of those skills. This was rather disheartening. He wondered what the upgrade requirements for the heavenly eye were, believing that it should indeed be capable of unveiling the effects of the skills. The inability to see them now was merely a consequence of his heavenly eye's low level. Ding. 100 million shop funds can be utilized for an upgrade. Just 100 million? Chen Feng, feeling rather affluent now, had long transcended the days of surviving on a meager 500 in monthly living expenses. Upgrade. Without hesitation. Money is easily earned once spent. Currently, the funds in Chen Feng's shop had exceeded 200 million, for which he owed a debt of gratitude to the Night Watchers. However, it was certain that the Night Watchers would not be at a loss. Ding. 100 million funds deducted from the shop. The heavenly eye has been upgraded to intermediate level. Upon the successful upgrade, Chen Feng felt a slight itch in his eyes, and then it was complete. When he next employed the heavenly eye to examine the Swift Magic Wolf, it indeed displayed the effects of the skills, along with an unexpected revelation. Swift, passive enhancement of speed by 50%. Wolf Pack. When the number of the pack exceeds 5, the pack effect is triggered, resulting in a 20% increase in all attributes. It was no wonder that 10 Swift Magic Wolves required such a formidable number of opponents to contend with. With over 100 bronze-level Beastmasters, each possessing at least 100 spirit beasts, they could only manage to suppress the Swift Magic Wolf pack. Capturing them in a short time seemed implausible. Although these Beastmasters' spirit beasts were predominantly of golden rank, the Swift Magic Wolf was a bronze elite, not inferior in attributes to those spirit beasts that had yet to reach maturity. These Beastmasters, merely a year or two older than Chen Feng, had spirit beasts still in their growth phase, which naturally meant their attributes were not particularly high. Indeed, many of their beasts had attributes just over 100. This was certainly inadequate when compared to the swift magic wolves, whose attributes exceeded 200 and who enjoyed a 50% increase in speed. However, the sheer number of spirit beasts would eventually wear down these swift magic wolves. As for the delightful surprise following the upgrade of the Heavenly Eye, when Chen Feng employed it to observe these magic wolves, he noticed various red dots appearing on their bodies, differing in quantity from one individual to another, with the locations of these red dots also varying significantly. Chen Feng understood that the crimson spots were the vulnerabilities of the swift magic wolves. However, he had no intention of kindly informing those who were currently engaged in their tasks. These wolves would not endure for much longer. Let us seek the spirit crystals. Chen Feng felt indifferent towards the swift magical wolves. Within this secret realm, his sole focus was to acquire spiritual crystals. Amassing a sufficient quantity of them would yield greater benefits. The system's task was explicit. The more spiritual crystals Chen Feng collected, the better the rewards. Spiritual crystals would not be found near the periphery of the realm. One would have to venture at least halfway in for them to appear. Shall we simply follow them? Chen Feng pondered with furrowed brows. In truth, they could also circumvent to other areas, but Li Shi he hesitated. Although both she and Chen Feng possessed formidable strength, and their spiritual beasts were equally formidable, acting independently posed considerable danger. Let us go around and take a look, Chen Feng resolved. He then glanced at Li Chengfeng and the Wang sisters. Should they choose not to accompany him, he would not press the matter. What are you staring at? We are a team. Let us move. Wang Yu shot Chen Feng a glare, sensing a hint of disdain in his demeanor. Exactly, Wang Shui added, not sparing Chen Feng any pleasantries, as she took the lead with Wang Yu. I didn't say anything. Chen Feng felt somewhat wronged as he rubbed his nose. Deservedly so, Li Chengfeng remarked, providing Chen Feng no chance for rebuttal as he turned to catch up with the Wang sisters. Li Shi stifled a giggle. Still laughing? Chen Feng unceremoniously pulled Li Shi closer before leaping down from the tree. Strong enough. A hard jump will suffice. By the way, where's Chen Yang? After descending, Li Shi voiced her confusion. No need to worry about him. He'll show up when necessary. Chen Feng replied dismissively. After contemplating briefly, Li Shi decided to abandon her thoughts. Just as Chen Feng and his group distanced themselves from the main party to explore alternative paths, Chen Yang had found the individuals he sought. They were a trio, each clad in black hooded cloaks, though they did not wear the hoods, revealing their youthful faces. Are you the ones here to assist me? If you're Chen Yang, then you are indeed correct, the young man at the center of the trio addressed him. With a buzz cut and 3 earrings adorning his right ear, he bore an air of nonchalance. I am Chen Yang. Where are the individuals you need to deal with? We have other matters to attend to after this. The young man spoke to Chen Yang without a hint of courtesy. Chen Yang is merely the offspring of his aunt, whereas he embodies the true lineage of the Yi family. Although he is from a collateral branch, he bears the Yi surname. He harbors considerable dissatisfaction regarding the arrangement to assist Chen Yang, thus it is utterly improbable to expect him to treat Chen Yang with any semblance of kindness. Chapter 67. This foolish dog is just one step away from emblazoning the words pride upon his countenance, isn't he? Chen Yang did not anticipate such rudeness from the other party. Nonetheless, it mattered little to him. Chen Feng, you should be observing from that side now. What actions do you intend to take? How shall we proceed? Naturally, we shall advance and engage. What other course of action is there? A hint of derision lingered at the corner of the young man's lips. Chen Yang could sense the hostility emanating from the other party, yet he refrained from retaliating. For these 3 individuals were all bronze-level spirit beast masters, undoubtedly far surpassing him in strength. Let's go, the young man called out. The 2 silent companions followed closely behind him. As the trio commenced their departure, they donned their hoods and secured black masks over their faces. The voluminous hoods, coupled with the masks, effectively concealed their identities. By the way, I heard you also formed a contract with the Shadow Beast, but nearly met your demise at the hands of others. Pay close attention. I shall teach you how to wield the Shadow Beast. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang widened his eyes, not due to the other party's demeanor, but because they claimed to possess a Shadow Beast as well. Thus, this young man. Before Chen Yang could fully comprehend the situation, the youth had already vanished into the distance. Chen Yang could only set aside his thoughts and follow in the footsteps of the 3 individuals ahead. Alas, it seemed that these 3 were deliberately toying with him. No matter how swiftly he ran, he could not catch up. 7th young master, Is it wise to treat him this way? It won't bode well upon our return. One among the trio spoke. He is merely the illegitimate child of my aunt. She may acknowledge him, but my grandfather certainly does not. What is there to fear? Moreover, if one cannot tolerate this, it would be prudent to sever any lingering thoughts of returning to the Yi family. The other two nodded in agreement. Fully aware of the depths of the Yi family's intricacies, it was only due to Chun Yang's mother being the most cherished daughter of the former head of the Yi family that he was afforded such treatment. Otherwise, he would not have merited it. Have you seen Xinyang? The search for the individual from Jiangxing Spirit Academy did not consume much time for the trio of the Yi family. Who are you? The queried individual retained a basic level of vigilance and refrained from responding. Little one, this is not the city. We are in a secret realm. You would do well to think carefully before answering. The imposing aura of a bronze-level spirit beast master emanated from the leading young man. They have headed that way. Very well, I shall comply. Faced with intimidation, betraying a fellow student should not be considered a grave offense, should it? Excellent. The young man chuckled before turning to depart. In a deserted location, he might have resorted to violence, but here, amidst numerous members of various spirit academies, including Jiangxing Spirit Academy, he chose to refrain from taking action. Xinyang followed from a distance, careful to remain unseen. He could not allow others to perceive that he was accompanying these three individuals. At that moment, Chen Feng and his companions encountered trouble. The five of them were confronted by three swift demon wolves. Observing the wolves up close, Chen Feng discerned that they were indeed markedly different from spirit beasts. The most striking distinction was their wildness. The bloodthirsty aura they exuded was unmistakable. The three swift demon wolves were equally perplexed, for standing before them were four juvenile spirit beasts, mere infants in their eyes. Yet, despite the menacing atmosphere, none of these small creatures displayed even a hint of fear. What could be the reason for this? Li Chengfeng and the Wang sisters were equally bewildered. They understood that their spirit beasts were superior to those of their peers, yet they expected such superiority to be limited, given that they had only been nurtured for a short time. However, the situation before them contradicted their expectations. Why did it seem as if they were not afraid at all? Wang Yu, hiding behind Chen Feng, voiced her confusion. Why hide? Because she was aware of Chun Feng's strength, and standing behind him brought her a sense of security. Indeed, my clumsy bear has never fought before. How is it that it shows no fear against these demon wolves? Li Chengfeng stood behind Chen Feng as well. To be honest, even Chen Feng was uncertain about the unfolding events. While spirit beast masters could sense their beast's general thoughts, they could not communicate the finer details. The four little creatures were unable to convey their intentions to their owner. The dangers they had previously encountered in the evolution chamber paled in comparison to the current situation. They had faced far more formidable beasts before, so what was there to fear? Nevertheless, they also recognized that they were no longer in the illusion of the evolution chamber, but in the realm of reality. In this world, death meant true demise. Foolish dog, lead the charge, Chen Feng commanded. Although the Moonhound's attributes did not match those of the swift demon wolves, its capabilities were evident. With two awakened skills, Chen Feng believed that the Moonhound could indeed take down a demon wolf in a one-on-one confrontation. Now, with the assistance of the other three little creatures who had also grasped skills, they stood a chance. If necessary, Chen Feng could join the fray himself. Should that prove insufficient, there was also Li Shihe's purple flame weasel, and even Chun Feng's fire flood dragon. In this encounter, the advantage lay with him. There was no need for alarm. Who, after all, is the Moonhound? Foolish dog. It pays no heed to trivial matters. When the leader commands, it simply obeys. This fellow unleashed a powerful roar from the very outset, summoning a resounding howl of the moon. The moonlight descended with an imperious force, enveloping the lunar hound in a shimmering glow. This was not merely a visual spectacle. The attributes of the lunar hound surged by 20% under the radiant moonlight. Then, the lunar hound roared once more. This time, however, a beam of light emanated from its being, piercing the heavens and, in the blink of an eye, descending back to the earth. Moonlight is indeed light, and those who have witnessed its swiftness understand its unparalleled velocity. The speed of the agile demon wolf is indeed remarkable, yet it pales in comparison to the swiftness of moonlight. Who claims that dogs cannot surpass wolves? Chen Feng grinned widely. The agile demon wolf, struck by the moonlight, collapsed on the spot, creating a half-meter deep crater in the ground. Such tremendous power? Li Chengfeng was left utterly astonished. The Wang sisters also gaped in awe, their mouths agape in reverence. Chen Feng exhibited a hint of arrogance. Was he jesting? The Moonhound's mental prowess had already reached a remarkable 195 points. With a subsequent enhancement of 20%, it would surpass the 200 mark. Moreover, the attack power of the Moonlight was 1.5 times that of its mental strength. How formidable was the constitution of the Swift Demon Wolf? Although the effects of skills do not equate to a 1-to-1 counter of mental strength against constitution, it is essential to consider each creature's defensive capabilities. Nonetheless, if the excess is substantial enough, a single skill can vanquish an adversary. Is that excessive? The Moonhound certainly did not perceive it as such. Proudly, it cast a glance at Chen Feng, its mouth agape, continuously lolling its pink tongue. This foolish dog seemed to be wearing its pride like a badge. Chen Feng felt an overwhelming urge to cover his face. Just as he felt a swell of pride for this silly dog, it revealed its true nature. Chapter 68, Skin to Skin, Flesh to Flesh. Foolish dog. There are still 2 more. Indeed, 2 more bewildered Swift Demon Wolves remained. They had intended to awaken their primal instincts, wishing to teach the foolish dog before them a lesson. However, their legs refused to obey. Who has ever witnessed a young spirit beast so ferocious? They certainly had not. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's shout, the Moonhound immediately turned, displaying a fierce countenance. Then, with an air of confidence, it sauntered toward the 2 Swift Demon Wolves, moving leisurely. The Swift Demon Wolves, sensing the gravity of the situation, slowly retreated. Yet, the Moonhound was displeased. It had come to vanquish them, and they were not extending their necks in submission. The Swift Demon Wolves were nearly suffocated by the sounds emanating from the Moonhound's throat. Being bullied by a dog was one thing, but being outmatched by a mere pup was another entirely. It was akin to a large golden retriever being bitten by a toy poodle on the street. Awoo! The Swift Demon Wolf howled in fury. As living beings, everyone must face death at least once. However, some deaths carry the weight of a mountain, while others are as light as a feather. They aspired to embody the former. In the next moment, the Swift Demon Wolves unleashed their fastest sprint, charging toward the Moonhound. At that instant, the Moonhound also sprang into action, its speed only slightly lagging behind that of the wolves. Yet, just as the jaws of the Swift Demon Wolves were poised to clamp down on the Moonhound, it nimbly evaded the attack. Not only did it evade, but it also retaliated with a swift slap to the Swift Demon Wolf. Despite the Moonhound's smaller stature compared to the wolves, the strength of its paw was not to be underestimated. 1 wolf was sent flying, and 2 wolves were dispatched. The Moonhound remained unscathed. You are a dog, not a cat. Chen Feng reminded Yu Quan, who seemed oblivious to where he had acquired such tricks. His 2 forepaws were almost a blur. The agile magic wolf, having rolled several times on the ground, rose dazedly, its head spinning from the harsh blow it had received. Just then, a spike protruded unexpectedly beneath the belly of one of the Swift Magic Wolves. The spike's force was insufficient to pierce its belly, yet it lifted the Swift Magic Wolf momentarily off the ground. In that fleeting moment, when its 4 paws left the earth, Yu Quan sprang into action. His body appeared to transform into a beam of moonlight, and after leaping high, he landed directly on the back of the Swift Magic Wolf. At that moment, Yu Quan shed any semblance of a feline demeanor. He opened his mouth and sank his teeth into the nape of the Swift Magic Wolf's neck. A wound was inflicted. Blood flowed. The bitten Swift Magic Wolf let out a wail of despair, thrashing wildly in an attempt to dislodge Yu Quan. It succeeded, as its struggles caused both it and Yu Quan to tumble off the spike. However, it merely fell. Yu Quan's weight was insufficient to subdue the Swift Magic Wolf. Yet his grip remained unyielding. As the Swift Magic Wolf's thrashing intensified, Yu Quan, without hesitation, resumed his feline act, shaking his head vigorously while raising his paw to rub against the wolf's head incessantly. After approximately 3 to 4 seconds of this, the Swift Magic Wolf ceased moving. The other Swift Magic Wolf had long wished to provide support, yet the remaining trio were no mere spectators, continuously unleashing various skills. Although their abilities lacked the power to threaten the Swift Magic Wolf, they were capable of obstructing it. By the time Yu Quan had dealt with the first Swift Magic Wolf and turned to regard the last one standing, it had already turned to flee. Any hesitation was a disgrace to its own life. Ding! The Swift Magic Wolf has been slain, opening the path to advancement and granting 22 experience points. What the hell? Chen Feng gasped inwardly. He quickly opened his attribute panel. On his attribute panel, a new experience point appeared, along with a level that Chen Feng could comprehend. Currently, his level stood at 1. This cannot be right. How could my attributes be so formidable, yet still only be level 1? Chen Feng felt a deep sense of discontent, as that glaring level 1 seemed like a personal affront to him. Furthermore, with only a level 1 to his name, when would he ever ascend to the ranks of the Black Iron tier? Moreover, how many levels must one attain to reach the Black Iron status? Ding. One can elevate their realm every 10 levels, and with each upgrade, one is granted 10 attribute points. Wait a moment, one can also receive attribute points? Chen Feng felt somewhat unsettled. Earning 100 attribute points at level 10 was no trivial matter. Is the experience you provided somewhat amiss? The Swift Magic Wolf is not weak, after all. Why is the experience so minimal? Ding. There are alternative methods to acquire experience. Please explore on your own, host. Yet another instruction to explore independently. Chen Feng was exasperated. What are you doing? Have you lost your senses? At that moment, Li Shihe approached Chen Feng. Nothing. I was pondering the peculiarities of this foolish dog. Don't you think its method of attack is rather uncanny? Who cares? As long as it's effective. Li Shihe appeared quite at ease and found the moon hound increasingly appealing. Indeed, let us proceed and see what the Swift Magic Wolf is guarding. Chen Feng took the lead and walked forward. The others followed closely behind him, each brimming with excitement. Although they hailed from the 3 prominent families, this was their inaugural foray into actual combat. Moreover, they were convinced of their formidable prowess. While over 100 individuals struggled to subdue a mere 10 swift magical wolves, the 5 of them had already slain 2 and sent 1 fleeing. Such an accomplishment was indeed remarkable. Chen Feng felt little, as he had no sense of involvement. He had yet to experience the thrill of outmaneuvering Qin Yang. The sensation of skin against skin is something only those who have experienced it can truly understand. Look, over there is a hole. Could it possibly be the lair of the Swift Magic Wolf? Wang Yu suddenly pointed toward a sloped area ahead and spoke. Let's go take a look to find out. Chen Feng, bold and daring in his artistry, cast a glance at Yu Quan as they approached the cave entrance. Understanding the unspoken cue, Yu Quan swiftly darted inside. He entered with remarkable speed and exited just as quickly, his movements a blur as he accomplished his reconnaissance task. The cave remained eerily silent, suggesting the absence of any lurking beasts. Let us proceed. Chen Feng took the lead into the cave. The air inside was thick with a pungent, fishy odor, yet he paid little heed to such trifles, for his eyes had fallen upon the spirit crystals. They lay quietly scattered upon the ground, glimmering like stars, numbering perhaps a dozen. Ah, spirit crystals! Exclaimed the Wang sisters, although they were not short of wealth. The distinction between having money and earning it was not lost on them. Let's divide the spoils, Chen Feng suggested with a smile. The allure of this untouched secret realm was undeniable. Merely stumbling upon a cave was enough to uncover spirit crystals. Chen Feng was acutely aware of their immense value. Exceedingly precious. Chapter 69, Level Up. The division of the spoils was a joyous affair. Each of the 4, including Li Shihe, received 2 crystals, leaving the remainder for Chen Feng. In truth, they had little desire for them, as they had scarcely contributed during the recent skirmish. Yet, Chen Feng's generosity compelled him to insist, thrusting 2 crystals upon each of them. Ding. Spirit crystals detected. They are consumable. This marked the second occasion Chen Feng had heard the system's notification. The first time, he had been too preoccupied to consume them, and later, he found himself reluctant to part with such treasures. A child from a humble background understands the value of wealth. A single spirit crystal could be worth millions. To consume one meant relinquishing a fortune, a thought that weighed heavily on Chen Feng's heart. However, the moment had come. He decided to consume one. Regardless of its worth, he felt compelled to experience its effects. Ding. Consumed spirit crystal. Experience points 100. Ding. Host level increased to level 2. Free attribute points 10. By the heavens? Chen Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. What happened? Li Shihe looked at him, bewildered by his sudden exclamation. Oh, nothing. Chen Feng replied, his words slightly faltering. He glanced at his status panel. To ascend from level 2 to level 3 required 200 experience points, achievable with just 2 spirit crystals. Earlier, he had assumed that his rate of advancement would be painfully slow, certainly lagging behind Li Shihe and the others. Yet, his attributes far surpassed those of his peers at the same level. In that moment, Chen Feng realized the truth. His rate of progression was intrinsically linked to his wealth. As long as he possessed a sufficient quantity of spirit crystals, he could swiftly elevate his standing. Should he consume them all? Within Chen Feng's system space, there lay 30 spirit crystals. Should he manage to uncover additional spirit crystals within this secret realm, he would be able to elevate his realm. However, one must not be overly attached. After all, spirit crystals are mere lifeless objects if left untouched. If I devour the spirit crystals I acquire, will they still count towards my task? Chun Feng's sole concern was whether consuming the crystals would result in a decline in his task rating. Ding. The spirit crystals acquired during the task will be automatically recorded, and their existence will have no bearing on your task, the system responded. Hearing this, Chen Feng grinned widely. There was no reason for hesitation. It was time to consume them. The spirit crystals within the system space began to vanish rapidly. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased to level 9, and you have gained 80 bonus attribute points. In the depths of the cavern, Chen Feng acquired 6 spirit crystals, which, when combined with those previously collected by Li Shihe, were sufficient to elevate his level to 9. To ascend from level 9 to 10, he required 1,000 experience points. If Chen Feng could procure 10 more spirit crystals, he would achieve level 10 and subsequently advance to the next tier. With renewed vigor, he resolved to seek out more spirit crystals. At this juncture, Chen Feng was brimming with enthusiasm, having decided that any crystals he discovered henceforth would be exclusively his. He sensed a flaw within the system. As long as Li Shihe and the others acknowledged the spirit crystals, they would be deemed Chen Feng's, with the task automatically recording the quantity acquired. Once they exited the secret realm, he could simply distribute the appropriate amount of crystals to them. A veritable oversight in the system. Alas, had he known of such a loophole earlier, he would have instructed his dear companion to borrow even more spirit crystals. Chen Feng felt a pang of regret. After all, Li Shihe's affluent background made the acquisition of spirit crystals a trivial endeavor. Chen Feng believed that as long as he opened his mouth, his father-in-law would not be overly stingy, securing 1,000 spirit crystals, or perhaps even more. To exploit a system glitch and reap substantial rewards would likely propel him to great heights. Unfortunately, it was too late. Nevertheless, the road ahead was promising. And brimming with confidence, Chen Feng allocated the attribute points obtained from his recent level up to his constitution. Currently, he possessed only one skill, the Eye of Insight, which consumed negligible mental energy. Thus, having an abundance of mental strength was of little consequence. With the enhancement of 90 attribute points, Chen Feng's constitution surged to an impressive 323 points, surpassing the bronze level significantly. He was acutely aware of the typical nature of bronze-level spirit beast masters. Did they truly think that Chen Feng merely observed during the recent battle? The enhanced Eye of Insight, following his level advancement, not only allowed him to see through spirit beasts but also granted him the ability to perceive the fundamental attributes of spirit beast masters. Chen Feng is likely capable of discerning the intricate details of spirit beast masters as he continues to elevate the level of his heavenly eye. While the 5 of them delved deeper into the secret realm in search of spirit crystals, Chen Yang, accompanied by the 3 individuals from the Yi family, had already uncovered the traces left by Chen Feng and his companions. What sort of skill could have caused such an effect? The 3 from the Yi family, being somewhat professional, are indeed bronze-level spirit beast masters with considerable combat experience. Their attention was drawn to a large pit, approximately half a meter deep and 2 meters in diameter. The most significant reason for their intrigue was the lifeless body of a swift magic wolf lying within the pit. Could it be that Chen Feng was responsible for this? One member of the Yi family furrowed his brow and spoke. A skill of such magnitude poses a threat to them. They would never consent to placing themselves in danger merely to assist Chen Yang. It is impossible. We contracted our spirit beasts almost simultaneously. His physical prowess may have been augmented by some means, perhaps through the consumption of rare treasures. But such substances can enhance Chen Feng's physical attributes without imparting any skills to his spirit beasts. Chen Yang resolutely spoke, expressing his disbelief that Chen Feng could possess such extraordinary abilities. The Moon Hound, a spirit beast of the Moon Clan, was indeed powerful but notoriously difficult to master skills. He doubted that the mediocre spirit beasts belonging to Li Changfeng could comprehend skills, let alone the Moon Hound achieving such mastery in a short span of time. Furthermore, even if the Moon Hound had indeed learned a skill, the magnitude of its power seemed implausible for it to wield. As for Chen Feng, it was even less probable. Spirit beast masters could only learn skills after advancing their realm, and most abilities they acquired were supportive in nature, such as healing, rage, or protective shields. Only those who attained the rank of silver-level spirit beast masters could begin to learn offensive skills. The challenge was not in the difficulty of learning these skills, but rather in the immense mental energy they required. which was typically limited for spirit beast masters who had not yet elevated their realms. Perhaps it was the work of others. One should exercise caution and avoid provoking this individual, the lead youth concluded. He was skeptical that this was the doing of Qin Feng. Moreover, it was hardly surprising that they, along with other formidable youths, had entered this secret realm. In my view, we should summon our spirit beasts and separate a bit, suggested a member of the Yi family. Agreed. Caution is the key. The lead youth did not refuse. However, when these three summoned their spirit beasts, Qin Yang was taken aback, for all three had summoned shadow beasts. Chapter 70. The you of the past do not deserve. The you of the future deserve even less. Someone is following us, Qin Feng suddenly declared as they walked. Upon hearing his words, Li Shihe and the others immediately turned back, yet they saw not a single shadow. As all 8 eyes turned to Qin Feng, he touched his nose and remarked, "There truly is someone." The reason there were 8 pairs of eyes was that the 4 little ones, including the moonhound, were also fixated on Qin Feng. "You all hide for now. Foolish dog, come with me to investigate." Li Shihe grasped Qin Feng's arm. If there was genuine danger, Li Qingfeng and the others would be of no help, but Li Shihe believed she could assist, although her strength might not rival Qin Feng's. Her purple flame weasel was no less formidable than the moonhound. "No need. It is Qin Yang, and he has a few companions with him. I want to see what is happening." Qin Feng lightly tapped Li Shihe's hand twice, signaling her not to worry. Li Shihe frowned slightly, then nodded at Qin Feng, saying, "All right, just take care of yourself." "Good." With that, Qin Feng broke away from the group and returned alone. "Sure, let us follow him and see what happens. Just in case." "No, you all stay here. Aren't you curious about what happened to my spirit beast? Now you can see it." With that, Li Shihe summoned her purple flame mongoose. As the diamond-level brilliance radiated, Li Qingfeng and the others were left utterly astonished. After a few days of absence, how had the fire squirrel transformed into a purple flame mongoose? "I will quietly follow him, so do not worry." Li Shihe smiled, and then quickened her pace to catch up with Qin Feng. Qin Feng could sense Chun Yang's aura from afar. How could he possibly overlook the presence of Li Shihe trailing behind him? Nevertheless, Qin Feng bore no resentment towards Li Shihe. He understood her intentions. Li Shihe followed him out of concern for his safety. In truth, such worry was entirely unnecessary. Qin Feng refrained from allowing Li Shihe and the others to accompany him, fearing for their safety. After all, the presence of those individuals trailing Chun Yang emanated a subtle, yet palpable threat. However, it was merely a hint of danger. Had Qin Feng's physique still been around 200, he might have contemplated a strategy of systematically eliminating them. Yet now, with his physique exceeding 300, he realized that even bronze-level opponents were hardly worthy of concern. Moreover, aside from the Moonhound, he also had the Fire Flood Dragon at his disposal. The Moonhound had already been cultivated into a formidable companion by Qin Feng. How could the Fire Flood Dragon be any less impressive? The Fire Flood Dragon was, after all, a key focus of Qin Feng's training, being a spirit beast rewarded by the system, naturally superior in rank to the Moonhound. As Qin Feng observed Chun Yang and his entourage from a distance, he felt a sense of assurance wash over him. This encounter was destined to be a success, and there was no need to summon the Fire Flood Dragon. Perhaps the Moonhound would endure some hardship, but why did Qin Feng feel this way? It was because he had discerned the attributes of the opposing group, noting that the highest physique among them barely exceeded 230. The disparity was significant, leaving no room for fear. After all, he was Qin Feng. Qin Yang pointed at Qin Feng from a distance, his tone filled with fervor, as if he could already envision Qin Feng kneeling before him. "My dear brother, I have yet to seek you out, yet you have come to me willingly." With a smile adorning his face, Qin Feng barely cast a glance at the 3 members of the Yi family. However, he couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. The connection between these individuals and himself must be extraordinary, as each of their spirit beasts was a diamond-tier shadow creature. Based on their attributes, it could be inferred that their spirit beasts had only just entered their growth phase, slightly inferior to the current abilities of his Moonhound. Yet not by a significant margin. Sent to me on a silver platter? That remark should rightly belong to me, Qin Feng mused. There are no outsiders here, so let's dispense with the pretense. Chun Yang's words were quite harsh, yet they were partly directed at the members of the Yi family present. Just look. In the absence of outsiders, how pleasant his remarks sound. Indeed, has the performance come to an end? Are these individuals mere actors you have summoned? Qin Feng scrutinized the 3 disheveled individuals with a discerning gaze, hands clasped behind his back. You are quite audacious, aren't you? The leader of the Yi family remarked. His tone measured and unhurried. He had encountered many brash youngsters before. Reality would inevitably enlighten them, and he felt no urgency whatsoever. Indeed, you speak the truth. Chen Feng replied with a nod, as if it were only natural. I am already operating at an advantage. What harm is there in being a bit arrogant? Presently, my arrogance is merely at 1%. If you dared to stroll through my establishment, you would come to understand what true arrogance, 120%, entails. Huh. This little one is rather intriguing. Do you genuinely believe that your connections with the Li family and that night watchman render you untouchable? Oh, so you are indeed a demon. Chen Feng exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Nonsense, you are the demon. The leader retorted, clearly displeased. Who are you addressing in such a manner? Who are you attempting to tarnish? Only a demon would recklessly seek to eliminate me. Your murderous intent is palpable. You must be demons. And dear brother, when did you form such associations with demons? Chen Feng, quit your rambling. There are no outsiders present now, and I shall drop the pretense. If you kneel down and sever all your contracts with your spirit beasts, I will grant you a chance at survival. Chen Feng was truly taken aback by Chun Yang's unexpected declaration. He found himself in a predicament. This posed quite a challenge, for my intention was to eliminate you. Yet you boldly assert that you would not take my life. Chen Feng indeed has such a plan. Chen Yang, this despicable creature, would undoubtedly show no mercy whenever the opportunity arises. As for allowing Chun Yang to live and suffer, Chen Feng deemed that unnecessary. He believed it would be far better for this insidious wretch to meet his end sooner rather than later. To threaten my life? You hardly possess the right. In the past, you were unworthy, and in the future, you shall be even less so. Chun Yang widened his eyes in a futile attempt to vent his fury, yet he dared only to glare. The thought of facing Chen Feng directly filled him with trepidation. His face still throbbed with pain, leaving him ill-equipped to contend with Chen Feng. Enough with the idle chatter. If you refuse to comply, then I bid you farewell. Chen Yang was disinclined to waste words with Chen Feng any longer. He genuinely wished to see Chen Feng weeping and pleading for mercy at his feet. However, since Chen Feng was uncooperative, he resigned himself to the idea of simply eliminating Chen Feng instead. The three from the Yi family did not disappoint Chen Yang. As soon as he finished speaking, they sprang into action, though it was merely their spirit beasts that advanced. Foolish mutt, as three shadow beasts lunged forward. Chen Feng called to the moonhound. The creature displayed no awareness of the impending confrontation with three mature spirit beasts. Instead, it stood there, mouth agape, panting heavily while unleashing its moon roar. This was not an intentional display of lethargy. It was genuinely fatigued. Using skills required mental energy, and having just employed two abilities, it was only natural for the juvenile spirit beast to struggle with maintaining its stamina. Chapter 71. Cursing and Running Away? Fortunately, Chen Feng had no intention of letting the moonhound engage. He merely sought to harness the moonlight it emitted. The ethereal glow illuminated the surroundings, proving remarkably effective against the shadow beasts. Unable to meld into the shadows, the once menacing creatures transformed into timid sheep, staring vacantly and refusing to approach the moonhound. The three young men from the Yi family were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, momentarily dazed. No worries, the spirit beast's skill won't last long. We shall wait. The leader of the trio, displaying a degree of rationality, quickly regained his composure. Yet, while they were willing to wait, Chen Feng was not. Foolish mutt. Stay still. With that, Chen Feng disregarded the moonhound's consent and swiftly scooped it up, tucking it under his arm. Harnessing the moonlight, Chen Feng charged towards the three from the Yi family. As he drew near, the shadow beasts began to retreat hastily. However, Chen Feng paid them no mind. After bypassing the shadow beasts, he swiftly positioned himself within 5 meters of the leader of the Yi family. Indeed, you are quite adept at posturing. I have little patience for those who feign superiority in my presence. As soon as the young leader of the Yi family uttered a single word, Chen Feng had already launched himself with a punch. The familiar dynamics of street fighting emerged once more. It became evident that with sufficient speed and strength, the tactics of street brawling could prove remarkably effective. The young leader of the Yi family had never encountered such audacity as a spirit beast master. He had not even given a word of warning before recklessly throwing a punch. What of his composure? What of his demeanor? Had he abandoned them entirely? Let him perish. Chen Feng showed no restraint, his fist landing squarely upon the lead youth's eye socket. Unable to withstand the force behind Chen Feng's blow, the young man was propelled backward, retreating 5 or 6 steps before collapsing onto the ground. Was that all? Chun Feng opened his mouth to mock, and then with 2 great strides, he crossed a distance of 5 or 6 meters, his foot mercilessly pressing down on the chest of the leading youth. Stop! The other 2 members of the Yi family finally reacted. It was not that they were slow to respond. Rather, everything had unfolded too swiftly, and they had never anticipated such an event. Yet, who are you to demand that one simply cease their actions? Chun Feng exerted pressure with his foot, and the sound of cracking bones emanated from the body of the leader lying on the ground. Gouts of blood spattered from the leader's mouth, soon flowing into his nasal cavity. In that moment, the leader, sprawled on the ground, felt even more wretched. I command you to cease. Chun Feng received no response. Yet he silently lamented. This bronze-tiered opponent is rather challenging to vanquish. Nevertheless, no matter how formidable, it must succumb. This was not Chun Feng's first encounter with murder. His methods were ruthlessly efficient. He shifted his foot, aiming directly at the heart of the leading youth. If he were to crush that heart, even a deity could not save the wretch. Simultaneously, the other 2 members of the Yi family sprang into action. It was utterly inconceivable for them to merely stand by and witness Chun Feng ending their companion's life. Have you all moved yet? Get lost. Chun Feng bellowed in fury, then swiftly planted his foot on the leader's body, delivering 2 powerful kicks to either side. Once he had forced the 2 from the Yi family to retreat, the shadow beast belonging to the leader could no longer remain passive. Should Chun Feng succeed in killing the leader, its own fate would be sealed. The contract between humans and spiritual beasts was decidedly imbalanced. During the contract's duration, if a spiritual beast perished, the human merely experienced a temporary weakness, suffering no tangible loss. However, if the human were to die, the contracted spiritual beast would immediately follow suit. This compelled the beast to protect its master, for its own survival depended upon it. It appeared that Chun Feng had little opportunity to fend off the shadow beast lunging towards him. Yet, one must not forget that the moon dog was still firmly held by Chun Feng. As the shadow beast leapt, the moon dog kicked out, striking the beast squarely in its soft underbelly. With a pained howl, the shadow beast was sent tumbling to the ground, rolling several times. We are of the Yi family. You best recognize the gravity of the situation. If you dare to kill him, we will pursue vengeance without end. The words suggested as if he were the one instigating trouble. I shall slay this man. Let me see how you intend to pursue vengeance. Today, anyone who flees shall be deemed a coward. Chun Feng exerted force beneath his feet. In this moment, the leading youth was truly incapacitated. A fractured rib had pierced into his heart. The shadow beast, sent flying by the moon hound, emitted an even more harrowing wail, as if its own heart had been pierced by bone. How dare you? The remaining 2 members of the Yi family displayed expressions of sheer terror. This individual had the audacity to slay a member of the Yi clan. Chun Feng grinned. Dare? Why not? What is there to fear? At worst, Chun Feng could simply retreat into his shop. If the Yi family members who came for revenge dared to enter, he would ensure they understood the meaning of pain. Here, individuals of bronze rank and above were forbidden from entering. This was Chun Feng's natural hunting ground. Run! A siren blared in Chun Yang's mind, consuming all his thoughts. He was acutely aware of the strength of the leading youth. Yet, such a formidable individual had been dispatched by Chun Feng in a single move. Although Chun Feng had taken several steps afterward, it was little different from a swift defeat. The previous appearance of the 3 bronze-ranked individuals had instilled a profound sense of security in Chun Yang, yet now, his sense of safety had plummeted into the negative. It was easy to imagine that once Chun Feng dealt with the remaining 2 members of the Yi family, the next target would be him. Chun Yang, unwilling to be confronted, turned and fled without a moment's hesitation, not even uttering a farewell. Curse it! The young man from the Yi family glared at Chun Yang's retreating figure, cursing under his breath. Look, he is nothing but a coward. Chun Feng pointed at the disheveled Chun Yang, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Initially, Chun Feng believed that today would be the day he could finally eliminate his dear brother, yet he did not anticipate the remarkable speed at which this fellow would escape. He truly left no room for opportunity. How infuriating! After venting his frustration, the 2 members of the Yi family unexpectedly dashed off in opposite directions. What the heck? They curse and then flee? Come back here, all of you. Chun Feng was filled with rage. Such behavior is utterly unacceptable. Who did they learn from? Fortunately, one was left behind. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. Chun Feng chose not to pursue them. The primary reason being that chasing them one by one would prove exceedingly difficult, even if time were spent to catch up. The state of the Moonhound was far from ideal. Without the enhancement of moonlight, dealing with shadow beasts capable of merging into the shadows would indeed pose a considerable challenge. Although Chen Feng believes himself to be sufficiently strong, he is also quite cautious about his life and generally avoids perilous endeavors. Chapter 72, The Path of Slaughter, where nothing escapes the blade. Let us see what surprises you can offer me. He holds a certain fascination for killing, treasure hunting, and even examining corpses, primarily driven by his interest in spiritual crystals. The young leader of the Yi family lies with unclosed eyes, still staring with his two wide-open orbs. Chen Feng had no intention of allowing him to close his eyes in eternal rest. After feeling around and finding no extraneous items, he casually yanked the spirit beast pouch from the lead youth. Typically, spirit beast masters would store their belongings within these pouches. It is unclear who first conceived of this ingenious design, but it is capable of containing even living spirit beasts, making it quite suitable for personal effects as well. To his astonishment, was this not a considerable catch? When Chen Feng opened the spirit beast pouch, he was taken aback. Wasn't this precisely the amount of spirit crystals needed for his upgrades? He merely cast a fleeting glance at the other items within the pouch belonging to the lead youth clothing, spirit herbs, and the like, having no interest in examining them further. What truly concerns Chen Feng are the 20 or so spirit crystals within the spirit beast pouch. Who among the good folk would carry such a multitude of spirit crystals? It is evident that this individual hails from a wealthy family. Even within the Yi family, this person likely possesses some degree of capability. However, Chen Feng remains indifferent. Having already dealt with the matter, he sees no reason to dwell upon it. Absorb 10 spirit crystals. Ding. Absorption successful. Experience 1000. Congratulations, host. Your level has risen to 10, and you have gained 10 free attribute points. Ding. The host is now eligible for a promotion. Would the host like to advance? How long will it take? Ding. No time required. Promote. No time needed? Then what is there to hesitate about? Hurry up. I'm in a rush. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your realm has ascended to the Black Iron level, with each attribute increasing by 50 points. The host is rewarded with the spirit skill, Divine Slash. What does this mean? Chen Feng could feel a warm sensation coursing through his body, a clear indication of an elevation in his attributes, something he was well acquainted with. However, was it truly reasonable to grant 100 points merely for ascending a realm? Would this not render his peers utterly obsolete? Initially, Chen Feng believed that the invincibility rule within the store was already an extraordinary advantage, a mechanism designed to ensure his survival until he reached unparalleled strength. Yet, it now appeared that the reality was far from that notion. Having just advanced to the Black Iron realm, his physical attributes were nearing 400. Where is the justification in this? While receiving a spiritual technique as a reward might be acceptable, what is the implication of appending the character for divine to the skill? Chen Feng eagerly opened the panel to examine it. Host, Chen Feng level, 10 realm, Black Iron physique, 367 spirit, 289 spirit beasts, Fire Flood Dragon, Diamond Juvenile, Moonhound, Golden Juvenile, Spirit Skill, Slash, Divine level the way of Slash. Nothing can escape its edge. Skill, Spirit Eye. Upon viewing his current panel, Chen Feng could not help but swallow an imaginary lump in his throat. Truly monstrous. While others merely gained the qualification to learn skills upon elevating their realm, he had directly acquired a spirit skill, and a divine one at that. The description was equally terrifying in its simplicity. Nothing can escape its edge. Good heavens. But how does one wield this? Just as doubt crept into Chen Feng's mind, a flash of spiritual light suddenly manifested within his consciousness. There was no need for Chen Feng to comprehend anything. The way of Slash seemed to be innately connected to him, and everything pertaining to it became second nature. Terrifying. This was Chen Feng's conclusion. Subsequently, he raised his hand and extended a finger. A slash materialized abruptly at his fingertip, akin to the aura of a blade or sword unleashed by another. This slash could be controlled in size and power at will, consuming the spiritual energy within Chen Feng's body. Spiritual energy was not displayed on the panel, but Chen Feng understood it to be the sum of his physique and mental strength. Slash. The fingertip slash was released with a flick of Chen Feng's hand. The small strike akin to a bullet, penetrating the tree trunk and embedding itself in the ground, leaving behind a small, thumb-sized, exceptionally smooth hole. As Li Shi he approached cautiously, Chen Feng was crouched down, probing the depth of the small hole. However, Li Shi was unaware of Chen Feng's situation and stealthily approached at a slow pace. She spotted the corpse of the leading youth, followed by Chen Feng squatting on the ground. To Li Shi, it appeared as though Chen Feng was injured. "Chen Feng," she exclaimed in alarm, rushing towards him with utmost speed. The purple flame weasel, sensing its master's anxiety, immediately assumed an aggressive stance, enveloped in violet flames. "Huh?" Upon hearing Li Shi's call, Chen Feng, startled like a frightened rabbit, sprang to his feet. Tears streaming down her cheeks, Li Shi stared at Chen Feng, taking in his entire form from top to bottom. Vital and well, there were no traces of blood. "What are you doing?" Li Shi shouted. I thought you were hurt. You scared me to death." Before Chen Feng could finish explaining, Li Shi had thrown herself into his embrace. This action stemmed from genuine fear, as well as a desire to conceal her own emotions. Chen Feng had clearly stated that she should not follow him. Yet she came anyway. Now that such a commotion has arisen, Chen Feng would surely not hold her accountable, would he? Li Shi felt the warmth of Chen Feng's chest and silently praised her own cleverness. As for the lifeless body on the ground and the already deceased shadow beast, did they truly matter? Not in the slightest. Chen Feng was already aware that Li Shi had followed him. He bore no ill will toward her presence. Instead, he felt a profound sense of gratitude. He dared not move, for any motion would disrupt their embrace. The warmth of her body against his was exquisite. "Why are you silent?" Listening to Chen Feng's steady heartbeat, Li Shi realized that lingering in this position was not a sustainable option. Gently, she tapped his chest and spoke softly. "Shoo, don't make a sound." What's wrong?" Li Shi's voice dropped even lower. "Don't speak. It's quite comfortable." As she sensed the large hand roaming dangerously close to her lower back, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, Chen Feng, you're going to get us into trouble." "Ha ha." Chen Feng chuckled foolishly. After Li Shi freed herself from his embrace, she shot him a glare. "What were you doing squatting just now? You nearly scared me to death. I thought you were injured." "Oh, it was nothing. I just experienced a sudden elevation in my realm, and even comprehended a skill." Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. Li Shi gasped again. "What? Your realm has already improved?" Who elevates their realm without preparing for days and choosing an auspicious moment, spending a day or two on it? But that is not the main issue. What do you mean by comprehending a skill? Isn't a skill something that emerges after cultivating the spiritual energy within? Wait, did you awaken a talent? Ah, yes, exactly. A talent. Since Li Shi had already crafted a narrative for him, Chen Feng readily embraced it, descending the slope of her story. It wasn't that he wished to be dishonest. It was simply that discussing the system would elicit disbelief. "What talent? Can I see it?" The talent of a spirit beast master is a highly confidential matter, one that is rarely disclosed unless one is in a position to know. Moreover, not everyone can awaken a talent. It is quite esoteric. Of course, Chen Feng didn't hesitate at all. Any delay would be a disrespect to his feelings. Look, in an effort to impress the girl he cherished, Chen Feng conjured a magnificent display. A sword strike, over a meter long, materialized out of thin air, shooting forth as he waved his hand. Its speed was astonishing. Li Shi had no concept of just how swift it was. But she knew her eyes could not keep up. Trees fell in rows as the strike passed, devastating every large tree in its path. It extended over 200 meters before finally dissipating. Li Shi slightly parted her lips, her expression adorably astonished. "This is incredible." One cannot blame Li Shi for her astonished exclamation. Talent manifests in various forms. Some enhance the body, others assist in cultivation, while there are also skill-based talents. Like that of Chen Feng, it is commonly believed that skill-based talents do not compare favorably to the first two categories. However, the greatest advantage of skill-based talents lies in their minimal consumption when activated. If such slashes could be unleashed at will, there exists an even more formidable ability. Chen Feng began to display his prowess, as a flurry of brilliant ideas surged through his mind, all revolving around the manipulation of these slashes. Before Li Shi could respond, a gust of wind swirled around Chen Feng, and dozens of slashes, each the size of a thumb, materialized in his vicinity. These slashes did not launch forth, but instead hovered silently around him, rendering Chen Feng akin to a porcupine. "Stop right now," Li Shi cried out urgently. Although Chen Feng was perplexed, he obediently received the divine ability. What's the matter? Despite being a natural talent, one should not squander spiritual energy in such a manner. Li Shi pouted and glared at Chen Feng, determined to impart a lesson to this extravagant gentleman. Spiritual energy is not conjured from thin air. It must be cultivated and absorbed through diligent practice. It serves numerous purposes. Nourishing the body with spiritual energy can enhance one's physical prowess, and ascending to higher realms requires substantial amounts of it. Typically, beast masters are reluctant to waste their spiritual energy during combat, yet here you are, wasting it so carelessly. What are you all doing? The Wang sisters, true sisters at heart, rushed over to defuse the situation. Chen Feng gazed appreciatively at the three individuals rushing towards him. Li Shihe's incessant chatter was truly overwhelming for Chen Feng. Had they arrived, even a moment later, he might have resorted to silencing her with his own voice. Why did the Wang sisters hasten to his side? It was simply due to the commotion caused by Chen Feng felling an entire row of trees. The disturbance was quite significant, instilling a sense of concern in the Wang sisters. Such a ruckus surely indicated a fierce battle, did it not? Though they believed they could offer little assistance, every bit counts, prompting them to race to this location. Yet, the reality starkly contrasted their expectations. The enemy lay lifeless on the ground, while Li Shihe continued her animated discourse, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Was it possible that this row of trees had been toppled by her words? Ah, you all are here? Wang Yushuang's gaze flitted between Li Shihe and Chen Feng. It's all right. I have a question for you. Is there only one exit in this secret realm? Chen Feng abruptly shifted the conversation. Indeed. Secret realms typically have but a single exit, Wang Shui replied without a moment's hesitation, as if it were common knowledge. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I have a splendid idea. What idea? Chen Feng's words successfully captured everyone's attention, and they all turned to him, eagerly awaiting his next remarks. As Chen Feng spoke, his voice grew softer yet increasingly animated, ultimately unable to suppress a smile that crept upon his lips. Is this really feasible? Wang Yu was the first to voice his skepticism. Li Qingfeng, not wanting to be outdone, chimed in. This won't work. Although you are formidable, there are far too many people here. What if they rush us? What is there to fear? This is a trial prepared for us by the Spirit Academy. They wouldn't dare to swarm us. They must comply. Besides, we are positioned right by the entrance. Should a riot ensue, we can simply make our escape. Chen Feng exuded an air of unwavering confidence. What was his proposal? To block the door. With only a single exit, anyone wishing to depart must utilize this passage. Given this reality, why would anyone exhaust themselves in search of spirit crystals? By obstructing the entrance and collecting a toll, one could easily amass wealth. Moreover, Chen Yang and his two companions would also be compelled to use the main entrance should they wish to leave. Unable to eliminate Chen Yang, Chen Feng felt an irresistible urge to test whether he could indeed obstruct him. This seemed to be the essence of the matter. Li Qingfeng instinctively sensed something amiss in Chen Feng's words, yet upon reflection, they appeared to hold merit. Thus, the plan was set in motion. Once they acquired the spirit crystals, each would receive a share, albeit only after departing from this secret realm. Very well, I agree. Wang Yu was the first to raise his hand. The notion of highway robbery was simply exhilarating, thrilling to contemplate. As for the spirit crystals, they were of little consequence. Practically negligible. Li Shihe, being an ally of Chen Feng, would readily comply with his directives, unless the situation became overly perilous. Her loyalty was anchored in familial ties rather than rationality. Regardless of whether Chen Feng's actions were right or wrong, she would steadfastly stand by his side. The subsequent events unfolded seamlessly. Chen Feng and his companions retraced their steps, finding Li Qingfeng and his group's pace intolerably slow. Chen Feng led the three of them to safety before taking Li Shihe's small hand and dashing away, leaving behind a simple instruction to regroup at the entrance. Why does Chen Feng run so swiftly? It is because he aims to intercept Chen Yang. The others have only recently arrived and are unlikely to depart anytime soon, unless a fortunate soul manages to acquire a substantial amount of resources and leaves early. Therefore, Chen Feng believes that if he runs quickly enough, he can trap everyone who has entered the secret realm within its confines. According to incomplete statistics, nearly 1,000 individuals have ventured into the secret realm. He does not need to collect much. Just a single spirit crystal from each person would suffice to satisfy Chen Feng's needs. You're back so soon? Each individual is granted only one opportunity to enter the secret realm. If you leave now, you will not be permitted to return, he remarks. At the entrance of the secret realm stands a mirror, reflecting the figure of an instructor from the Spirit Academy. Considering that this secret realm is open to the students of the Academy, while the institution permits casualties, it does not allow for widespread loss of life. This is a treasured artifact, Although the powerful cannot enter this rudimentary secret realm, they can utilize this artifact to ascertain the general circumstances within. Should any malevolent individuals engage in nefarious activities here, the external forces cannot penetrate, yet one would not escape unscathed either. Instructor, we shall not leave. Chen Feng responds with a smile. Who intends to leave? Departing now would surely diminish the rewards to an unseemly extent. Not leaving? The instructor from the Provincial Spirit Academy is momentarily bewildered. If you are not leaving, then what is the purpose of your presence here? To admire the scenery? As the instructor contemplates, Chen Feng has already commenced chopping down trees. He cannot simply stand idly by. After felling a tree large enough to be embraced by a person, he hoists it and begins to make his way back. The Moonhound follows him like a devoted shadow, trailing wherever he goes. Initially, the Moonhound intended to assist Chen Feng in carrying the tree, but he firmly declined. There are outsiders present. He certainly does not wish to leave the impression of employing child labor upon this esteemed king-level instructor. At this juncture, the king-level instructor has fallen silent. Not for any particular reason, but due to the method Chen Feng employs in cutting down trees. As a king-level beastmaster, he feels a sense of threat from the skills utilized by this mere black iron rank novice, even from a distance through the artifact. It is utterly astonishing. How can this be possible? Subsequently, the instructor concedes, for it is indeed very plausible. After Chen Feng brought the tree to the entrance, he continued to use his chopping technique to craft a bench. Under different circumstances, he would have aspired to create a table as well. The mentor within the mirror, perceiving Chen Feng's abilities up close, could ascertain that Chen Feng's skills were capable of inflicting harm upon him. How could a mere black iron-level creature pose a threat to one of kingly stature? Is there any justice in that? Even if he were not a beast master specializing in physical prowess, it should still be implausible. Chen Feng was oblivious to the extent of the trouble he had caused his mentor. With a contented smile, he admired his creation and declared, "You must admit, this skill is truly unparalleled for carving wood." Rarely employing his slashing technique, Chen Feng felt no sense of depletion. The spiritual energy would naturally replenish, especially within this realm where it was far more abundant than in the outside world. Come, sit. He beckoned to Li Shi after his moment of appreciation. Apologies, mentor, but I must clarify that this is my partner, Li Shi interjected, attempting to salvage Chen Feng's image. Yet, after much contemplation, she found herself at a loss for words. The mentor waved dismissively at her. No worries, it's the sincerity of a child. Indeed, just the sincerity of a child. Chen Feng chuckled. See, the mentor truly possesses wisdom. It's no wonder he is a mentor. However, it wasn't long before the mentor was taken aback. He wished to retract his earlier praise. I just commended you for your childlike sincerity, and you immediately turn around to create a wooden sign. You crafted it. But perhaps you should take a look at what you've inscribed? Road toll. 1 spiritual crystal for those below bronze level, 2 for bronze level. If you disagree, feel free to challenge. If defeated, the toll doubles. Are you serious? The mentor exclaimed, astounded. He had encountered arrogance before, but such a brazen and audacious display was indeed rare. Of course, Chen Feng replied confidently, though a hint of apprehension crept into his gaze as he glanced at the mirror. That can't be allowed, right? Yet, the mentor did not outright prohibit such behavior. Who would take the time to establish rules for such matters? Blocking the entrance of the secret realm, what did he consider the others within? As long as it was permitted, Chen Feng urged, come, sit. He tugged at Li Shi, who felt an impulse to cover her face, but complied and sat beside him. By the way, mentor, has anyone left before us? Chen Feng inquired suddenly. No. The mentor responded, surprisingly cooperative, answering all questions without hesitation. In contrast, a lesser creature would have quivered in fear at his presence, with few capable of engaging in normal conversation. That is good to know. Are you trying to block someone? The mentor observed, having caught on to Chen Feng's intentions. Chen Feng's true intention is likely to exact revenge on those who wronged him. Ah, my dear brother, I recognized your faces. You hail from Jiangcheng. The mentor in the mirror suddenly seemed to awaken to this realization. Previously, he had not paid much attention, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that these were indeed the well-known duo from Jiangcheng. Does the mentor know me? Chen Feng engaged in conversation with his mentor, completely at ease, as if he were not an outsider at all. The mentor, after all, was merely of the kingly tier. Chen Feng couldn't claim to associate with such individuals daily, but he was certainly familiar with them. He had even befriended a formidable tiger on the verge of ascending to the emperor level. This made it difficult for him to maintain a sense of reverence for those merely at the kingly level. Thus, he found himself able to converse freely. Knowing you have quite a reputation, would you be interested in joining the Spirit Academy in the provincial city? I've heard you're not particularly well regarded in Jiang City. Should you come to the provincial city, many mentors would support you. Who would dare to provoke you? You could handle them, and I would have your back. Such a proposition illuminated Chen Feng's eyes. What was happening? It felt as if the entire world had brightened since the conversation began. And this kingly tier mentor was attempting to lure him away. But why would this mentor make such an offer? It stemmed from his knowledge of Chen Feng's background, particularly regarding the Li family in Jiang City and the influence of Yin Lai. However, the current allure was due to Chen Feng's own merit, his prowess in combat. If the mentor could entice Chen Feng to join him and facilitate the evolution of Chen Feng's Moonhound to diamond status before reaching maturity, then Chen Feng's future would be boundless, potentially surpassing even the kingly tier. Thank you for your kind offer, mentor. But my primary vocation is not that of a student. I am a night watchman. Chen Feng flashed a broad smile, revealing a row of teeth. The thought of leaving Jiang City was inconceivable. His shop was his foundation. Unless one day he could expand his business to other cities, he would never depart from Jiang City. Regardless of the enticing conditions offered, you are quite young to be a night watchman. It would be acceptable for you to join after graduating from the Spirit Academy. I will even arrange for someone to help you retain your position as a night watchman. This mentor was certainly making considerable efforts to secure Chen Feng's allegiance. Chen Feng smiled broadly. Thank you for your kind offer, but I have no intention of leaving Jiangqing for the time being. Li Shih gently tugged at Chen Feng's hand. You need not do it for my sake. Chen Feng grasped Li Shih's hand and gently shook his head. The provincial city's spiritual academy offers superior resources, and Li Shi did not wish for Chen Feng to relinquish the opportunity to go there because of her. My shop cannot function without me, Chen Feng explained briefly. Chapter 75. Who are you? Li Shi finally realized. Indeed, was Chen Feng lacking in resources? She was well aware of the wonders contained within his shop. Those extraordinary items were unmatched even in the provincial city. A smile illuminated Li Shi's face. The mentor in the mirror observed the two youngsters gazing at each other, their heads inching closer. Should I perhaps block the signal? At this age, must I be force-fed dog food? Fortunately, Chen Feng and Li Shi did not share a kiss, for someone approached. Isn't that my dear brother as sycophant? Chen Feng spotted a figure clad in a black hooded garment making an appearance. Looks like work has arrived. Mentor, is it permissible to kill? The mentor in the mirror regarded Chen Feng's smile with incredulity, unable to believe he had just heard such a question from someone so young. You, at such a tender age, dare to inquire about the possibility of taking a life? It would be better not to kill, as the mirror possesses a recording function that others can access. All right, thank you, mentor. Chen Feng discerned the underlying meaning in the words. If it were solely the mentor's opinion, he would not mind committing murder. Truly, he was a commendable mentor. Evidently, the youth from the Yi family was aware of this situation. He feigned ignorance of Chen Feng and attempted to exit through the portal. Hey, wait a moment. Chen Feng, noticing this, was displeased. Whether you are blind or not is of no concern to me, but if you believe I am a fool, you are gravely mistaken. What do you want? The Yi family youth did not raise his gaze. He feared that his eyes, tainted with resentment and fear, would betray him to Chen Feng. What do you mean? Do you not see? Pay the toll. Chen Feng pointed at the upright wooden sign. Pay. The Yi family youth slightly lifted his head, glancing at the sign before Chen Feng. The handwriting is truly atrocious. But why should I pay a toll? Even if one were to pay, it should not be you collecting it. This is not a road you constructed, is it? If you do not pay, you shall not exit. Chen Feng stood firmly at the entrance of the secret realm, making his intentions abundantly clear. Fine, I will pay. The youth from the Yi family was not foolish. With the mentor from the provincial city's spiritual academy observing, he knew that as long as he paid the spiritual crystal, Chen Feng would not cause any trouble. If he refrained from paying now, and some unforeseen circumstance arose where no one was watching Chen Feng, then what he would be leaving behind would not be merely a spiritual crystal, but potentially his life. Furthermore, what harm could come from handing the spiritual crystal to Chen Feng now, once he steps out to report the situation? The Yi family possesses its own means to deal with Chen Feng. Do they truly believe that the members of the Yi family are so easily dispatched? Very well. Let us proceed. Engaging in such a risk-free transaction is indeed quite exhilarating. The young man from the Yi family remained somewhat reluctant. The value of the spiritual crystals is well understood by all, and parting with 2 of them without compensation would surely weigh heavily on his conscience. Nevertheless, it must be done. He placed the spiritual crystals upon the wooden board, careful to maintain a distance from Chen Feng, uncertain of whether Chen Feng might suddenly erupt in violence. Fortunately, Chen Feng is not one to engage in a mere one-off transaction. Had he been alone in this secret realm, he would have shown no mercy. With the other party intent on his demise, how could Chen Feng possibly spare him? However, considering his prospects for wealth, Chen Feng would undoubtedly refrain from taking action. After all, if others were to witness a payment leading to death, while withholding payment might offer a better outcome, who would willingly part with their money? Am I free to leave? Yes, but I advise you to refrain from uttering any threats. Should I sense a threat to my life, I will not hesitate to act. Mentor, if others threaten my life, would my response be unjustifiable? Of course not. Though somewhat taken aback, the mentor within the mirror was indeed quite cooperative. It was perplexing, however, as to why this young bronze-level member of the Yi family offered no resistance and simply complied with the payment. Chen Feng smiled broadly, a hint of anticipation gleaming in his expression. Upon witnessing Chen Feng's smile, the young man from the Yi family hastily fled the scene, leaving behind a few harsh words. Yet he uttered not a single sentence. What a pity, Chen Feng mused to himself. As for the people behind him, they could no longer offer any warnings. In truth, Chen Feng had no intention of advising the young man from the Yi family. What connection did they share that warranted such considerate attention? Chen Feng primarily seeks to discern the stance of the mentor within the mirror, while they must ensure that students entering the secret realm are not subject to unwarranted slaughter. If those students harbor intentions to eliminate Chen Feng, he would certainly have the justification to retaliate. Even if the origin of this conflict stems from Chen Feng collecting a toll, once they initiate an attack, he has every right to defend himself. There is no harm in striking back with a bit more intensity, is there? My dear brother, why do you still not arrive? Chen Feng harbors no notions of indiscriminate killing. He merely wishes to deal with his beloved brother. At this moment, Chen Feng's dear brother scurries about the secret realm like a headless chicken, desperately seeking refuge. Chen Feng's performance truly left Chen Yang utterly terrified. He felt as though no matter where he hid, he was not safe, constantly sensing Chen Feng lurking nearby. This was akin to the paranoia that arises when one believes every rustle of leaves signals danger. It seemed improbable that this individual would venture towards the secret realm's exit to meet his demise. After a considerable time, silhouettes began to emerge near the exit. The secret realm would remain open for a fortnight, during which the students of the Spirit Academy could claim the treasures they discovered as their own. This was a privilege and a gesture of goodwill from the Academy. Those outsiders, such as the members of the Yi family, were required to pay to enter, and again upon departure. They were not affiliated with the Academy. The fact that the Spirit Academy allowed their entry was already a significant concession, and expecting complimentary passage was sheer folly. Who are you? A small team, arriving in unison, froze at the sight of Chen Feng. The members of this team appeared to be in poor condition. They were senior students from the provincial city Spirit Academy. Their expedition had been somewhat successful, as each of them had garnered some rewards. However, due to their deteriorating state, they chose to exit early, a common practice among teams. Is it not obvious? Chen Feng pondered, puzzled. Was the text on the board so difficult to comprehend, or were they simply unable to read it clearly? Chen Feng intended to bold and darken the characters on the wooden board. Who are you? The 5-member team questioned, their patience waning. The Wang sisters pulled Li Shi back slightly, wary of potential collateral damage should a confrontation ensue. As for Li Qingfeng, he was left to fend for himself. At this moment, it was expected that the 2 gentlemen would unite and stand firm in the front lines. Nevertheless, should the situation necessitate their involvement, the 3 of them would not hesitate to act. Chen Feng had begun to discern the intentions of these individuals. It was evident they were simply reluctant to part with their money. Pay up or face the consequences, it's your choice. Clenching his fists, Chen Feng felt a growing impatience after such a lengthy standoff. If these ruffians possessed formidable spirit beasts, it would serve as an excellent opportunity for practical combat through decisive strikes. Chapter 76. Is this not a chance for action? The captain of the squad gazed at Chen Feng and slowly spoke. Chen Feng nodded. What is the matter with the newcomers? Who decreed that they cannot resort to robbery? Such audacious newcomers. We are all 3rd-year students of the Spirit Academy, bronze-tier spirit beast masters. Are you quite certain you will not yield to us? This captain possesses a certain gentlemanly demeanor, speaking in a gentle and soft tone, and does not come across as overly domineering. No wonder you can assume the role of their captain. Your vision is commendable, yet you still must pay the toll. Though Chen Feng praised the captain, he showed no inclination to yield. In light of this, the only recourse left was to demonstrate their prowess in action. There would be no leniency. The captain grew serious. Each individual from the Bronze Realm was required to submit 2 spirit crystals. This was nothing short of a jest. For a team of 5, that amounted to a staggering sum of 100 million. Who charges such exorbitant tolls? Moreover, who on earth permitted a mere Iron Realm individual to impose tolls here? Even I, accompanied by 4 from the Bronze Realm, would not dare to act so audaciously. Captain, you are injured. Do not engage. Let me handle this. The individual who appeared to be in the best condition among the team stepped forward. He was quite eager to impart this lesson to the junior. In truth, the 5 of you could tackle this together, Chen Feng suggested, completely disregarding Li Qingfeng's frantic gestures of warning from the sidelines. 1 against 1 was already a significant disadvantage. Did he truly expect to take on 5? Why not aim for the heavens? Chen Feng observed Li Qingfeng's actions, yet displayed no inclination to engage. What did it matter if he struck one? A blow here could lead to another. What Chen Feng sought was to instill fear in the others. A 1 against 5 should certainly be impressive, wouldn't it? If these 5 individuals were thoroughly subdued, the returning teams would lack the courage to confront Chen Feng. This was a splendid opportunity to avert considerable trouble. The junior today was indeed audacious, far surpassing our cohort. Senior, I shall not bully you. Where is your spirit beast? The individual stepping forward seemed either swayed by Chen Feng's sincerity or simply regarded him as foolish. What was the point of quarreling with a fool? With this thought, clarity dawned upon him. Silly dog, entertain him a bit, but do not harm him. In fact, do not even injure him. Chen Feng instructed the Moondog. If it were only one opponent, he had no intention of personally entering the fray. Entrusting it to the Moondog sufficed. Upon hearing this, the Moondog scampered eagerly from behind Li Shihua. The Moondog? The junior possesses some merit after all. Indeed, more than a little. Let us commence. Chen Feng was disinclined to elaborate further. After all, the individual would be required to surrender 4 spirit crystals once the confrontation commenced. Should he refuse, Chen Feng would certainly not permit his departure. He was a man of his word. Go ahead, handle the matter, but do not kill him. A golden tier rock beast was summoned by the stepping forward senior. While it too was of golden tier, the distinction lay in the fact that this rock beast had matured. Standing a towering 2 meters, its entire form enveloped in stone visible to the eye. Chen Feng glanced through the celestial eye, and then fell silent. There was no need to observe further. The Moonhound was no match for the opponent. Foolish pup, refrain from using your skills and conserve your spiritual energy. Chen Feng advised the Moonhound. The creature's reservoir of spiritual energy was not particularly abundant. Deploying even 2 or 3 skills would render it exhausted. There were likely many more battles ahead, so it was prudent to save energy wherever possible. Do you need my assistance? Li Qingfeng inquired of Chen Feng. In truth, he wished to distance himself, yet departing at such a moment would seem rather disloyal. Thus, he posed the question. It's as if you could offer any help. Chen Feng retorted, his disdain palpable. He was entirely unconcerned with Li Qingfeng's feelings, expressing his contempt freely. Ultimately, it was Li Qingfeng's own fault for prattling on about Sakura throughout the afternoon. Chen Feng currently harbors a disdain for Li Qingfeng. However, Li Qingfeng is rather indifferent. Fine, be cautious then. I certainly do not wish to see Xiao Ying in distress. Chen Feng glares at Li Qingfeng. Were it not for the fact that Li Qingfeng is a significant client, Chen Feng would genuinely contemplate delivering a decisive blow to make him experience the consequences of his actions. How dare he become distracted? The caliber of this generation is rather lacking. The bronze-level senior opposite them is growing impatient. The absence of insults or belittlement stems from a place of sympathy for this fool, yet it does not imply that these 2 fools can disregard him, their senior. In the next moment, the rock beast makes its entrance, albeit rather sluggishly. At least to Chen Feng, it appears undeniably languid. With such a pace, it is only fit to serve as a plaything for the Moondog. Indeed, the Moondog demonstrates agility far surpassing that of the rock beast, executing side kicks, flanking maneuvers, and attacks to the lower region. Alas, it seems futile, as the lower region is composed entirely of stone. The rock beast bellows in frustration. With numerous shattered stones littering the ground, remnants of the Moondog's assaults. Quite literally, with each swipe, a fragment of stone detaches from the rock beast's body. After 2 minutes of engagement, the rock beast has shed over 10 pounds. If some of the absent fairy maidens were to witness this, they would likely be driven to madness. However, it is not those distant fairy maidens who are losing their composure, but rather the teammates of the senior. Captain, this cannot continue. The rock beast's primary defense is commendable, yet its other capabilities are lacking. It is futile if we cannot capture that dog. Should I replace him? 2 members voice their concerns in succession. Yet, the injured captain perceives something else. While his teammates see the moondog gradually overpowering the rock beast, seemingly due to the latter's complete vulnerability, the reality is far different. One need only observe the performance of Li Chifeng and his companions. Li Shihe, the Wang sisters, and Li Chifeng are engaged in lively conversation, devoid of any tension, even critiquing the moondog's actions. Is there truly a need for critique? He has never encountered such a formidable juvenile canine. Why has the moondog managed to subdue the rock beast so swiftly? Is it solely due to the rock beast's formidable defense? You two, engage together. Do not harm his spirit beast, just subdue it. The captain cautions the two who had just spoken. Within this secret realm, one must not carelessly slay others. He has already discerned Chun Feng's potential for the future. Should they provoke such an individual, their team's existence would likely become quite precarious. Yet, retaining a semblance of decorum, grievances formed within the secret realm seldom extend into the outside world. Very well, let us proceed together. Under one individual's leadership, the two simultaneously summon their spirit beasts. Oh, is this not a lively encounter? Upon encountering the two ethereal beasts, Chun Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Chapter 77. Distress, Yearning to Weep. Chun Feng chuckled softly as he clenched his fists. Just as the two spirit beasts charged towards the moon hound, he sprang into action. His feet struck the ground, which reverberated like a grand drum, producing a resonant thud with every step. In the next instant, Chun Feng's expression turned grave, and he darted forward at an astonishing speed, intercepting one of the spirit beasts before it could reach the moon hound. What is he planning to do? The owner of the two spirit beasts was perplexed. It was unacceptable to overpower the few with the many. Chun Feng spoke coldly. Then, amidst the fierce struggle of the spirit beast, he forcibly snapped its forelimb. Stop! The spirit beast master cried out in alarm, primarily fearing that Chun Feng would kill their spirit beast. No, this person is a black iron level spirit beast master? Even one specializing in physical prowess shouldn't possess such formidable strength, should they? Moreover, you are a spirit beast master, not a humanoid tank. How can you rampage so recklessly? Here, take it back. Chun Feng cast aside the spirit beast whose forelimb had already been severed. With his current strength, it was unnecessary for him to employ any skills to dominate these two spirit beasts, the primary reason being their utter weakness. Chun Feng feared that a single strike might obliterate them entirely. Chun Feng's purpose in blocking the path was to seize wealth, not to take lives. After he tossed the spirit beast back, he turned his gaze towards another one. This particular spirit beast seemed to have been ensnared by a spell of paralysis, utterly frozen in place. As Chun Feng's eyes fell upon it, the creature, as if jolted by an electric shock, bristled with fear and bolted away, desperate enough to leave behind a few drops of regretful urine in its wake to hinder Chun Feng's pursuit. Fortunately, the spirit beast fled, and Chun Feng chose not to follow. Who else is there? One of the team members observed, sensing an air of invincibility akin to that of a solitary hero standing against a horde. Captain, this individual is exceedingly strange. We should retreat. My rock beast possesses formidable defense. If we can just hold him off, we may still escape. The owner of the rock beast spoke up. It is simply unacceptable to demand a toll from our junior. None of us wish to become the subject of ridicule in the future. In truth, the captain was already contemplating a financial settlement to avoid further conflict. Someone of Chun Feng's caliber was beyond the reach of ordinary talents like themselves. Indeed, they too were gifted, but who could claim that entering such a perilous realm was a feat for just anyone? Yet, upon hearing the suggestion from his team member and observing the dozen pairs of eyes around them, he agreed. All right, let your rock beast entangle him as much as possible. Any losses incurred shall be shared by our team. Yes, with other spectators around, we cannot afford to lose face. Indeed, a group of a dozen individuals had gathered nearby, watching the unfolding battle without approaching, merely reveling in the spectacle. Excellent. This team member proved to be quite daring, willing to take risks. It was evident that he had not communicated with the rock beast. Instead, The creature voluntarily abandoned its assault on the moondog and charged towards Li Shihe and her companions. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. But then his heart surged with anger. Are you really trying to play dirty with us after all our friendly banter? The rock beast, being sluggish, could neither obstruct the moondog nor Qin Feng. So how could they ensnare Qin Feng? The optimal strategy was to target Qin Feng's allies by attacking them. Qin Feng would inevitably be unable to defend. Junior, if you do not come to the aid of your teammates, it is quite possible that your spiritual beasts may suffer casualties. This statement, accompanied by the thundering sound of the rock beast's feet striking the ground, was indeed somewhat intimidating. Are you threatening me? Qin Feng suddenly interjected. You may interpret it that way, replied the master of the rock beast, unwavering in meeting Qin Feng's gaze. We are not all in this together. Once I leave this secret realm, I shall return directly to the Spirit Academy. No matter how strong Qin Feng was, he had no means to confront the rock beast in its domain. Besides, it was merely a jest. No genuine harm had been inflicted upon Qin Feng. The rock beast's actions were little more than an attempt to intimidate, with no intention of actual aggression. Yet, what he failed to realize was the innocence that characterized Qin Feng. Faced with such overt threats, what choice did he have? To strike. Eager to test his slashing prowess, Qin Feng unleashed his full strength. A blade, approximately 1.5 meters in length, sliced horizontally through the air. What on earth was this? My goodness! The onlookers erupted in astonishment. Moments ago, they had been mere spectators of a spectacle, but now they found themselves unable to remain passive. Was this sorcery? A divine ability? An innate talent? Such distinctions mattered little. What was paramount was the astonishing speed of the strike. As they gasped in disbelief, the slash had already reached the rear of the rock beast. Sensing impending peril, the creature attempted to evade, but what speed could a mere evasion hope to achieve? Before the rock beast could execute any maneuver, the slash had already penetrated its form. Disperse. Qin Feng spoke with urgency. The ability to control and release effortlessly was a reward bestowed by the system. Retreat was not an option. Before the rock beast stood the three little ones, poised and ready, yet paralyzed by fear, too frightened to make a move. Qin Feng is typically an exceptional individual, always providing delightful treats for them. What has transpired now? Is he intent on eliminating them? Fortunately, just as the strike was about to reach them, it dissipated on its own. Phew, that startled me, Qin Feng exclaimed, patting his chest. If anything were to happen to the three little ones, how much would he have to compensate? The monetary aspect is trivial. The real concern lies in the emotional bonds he has formed with them. Although these three creatures are not his spirit beasts, commanding them requires no effort on his part. Apart from the inability to communicate telepathically, they are akin to his own spirit beasts. The Earth Black Bear gazed at Qin Feng with a hint of sorrow, as it shares the closest relationship with him among the three. The bear simply could not fathom why Qin Feng would wish to harm it. Stop feigning pity. It wasn't even injured, Qin Feng frowned, reprimanding the Earth Black Bear. As the closest companion, shouldn't you be comforting the other two instead of feeling aggrieved? Who is pretending to be pitiful? You have killed my spirit beast. A voice filled with intense resentment erupted behind Qin Feng. The owner of the rock beast was utterly indignant. Are you truly jesting with me? My rock beast has been cleaved in two. The cut so smooth and pristine that it resembles a mirror, reflecting light. However, that is not the crux of the matter. What truly troubles him is the overwhelming sense of loss and the mental turmoil from the backlash of the spirit contract. Fortunately, being a bronze-level spirit beast master, he managed to suppress his cries of anguish. But now he is left with just this one spirit beast, gone in the blink of an eye. It is distressing, and he feels like crying. In Chapter 78, the marvel lies in the fact that at the bronze level, nurturing a single spirit beast is quite a feat, and one cannot contract high-quality spirit beasts at this level. Almost all spirit beast masters wait until they reach the silver level to contract their second beast, as the success rate for contracting fully grown golden level spirit beasts is significantly higher than. Some even wait until they attain the golden level to contract a second spirit beast. You will compensate me. The owner of the rock beast glared at Qin Feng. Ultimately, he is still a student who has not fully matured beyond the confines of the Spirit Academy. Compensate? You can leave with 4 spirit crystals, or you may remain here for a lifetime. Qin Feng disregarded the requests of the other party, his voice chillingly cold. As for the two of you who just engaged in a scuffle, both possessing 4 tokens, will you surrender them or not? A small but formidable slash appeared at Qin Feng's fingertips, exuding an aura that seemed to challenge anyone daring to utter a word of denial, inviting them to experience the essence of an indiscriminate strike. Chun Feng has undeniably undergone a transformation. A singular technique has altered the course of his life. He is now acutely aware of his formidable strength. Below the bronze realm, no one stands a chance against him. Enough. The captain of the squad firmly restrained his enraged subordinate. Although the loss of a spirit beast was significant, it was far preferable to losing a life. He would not gamble on whether Chun Feng would dare to kill. In truth, the Yu family holds considerable sway in this matter. They could confidently assert that Chun Feng would not hesitate to take a life, regardless of the power behind the individual. Oh, it would have been better had this been done sooner. We could have saved some. He gestured, come now, form a line to pay, no tricks, or there will be dire consequences. Upon hearing the demand for payment, Chun Feng's demeanor shifted dramatically. Ah, Brother Feng, how could we trouble you with such a trivial matter? Allow me to handle this. Li Chengfeng rushed forward, exuding fervent eagerness. At this moment, he cared not for the status of being a scion of the Li family. What mattered was strength. Chun Feng's decisive strike caught Li Chengfeng's attention. He yearned to learn it. Ah, isn't that young Master Li? You were quite far away just now. Brother Feng, how can you say that? I merely ceded the stage to you, fearing to hinder your performance. Such words dripped with sarcasm. It was evident that Chun Feng was subtly mocking Li Chengfeng. He could even bear to scold him to his face. After all, he was his own older brother-in-law. What was wrong with exchanging a few barbs? The lad has potential, but do refrain from greed. The quantity of spirit crystals is linked to the system rewards, and this matter cannot be taken lightly. Chun Feng was already aware of the strength of system rewards. A single spirit technique could attest to their significance. Li Chengfeng thumped his chest confidently. Rest assured. You all, come here. I shall handle the payment. See, isn't it all coming together? Previously, even though Li Chengfeng was a moderately renowned genius, he was no match for these seasoned students. Their spirit beasts had been nurtured for 2 or 3 years, while his had only been trained for a few days. How could he possibly compete? However, circumstances had changed. Li Chengfeng had acknowledged Brother Feng. Who would dare to challenge him? Just summon Brother Feng, far more effective than releasing a spirit beast, under the guidance of their captain. The team members approached Li Chengfeng, heads hung low. They paid the requisite amount without uttering a single word. Only the owner of the rock beast glared at Li Chengfeng, his eyes red with fury. If he couldn't defeat Chun Feng, how could he hope to best Chun Feng's subordinate? Li Chengfeng felt a shiver under the intense gaze. It seemed as if the animosity was being redirected towards him. Harboring resentment, are we? Brother Feng has already shown restraint. Otherwise, none of you would be standing here. By the way, this is for your own good. Considering your background, it must be quite decent, right? In Jiangcheng, at the Wilderness Spirit Beast Shop, one can purchase Spirit Beast eggs, top-notch goods. The shop is run by Brother Feng. As for its reputation, you may inquire with the night patrols of Jiangcheng. They are well aware. It was quite remarkable that Li Chengfeng sought to convert an enemy into a customer for Chun Feng's establishment. Chun Feng secretly gave Li Chengfeng a thumbs up, as he was already contemplating appointing Li Chengfeng as an external salesperson. His role would primarily involve recruiting individuals, albeit without a salary or commission. The owner of the rock beast hesitated, primarily because he was intrigued. He was unaware of other spirit beasts. But Chun Feng's spirit beast was undeniably impressive. A juvenile golden grade moonhound could easily match his golden grade rock beast in its growth phase. To suggest that there were no underlying complexities involved would be utterly implausible. Furthermore, the store offered numerous services, and anyone who had availed themselves of these would understand their remarkable efficacy. Dumb Bear, come and showcase your abilities. Li Chengfeng called out to the Earth Black Bear, aiming to enhance the credibility of his claims. Who was the Earth Black Bear? It understood Li Chengfeng's intention. With a powerful roar to bolster the atmosphere, it unleashed a seismic spike. What? You claim that only one spirit beast comprehending a skill is insignificant? Merely luck? It's your turn now, little ones. Li Chengfeng spoke as if in a monologue, for no one was engaging with him. They were all in shock. A juvenile spirit beast comprehending a skill? Was this a jest? Among the growth phase spirit beasts, those who could grasp skills were exceedingly rare. The two little ones quickly coordinated and unleashed their skills. Hey, Brother Feng, shall we have our silly dog perform as well? After Chun Feng nodded, he said, foolish dog, attack the corpse of that rock beast. Upon hearing this, the moonhound immediately unleashed its lunar light. It had already demonstrated the roar of the moon, so there was no need to showcase it again. Good heavens! I now understand why that rock beast felt so constrained. In its juvenile stage, it had comprehended two skills. I cannot have been mistaken. The onlookers were utterly unsettled. Those who had just harbored doubts about Li Qingfeng were now filled with eager anticipation as they gazed at Qingfeng. While a single or two spiritual beasts might not signify much, the fact that all of his spiritual beasts had mastered skills. How does one explain that? If such extraordinary abilities truly exist, then no, it is indeed that miraculous. Some individuals present were already contemplating a visit to Jiangsheng after leaving the secret realm. Qingfeng smiled broadly, utterly surprised by the unexpected turn of events. One could argue that if a significant number of individuals were to patronize his establishment, he would indeed be contributing to the GDP of Jiangsheng, wouldn't he? He pondered whether there might be any form of reward for such an endeavor. Very well. Once I depart from here, I shall make my way there. At that moment, despite a slight headache, he felt an exhilarating sense of enthusiasm. You are my very first customer, and I shall share a little secret with you. The Evolution Box service and the Spirit Beast food are indispensable offerings. Truly worth every penny. As Li Qingfeng spoke, he affectionately patted the head of the Earth Black Bear, drawing it closer to him. Chapter 79. If they wish to play, then let us indulge them. Is that truly a secret? If it is, might you lower your voice and whisper it to me? Your announcement is akin to broadcasting with a loudspeaker, don't you think? He coughed lightly. So our Spirit Beasts R&T purchased in the shop. Can we still experience these services you mentioned? At this point, the captain of the team could no longer contain himself. To be honest, he was swayed. Even contemplating the extreme measure of eliminating his own Spirit Beast in order to nurture a new one. Thankfully, it was merely an impulse. Of course you can. Now hurry along. Don't delay the next group of customers. Seeing that the team was convinced, Li Qingfeng promptly urged them to leave. As their presence was obstructing the arrival of new patrons, the group departed, leaving behind 16 spirit crystals, a considerable sum indeed. How many spirit crystals had Li Shurha managed to obtain from her father? This team had evidently reaped substantial rewards within the secret realm. Otherwise, they would not have been able to afford such an exorbitant toll. However, the next group of customers that Li Qingfeng eagerly anticipated did not materialize, and the onlookers continued to linger. I must return and gather more spirit crystals. After this, I shall visit Jiangsheng as well. Indeed, let us go together. Haha. I was thinking the same. It seemed the onlookers had awakened to a new purpose. Rather than plotting to bring Qingfeng down, they were now eager to explore the Spirit Beast shop in Jiangsheng. Whether or not they would make purchases was secondary. Witnessing a miracle was certainly worthwhile. This newfound enthusiasm for exploring the secret realm surged among the crowd, as they realized there were likely many undiscovered spirit crystals yet to be found. No one anticipated that Li Qingfeng's actions would yield such an unexpected effect. Qingfeng, is everything that little creature just mentioned true? At that moment, the mentor within the mirror spoke up. Qingfeng had almost forgotten about this individual. There was no remedy. He had been too engrossed in the moment. And this person merely existed within the confines of a mirror, possessing a rather faint presence. Indeed, it is all true, however. Your esteemed Spirit Beast may find it rather challenging to comprehend the skills. Nevertheless, the efficacy of the Spirit Beast's nourishment is undoubtedly remarkable. Qingfeng provided a response. When it comes to comprehending skills, Qingfeng truly finds himself at a loss. In any case, for Spirit Beasts that have never grasped a skill, entering an evolution chamber guarantees they will undoubtedly acquire some understanding. However, those Spirit Beasts that have already mastered skills do not enjoy such privileges. This is, in essence, a trivial observation. After all, if one were to perish 100 times in a day, it is inevitable that some knowledge would be gleaned. As for the formidable Spirit Beasts, with their extensive combat experience, they have likely grasped nearly all they can. Relying on them to uncover anything new would require continual investment to foster hope. If this is indeed the case, I shall send my grandson to your shop to purchase a Spirit Beast egg. Do you have any Golden Tier Spirit Beast eggs available? The grandson of a King Tier mentor, regardless of his innate talent, comes from a family that can certainly afford the luxury of a Golden Tier Spirit Beast egg. Mentor, there are even Diamond Tier ones, let alone Golden Tier. What? The mentor was taken aback, as even the mirror began to tremble. The people of Jiangsheng are remarkably tight-lipped. Such matters have not leaked at all. Well, indeed, there are. Qingfeng emphasized softly. Diamond Tier Spirit Beast eggs, to be precise, those that automatically restock upon sale. The profit from selling one entirely depends on Qingfeng's mood. The sales required to elevate the shop from intermediate to advanced tier remain unknown, yet the advertisement for this venture could already be launched. As for whether there would be individuals attempting to seize them, that is assuredly the case. But does Chen Feng fear this? Very well, young friend Chen Feng. Please be sure to reserve some spirit beast eggs for me, if you would. See, even a king-tier beast master is being quite pragmatic, addressing him as a young friend. Chen Feng truly wished to retort, "How much do you need? There is plenty to go around." However, he refrained, recognizing the audacity of such a statement. "Very well, no problem. Rest assured, I shall ensure that my young friend does not suffer any loss." The mentor, being a person of reason, understood the situation. One cannot simply underpay someone who has agreed to sell. The payment should align with the average auction price from the past year. As for matters on this side, he continued, "Feel free to indulge. A few casualties are permissible, for I shall provide protection." Chen Feng grinned widely. "Thank you, mentor." After expressing his gratitude, Chen Feng began to search for Chen Yang's figure. With a murder target in sight, how could his dear brother possibly escape? Chen Yang indeed contemplated fleeing. However, upon regaining his composure, his foremost thought was to escape and swiftly depart from this enigmatic realm. He believed that once he returned to the ordinary world, his safety would be assured. In this place, should he fall into Chun Feng's clutches, the latter would not hesitate to resort to lethal measures. Yet, by the time Chen Yang realized the gravity of his situation, it was already too late. For Chen Feng had long since positioned himself at the exit of the secret realm. Nevertheless, Chen Yang did not leave empty-handed. As he made his way towards the exit, he encountered a group of individuals returning from their own ventures. Many among them were still expressing their astonishment at the events that had transpired. Chen Yang had discerned the unfolding events from the exclamations of those around him. "Chen Feng, how could you escalate things to such an extent? They may fear you, but I do not. You can deter 1 or 2 individuals, but can you withstand the might of 100? Chen Yang unexpectedly regained some of his fighting spirit. In truth, this lad possesses a rather astute understanding of the situation. Not everyone is frightened of Chen Feng. Many simply cannot bring themselves to act collectively against him. Yet there are those who are unashamed. As long as Chen Yang takes up the banner of resistance, naturally, those who are discontented will follow. To escape, one must surrender spirit crystals, which are worth millions. Who would willingly relinquish such wealth? With this thought, Chen Yang promptly turned back, determined to rally the flag of defiance. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the youth from the Yi family, upon emerging, immediately reached out to their kin. They reported everything without embellishment, presenting the facts as they were. Initially, assisting Chen Yang in eliminating a single individual was a trivial matter for the Yi family. However, with a member of their family now deceased, this triviality escalated into a significant issue. A team led by a royal-level spirit beast master set forth from the capital. Chen Feng was unaware of the situation, yet Yan Lai was fully cognizant. Was the Yi family truly losing their senses? If they wished to engage in this game, then he would indulge them. Did they truly believe that the Night Watchers were mere soft persimmons? Yan Lai held no regard for this royal-level spirit beast master from the Yi family. So, you can rally people, can you? Are you unaware that the Night Watchers are the most formidable violent organization of the present age? With a single phone call. The conversation lasted less than a minute before it was terminated. Yan Lai rose. "Yue, let's head to the provincial city." "Boss, what about Xiaofeng's shop?" "Oh, right. You stay behind to watch the place. I shall go alone." Without waiting for Yi Yi's response, Yan Lai vanished. Simultaneously, Li Gong from the Li family set off as well. Someone dared to threaten his son-in-law, and as the father-in-law, he must intervene. Chapter 80. Wait. Did I permit your departure? The Yi family had arrived. Li Gong had arrived. Yan Lai made his grand entrance. "Well, old Li, your combat prowess seems lacking. Why is your face so flushed with anger?" Yan Lai appeared at the entrance of the secret realm, observing Li Gong negotiating with the Yi family. Yet, the negotiation was far from amicable. Had it not been for the multitude present, it was likely that both parties would have already resorted to violence. "Yan, do not speak derisively. Someone is bullying your son. Speak on how we shall resolve this," Li Gong fumed. The Yi family was unreasonable. Having been engaged in a standoff with the royal-level spirit beast master from the Yi family for nearly 10 minutes. "Bully my son. That is no issue. They are not children, and being bullied is commonplace. However, for the Yi family to bully the Night Watchers is altogether unacceptable." Despite Yan Lai's seemingly carefree demeanor, he was astute. The Yi family's transgression against his son was his personal affair, but to infringe upon the Night Watchers was an affront to the organization itself. Yan Lai from Jiang City, do not attempt to elevate the stakes. Qin Feng killed a member of my Yi family. We demand an explanation. The royal-level spirit beast master from the Yi family was no pushover and immediately sought accountability. What explanation? To be killed within the secret realm is merely a testament to one's inferiority. What more do you seek? Yan Lai showed no inclination to indulge the adversary. Indeed, my son-in-law killed him by merit. The Spirit Academy has raised no objections, yet your Yi family is overstepping. Li Gong, let me reiterate, he is not yet your son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Yan Lai chuckled. It appeared that these two had been arguing fervently over this matter. It was understandable. If Chun Feng's relationship with Li Shi had not been solidified, Li Gong indeed had no grounds to champion Qin Feng. I assert that he is. And you are merely bullying Qin Feng because he lacks backing. If I, Li Gong, cannot maintain order here, do you think the Wang family from the capital can? Li Gong was reluctant to invoke his father-in-law's name. Yet, given the current circumstances, it would not be inappropriate for him to mention his father-in-law, would it? Just as the Yi family members were about to speak, an individual from the Provincial Spirit Academy arrived. The newcomer was a somewhat disheveled middle-aged man, sporting a scruffy beard and holding a bottle of liquor. Upon seeing him, Yan Lai couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. Though both were untidy and fond of drink, how was it that he was of the royal rank while this man was of the imperial? The Yi family had missed their chance. They should leave now, for the Spirit Academy could easily dismiss this incident as though it had never occurred. The man exuded an air of dominance, making a grand entrance. The royal-ranked spirit beast masters from the Yi family furrowed their brows. They had anticipated that Li Gong and Yan Lai would come to Chun Feng's aid, but they had not expected the Spirit Academy to also make an appearance. Facing off against these factions would not bode well for the Yi family. With the Spirit Academy intervening, it would be unwise for the Yi family to demand explanations here. However, once the matter was over, the Academy would not intervene further. If the Yi family could indeed confront him, then they were free to do so. The imperial man nonchalantly took a swig from his bottle and responded dismissively. Very well, we shall take our leave, but we must take Qinyang with us. The Yi family was already aware of the situation within the secret realm, having lost one member. They could not allow Qinyang to meet the same fate. A stance clearly articulated by the family patriarch. Whether they could retrieve him would depend on their own capabilities. In that case, I shall send a few individuals inside. If you don't mind. No more than 10. The negotiations were straightforward. There was no exchange of benefits. The Spirit Academy's agreement stemmed solely from their acknowledgement of Chun Feng's strength. Why had the Academy suddenly appeared? It was simply because they recognized Qin Feng's prowess. In this world, nothing good comes without reason. While some may consider the Spirit Academy overly influential, this is the nature of the world. Only those with exceptional talent deserve superior resources. If resources were truly distributed equally among all, humanity would have long been overwhelmed by the beasts and ceased to exist. Let us see who has the greater numbers. Do you truly think my night watchman can be bullied? The capital Yi family holds no sway here. Yan Lai scoffed. Do you truly believe you have the upper hand? It was as if he implied that the night watchman lacked talent. Although there were indeed few at the bronze level within the night watchman, it was because those at that rank were not suited for such roles. Yet, those who could join the night watchman at the bronze level were all extraordinary individuals. Humph. You go in and retrieve Qinyang. Understood. A prepared team of 10 swiftly advanced toward the entrance of the secret realm. You few should also go. Feel free to kill if you can. Don't hold back. Yan Lai added. From the crowd, several individuals stepped forward, initially unremarkable, but when they shed their outer garments to reveal the night watchman uniforms, the crowd suddenly realized that the night watchman had indeed orchestrated this plan well in advance. The night watchman of Jiang City truly displayed commendable bravery. The Yi family is quite displeased. What's more, the accountability from the Night Watch headquarters in the capital is yet to come. Do you truly believe that this world belongs to the Yi family? Young man, the Yi family has sent people in. This time, there are 10 of them. Do you wish to hide? Within the secret realm, the mentor within the mirror offered a caution to Qin Feng. 10. All at the bronze level? Indeed. Can they be slain? The mentor within the mirror paused momentarily. According to the logic of an average person, one would typically consider how to escape. Yet this fellow seems perpetually fixated on the notion of killing. However, such fervor among the youth is indeed becoming rare. Yes, as outsiders. They are not protected by the academy. They may kill as they wish. The mentor within the mirror provided a clear response. In that case, very well. Thank you, mentor. Chen Feng broke into a grin, pondering whether 10 individuals constituted a significant number. At that moment, Li Shi retracted her smile and approached Chen Feng, determined to confront the situation together. Although not every member of the Yi family possessed the ability to contract shadow beasts, and such creatures were certainly not common. The mere fact that they were facing the Yi family implied that their spiritual beasts would undoubtedly be formidable. Li Shi felt a surge of concern that Chen Feng might struggle to handle the challenge alone. Chen Feng gently grasped Li Shi's hand and placed a soft kiss upon her forehead, assuring her, "Do not worry. Take care of yourself and protect them. The rest shall be entrusted to me." Li Shi lifted her delicate face to meet Chen Feng's gaze and inquired, "Can you manage?" "Absolutely." Chen Feng affirmed with a serious nod. "Very well, I understand," she replied, rising onto her toes to lightly peck Chen Feng's lips before turning to depart. At that moment, members of the Yi family entered. "You are Chen Feng?" one of them declared, singling him out immediately. "Yes, that is I." The individual continued, "Today you are fortunate. We shall not harm you. However, your actions against my kin will not go unpunished." With that, the group of 10 moved to enter the secret realm in search of Chen Yang. "Wait a moment, did I permit your departure?" Chapter 81. Do your spirit beasts not possess any skills? Chen Feng was so infuriated that he found it amusing. What was the source of the Yi family's sense of superiority? The entire party of 10 from the Yi family turned to face Chen Feng. Since they had arrived, there was no need for any of them to leave. "Silly dog, attack." Chen Feng unexpectedly commanded the Moonhound to take the initiative. The Moonhound understood the formidable challenge it was about to face. With a resonant howl of the moon, the ethereal moonlight enveloped it, followed by a surge of lunar energy. The Moonhound did not target the spirit beasts of the Yi family. Its intention was directed towards the individuals themselves. Did they still dare to strike? They sought to capture the living. The 10 members of the Yi family were seething with rage, utterly taken aback by Chen Feng's audacity to strike first. "We had already declared today a day of mercy, yet here you are, practically inviting your own demise." Given this turn of events, there was no need for further civility. The 10 had clearly defined roles. One spirit beast bravely intercepted the Moonhound's attack, preventing any harm from befalling the Yi family. Just as 5 or 6 spirit beasts charged at the Moonhound, Chen Feng made his move. Chen Feng possessed an unparalleled swiftness that was unmatched by his contemporaries, comparable only to the 10 members of the Yi family who had entered the scene. These individuals were dispatched by the Yi family to intervene. Even if they were not the strongest among the stubborn bronze warriors, they were certainly formidable. However, speed was not the means by which Chen Feng attacked. With a decisive motion, Chen Feng unleashed a strike from a distance of merely 6 or 7 meters from the nearest member of the Yi family. The slash materialized out of thin air. Unaware of the strike's potency, the Yi family member attempted to evade, yet the proximity rendered escape futile. The slash was instantaneous, and a crimson line appeared across the throat of the Yi family member. One strike, and he was fatally wounded. "You! How could you?" Blood gushed forth as the head of the Yi family member fell, his neck resembling a faucet that had been abruptly turned on, spraying blood over 30 centimeters high. This was but a fleeting moment, and soon the headless corpse collapsed to the ground, while Chen Feng paid it no further heed. What? Impossible. Kill him. The Yi family members had never anticipated that Chen Feng would dare to take a life, nor did they realize his capacity to slay their own. Yet now, enraged, the Yi family members were resolved to eliminate Chen Feng, rendering their prior agreement outside the secret realm null and void. With a flourish, numerous minuscule slashes materialized around Chen Feng, each one shooting outward. Although these diminutive strikes dissipated after 3 or 4 meters, they sufficed to ensure that no one could approach Chen Feng. While they were unable to reach him, he merely needed to await the opportune moment to dispatch another foe. 10 individuals. How long could they endure? Before long, a second Yi family member fell, meeting the same fate, the same grim outcome, a headless body crashing to the ground. Beware of the shadow beasts, cautioned several patrolling night watchers who had just entered, yet they showed no inclination to intervene. After all, Chen Feng's life was not in jeopardy. Why should they act? Nevertheless, their spirit beasts stood alert, poised to assist at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Chen Yang's newly rallied group had also ceased their advance. These individuals, emboldened by Chen Yang's encouragement, united under the banner of toppling the bandits, intent on overpowering Chen Feng. However, As they neared the entrance of the secret realm and witnessed the confrontation between Chen Feng and the Yi family members, they were rendered speechless. Ultimately, they were merely students. While they could accept the notion of slaying a beast, as they regarded such creatures as mere livestock, the scene before them was overwhelmingly jarring. They could tolerate the act of killing, yet the sight of beheadings was altogether disconcerting. What was the meaning of the blood that erupted forth? Some girls could no longer contain their nausea, while the young men appeared pallid. Among them, Chen Yang's complexion was the most ghastly. Indeed, there was also the shadow beast. That foolish hound was not by his side, leaving him vulnerable to its onslaught. Clenching his fists, Chen Yang silently rallied the Yi family. At this juncture, if he could not deduce his connection to the Yi family, then all the years he had spent under the watchful eye of the Chen family would have been in vain, regardless of the nature of their bond. Only by escaping this place could he leverage the resources of the Yi family, and Chen Feng stood as the sole obstacle to his departure from the secret realm. Thus, it was imperative that he eliminate him. Chen Yang concealed himself among the crowd, fervently cheering for the Yi family. As for his own participation, that was absurd. Chen Yang was indeed cunning and malicious, yet he was not foolish. Given the current circumstances, stepping into the fray would only result in a single strike from Chen Feng, who could easily cleave even a bronze-tier beast master in two. What could Chen Yang possibly contribute? Engrossed in battle, Chen Feng had no inclination to notice Chen Yang. With so many spectators, it would be exhausting to scrutinize each individual present. This could not continue. The shadow beasts were ensnared within the peculiar range of his slashes. Unable to reveal themselves, they needed to strike together, for he only possessed ranged attack capabilities, and his physical combat was undoubtedly weak. If they could hinder his spirit beasts, they could eliminate him. The Yi family members were not entirely inept. Within this brief interval, they had already discerned Chen Feng's perceived vulnerabilities. Of course, this was merely their own assessment of his weaknesses. Suddenly, the spirit crystals that Chen Feng had collected began to vanish rapidly. These crystals transformed into experience points for him. Advancing from level 10 to level 11 required 1,000 points, while ascending from level 11 to level 12 demanded 2,000. Ding! The host's level has risen to 11. All attributes 5, free attributes 10. Ding! The host's level has risen to 12. All attributes 5, free attributes 10. The free attributes were allocated to physique. With a 2-level increase, his physique attribute surged by 30 points. 30 points were no trifling matter. This increment alone surpassed Chen Yang's current physical prowess. Did these members of the Yi family not believe in Chen Feng's close combat abilities? Chen Feng truly believes in his own capabilities. He merely waits, enduring the stillness, for the members of the Yi family to make their move. Unfortunately, these individuals have proven to be a source of great disappointment for him. They possess no means to penetrate the delicate defenses that shield him from their minuscule strikes, halting their advance a mere 3 to 4 meters away. Do your spirit beasts lack the understanding of their skills? Chen Yang could no longer bear the sight before him. He was aware that the Yi family excelled in assassination. However, in this situation, knowing that assassination was futile, why would you recklessly charge forward? Instead, one should command the spirit beasts to unleash a barrage of skills upon Chen Feng. Chen Yang could hardly believe that Chen Feng would emerge unscathed. Is that not the voice of my brother? Chen Feng heard Chen Yang's call. Although Chen Yang had likely altered his tone, he was still recognized by Chen Feng. The Yi family also wished for their spirit beasts to unleash their skills, yet the dilemma was that none of their spirit beasts possessed any long-range attack abilities. What were they to do? Chapter 82. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth twitched aside from the Yi family's exclusive spirit beast, the Shadow Beast. Those without a contracted Shadow Beast had predominantly contracted powerful defensive spirit beasts, primarily to serve as shields, protecting those who had contracted Shadow Beasts from damage at critical moments. Indeed, while they could not withstand significant slashes, the defensive spirit beasts could certainly block the smaller slashes surrounding him. The Yi family saw a glimmer of hope. They resolved to endure the damage, close the distance, and eliminate Chen Feng. With the plan set, they commenced its execution. Chen Feng discerned the intentions of the Yi family, yet he remained utterly indifferent to their schemes. Why the sudden enhancement? Why allocate all the attributes to physique? Was it merely to showcase his martial prowess? The burial ground black pig charged towards Chen Feng under the command of its master. This black pig, of golden grade and in its growth phase, stood approximately 1.5 meters tall, its coat as dark as ebony and resembling pine needles. It possessed immense strength and robust defense. though its speed was a notable weakness. Anyone trailing closely behind it could easily evade the slashing attacks by merely bending slightly at the waist. Chen Feng smiled broadly. These fellows are indeed rather endearing. To inform them that slashing attacks cannot change direction once unleashed. The large slashing strike is indeed straightforward, and Chen Feng can at most intervene slightly, making minor adjustments to the angle of his attacks. However, the smaller slashes are much more manageable, bending effortlessly as needed. Nevertheless, Chen Feng chose not to reveal this capability just yet, opting to keep a strategic advantage. The defense of the Graveyard Black Pig is commendable. It is primarily resilient. The smaller slashes can breach the surface defenses of the Graveyard Black Pig, leaving only superficial wounds rather than penetrating its body. At this moment, a single large slashing strike from Chen Feng could cleave the Graveyard Black Pig in two, yet he refrained from taking that action. The Yi family members were fleeing with considerable speed, making it impractical to pursue them one by one. If Chen Feng strayed too far from the exit of the secret realm, the comings and goings of others would no longer concern him. While eliminating the Yi family was significant, collecting a toll was evidently of greater importance. Now, the Graveyard Black Pig was less than a meter away from Chen Feng, and the Yi family members trailing behind were equally close. The Graveyard Black Pig charged at Chen Feng, aiming to impale him with its formidable tusks, intent on making him experience the sensation of being pierced by a foreign object. Humph! Chen Feng scoffed. In that moment, a flurry of small slashes erupted violently. The Graveyard Black Pig bore the brunt, as a slash pierced its eye, blood gushing forth, causing the blinded creature to wail in agony. The Yi family members, who had spread out to encircle Chen Feng, fared no better. Each sustained various injuries. The unluckiest among them fell to their knees, their bodies riddled with numerous wounds, some even transparent. "Kill him quickly," shouted the owner of the Graveyard Black Pig in a frenzy. The beast, now incited into a rage, disregarded its pain and charged forcefully at Chen Feng. In response to the oncoming assault, Chen Feng stepped back firmly, grounding himself before reaching out to grasp the creature's tusks. The anticipated scene of Chen Feng being thrown aside did not materialize. Instead, no matter how forcefully the Graveyard Black Pig pushed, it could not budge Chen Feng an inch. In terms of strength, Chen Feng was not intimidated. His physical prowess surpassed that of the Graveyard Black Pig. "This is impossible." The Yi family members were taken aback. Onlookers were equally stunned. Only Chen Feng maintained a semblance of composure. "No, why is this happening? Why can't so many of us defeat him? I must flee." In that critical moment, Chen Yang exhibited a glimmer of quick wit. Without such cleverness, he understood that others had paid their spiritual crystals for survival. Yet he would undoubtedly meet his demise. At this moment, Chen Yang stealthily veered off the path, making his way toward the exit of the secret realm. Suddenly, a shadow beast sprang forth from Chen Feng's shadow, its sharp claws aimed directly at the nape of Chen Feng's neck. Should it succeed in its grasp, it would undoubtedly tear away a portion of flesh and blood. Chen Feng had always been vigilant against the attacks of the shadow beast, which resembled a ticking time bomb. Neglecting it was not an option. When the shadow beast leapt forward, Chen Feng had already reacted. Without even glancing back, he delivered a swift elbow strike that connected perfectly with the creature's abdomen. The beast's deadly claws, which were nearly grazing Chen Feng's neck, were rendered ineffective as the tremendous force not only thwarted the creature, but also sent it soaring through the air. Before the shadow beast could land, Chen Feng forcefully pressed down on the tusks of the buried Earth Black Pig and leaped into the air. A graceful spinning kick struck the beast's head. The shadow beast was propelled like a cannonball, spewing blood as it soared through the sky. This spirit beast was characterized by high offense, but low defense. With Chen Feng's powerful assault, he incapacitated the golden-tiered shadow beast. It was now the turn of the buried Earth Black Pig, which transformed into a platform for Chen Feng's momentum, while the remaining members of the Yi family, who had not been felled by the earlier strikes, became his primary targets. In that moment, the Yi family members were engulfed in despair. Who claimed he was incapable in close combat? "Step forward and witness my prowess." Retreat. After Chen Feng had taken down two more adversaries, one of the Yi family members issued a command. There was no chance of victory. It was simply unattainable. The Yi family members hastily fell back, but only 4 managed to escape. Run. The 4 Yi family members scattered in their flight, having lost the capacity to concern themselves with the 6 who lay incapacitated. Even their own lives were in jeopardy. Just as these 4 began their desperate escape, Chun Feng suddenly turned to gaze towards the exit of the secret realm. A shadowy figure had already reached the entrance. Qin Yang. Chun Feng bellowed with fury. Qin Feng truly did not anticipate that Qin Yang would seize the opportunity to stealthily escape while he was preoccupied with dealing with the Yi family. It was a miscalculation. Upon hearing Qin Feng's shout, Qin Yang felt a chill run down his spine, his body bristling with unease. In that instant, he cast aside all other thoughts and dashed towards the exit that lay tantalizingly close, merely 5 or 6 meters away. Qin Feng raised his hand and unleashed a slashing strike. The 1-meter-long slash hurtled towards Qin Yang. Although Qin Yang was already quite close to the exit, Qin Feng was exceedingly confident in his strike, for he was merely about 30 meters away from the exit, allowing the slash to reach him in an instant. Qin Feng's lips began to curl upwards. The mere thought of his beloved younger brother meeting a grim fate made it exceedingly difficult for Qin Feng to suppress his smile. More challenging than restraining an AK. In that moment, all eyes were fixed on Qin Yang. Amidst the eager anticipation, a shadow beast intervened, blocking Qin Feng's lethal strike. It was Qin Yang's contracted spirit beast. As expected, the shadow beast was cleaved in two. Although the blow's potency diminished somewhat after slicing through the shadow beast, it remained sufficient to injure Qin Yang. However, Qin Yang was quite protective of his own life. He had long since donned a defensive inner armor on his back. Chapter 83. A delicate cut indeed. It was draped, not worn. The inner armor provided dual layers of defense across Qin Yang's back. The strike arrived as anticipated. The defensive capabilities of the inner armor were commendable. It remains unknown who had prepared it for Qin Yang. When the strike collided with the armor, a brief stalemate ensued, resulting in the shattering of the first layer of defense. Yet, due to the force of the impact, Qin Yang was propelled into the air, hurtling towards the exit that was tantalizingly close. Before he could fully breach the exit, the second layer of defense was torn apart, and an even greater force swept Qin Yang away, successfully carrying him through the threshold. However, the departing Qin Yang left behind a pool of blood. Qin Feng widened his eyes in disbelief. Surely not. Qin Feng cast a glance beneath him. If he had not been mistaken a moment ago, the strike should have inflicted harm upon Qin Yang. Qin Yang's back endured a tremendous impact, causing his body to lurch uncontrollably forward. This abrupt shift transformed his fleeing stance into that of a forward dive. In the final moments, although Qin Yang successfully plunged into the exit of the secret realm, the positioning of his head in front and legs trailing behind posed a significant challenge. Qin Feng covered his mouth, fearing he might involuntarily burst into laughter. If indeed that part had been severed, how could that sensation be more exhilarating than his demise? Yet, he remained uncertain about what exactly had been cut. Qin Yang had dashed out with such fervor that it all transpired in an instant. Nevertheless, Qin Feng was certain that something had been severed from Qin Yang. At that moment, at the entrance of the secret realm, a disheveled figure stumbled forth. Ah! The shriek was piercing. Qin Yang emerged from the depths of the secret realm, one hand clutching his head while the other pressed against his blood-soaked groin, rolling frantically on the ground. The pain in his head was excruciating. This marked the second time he had witnessed a spirit beast's demise, the contract forcefully torn asunder. The agony he felt now was far more intense than the first encounter. As for his groin, he was oblivious to whether any part had been lost. He only knew of the searing pain that coursed through him, with blood gushing uncontrollably. Qin Yang? Is that really Qin Yang? Gasps of disbelief arose from the onlookers at the entrance. Before anyone could react, the members of the Yi family swiftly shielded Qin Yang. The leading master, a king-level spirit beast tamer, furrowed his brow and stepped forward, swiftly rendering Qin Yang unconscious with a precise strike. Only then did he begin to assess Qin Yang's injuries. The torn contract had inflicted mental damage that this spirit beast tamer could not remedy. They could only await Qin Yang's recovery. However, regarding Qin Yang's groin, who did this? Who was responsible? The king-level spirit beast tamer from the Yi family roared like an enraged lion. 2 perfectly intact eggs, and one has been ruthlessly severed. I demand an explanation from the Spirit Academy, and I demand it now. He glared at the royal tutor from the Spirit Academy. You may seek an explanation from the Spirit Academy, but how dare you demand one from me? At that moment, the royal spirit beast tamer's formidable presence surged, and a spectral beast head began to materialize behind him. A single monarch was sufficient to instill fear in all present. This was without even summoning his spirit beast. Should he choose to do so, he could annihilate everyone in attendance, including the king-level tamers. I acted in haste. I now require information about the circumstances within the secret realm. The Yi family representative, displaying considerable fortitude, maintained his composure despite the royal aura, and after an apology, he still pressed for answers. Humph. The royal tutor snorted coldly, though it was merely a scoff. You wish to know what transpired within the secret realm? What concern is that of mine? I have already extended the courtesy owed to your Yi family. Do you wish to overstep your bounds? Just as the Yi family's king-level representative was about to utter more words, a figure suddenly emerged from the secret realm. It was evident that this person was in a state of panic. Then followed another, and yet another. Tell me, what transpired within the secret realm? The formidable figure from the Yi family swiftly seized an individual, drawing him close. I am but a student from the spiritual academy, the young man implored, casting a desperate glance toward his mentors. Simply tell him the truth. No one dares to harm you. One of the mentors intoned gravely. The actions of the Yi family were indeed excessive, apprehending their students in plain view of the mentors. Yet, he could empathize with the urgency of the Yi family's plight. Very well, I understand, mentor. It is Chen Feng. He is truly extraordinary. Once the floodgates of conversation opened, there was no stopping it. The student recounted his first-hand experiences, embellishing them with a few rhetorical flourishes of his own understanding. In essence, 2 words sufficed: astounding. However, the countenance of the Yi family members turned ashen. Among the newly arrived 10 from the Yi clan, 6 had perished, and 4 were in flight. Deep down, none believed it to be true. Yet, the chorus of voices attesting to the events was overwhelming. It was not merely 1 or 2, but everyone emerging from the secret realm echoed the same sentiments. And like dumplings in boiling water, individuals continued to spill forth from the depths of the secret realm. Those within the secret realm were no fools. Having witnessed Chen Feng's formidable prowess firsthand, who would dare to challenge him? While others were preoccupied with counting their fortunes, Chen Feng was engrossed in tallying spirit crystals. Of course, it was Li Chengfeng who faced the physical strain, while Chen Feng remained resolute at the entrance, ensuring no other escapees could slip away. The foolish dog and the silly bear were not idle either. They were scavenging the bodies of the Yi family members, collecting spirit beast bags that had become trophies of Chen Feng's conquests. Before long, news of the events at the exit spread rapidly throughout the secret realm. Nearly everyone was aware. The progress of the wilderness exploration had once again surged forward. In the hearts of all, Chen Feng has become synonymous with danger. They must hastily gather their resources and make their escape, for none can predict what actions Chen Feng may take next. What if he inflates the prices for those behind him? What if, in a fit of displeasure, he unleashes a massacre? Unbeknownst to them, Chen Feng's actions have inadvertently accelerated the progress of exploring the secret realm. The members of the Yi family, not just 4, but 5, including the Yi family member who initially accompanied Chen Yang, gathered, their expressions increasingly grim, as no one anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. What shall we do? Others have exchanged spirit crystals for passage out. Can we do the same? No way, we must devise another method to escape. Allow me, I possess a flying spirit beast. I will draw his attention. As long as he moves away from the exit, you must rush out swiftly. Brother, you are truly selfless. You must find a way to rescue me. If all else fails, please take care of my family in the future. Rest assured, brother. Your mother shall be our mother henceforth. That suffices. Indeed, it is sufficient. Were these fellows to declare that your wife is now ours, I suspect his noble intentions would waver. Chapter 84. The profanity was unmatched, as the saying goes, swift as a flash, the gallant, oh no, the intrepid, oh, not quite. In any case, this foolish spirit beast master took to the skies. He mounted his beloved spirit beast, the golden tier fire crow. The fire crow, still in its growth phase, was small enough to barely support a single rider. Upon seeing this individual, Chen Feng was indeed taken aback, for flying spirit beasts are quite rare. At least in Jiang City. TSK, these individuals truly possess a remarkable lack of foresight. With but a glance, Chen Feng lost interest. Could he be unaware of the Yi family's intentions? The tactic was clear, to lure the tiger away from its mountain lair. A bunch of inexperienced fools attempting to outwit him? How naive. The young fool atop the fire crow called out for assistance. Mustering the courage to ride the fire crow and provoke Chen Feng was no small feat should Chen Feng remain unaffected. He feared his dwindling resolve would soon dissipate. Insult him. Yes, insult him. The young fool on the ground began to devise a plan. Excellent. Chen Feng, you wildling, for slaying my kin. There shall be no sanctuary for you in all of Huagua. Await your demise. You coward, I can fly, can you? Your slashing strike is formidable, is it not? Come. Strike me. The little creature, though not foolish, was aware of Chun Feng's capabilities. Thus, it soared to a considerable height of approximately 100 meters. Moreover, it dared not approach Chen Feng, maintaining a linear distance exceeding 300 meters when accounting for altitude. Blocked at the exit, Chen Feng clenched his teeth in frustration. Indeed, he was quite incensed. Do not be angry. Do not be angry, for if you let your temper flare, no one will be there to shoulder the consequences. He repeatedly chanted within his mind, seeking to soothe himself. Simultaneously, the others within the secret realm hastened their pace. Each individual who had exchanged spirit crystals averted their gaze from Chen Feng, fearful that he might concoct some flimsy excuse to reprimand them. Chen Feng, you cowardly turtle. You remain unperturbed despite such taunts, do you? You green-haired turtle. Li sure he is your woman, is she not? Just wait. Once we exit, I shall linger by her window daily, spying on her. Given the chance, I will abduct her. The audacity of the little creature soaring in the sky was remarkable, as it laughed in a most lewd manner. Li sure he clenched her tiny fists, on the brink of losing her composure. Among their group of 5, it was not solely Chen Feng who possessed combat prowess. She, Li sure he, was equally capable. The purple flame mongoose had yet to make its entrance. Do not act impulsively. They cannot prance around for long. Chen Feng reassured Li sure he, setting aside his anger. It was preferable for the purple flame mongoose to remain concealed. Chen Feng was unperturbed by the prospect of being targeted by the demonic organization. For as long as he remained within the confines of his establishment, he was invincible. As long as he refrained from venturing out carelessly, the danger was minimal. However, Li sure he was in a different predicament. Should the demonic organization discover that she had contracted a diamond-grade spirit beast, they would undoubtedly set their sights on her. Presently, the capabilities of the purple flame mongoose were still limited. Revealing its existence would pose a significant risk. With Chen Feng by her side, nurturing the purple flame mongoose would not be a daunting task. Thus, the longer its existence remained concealed, the safer Li sure he would be. Taking a deep breath, Li sure he turned to Chen Feng with a smile, saying, I am fine, but we must ensure that he does not meet his end too easily. Rest assured. Chen Feng replied with unwavering confidence. The creature soaring in the sky had already marked its path to demise. Huh? Kill me? Do you think you are worthy? You cannot even touch a hair on my head. You wish to slay me? My movements within this secret realm are vast. If necessary, I simply shall not venture out. What about you? How much time do you have to waste here with me? Upon hearing this, the members of the Yi family suddenly realized the truth. Indeed, Chen Feng and his companions were in a phase of rapid growth, having already reached the Bronze Realm, well past their period of swift advancement. If it came down to a battle of time, the advantage lay with them. Chen Feng remained silent, waiting in vain. At last, the individuals who had ventured into the wilderness had all departed. Now, within the entire secret realm, only Chen Feng's team and the 4 members of the Yi family remained. Alas, it is our ineptitude that has hindered us from assisting you, Li Qingfeng expressed with a hint of regret. The one flying above, hurling increasingly profane insults, had tested Li Qingfeng's patience to its limits. Unfortunately, both he and the Earth Black Bear found themselves powerless to contribute. Fear not, for I shall remain. You all should leave, Chen Feng reassured, gently patting Li Qingfeng on the shoulder. What? Leave? Li Qingfeng stared at Chen Feng in confusion. Chen Feng understood that these individuals were indeed correct. Li Qingfeng and his companions' time was exceedingly precious, and spending it within this secret realm was a futile endeavor. There was no need for such actions, as blocking the entrance did not require assistance from others. I shall accompany you, Li Shurha declared as she positioned herself beside Chen Feng. What are you all doing here? I assure you, these 3 individuals on the ground may have a chance to survive, but the one in the sky is destined to perish. However, you should return to Jiangqing first. I will follow in a couple of days. Very well, but do exercise caution. Even if you cannot eliminate him, prioritize your safety, Li Shurha remarked. Recognizing Chen Feng's seriousness and thereby refraining from further insisting on her views. Indeed, go ahead and return. Oh, and ensure that no one else from outside is allowed to enter, Chen Feng instructed. Understood. While Li Shurha was uncertain about Chen Feng's particular emphasis on this matter, she chose not to inquire further. Subsequently, after Li Qingfeng handed over all the collected spirit crystals to Chen Feng, he departed the secret realm alongside Li Shurha. Chen Feng cast a glance and exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my goodness! There were more than 2,700 spiritual crystals. This reward was certainly impressive." Chun Feng contentedly stowed away the spiritual crystal and then cast his gaze towards the parched figure suspended in the air. This individual had hurled curses with such fervor that he nearly choked on his own words, truly a spectacle to behold. Most people had departed, leaving only the mirror through which Chun Feng observed the secret realm. The mentor within the mirror had remained present, albeit silent. As Chun Feng directed his attention towards him, the mentor, whether intentionally or not, muttered softly, "I wonder if this spiritual artifact has undergone any improvements. I have mentioned countless times how prone the mirror's surface is to damage." Upon hearing this, Chun Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This mentor was indeed reliable. When he had matters to discuss, he was genuinely engaged. Chun Feng silently expressed his gratitude in his heart before summoning the Moon Hound to his side. The mentors within the realm were equally furious, unleashing a torrent of curses that was almost unbearable to hear. Who among them had not experienced youth? Chun Feng's ability to withstand the scorn of the Yi family's young scion indicates a remarkable composure. Were it anyone else, they would have retaliated long ago. He is aware that Chun Feng harbors a secret he wishes to keep concealed, and thus he seizes the opportunity to offer a small favor, one that bears little consequence. Chapter 85. The dazzling appearance of the fire serpent. Foolish dog, can you guard this exit? Chun Feng inquired of the Moon Hound. The Moon Hound shook its head in response. It lacked the prowess of Chun Feng. While it could delay a few members of the Yi family, it could not prevent their escape. Cannot. What use are you then? Humph. Chun Feng delivered a light kick to the Moon Hound's rear. It did not require much force, yet the Moon Hound soared into the air. The trajectory of its flight was distinctly visible. With a clear target, the mirror standing at the exit. The Moon Hound had already grasped Chun Feng's command in its heart. It had some understanding of the art of performance. Soaring through the air, the Moon Hound flailed its limbs, eager to paw at the mirrored surface. "Oh dear, foolish dog, what are you doing?" Chun Feng exclaimed. However, the performance seemed a touch disingenuous. No, not merely a touch, it was exceedingly contrived. What was that about the strike on your finger? What are you attempting to accomplish? Chun Feng was apprehensive that the Moon Hound might fail to shatter the mirror. Although the mentor had claimed that the mirror was easily breakable, the true extent of that ease remained uncertain. Should the Moon Hound prove incapable of breaking it, he would have no choice but to intervene himself. Fortunately, the Moon Hound did not disappoint Chun Feng's expectations, sparing him the need to showcase his acting skills. With a powerful thrust of its forepaws, the mirror shattered in response. At that moment, the Spirit Academy lost its control over this secret realm. "Hey, silly dog, stand guard here. If they wish to depart, let them go. Should anyone enter, prevent their passage." Chun Feng gently patted the head of the Moon Dog and gave a brief instruction. The Moon Dog nodded repeatedly in response. "You wretched creature, do you not wish for your demise? I shall grant your wish." Chun Feng could no longer contain himself. Now that there were no distractions, how could he continue to indulge that being from the heavens? As soon as Chun Feng finished speaking, the little flying creature in the sky commanded the fire crows to turn around and flee. Chun Feng did not disappoint. He swiftly set forth, embodying a mutual pursuit. The three members of the Yi family on the ground brightened at the sight. An opportunity had presented itself. They dashed forward. However, no one moved. They remained poised, awaiting Chun Feng to distance himself before taking action, uncertain if he might unexpectedly retaliate. As for the Moon Hound, they paid it little heed. Capturing the Moon Hound would prove challenging for their spirit beasts, yet the Moon Hound lacked the capacity to hinder their escape. After approximately 2 minutes, the trio commenced their advance, running with great speed. The Moon Hound flawlessly executed Chun Feng's command, allowing the three to pass unimpeded, even parting to create a pathway. Without a second thought, they seized the opportunity before them, sprinting as swiftly as possible. Upon their departure from the secret realm, the Moon Hound immediately communicated the news to Chun Feng through its internal connection. Now, everyone had left, leaving just the two of us, right? Chun Feng gazed skyward. "What are you planning?" The little creature in the sky sensed an ominous turn of events. Yet, it could not fathom what misfortune might befall them. "Fool, do you think you are the only one who can fly?" Huh. The little creature was bewildered, having never heard of the Moon Hound's ability to fly. As for Chun Feng himself flying, that was utterly absurd. A black iron rank being attaining a single talent was already exceedingly extraordinary. Could he possibly comprehend a second talent for flight? Chun Feng may lack innate talent, yet he possesses a mystical beast, the Fire Flood Dragon. Chun Feng spoke softly, and a radiant crimson light flashed. A notably larger fire serpent emerged, now measuring a remarkable 2 meters in length. Despite its slender form, resembling a thickened rope akin to an infant's arm, it was undeniably much larger than the fire serpent of yore. Did one truly believe that it had remained idle within the spirit beast space? In fact, the greatest enhancement during this period was not attributed to any other spirit beast or even Qin Feng himself, but rather to the fire serpent, which had been continuously present in the spirit beast space. As soon as it appeared, the fire serpent affectionately coiled around Qin Feng's arm. Although it was somewhat thicker now, Qin Feng found it quite acceptable. Are you playing with me? The little brat from the heavens has lost it. Has he summoned yet another spirit beast? If Qin Feng were merely a bronze-tier beastmaster, the young heir of the Yi family would not have been so astonished. For a bronze tier could indeed contract a second spirit beast. However, Qin Feng was clearly of the black iron tier. How could he possibly contract 2 spirit beasts? Furthermore, why was this spirit beast of the diamond grade? Could it truly have the potential to transform into a dragon? Are you jesting? Aren't you supposed to be able to fly? Come, continue to soar, Qin Feng declared with audacity. Although the fire serpent was certainly not capable of flight at this moment, it could effortlessly handle those above. This is impossible. How did you accomplish this? Who are you truly? You cannot be the discarded child of the Qin family. It was no wonder that the young heir was bombarded with questions. Under such circumstances, anyone would be compelled to inquire. Qin Feng has indeed reviewed the background check. One might say he is rather unfortunate. However, the actions he has undertaken now stand in stark contrast to his previous misfortunes. What purpose does a deceased individual serve in possessing such extensive knowledge? Come, let me hear you curse a few more times. Qin Feng beckoned to the small flying creature in the sky with a flick of his fingers. Humph, Qin Feng, do not be so arrogant. The diamond tier fire serpent is indeed formidable, but it is merely in its juvenile stage. What? Juvenile stage? 2. The small creature in the sky experienced a complete mental breakdown. What on earth is happening? Are you human or a ghost? It is common knowledge that each person can only form a contract with one juvenile spirit beast, as this is crucial to the future of a spirit beastmaster. There has never been a case of someone contracting 2 juvenile spirit beasts. Double the growth, double the joy. You may be joyful, but what about the rest? Go on, continue being arrogant. Qin Feng relished the expression on their face. I can't believe this. What arrogance? Hurry and flee. Under the small creature's guidance, the fire crow immediately flew toward the exit. Remarkably, the fire crow had tapped into its latent potential. It did not wish to meet its demise and flew with a speed that had increased by at least 50% compared to before. However, it was facing a diamond tier fire serpent, one that had been cultivated through Qin Feng's technological prowess and ruthless methods. Eliminate them, Qin Feng commanded. The fire serpent lunged forth with incredible speed, akin to a cannonball bursting from its tube, leaving a trail of crimson light in the air. Qin Feng's lips curled into a smirk. I have already made my move. How will you respond? Of course, by bowing down to the ground. The fire serpent swiftly caught up with the fire crow, and as it coiled around the crow's neck, the latter had lost all semblance of flight, resembling a creature on the verge of plummeting. When the fire serpent unleashed its infernal flames upon the fire crow's head, the latter met its demise. Its once proud cranium reduced to ash in mere seconds. The small creature clinging to the fire crow's back felt a jolt of agony, unable to grasp the crow's form, and could only descend from the sky in a free fall. Chapter 86. 2 Sovereigns and 1 Semi-Sovereign. How does one even engage in such a contest? Gazing at the menacing figure above, Qin Feng grinned widely. Come now, keep the taunts coming. Thud. The response to Qin Feng was a dull thud as a body struck the ground. Moments later, the decapitated corpse of the fire crow plummeted down, fortuitously landing upon its master. The small creature, nearly crushed, endured yet another brutal blow, falling from a height of 100 meters without any cushioning. Merely surviving the fall as a bronze-level entity was already quite a feat now, battered once more. This small creature lacked the strength even to push the corpse off its body. Qin Feng smiled. The fire dragon swiftly returned, coiling around Qin Feng's arm. Its little head nestled close to his ear, nuzzling affectionately. Qin Feng raised his hand and gently patted the head of the fire dragon, remarking, "Well done." Qin Feng had indeed witnessed the formidable power of the fiery breath. The fire crow, also a creature of the flame, possessed no resistance whatsoever. Were it to be a spirit beast of another element, the outcome would be even more disastrous. The praised fire Jiao basked in the admiration, reveling in its newfound delight. Qin Feng approached the small figure still engaged in the game of stacking bodies. As he neared a half-corpse, he crouched down. Is there still life within? Trapped beneath the weight of the fire crow, the small figure struggled to raise his head, unable to respond to Chen Feng. For blood and foam relentlessly spewed from his mouth. Then he began to curse and shout, "Fear not, for there will be others to join you. You shall not be alone." With that, Chen Feng rose and, raising his foot, first kicked the corpse of the fire crow aside before stepping upon the small figure's chest. Subsequently, a decisive strike severed the soul, leaving a crimson line upon the small figure's neck. The head was cleaved from the body. In his final moments, the small figure seethed with rage. Did you really have to step on me before delivering the fatal blow, to ensure your aim was steadier? With another life extinguished, Chen Feng felt little emotion. He wiped the blood from his foot and collected the small figure's spirit beast pouch. It is time to depart. We cannot allow others to see you yet. He reassured the fire serpent, who obediently complied without resistance. After recalling the spirit beast to its space, Chen Feng made his way back to the exit of the secret realm. The moonhound remained vigilant at the exit, diligently on guard, though at a distance. It began to wag its tail enthusiastically, panting happily. Chen Feng approached and gently patted the moondog's head. Let us venture outside to see what awaits us. The moondog eagerly followed Chen Feng. As he crossed the threshold of the secret realm, a notification chimed within Chen Feng's mind. Ding. Task completed. Rating in progress. Ding. The host has acquired a total of 3,100 spirit crystals, earning an SSS grade reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 to physique, 100 to mental strength. And the spiritual technique, Black Coffin. A surge of warmth manifested within Chen Feng, as all knowledge pertaining to the spiritual technique Black Coffin seamlessly integrated into his consciousness. Much like the slashing techniques, there was no need for arduous training or comprehension. Upon acquisition, the spiritual technique was instantly perfected. If one were to inquire about the utility of a perfected skill, it would warrant a thorough discussion. Swift, precise, and deadly. Swift in execution, precise in aim, and devastating in power. You wretched little creature, you shall perish. As Chen Feng closed his eyes to bask in tranquility, an irate voice erupted around him. The king of the Yi family resembled an enraged lion. How many lives had been lost from the Yi family this time? Out of 13 who entered, only 4 survived. Godfather? Father-in-law? What brings you here? Chen Feng paid no heed to the barking individual, casting a bewildered glance at Yen Lai and Li Gong. Ah. It seems there's a cur eager to bully the weak. Of course, I had to come and witness this. Yen Lai discreetly glanced towards the direction of the Yi family. The king-level beast master of the Yi family gritted his teeth in frustration. Both the large and the small are hurling insults, are they? Very well, very well. You are all commendable. Now that he had emerged, it seemed this matter was no longer tied to the Provincial Spirit Academy, was it? The Yi family's king glanced at the royal beast master from the Provincial Spirit Academy. The latter remained nonchalant, exuding an air of calmness as he merely nodded slightly. That's good. With that, the king-level shadow beast manifested, accompanied by 2 additional king-level spirit beasts, all belonging to the Yi family's beast master. He seemed intent on forcibly engaging here. Yen Lai furrowed his brows, while Li Gong swiftly positioned himself in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng grinned, contemplating the predicament he found himself in. This is quite troublesome. I cannot defeat them. Should I retreat to the secret realm? Just as Chen Feng weighed his options, a member of the Yi family took action. First, the shadow beast vanished. This was not a juvenile or an adolescent shadow beast. It had matured into a king-level entity, far beyond the capabilities of lesser creatures. Do you think I, a night watcher, am merely a decoration? Yen Lai scoffed as the Hellfire Tiger made its entrance. Is that a royal-level beast? Those gathered could not suppress their astonishment. While Yen Lai was not particularly renowned in this area, one thing was universally acknowledged. A royal-level spirit beast signified immense power. The realms of spirit beasts are intrinsically linked to those of their tamers. To put it plainly, possessing a royal-level spirit beast grants a spirit tamer access to ascend to the ranks of royal-level tamers. This principle applies across all tiers, explaining why spirit tamers invest their utmost efforts into nurturing their beasts. Why was the Hellfire Tiger able to evolve to royal level? The answer was, of course, Chen Feng. With the sustenance provided by Chen Feng and the upgrades at the shop, the Hellfire Tiger had traversed the evolution chamber several times. As a peak king-level beast, its realm naturally ascended. Roar. The Hellfire Tiger showed no mercy toward the shadow beast. You think you can hide in the shadows? Come, step into my shadow. After a fierce roar, the Hellfire Tiger positioned itself firmly within Chen Feng's shadow. At that moment, Chen Feng's shadow enveloped the Hellfire Tiger, and in the next instant, infernal flames ignited upon the tiger's form. These flames were born from the depths of hell, their potency undeniable. The shadow beast had no means to escape. Whether it tried to enter Chen Feng's shadow or that of the Hellfire Tiger, the king-level spirit beast tamer from the Yi family was rendered speechless. Yet, even more astonishment awaited. Two figures descended from the sky, two royal-level spirit tamers. Yi family, you must provide an explanation to this Night Watcher. The newcomers had no intention of touching the ground, hovering high above and exerting pressure upon the Yi family. With the Yi family's king-level spirit beast rendered ineffective against two royal and one near-royal level tamers, the situation appeared dire. Now, tell me, how do we proceed? Son, what do you desire? Let them compensate. After causing such a ruckus and gathering this many people, the mental anguish must be significant. Yan Lai beckoned to Chen Feng. Chapter 87. I teach my son a lesson. Why meddle? Chen Feng felt a warm glow in his heart. He had not anticipated such an outpouring of support from so many people. In particular, he was surprised by the unwavering assistance of the Night Watchers. Might I request some spirit crystals? Would Chen Feng be courteous to the Yi family? That was undoubtedly out of the question. He held no desire for other resources, for his system's marketplace was replete with every conceivable item. Various materials were available, provided one had the means to procure them. At present, Chen Feng's pressing need was spirit crystals. With an ample supply of spirit crystals, he could swiftly elevate his own cultivation level. Certainly. Let us proceed in this manner. The Yi family shall provide 10,000 spirit crystals as compensation, and this matter will be regarded as settled. How much? The royal beast master of the Yi family could not help but exclaim loudly. 10,000 spirit crystals? Do you believe they are as common as cabbages? The Yi family is affluent, yet not gullible. What? Do the members of the Yi family have objections? The royal beast master, with an air of indifference, spoke. Not a word was uttered in threat, yet each syllable carried an implicit menace. No, I have agreed. Tomorrow, deliver the spirit crystals to the Night Watchers branch in Jiang City. Should they fail to arrive, our headquarters shall send someone to collect them directly from the Yi family. You may also test whether the Yi family possesses the capability to confront us, the Night Watchers, head-on. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with an intensity that was nothing short of magnificent. Indeed, it was a display of sheer dominance. If he were a royal-level spirit beast master at this moment, the Chen family would hold no significance whatsoever. Not only could he eliminate Chen Yang, but he could even dispose of Chen Yang's father without fear of reproach. The circumstances are decidedly in his favor. What can the Yi family do? The Night Patrol is a brutal instrument of state power. Not only is the headquarters of the Night Patrol beyond the Yi family's reach, but even a provincial branch is insurmountable for them. How many Night Patrollers are there across the nation? And how many members does the Yi family possess? They cannot compete in numbers, nor in elite combat prowess. Thus, they are left with no choice but to compromise. The crux of the matter lies in the Yi family's failure to anticipate the Night Patrol's support for Chen Feng. This oversight reflects their insufficient investigation into Chen Feng's affairs. Chen Feng's quaint establishment has stirred a considerable commotion among the Night Watchers, not only in Jiangcheng, but also in various other regions. What accounts for this phenomenon? It is the fact that Chen Feng's shop possesses the remarkable ability to rapidly enhance the prowess of the Night Watchers. This singular advantage is sufficient to galvanize their unwavering commitment to safeguard Chen Feng. The provisions for spirit beasts, alongside the evolution boxes, are not to be trifled with. Those spirit beasts indulging in these services have all experienced notable advancements. This development has not gone unnoticed by the Night Watcher headquarters. Could one truly believe that Yan Lai could summon 2 royal-level guardians merely with a phone call? While Yan Lai's prestige plays a role, it is equally due to the considerable value that Chen Feng represents. What is this? The Yi family refuses to depart, hoping to linger for a meal? Yan Lai's disdain was palpable as he spoke, his gaze dripping with contempt. Frankly, the Night Watchers hold a profound disdain for these so-called prominent families. The spirit beast masters from these illustrious clans drain the resources of human society while offering little in return. The perilous tasks of confronting danger are predominantly the realm of the Night Watchers and the Hunter God organization, with the spirit beast masters from these families seldom engaging in hazardous endeavors. To expect them to protect human society is a futile hope. Of course, they do contribute to some extent, A significant portion of the industries related to spirit beasts is managed by these powerful families. Without their support in these sectors, the government would bear an immense burden. Yi family depart. The royal-level spirit master from the Yi family, unwilling to endure further humiliation, turned and led his team away. Chen Yang followed closely behind the Yi family's entourage, his head bowed in deference, resembling a timid turtle. Dear brother, consider yourself fortunate this time. But should you encounter me again, your luck may not be so favorable. Chen Feng gazed at the departing Yi family's entourage and could not help but call out to Chen Yang. Chen Yang did not dare to utter a sound, pressing on in silence as though he were deaf. TCH. Chen Feng let out a cold scoff. You truly have no fear of death, do you? Yin Lai approached and gave Chen Feng a light tap on the back of his head. To single-handedly eliminate 9 Bronze Realm Beast Masters from the Yi family, what audacity and what boldness. Though the feat was impressive, the danger it entailed was immense. Hey, be careful, don't lay a finger on my son-in-law. Li Gong increasingly admired Chen Feng, and with such accomplishments, who wouldn't he offer a thumbs up? A Black Iron Realm individual defeating 9 bronze. This was no small feat, especially considering they had all charged at him simultaneously, not in isolated duels or ambushes. Damn it, I'm reprimanding my son. Why are you meddling? Yin Lai was brimming with bravado. I am on the brink of ascending to royal status, and you think I would yield to Li Gong? Don't think your promotion to royal makes you exceptional. I know exactly what you are about. Good son-in-law, should your godfather dare to bully you, just tell your father, and I shall take care of it. Li Gong nearly reached for Chen Feng's hand, wanting to call him his own son. Yin Lai gritted his teeth. What of it? A godfather is still a father. All right, we have matters to attend to. You all should head back soon. The 2 patrollers in the sky smiled and exchanged glances with Chen Feng. Very well, I shall see you off. Yin Lai mounted the infernal flame tiger, which leapt into the air with each step, igniting sparks that resembled shimmering staircases, propelling them upwards. This spectacle left many in awe. A royal beast truly is formidable. Yin Lai intentionally flaunted this to provoke Li Gong. No matter the circumstances, my beast is already at royal level. What of yours? It would be disingenuous for Li Gong to claim he felt no envy. He too wished for his beast to evolve to royal status. By the way, good son-in-law, when we return to Jiang City, don't forget to bring some food for your father's beast. Don't worry, Dad, it's all prepared. The way Chen Feng called him Dad was remarkably smooth. Li Shihe's face flushed crimson. Having a rather unorthodox father was one thing, but now both of the most vital men in her life were equally unconventional. Dad, enough talk. Come here, I need to discuss something with you. Li Shihe feared that these 2 unruly men might conjure up some mischief if left together for too long, perhaps even deliberating on the surname of her future son, which would be exceedingly awkward. Li Gong was forcibly taken away by Li Shihe, the esteemed royal mentor from the provincial city spirit academy. Having indulged in a few sips of wine, departed without so much as a word. The mentors from Jiang City Spirit Academy intended to approach Chen Feng, yet they were swiftly drawn away by the enthusiastic tutors from other spirit academies, all eager to inquire about the particulars of Chen Feng's little shop. They had all heard numerous rumors from their own students, if these rumors were indeed true. Meanwhile, the others appeared quite occupied, leaving only Chen Feng, the protagonist, at leisure. Perhaps he could absorb some spiritual crystals and level up, he mused inwardly. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A silver-tier spirit beastmaster, positioned approximately 10 meters away from Chen Feng, launched an attack, aiming a dagger directly at his back. Chapter 88. Abandoning one's father, seeking one's mother with Yin Lai absent. Li Gong being pulled away by Li Shihe, and the Spirit Academy mentors similarly ensnared, there were no formidable allies left by Chen Feng's side. The timing was impeccable. Just as the silver-tier spirit beast master believed he was about to succeed, a smile crept across his face. Sacrificing his life to eliminate such a potential future powerhouse among humans was worth it. However, just as he thought victory was assured, Chen Feng suddenly spoke softly. Black coffin. A coffin lid materialized abruptly behind Chen Feng, followed by 5 additional lids appearing out of thin air. The silver-tier spirit beast master, as if rehearsed in advance, seemed to leap into the black coffin of his own volition. When the black coffin first formed, there were gaps between the lids. But these fleeting spaces vanished in an instant, and with a thunderous sound, the complete black coffin was sealed. What was this? That was son-in-law. Li Gong swiftly materialized beside Chen Feng, warily surveying the surrounding crowd. No one knew if anyone else in this throng harbored intentions to kill Chen Feng. Those concerned for Chun Feng felt a surge of panic, yet he himself remained unfazed. Truly formidable. A silver-tier spirit master, and he fell so easily? Chun Feng muttered to himself. While others remained oblivious to the circumstances within the obsidian coffin, Chun Feng possessed a clear understanding. The moment the coffin sealed completely, the silver-tier beast master trapped inside met an utterly disastrous fate, their flesh and blood reduced to a mere pool of tainted ichor. Dark power, perhaps? It certainly seemed somewhat sinister. Nevertheless, it posed little concern. Strength was all that truly mattered. Chun Feng was exceedingly pleased with the power of the black coffin, a spiritual technique that proved to be formidable not only for offense, but also for defense. Just moments ago, a dagger wielded by a silver-ranked beast master struck the coffin's lid, yet it left no mark whatsoever. Given this circumstance, Chun Feng surmised that it could easily withstand an average golden-level attack. Should he encounter an adversary he could not defeat, he could simply confine himself within the black coffin. Its airtight defense posed a formidable challenge to anyone attempting to breach it. However, this tactic was not typically advisable, as being inside the coffin would also limit his own capabilities. "Are you all right?" Li Gong inquired anxiously, his gaze fixed on Chun Feng. "I'm fine, Dad. Look, I'm quite composed," Chun Feng reassured him. "Let's return to Jiang City. This place is unsafe." Li Gong was not one to be careless. The silver-ranked beast master they had just encountered was likely affiliated with the demon organization, and the number of their operatives in the vicinity remained uncertain. "All right," Chun Feng nodded, recognizing that they had completed their tasks and it was indeed time to depart. At that moment, Yan Lai returned, his expression darkened. He had only stepped away to escort someone when the incident occurred. If anything had happened to Chun Feng, he would have been engulfed by waves of regret. "Search everyone present. I want a thorough investigation. If anyone resists, summon the local night patrols to intervene. How dare they act under my nose?" Yan Lai commanded with a sweeping gesture, and the night patrolmen who accompanied him swiftly took control of the situation. In this tense atmosphere, reactions varied. Some were relieved while others were anxious. Those without guilt had no reason to fear an investigation and certainly would not be foolish enough to question Yan Lai's orders. To voice any doubts at this moment would be tantamount to admitting their own culpability. Chun Feng paid no heed to the matters at hand, as he accompanied Li Shi and others back to Jiangsheng with Li Gong. Meanwhile, the Yi family had already escorted Qin Yang back to the Qin residence in Jiangsheng ahead of them. Mr. Qin was not at the company. He had received the news in advance and was currently seated in the living room. Chun Yang's repeated failure left his father in a state of bewilderment. He found himself contemplating whether he had indeed made a grave mistake. In the conflict between Chun Feng and Qin Yang, he had chosen the latter. Yet now, everything unfolding around him seemed to confirm his error. Qin Yang may not be as weak as he seems, but Chun Feng is undeniably formidable. Just as Qin's father was quietly lamenting, Qin Yang entered alongside the Yi family. "Father," Qin Yang called out to his father in a somewhat subdued tone. "Mr." Qin did not gaze at Qin Yang. Instead, his attention was directed towards the formidable beast master from the Yi family standing before him. What does the Yi family signify? Given the significant loss of life within the Yi family this time, Mr. Qin wished to ascertain their stance. "Your two sons have proven themselves worthy. I am uncertain about the specific actions to be taken at home. However, my current intention is to escort Qin Yang to the capital. This is not a request for your counsel, but merely a notification." Father Qin frowned, feeling deeply unsettled by the attitude of the Yi family. Moreover, this was also Qin Yang's own sentiment. The revelation struck Father Qin with both surprise and sorrow. After nurturing his son for 18 years, was he truly to abandon him and seek refuge with the Yi family? "Father, I yearn for superior resources. I desire to eliminate Qin Feng," Qin Yang exclaimed passionately, his eyes ablaze with intense hatred. To this day, he steadfastly believed that Chun Feng's emergence had irrevocably altered the course of his life. Under different circumstances, he should have been a figure of admiration, someone who commanded attention wherever he went. However, now he found himself unable to hold his head high within the Spirit Academy. And following the recent incident in the secret realm, he could no longer remain in Jiang City. Will the Yi family truly provide you with the best resources? Father Qin pondered, still hoping to dissuade him. How could he accept that the son he had devoted 18 years to raising would simply run off with another family? "My mother is with the Yi family," Qin Yang said succinctly, revealing little else. Father Qin forced a smile. "All right, go ahead." What could he possibly say? To plead for her to stay? The capabilities of the Chun family are indeed significantly inferior to those of the Yi family. What the Yi family can provide for Qin Yang may not be within the means of the Qin family. Qin Yang's choice is undoubtedly without fault. It is merely that his father feels a sense of profound disappointment. Father, I will return. When I next come back, it will be the end of Qin Yang. At that time, I shall not depart again. Qin Yang gazed earnestly at his father, Chun. Qin's father's heart grew even more desolate. What kind of character Qin Yang possesses? How could his father possibly be unaware? Is Qin Yang's return truly motivated by the desire to eliminate Qin Feng? Perhaps there is some truth to this notion. Yet a more significant reason lies in Qin Yang's ambition to take over the Qin family's enterprises. At this moment, Qin's father finally comes to a realization. He has indeed made a grave mistake, one of monumental proportions. Well, I await your return. Go ahead. Qin's father wearily gestures to Qin Yang. Qin Yang wished to say something to soothe his father's emotions, for after all, he had essentially committed an act of betrayal. To abandon one's biological father and align oneself with one's mother is also a form of desertion, a betrayal in its own right. However, the formidable Beastmaster from the Yi family did not afford Qin Yang the opportunity to express himself further. He simply seized Qin Yang and departed. This Beastmaster harbored no fondness for the man who had taken possession of his esteemed daughter. Father Chun, silent and contemplative, watched as the two departed. Chapter 89. How can others possibly continue to live? Elder brother, how did that black coffin come to be? In Qin Feng's shop, Li Chengfeng trailed closely behind Qin Feng, his expression somewhat lewd. Qin Feng's strike was something Li Chengfeng knew he could never master. Yet the black coffin he had just witnessed exuded an undeniable majesty and formidable power. Such a potent technique was perfectly suited for Li Chengfeng's present circumstances. The Earth Black Bear possessed commendable defensive capabilities in the face of battle as long as the bear stood at the forefront. Li Chengfeng could execute a surprise attack from the rear using the black coffin. You shall not learn it. Qin Feng responded candidly, clarifying that it was not due to unwillingness to teach, but rather an inability to impart the knowledge. The spiritual techniques rewarded by this system are not meant to be disseminated. Only Qin Feng possesses the ability to wield these skills. Furthermore, both the slash and the black coffin techniques are effective in his hands, yet their efficacy may not translate to others. While Qin Feng can execute these techniques instantaneously and effortlessly, devoid of any skill cooldown, others would struggle to achieve similar results. As for myself, what if I could? This is not merely a skill, but rather a skill attached to a piece of equipment. What sort of equipment could possibly bestow such formidable abilities? Oh, suddenly, Li Chengfeng fell silent. Could it be that the formidable figure behind Qin Feng was the source of such gifts? Indeed, that must be the case. Otherwise, how could Qin Feng possess such powerful equipment? If it were truly bestowed by that individual, Li Chengfeng realized that he had no hope of obtaining something similar. I understand now. Li Chengfeng felt a tinge of disappointment. Well then, let us focus on our tasks and get busy. Qin Feng patted Li Chengfeng on the shoulder. Rest assured, as your older brother, I will ensure you do not suffer any losses, so there is no need for despair. Ah, Li Chengfeng responded, and then busied himself. The store was bustling with business, and the crowd following behind Qin Feng was not insignificant. At least 100 people were making their way towards them. The evolution box would likely soon have a queue, and the demand for spiritual beast food would soar. When will the shop be upgraded to a higher level? Upgrading the shop would bring numerous benefits. The system's marketplace would surely introduce elixirs capable of enhancing Qin Feng's attributes. The Eye of Heaven could be upgraded, and the evolution box would undoubtedly become more powerful. This would not only generate profit, but also provide him with greater advantages. Ding. Please purchase the privilege voucher for upgrading to a high-level shop. HM? Such a thing exists? Qin Feng was genuinely unaware. The system mall offered an overwhelming array of items, and he felt too indolent to sift through them. However, upon receiving a prompt from the system, he promptly accessed the system mall. In the search interface, he typed in the words premium store, and indeed, a single item emerged. How much? My goodness, are you out of your mind? Qin Feng gazed upon a mound of zeros. Initially, he believed that achieving a high-end shop status merely required reaching a certain level of revenue. And even 100 billion did not seem overly daunting to him. With an influx of customers, the daily transactions were astonishing. Completing the 100 billion milestone would not take much time at all. However, the system failed to provide any tasks. This alone was disheartening. But what truly baffled him was the fact that a single scroll could be sold for an astronomical 1 trillion. Moreover, it had to be purchased using the shop's revenue, which felt exceedingly exploitative. This unexpected turn of events caught Chen Feng off guard. Originally, he had intended to exchange a substantial number of diamond-grade or golden-grade spirit beast eggs for spirit crystals to elevate his own realm. Now, however, that plan seemed to be in jeopardy. Why? Because replenishing the shop's inventory required depleting its funds. Chen Feng needed to sell spirit beast eggs for spirit crystals, although the system did not dictate the form of transactions as long as they met the minimum price. Spirit crystals were not considered currency and could not be exchanged for money. This predicament was exceedingly frustrating. Under the current circumstances, selling a single spirit beast egg would result in significant losses. Contemplating this, Chen Feng swiftly grabbed a cloth and hastened to the vending machine, where he promptly obscured it. "Hey, shop owner, what are you doing?" "I was just about to purchase a spirit beast egg," protested a middle-aged man standing before the vending machine, presumably an instructor from a spirit academy in another city. "Apologies, but we are temporarily halting sales," Chen Feng replied. Selling one would mean incurring a loss on another. So what would be the point? Those who frequented his shop were not ordinary individuals and would not be interested in purchasing spirit beast eggs of a grade lower than golden. "Not selling? When will you resume?" the man inquired. "Indeed, I will notify you when sales resume. Perhaps you could leave your contact information, and I will inform you at that time." Chen Feng responded courteously, recognizing the potential customer and wishing to avoid any offense. "Very well, how do I add you?" "Please scan my code." "Understood." Chen Feng exchanged contact information with his mentor. Others were also occupied, not only Xiao Shan and Xiao Ying, but also Li Shi. He and the others temporarily took on the roles of sales representatives. An influx of visitors had arrived, and the sound of card swipes echoed incessantly. "Brother, why are you still dawdling? We are running low on spiritual fruits up front, and we lack certain fruits from spiritual beasts as well. What are we to do?" Moments after departing, Li Qingfeng returned to Chen Feng's side. "What do we need?" "Write it down." "Understood." Li Qingfeng dashed off again. After a flurry of activity, he handed a note to Chen Feng. Chen Feng cast a glance before making his way to his bedroom. He dared not exchange for the spiritual fruits in the presence of others. After redeeming 10 of each type of fruit listed on the note, Chen Feng located a large basin to gather them all together. When Li Qingfeng beheld Chen Feng approaching with the basin, he was utterly taken aback. While others cherish these fruits as treasures, you simply place them in a basin. "Here you go, I have other matters to attend to." Without regard for Li Qingfeng's thoughts, Chen Feng handed the large basin to him and departed. "Oh, so you truly consider yourself a salesperson, do you?" Li Qingfeng lamented. What did Chen Feng set out to do? Naturally, he embarked on the endeavor of devouring spiritual crystals. Transforming these crystals into his own strength is the only way to truly manifest their potential. Otherwise, they would merely serve as idle decorations within the beast space. Upon returning to his chamber, Chen Feng issued a command. "Devour the spiritual crystals, elevate your level to 20, and do not cease." Chen Feng currently possesses over 3,000 spirit crystals, and by devouring 2,500 of them, he could elevate his level to 20. At that point, his realm would naturally ascend to the bronze level. Ding. Commencing consumption. Devouring spirit crystals, host experience points 100. Ding. Host level has increased, all attributes 10. And free attribute points 20. Oh. Upon hearing the notification of his level up, Chen Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the attribute points awarded upon leveling up would significantly increase. It was almost unfair to others. Chapter 90, The Bronze Realm. Chen Feng smiled. Unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips, who could possibly mind becoming stronger? The system devoured the spirit crystals at an astonishing pace. And in less than 10 seconds, Chen Feng's level had ascended to 20. Ding. The host's level has reached 20. Would you like to advance your realm? Yes, please. Ding. The host's realm has been elevated to the bronze realm, granting 100 to constitution and 100 to spiritual power. It was done. Completely finished. Chen Feng could not help but exclaim. This attribute has skyrocketed, with an additional 200 points of free attributes yet to be allocated. Both of Chen Feng's dual attributes have already surpassed 600 points. What is the purpose of holding on to these points? They serve no function whatsoever. It is best to allocate them immediately. After completing the allocation, Chen Feng opened his panel. Host, Chen Feng level, 20 realm, bronze physique, 727 spirit, 719 spirit beasts, fire flood dragon, diamond juvenile, moon hound, golden juvenile, spirit skills, / divine level the path of the / nothing remains unscathed. Black Coffin skill, spirit eye impressive. Simply put, it is remarkable. However, the experience required for leveling up. Chen Feng felt a slight headache. To advance from level 20 to level 21 requires 100,000 experience points, which translates to 1,000 spirit crystals. To elevate his level to 30, over 20,000 spirit crystals are necessary. Money, oh money, truly is a wondrous thing. What could Chen Feng possibly say? While others require resources to elevate their realm, his own advancement is rather straightforward. All he needs is the spirit crystal. Moreover, the resources that Chen Feng necessitates far exceed those of others. The value of the spirit crystal is evident. How much can others achieve with merely a handful of resources? Yet, every attribute of Chen Feng is maximized. At present, with his attributes, not even the mightiest of the Bronze Realm can rival him, let alone the most formidable of the Silver Realm. This is merely an advantage in attributes, not accounting for skills. Spending a bit more money is inconsequential. Besides, we face no bottleneck, and upon reaching a certain level, we can directly ascend to a higher realm. Contemplating this, Chen Feng finds a sense of equilibrium. Take Yin Lai, for instance. He has been stuck at the king-level Beastmaster for many years. Without any extraordinary encounters, it is exceedingly difficult to elevate his realm. It was only when Yin Lai encountered Chen Feng, who aided the Hellfire Tiger, enabling its ascension to the Emperor level, that Yin Lai was also able to advance to the Emperor level. Otherwise, it would have been a daunting task. While Chen Feng reveled in his solitude, a beautiful woman appeared at the entrance of the Chen family estate, clad in form-fitting jeans and a white t-shirt that, while not excessively tight, was accentuated by her figure. Her appearance was beyond words, surely deserving a score of at least 90. She is none other than the second young lady of the Chen family, Chen Wan. The Chen sisters consist of 3 members, with Chen Fan being the second eldest. Currently, she is a member of a demon hunting team in the provincial capital. This team operates under the auspices of the God Hunting Organization, a large grassroots entity that functions in a semi-official capacity. Aside from the official personnel, only the demon hunting teams affiliated with the God Hunting Organization are permitted to venture beyond the city to hunt and capture demonic beasts. The more formidable teams possess their own beast tamers, and the captured demonic creatures, once trained by these tamers, can transform into spiritual beasts. This transformation constitutes a significant source of income for the demon hunting teams. Chen Fan's prowess is formidable. Like Chen Li, she is a golden tier beast master. The demon hunting team she belongs to is equally powerful, ranking among the elite within the provincial capital's demon hunting squads. Chen Fan had already heard of the recent events at the Chen family, which prompted her swift return. "Second miss, you have returned," exclaimed a maid upon seeing Chen Fan. Her voice filled with surprise. The atmosphere in the household had grown increasingly oppressive and devoid of vitality, leaving the maids in a state of anxiety. Mother Chun and Chun Li departed from the Chun residence, while Chun Yang was often absent, having gone to the capital. The maids were left to attend solely to Chen father, which was quite stifling. "Where is my father? Where is my mother?" Chun Yin inquired with a nod. "The master is at home. Your mother is well." "I understand," Chen Yin replied, refraining from further questioning as she entered the villa. Father Chen remained seated on the sofa, his expression fluctuating between shadows and light. "You're back?" he uttered without lifting his gaze, for as a master-level spirit beast trainer, he possessed a keen sense of awareness. "Yes, father, what exactly transpired?" "Mother and elder sister are well. These matters are trivial. As long as your brother returns, they will follow suit." "My brother? Yang. Where has he gone?" Chen Fan inquired, bewildered. The recent events concerning Chen Yang's trip to Kyoto were beyond Chen Fan's knowledge. As for other matters, she only had a vague understanding, as Chen Li had not elaborated during their phone conversation. It could not be Yang, if not Yang. Then who else could it be? Chen Feng. Chen Fan furrowed her brow. The Chun family shares a singular disposition. Their eyes are solely fixed upon Chen Yang, disregarding Chen Feng entirely. During the inaugural year of Chen Feng's return to the Chen household, Chen Fan had yet to relocate to the provincial capital. Under Chen Yang's diligent orchestration, Chen Fan harbored no semblance of affection for Chen Feng. In fact, she felt a sense of shame for having such a brother. "Indeed. Chen Fan, you are to fetch Chen Feng back. Remember, do not provoke him. As long as he is willing to return home, all will be well." Chen's father initially contemplated humbling himself to approach Chen Feng. However, as a father, he found it difficult to accept the notion of begging for his son's favor. Fortunately, Chen Man had returned, and he resolved to send her in his stead. Should I go fetch him? Must I tread lightly? Father, he is Chen Feng. What on earth has transpired? Chen Man was utterly bewildered. Sighing deeply, Chen's father realized that this matter could not remain concealed and decided to relay the truth to Chen Man. Of course, he only disclosed the actions he had taken, omitting any mention of Chen Yang. Father, Chen Man's eyes widened in disbelief, unsure how to respond to such a revelation. Regret now serves no purpose. My sole desire is to bring your brother back so that we may live harmoniously as a family. Very well, I shall seek him out and ensure his return, Chen Man declared with unwavering confidence. She had never witnessed her father bowing to anyone, let alone in such a state of despondency. If a father was filled with remorse, surely a son ought to extend forgiveness. While the past had been egregious, future reparations could surely mend the rift. By the way, what of Yang Yang? I heard there were some incidents concerning him at the provincial capital's spiritual academy, but I left before I could gather any specifics. He has departed. Chen's father's expression shifted dramatically. Had it not been for Chen Yang's departure, he would not have humbled himself to seek out Chen Feng. At least not at this moment. Departed? To where? To Kyoto, to the Yi family. His mother is of the Kyoto Yi clan. Henceforth, his name shall not be uttered within the Chen household. Chen Wan gazed at her father in disbelief. Was this truly the same father who cherished his younger brother? What could have prompted such a profound transformation? Chapter 91. Second sister, he tried to kill me. I nearly lost my life. However, there are no further considerations. First, bring your brother back. As for Chen Yang's affairs, you need not concern yourself with them. Father Chen was quite impatient. He was reluctant to elaborate further. Very well. What can Chen Fan say? She can only obediently comply. However, as soon as Chen Fan departed from the Chen family villa, she promptly dialed a number to reach Chen Yang. Once the call connected, she inquired, Yang Yang, what exactly is happening? Why have you left home? Her tone was gentle, yet laced with profound concern. Second sister. Upon hearing Chen Fan's voice, Chen Yang immediately felt a surge of grievance. Have you returned home, second sister? Indeed, Chen Fan replied. Chen Yang felt an increasing sense of discomfort within him. He cherished his second sister's long legs and found solace in her embrace. Despite being a grown man, whenever he encountered Chen Fan, he would inevitably seek refuge in her arms. The lewd expression that surfaced on his face as he nestled into her embrace revealed the true nature of his thoughts. In Chen Yang's eyes, their bond was far from familial. The second and third children of the Chen family have all been predetermined by him. As for the eldest, Chen Li, she is somewhat advanced in age, which makes Chen Yang look down upon her. Second sister, I have been bullied by Chen Feng, Chen Yang continued, his voice laden with grievance, on the verge of tears. Yang Yang, do not be disheartened. I am here for you. Tell me what happened, and I shall take charge. Upon hearing the plaintive little sound from Chen Yang, Chen Fan immediately disregarded everything else. The notions of a biological brother or the possibility of being deliberately swapped held no significance for her. Chen Fan acknowledged only Chen Yang as her brother. While everyone else could step aside, Chen Fan was still unaware of Chen Feng's conduct within the secret realm of the provincial city. And Chen's father had not disclosed the true intention of bringing Chen Feng back to Chen Fan. Elder sister, not only does Chen Feng wish to expel me from our family, but he also harbors the intent to take my life. I nearly perished. I am at a loss as to what I have done to evoke such dissatisfaction from my elder brother. Chen Yang faltered, particularly when referring to Chen Feng as elder brother, as it stirred a revulsion within him that was difficult to suppress. The desire to eliminate Chen Feng burned fiercely within him. Yet he was compelled to address him as elder brother, an arduous task indeed. What did you say? He intends to kill you? Chen Fan immediately objected, while she could comprehend the expulsion of Chen Yang. Given that Chen Feng was the legitimate son of the Chen family, and the fear of losing the family to Chen Yang was understandable, the notion of murder was simply unacceptable. No, it was profoundly inappropriate. Indeed, within the secret realm of the spiritual academy in the provincial city, I had already apologized to him, yet he still sought to take my life. This was well known to those present at the time. Chen Yang refrains from mentioning the incident involving the Yi family and their attempt to assassinate Chen Feng, instead focusing on sowing discord. Indeed, he possesses considerable audacity to engage in such actions. Rest assured, Yang Yang, I shall seek an explanation on your behalf. I am eager to ascertain whether he harbors intentions of eliminating me as well. With that, Chen Fan abruptly ended the call. On the other end, a triumphant smile spread across Chen Yang's face. The formidable beast master from the Yi family squinted at Chen Yang, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, the others were entirely oblivious to the conversation between Chun Yang and Chun Fan. After ending the call, Chun Fan drove directly towards the uninhabited zone, having previously contemplated visiting Chen's mother and Chun Li. The Chen family, what does it mean to live away from home? Moreover, she contemplated the necessity to inquire in detail about the situation. However, at this moment, it was of little consequence. All she comprehended was that Chun Feng intended to eliminate Chun Yang, and that sufficed. The sports car stirred up clouds of dust as Chun Wan brazenly disregarded the traffic signals, embodying a reckless abandon. Fortunately, her journey remained uneventful, and she arrived safely at the desolate area of Jiangqing. Yet, upon her arrival, she was utterly bewildered. This was not at all the desolate zone she had envisioned from her memories. The provincial capital also possessed desolate areas, and it could be said that every human city had its own desolate zone. The essence of a desolate zone lay in its emptiness, serving as a buffer zone. Should a beast venture into the city, the desolate area would become the battleground for human spirit beast tamers and the monstrous creatures. But what did she witness now? A crowd gathered around a shop, a spirit beast store, which bore no proper name, merely displaying the words Spirit Beast Store in bold letters. Wait a moment. As Chenwan stepped out of the car, she instinctively grabbed hold of a man passing by. Startled by this sudden tug, the man had initially intended to unleash his inner energy. However, upon seeing Chenwan, his enthusiasm waned, though his interest in her grew significantly. "Beautiful lady, what seems to be the trouble?" he inquired, scrutinizing her with increasing admiration. If this woman happened to have an alcoholic father, a deceased mother, and a disabled brother, he would not hesitate to offer her his assistance. Chunwan furrowed her brow slightly, as the man's gaze filled her with revulsion. "What are you all doing here?" she inquired, suppressing her disgust. "Us? You are unaware?" The man donned a peculiar expression this time. "Am I supposed to know? Then you are oblivious to your purpose here?" In the next moment, a gleaming dagger appeared in Chunwan's hand, poised against the man's throat. "Speak," she commanded, her tone frigid. With such individuals, politeness was unwarranted, and engaging in conversation was far less effective than wielding a blade. The man, merely of the silver realm, was naturally no match for Chunwan. Chunwan, a contender of commendable prowess in the realm of gold, found the task of subduing an opponent of silver to be effortlessly within her grasp. This assessment held true even in the absence of her spirit beast. Were she to summon it, the man's defeat would be even more assured. Did he truly believe that the prestige of the Chen family was easily dismissed? The man was acutely aware of the dagger pressed against his carotid artery. A mere twitch from this fearsome woman could spell his demise. Most critically, she exuded an aura of golden caliber, a presence that was formidable indeed. Thus, he raised his hands in surrender, uttering, "Heroine, please feel free to inquire as you wish. What brings you here?" Chinwan's voice was chilling, colder than the dagger she wielded. "I have come to procure sustenance for my spirit beast. This establishment offers specialized spirit fruits, reputed for their remarkable efficacy. Are they all here for spirit fruits?" Chunwan furrowed her brow, aware of the dietary needs of spirit beasts and the concept of spirit fruits. However, the notion of specialized spirit fruits was perplexing. Indeed, but not entirely. Upon hearing this, Chunwan tightened her grip, the dagger slicing through the man's skin. "Wait," he implored. "Some individuals are here to assist in the evolution of spirit beasts. There are services available that are said to yield astonishing results, enabling spirit beasts that have yet to comprehend skills to do so on the spot." The man dared not hesitate. He realized that if he uttered any more foolishness, his fate would surely be sealed. This woman was truly prepared to act. Chapter 92. "You are right. Family is indeed my support. You deceived me." Chunwan slightly narrowed her eyes. Could this person truly believe her to be a fool? Who would buy such a tale? "I would never dare deceive you, noble heroine. Out of respect for this dagger, I would not even dream of lying. Besides, whether I am truthful or not, they can all attest to it." The man cast a sidelong glance at his surroundings. In such an explosive scene, it was certain that onlookers would be present. Yet, no one had come forth to intervene. Chen Fan furrowed her brow. Having arrived at the entrance of the shop, there was truly no need for this man to deceive her, and he ought to show some respect towards the dagger she held in her hand. "Humph, begone." Chen Fan unceremoniously delivered a kick to the man's abdomen. She did not exert much force. It was merely a demonstration of her stance. Remarkably, the man complied, using the momentum from her kick to roll several times on the ground. Once he had evaded her reach, he turned and fled. Any delay in his escape would have been a blatant disrespect towards the dagger in Chen Fan's grasp. Chen Fan disregarded the gazes and murmurs of those around her, resolutely making her way towards the shop. Hey, beautiful. Even if you are strikingly attractive, cutting in line is not acceptable, a remark from the queue echoed, expressing discontent towards her actions. Can't you see there are two lines forming at the entrance? One for purchasing spirit fruit and the other for evolution box services. Oh, beautiful. If you're in a hurry, you could come to me instead. A man, who deemed himself somewhat appealing, attempted to engage Chen Fan, believing that a shared interaction might foster mutual attraction. However, Chen Fan paid no heed to them, marching straight into the store. Hey, did you not hear me speaking? The initial speaker was clearly not one to fawn over others. So what if you are good-looking? When the beast devours you, you will merely become a bloody heap. Chen Feng, I am your second sister. Come out here. Chen Fan suppressed her rising anger, uttering what she considered a relatively gentle plea. Upon hearing her call, the queue fell silent. They were well aware of the reputation of this establishment. The night watchmen of Jiang City were not concerned about Chen Feng's profits. They zealously promoted the shop to every newcomer. Without the endorsement of the night watchman, such a long queue would not have formed at this entrance. Thus, they were fully aware of the identity of the shop's owner. Chen Feng's hearing is remarkably acute. He caught the sound of Chen Fan's call. Is this never-ending, Chen family? Chen Feng furrowed his brow and rose to his feet. Upon arriving in the hall, he was met by Li Shi, who grasped his arm with a face full of concern. Chen Feng gently patted Li Shi's small hand and reassured her, "It's all right. Be careful." Despite his comforting words, Li Shi still felt the need to remind Chen Feng. All right, who is Chen Feng? What attributes does he possess now? Even if he is not a match for Chen Fan should not underestimate him. As long as he takes a step back into the store, he is invincible, and the rest is up to you. Subsequently, Chen Feng weaved through the crowd and exited the shop. Given that business was just beginning to thrive inside, only a handful of patrons greeted him. Each person who acknowledged Chen Feng was a member of the Jiangqing Night Patrol. Little madman, we are here for you. Do not fear. If she dares to trouble you, just watch how we handle it. Oh, uncle, why are you still queuing here? A beaming expression adorned Chen Feng's face, genuinely radiating warmth. This was by no means feigned. Not only were these individuals his customers, but they also served as his support. If he were to greet them with a cold demeanor, would he still be human? We, as family, must uphold the rules even more. You carry on with your business. The night patrol member, called Uncle by Chen Feng, was absolutely delighted. Indeed, look at our little madman. She truly brings honor to Jiangqing. The members of the Jiangqing Night Patrol certainly felt this way. It was a matter of pride, regardless of where you come from. The question is whether there exists a spirit beast shop as impressive as this one. Chen Feng greeted with a warm smile, simultaneously preparing to grant the night patrollers of Jiangqing access to a VIP passage. Do not inquire further. If you must know, we are all part of the same circle. As for whether others might grumble about perceived unfairness, it matters not. If one possesses the capability, they need not partake in the consumption. At present, Chen Feng has indeed experienced a surge of confidence. With such a multitude of patrons, who would truly miss one or two? Should anyone seek to cause trouble, that would be even more advantageous, as I can simply refer to my previous invincibility. Feel free to act as you wish. Chen Wan furrowed her brow as she observed the unfolding events before her. Was this still the same younger brother she remembered? The one who would meekly nod in agreement to whatever was said to him? It took Chen Feng a good 10 minutes to resolve matters concerning his family. When he finally turned to face Chen Fan, his demeanor transformed entirely. He had reiterated countless times that his establishment was not a welcoming space for members of the Chen family. Did none of them possess the ability to listen? Upon witnessing Chen Feng's furious expression, Chen Fan momentarily froze. Just as she was about to unleash the pent-up fury within her, she recalled the purpose of her visit. There would be ample opportunities to confront Chen Feng once she returned home. Addressing him in front of so many witnesses would only serve to humiliate him further. Chen Fan would never concede that her change in strategy was influenced by the recent behavior of the night patrolman towards Chen Feng. Brother, your elder sister has come to take you home. She understands the grievances you have endured, and from now on, she will ensure you are never wronged again. Chen Fan, a skilled actress, spoke with such conviction that her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Can't you all adopt a different narrative? Chen Feng vowed that he had grown weary of hearing such rhetoric. Shut your mouth. Who is your brother? I have severed all ties with the Chen family. Do not attempt to associate with me, he interrupted Chen Fan. This Chen Fan was certainly no virtuous character. She had often aided Chen Yang in bullying him. Moreover, their daily displays of affection made Chen Feng feel quite nauseated. Even siblings should not cling to one another so excessively, should they? A casual embrace or linking of arms is quite ordinary, but these two would embrace without reason, which was simply absurd. Given the nature of Chen Fan and Chen Yang's relationship, one can only ponder how Chen Fan had tormented Chen Feng. Very well, I shall refrain from speaking. Chen Feng, the Chen family is your foundation. You cannot simply sever your lineage at will. Regardless of how you evolve in the future, family will always be your support. The most trustworthy individuals in your life. Come back with me. Indeed, you are correct. Family is my support, is it not, my dear relatives? Chen Feng shouted towards the line. Who are the night watchmen of Jiangqing? They are primarily seasoned veterans, and immediately, a multitude responded. Yes, little madman, you are absolutely right. We are family, we are your support. Ha ha, this little madman understands this truth at such a young age. He possesses remarkable clarity. As he observed the cheerful responses from the crowd, a smile spread across Chen Feng's face. Look at these lovely family members. They truly uplift my spirits, not allowing my words to fall to the ground. Had there been no responses, it would have been Chen Feng's turn to feel embarrassed. However, the one feeling awkward now was Chen Fan, which was rather satisfying. Yet, it was evident that Chen Fan had no intention of conceding. The Chen family is a distinguished lineage, renowned for their commercial endeavors. Although Chen Wan lacks a deep understanding of business, her perspective remains broad. In such a modest establishment, thriving so splendidly, one can only ponder the potential of expansion. How many patrons could be welcomed in a day? What fortunes might be amassed? She has come to comprehend why her father wishes to summon Chen Feng back. It is undoubtedly due to the perceived utility of Chen Feng. Once he grasps the intricacies of the shop's offerings, Chen Feng may well become dispensable, allowing for a seamless transition to Chen Yang. Who would revel in such a turn of events? The mere thought of Chen Yang alleviates the weight of any grievances Chen Wan currently bears, for if this plan succeeds, all will be well. Xiao Feng, cease your sulking towards your second sister. I apologize, so let us return home together. I shall demonstrate my sincerity, and you will surely forgive me. With that, Chen Wan resolved to take action. She intended to bring Chen Feng back, irrespective of his consent. The priority was to have him at home. What followed, whether conflict or harmony, would be determined by Chen Feng's own words. Yet, Chen Feng offered no leeway, swiftly swatting Chen Wan's hand aside. Once more, I am not your brother. Chen Fan never anticipated that Chen Feng would take a photograph of him, nor did he foresee the immense strength behind Chen Feng's actions. It is worth noting that Chen Feng did not hold back. This shot was executed with utmost effort. Although Chen Wan is of a golden caliber, her physical prowess surpasses that of Chen Feng. However, she was unprepared. Succumbing to the force in her hands, Chen Wan abruptly collapsed onto the ground, her hands seemingly fractured. At that moment, Chen Wan could no longer contain herself and erupted. Chen Feng, what do you truly desire? I came here to apologize. And Yang Yang was expelled because of you. You still wish to kill Yang Yang? I have overlooked all these matters, yet you. Chen Feng chuckled. Indeed, this is the Chen Wan I know, yet this is merely a glimpse of her true nature, not fully unleashed. What does it matter if I kill him? This time, he is fortunate. Next time, luck shall not favor him. My desire to eliminate him is as effortless as crushing an ant. You say you have no grievances? What do you amount to? Does this concern you? Oh, but it does indeed concern you, for your connection is far from ordinary. However, you would be wise to tend to your own affairs. Do you genuinely believe that if I were to eliminate Chen Yang, our matters would be resolved? After enduring your insults for 2 years, each of you bears responsibility. Trust me, none of you from the Chen family shall escape. Chen Wan gazed at Chen Feng's somewhat sinister countenance, inexplicably feeling a flicker of fear within her heart. However, she swiftly cast aside this apprehension. Chen Feng, those are matters of the past. Chen Yang has now gone to the Yi family in Kyoto. You are the sole male heir of the Chen family, and henceforth, all that belongs to the Chen family shall be yours. If your shop receives financial backing from the Chen family, the entirety of Jiangcheng could eventually be yours. Her words were undeniably persuasive, and it became apparent to me that the Chen family had their sights set on my establishment, didn't they? You can either leave at once, or I shall render you incapacitated right here and now. Chen Feng felt a chill in his heart. Chen Fan's words resonated deeply with Chen Feng. When he initially departed from the Chen family, he foresaw the unfolding of such events. As long as his shop garnered a reputation, the Chen family would undoubtedly come crawling back. How dare you speak to your elder sister in such a manner? Have you no ears? I have declared that I am not your brother. If you wish to discard your ears, then so be it. With that, Chen Feng raised her hand, delivering a swift strike aimed directly at Chun Fan's right ear. No one anticipated that Chen Feng would act so suddenly, not even the night watchman of Jiangqing. The delicate ear was severed from its original position, tumbling to the ground, now tainted with dust. TCH, a golden tear. What of it? Chen Feng smirked. What does it matter if you are a golden tier beastmaster? At such close proximity, the outcome rests entirely upon your ability to strike. If it weren't for the multitude of people present, he would have dealt a blow far more severe than merely severing an ear. It would have been a strike to the neck. Ah, Chen Feng, you seek death. Chun Fan could no longer contain the fury raging within her. Chen Feng unexpectedly severed her ear. A radiant summoning illuminated the scene, revealing a diamond-tiered dark venom spider. This was Chun Fan's most formidable spirit beast. Cloaked in deep black, it stood 1 meter tall and measured approximately 3 meters in length, with its 8 elongated legs occupying half of its total length. However, the dark venom spider's most potent offensive capability lay in its venom. How audacious! Attack! A cascade of summoning lights erupted, signaling the fury of the night watchers of Jiang City. Within the city, skirmishes among spirit beast masters typically went unchecked. Yet, summoning spirit beasts for combat was strictly forbidden, as their destructive power far surpassed that of their masters. Naturally, some individuals were exceptions, such as one who had mastered the spirit technique. However, before the night watchers of Jiang City could take action, a strike measuring over 1 meter in length manifested once more. The dark venom spider, having just materialized and yet to unleash its full might, was struck down by the devastating blow. Summoning a spirit beast indeed requires a brief moment of preparation. Instantly conjuring a spirit beast from its spirit pouch would leave anyone momentarily stunned, and that fleeting moment was all that was needed. Chen Feng stood in close proximity to the dark venom spider, effortlessly delivering a slash. How difficult could it be? The dark venom spider certainly found it exceedingly challenging. Upon entering the fray, it could immediately perceive the chaotic assortment of components within its own body. One could hardly argue against its difficulty. A scream erupted from Chun Fan's lips. Impossible. How did you accomplish this? Chun Fan clutched his head, his face a mask of terror. With a single strike, he had slain his diamond-tier spirit beast. This was no ordinary diamond-tier creature. Though it was not renowned for its defensive capabilities, how could a mere black iron, no, a bronze-tier spirit beast master, possibly achieve such a feat? What? A bronze tier now? Wasn't it just recently that you ascended to black iron? Not only was Chun Fan bewildered, but those familiar with Chen Feng, including the night watchers of Jiang City, were equally perplexed. Those who knew Chen Feng exceptionally well, such as Li Shi and others, were even more astonished. Well, we haven't even reached black iron yet, and you've already advanced to bronze, haven't you? You insufferable wretch. Stay away from me. An exceptionally enraged voice echoed from a distance. Chen Feng felt a bit dazed. This voice was unfamiliar to him. Who could it be? He quickly turned to the direction from which the sound originated. A man, his face flushed crimson, was rushing towards Chen Feng at an astonishing speed. Indeed, it was certain he did not recognize him, having never seen him before. Chapter 94, Lick Your Mother. Chun Feng's memory was quite remarkable, especially after the enhancement of his mental faculties, making his mind even more astute. Thus, he was certain he would not make a mistake. In the next moment, several figures appeared before him. These individuals were all diamond-level night watchers. The man charging forward emanated a diamond-level aura. Could they possibly allow a diamond-level individual to bully their own kin? Absolutely not. Halt, or face dire consequences. How formidable the night watchers were. The foremost violent organization was not one to be trifled with. In any city, the night watchers wielded such power that anyone daring to provoke them had long since met their downfall. Humph, man, how are you? The man, not foolish enough to confront the night watchers, rushed to Chun Man's side, his eyes filled with concern. Mind your own business. Chun Man remained somewhat stubborn. Uncle C, I told you he is a sycophant. Chun Feng patted the shoulder of the night watcher standing in front of him, his expression nearly betraying his curiosity. Why concern ourselves with their affairs? Little madcap, what do you propose we do today? It wouldn't be an issue to take them back with us. If the night watchers genuinely desired to escort someone, it was quite effortless. They could easily label an individual as suspicious due to potential ties with malevolent beings and take them away for investigation. Of course, falsely accusing the innocent was not permissible. Without evidence, one must be released. However, once in the hands of the Night Watchers, there would surely be no favorable outcomes, and with an inconspicuous trap employed, what could one do? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng shook his head and replied, "No need, I can't jump around. Who do you refer to as a sycophant?" The man standing before Chen Fan wore a rather grim expression. He was a teammate of Chen Fan and had persistently pursued her affections. Despite her consistently indifferent demeanor towards him, he remained undeterred, embodying a relentless devotion and tenacity. His current presence was prompted by news of Chen Fan's return to Jiang City, compelling him to hastily arrive, only to stumble upon such a situation. "I mean you," Chen Feng, fearing that the man might misconstrue his intentions, instinctively pointed at him. The man's fury was palpable. "How dare you? You truly have no shame, willing to debase yourself regardless of age." Will Chen Feng be angry? Certainly not. He will lick whomever he pleases, and it has nothing to do with him. However, this fellow does have rather peculiar tastes. If licking Chen Fan makes him uncomfortable, does he then resort to targeting Chen Fan's mother? Is this a roundabout way of achieving his aims? You, my friend, what prowess do you possess by hiding behind others? If you have courage, come forth. Are you foolish, or am I? I am at the bronze level, while you are at the diamond level. Do you wish for me to engage you in a duel? Chen Feng could not help but roll his eyes. If we were both at the diamond level, I would not even recognize you. Chen Feng's words are far from mere boasting, not to mention the bronze rank. Chen Feng does not even need to ascend to the golden rank. Simply elevating his level to 29 would suffice for him to confidently confront this diamond rank adversary. Chen Feng has only just entered the bronze realm, currently at a mere level 20. How much will his attributes increase with the elevation of 9 levels? Enough. That will suffice. Chen Fan suddenly shouted in a low voice. Upon finishing her exclamation, she concealed the corpse of the shadow venom spider and, seemingly unfazed, picked up her fallen ear from the ground and turned to leave. She could not afford to lose face, nor could she delay in reattaching her ear. Given the current medical advancements, as long as treatment is administered promptly, her ear could be reattached without leaving any scars. However, if she delayed, she might truly end up with only one ear. With the principal having departed, the diamond tier sycophant naturally had no reason to linger. Yet, he evidently possessed some stature. For as he prepared to pursue Chen Fan, he uttered a menacing remark. "Kid, don't get too cocky. The night road is not as easy as it seems." This was quite a standard exchange, akin to two petty thugs on the street who cannot stand each other yet refrain from violence, leaving behind a warning to wait and see. But such a statement from Chen Feng was decidedly out of the ordinary. "Threatening me?" Chen Feng pointed to his own nose. The diamond tier sycophant did not respond, instead turning to stride away. Black Coffin. Chen Feng was not one to remain passive in the face of threats. Since this fellow had intentions to harm him, Chen Feng would certainly not grant him that opportunity. No one anticipated that Chen Feng would dare to strike at a diamond tier sycophant. The appearance of the Black Coffin was abrupt, without any forewarning. The moment Chen Feng spoke, the Black Coffin swiftly manifested. 6 coffin boards promptly arranged themselves, leaving no gap for the diamond tier sycophant to escape. Then, a splendid black coffin completely enveloped the sycophant, who had dared to issue a threat. Were diamond tier beast masters formidable? Undoubtedly, they were not weak. Above diamond tier, one reaches the king tier. However, to label them as excessively powerful would be misleading. Individuals like Chen Feng, who were unreasonable, were indeed rare. Most beast masters' capabilities lie predominantly with their beasts, with very few focusing on their personal strength. Enclosed within the black coffin, the diamond tier sycophant ignored the rules of the city and hastily attempted to summon his spirit beast. Yet, to his despair, he found himself unable to do so. This realization was utterly horrifying. In truth, this was the most terrifying aspect of the black coffin technique. Within its confines, a unique set of rules existed. One could shatter the black coffin or lift the coffin boards, but summoning a spirit beast from within was impossible. And even the use of any external skills was prohibited. What exactly are external skills? For instance, the fireball technique, the moonlight ability of the moon hound, and the flame breath of the fire serpent are all offensive skills. Only abilities that enhance oneself, such as the moon roar of the moon hound, operate without restrictions. Naturally, there are alternative methods to counter the black coffin skill. The most direct and straightforward approach is to evade the shadow of the 6 coffin boards. One need only escape the area at the moment they materialize. Unfortunately, this Diamond Tier sycophant lacks such prowess. Upon realizing he could not summon his spirit beast, he began to frantically assault the surrounding coffin boards. It must be acknowledged that this Diamond Tier beast master possesses considerable skill. The black coffin reverberated under his blows, and the assembled coffin boards appeared on the verge of collapse. Nonetheless, true liberation would still require some time. Would Chen Feng grant this fellow any respite? The answer, undoubtedly, is no. With a mere wave of his hand, a 1-meter-long slash materialized, and as it made contact with the black coffin, the coffin vanished into thin air. Chapter 95. The members of the guard squad are rather commendable. The Diamond Tier sycophant maintained an attacking stance, throwing a punch into empty space, causing himself to stagger forward due to his own force. Before he could wallow in frustration, he felt his arm being wrenched away from him. In truth, he ought to be grateful for that fall. Otherwise, it would not merely have been an arm that distanced itself from him, but rather his very own head. Damn it! Who dares to act so brazenly? The Diamond Tier sycophant bellowed in fury, his gaze fixated on the few night patrollers still standing before Chen Feng. To him, those who dared to strike and could instantaneously injure him must be these Diamond Tier night patrollers. Good heavens, this little madman possesses quite the formidable skill. Indeed, a Bronze Tier has severed the arm of a Diamond Tier. Who would dare to believe such a feat? What is there to disbelieve? It has unfolded right before our eyes. The onlookers were keenly observant, recognizing who had executed the strike. However, there was not a hint of reproach. Instead, they were all in awe. At such a tender age, a Bronze Tier has slain a Diamond Tier. Surely, Jiang City is about to witness the rise of a dragon. Of course, this cannot be labeled as a true reversal, for the Diamond Tier had not summoned his spirit beast. Had the Diamond Tier called forth his spirit beast, Chen Feng would not have had such an easy time. But is that the crux of the matter? Is it truly him? Impossible. The Diamond Tier sycophant's first instinct was disbelief. Yet, with so many spectators surrounding him, could a couple of individuals deceive him? But with such a multitude singing the same tune, could this still be a ruse? Flash. Chen Feng continued his assault. Having come this far, would he leave any loose ends? He was determined to eradicate the threat entirely. Moreover, the individual had initially threatened him as a night patroller. He believed he possessed the right and justification to eliminate this man on the spot. The Diamond Tier sycophant, who had been cursing madly, was left dumbfounded. He could not utter a word, for he had witnessed a slash being executed by Chen Feng from afar. A frantic alarm rang within his mind. His sixth sense was warning him that if he did not evade this strike, he would meet his demise. As for defending himself, with what could he defend? Did he not understand how that previous slash had severed his arm? Even now, he felt no sensation at the sight of the amputation. It was not painful. The cut was smooth, the flesh instantaneously rendered necrotic, with little blood shed. Some might argue that minimal bleeding is a good sign. But only those who have experienced it firsthand can comprehend the true horror of such a situation. Chen Wan's ear bore a minuscule wound. Although the flesh had necrosed, a slight expenditure could indeed stimulate the recovery of the nerves. However, the substantial incision on his arm rendered the prospect of regeneration exceedingly arduous. This implicitly suggested that even if he were to seek the finest suturing at this juncture, it would be futile. Such a strike, regardless of the target on the body, is utterly intolerable. Fortunately, the reflexes of a Diamond Tier beast master were evident in this moment. Just as the blade was poised to cleave his forehead, he executed a deft roll to evade the attack. In that very instant, he summoned forth his spirit beast, one in its mature stage of diamond rank. Did the Night Watch of Jiang City merely stand by, observing this young man flaunt his prowess? Was there no longer any sense of justice in Jiang City? At this moment, Chen Wan, who had ventured quite far, turned to glance back. After a brief hesitation, he opted to return. Chen Feng, do not act recklessly. This is the city. Should you strike me, I may choose not to report it, for regardless of the circumstances, I am still your sister. I shall not harm you. But he is not bound by such ties. Chen Fan's words seemed to be genuinely concerned for Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng knew that Chen Fan was not so benevolent. After having severed one of her ears, how could she possibly think of him? Absolutely impossible. He thought, get lost, or I'll kill you too. Killing Chen Fan in front of everyone was indeed not a wise choice. Yet, eliminating the man behind Chen Fan posed no dilemma at all. This man had threatened him, and as a night watchman, he had justifiable grounds to take action. While it might not strictly adhere to the rules, it was reasonable and lawful. What did it matter if it was against the regulations? Chen Feng, your sister is doing this for your own good. Are you going to obstruct the law enforcement? Chen Feng coldly inquired. If Chen Fan dared to nod in agreement, he would not hesitate to act. If you interfere with the night watchman's duty, you are inviting your own demise. As long as his actions were reasonable and lawful, Chen Feng was indifferent to the question of adherence to the rules. Chen Fan furrowed his brows, astonished that Chen Feng would dare to act so brazenly in front of such a multitude. At that moment, the Diamond Tier spirit beast of the sycophant surged toward the crowd. The masses were not foolish enough to remain stationary as a Diamond Tier spirit beast charged forth. Chaos ensued as they scattered in all directions. I unleashed my spirit beast to charge into the throng within the city, and the night watchman bore the duty to apprehend me. The sycophant behind Chen Fan is indeed a person of talent. He has discerned Chen Feng's unwavering resolve to eliminate him. Before Chen Feng stood a group of night watchmen, and even if he were to summon a spirit beast, it would be futile in harming Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng could launch an attack at any moment. Whether through the black coffin that controlled his movements or the terrifying strikes, there was no way he could withstand them physically. How could he extricate himself from this predicament? This was the scheme conceived by the sycophant. By contravening the rules, the night watchman would be obliged to apprehend him and confine him. Inciting spirit beasts to charge into the crowd was hardly a grave offense. A mere fine and a reprimand would suffice. This was far preferable to risking his life. He must be subdued. This individual was brazenly challenging the established order within the city, and whether the night watchman intervened was inconsequential, for the guard would undoubtedly take action. The night watchman primarily dealt with matters concerning monstrous beasts and sorcerers, while the guard was tasked with the oversight of humans. The offense committed by the sycophant conveniently fell within the jurisdiction of the guard's responsibilities. Outside Chen Feng's little shop, there were night patrollers, and naturally, there were also members of the guard team, who, although affiliated with the Spirit Beast Masters organization, lacked the dominance of the night patrollers. The 4 members of the guard team charged towards the sycophant. In this deliberately cooperative scenario, he was swiftly apprehended by the guard team. The spirit beast he had summoned was retracted into its pouch even before the 4 could reach him. 4 of you, I request the return of my arm. No one wishes to become one-armed. Although he understood that restoring his arm to its original state was improbable, it was relatively easy to reattach it in a manner that would not affect his appearance. What arm? Spare us your nonsense. Take him away. The guard team displayed an utter lack of reason. Clearly, the severed arm of the sycophant lay just a short distance away on the ground, yet they feigned ignorance. Moreover, as they escorted the sycophant away, several members of the guard team winked at Chen Feng. Hey, these guards are rather amiable, Chen Feng grinned. Chapter 96. Enough of the nonsense. Let's discuss serious matters, kid. Do not take pride in this. This matter is far from over. The apprehended sycophant rose once more and audaciously threatened Chen Feng again. Chen Feng squinted, contemplating how to eliminate this individual. At that moment, the person in front of him turned around and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder, reassuring him, "No worries, this fellow will wander around and eventually come to us." Although the latter part of the statement remained unspoken, Chen Feng grasped its implication. Well then, Chen Feng responded with a smile. Chen Fan cast a deep glance at Chen Feng before departing in silence. Unbeknownst to them, countless pairs of eyes were fixated on the unfolding events, including those with nefarious intentions. As Chen Feng engaged with the night patrol, a golden tier beast master detached from the crowd, laughing and conversing with others. However, once he stepped into a secluded area, his demeanor shifted dramatically, darkening with contemplation as he made his way towards the city gates. This individual, bearing the title of a demon-hunting squad member, was not impeded by the gate guards, who allowed him to pass unchallenged. Within a 50-mile radius outside the city, demonic beasts were scarce. However, venturing beyond that distance, the presence of such creatures gradually became evident. He produced a whistle-like object and blew into it, summoning a small white ferret that soon appeared. "Follow me," he commanded. Remarkably, the white ferret was capable of human speech. "Yes, esteemed ferret." The golden tier beast master exhibited profound respect, for this ferret was a monarch-level beast. Despite its size, comparable to that of a household dog, a mere finger from it could easily crush him. With the ferret as his guide, the journey remained uneventful, as no demonic beasts dared to approach. After approximately another 50 miles, the white ferret halted before a tree so large that it would require 4 or 5 people to encircle it. "Master, the person has arrived." A voice echoed, though no figure was visible. "My lord, It is as follows, the Golden Tier Beastmaster reported. It was astonishing to learn that he was the leader of the demonic organization in Jiangqing. He conveyed the myriad wonders exhibited by Qin Feng. If Qin Feng were merely powerful on his own, the demonic organization might have gradually sought an opportunity to eliminate him, allowing for some time for his growth. Yet, the current circumstances were markedly different. Qin Feng's shop is truly extraordinary. He possesses the remarkable ability to assist countless individuals. Should humanity's collective strength be augmented, the suffering would inevitably transform into the monstrous beasts lurking outside Jiang City. The 50-mile safety zone has been established by the formidable warriors of humanity. And if the residents of Jiang City were to enhance their prowess, this boundary might well expand to 100 or even 200 miles. Such an eventuality is intolerable to the beasts. Thus, the leader of these creatures has taken it upon himself to gather intelligence and report back. However, the precise course of action remains contingent upon the will of the Demon King. Currently, the beasts surrounding Jiang City are all subordinates of this very king. Within the city, how many individuals can you mobilize? A figure materializes, not as imposing as one might envision. It is a yellow-furred fox, roughly the size of an adult tiger. It is difficult to fathom that such a fox possesses the strength of a demon king. My lord, we can currently summon 2 kings, and beneath them, there are 100 others. If we were to deploy most of the Night Patrol's defense team outside the city, how confident are you in eliminating him? Without a king by his side, we will surely succeed in his demise. Very well, we shall act tomorrow. Return now. Understood. The dialogue is succinct. The demon folk are mere slaves to the beasts. They have little autonomy, obeying their master's commands without question. Gather all demon kings and summon them forth. Yes, your majesty. The white weasel respectfully responds before turning to depart. The matter of rewards for the demon leader in Jiang City is one he must attend to. Why do the demons ally with the beasts? It is simply because they reap substantial benefits from their association. The rare spiritual items, scarce within the city, abound among the beasts, and some items can only be produced by them. The beasts are never stingy with their rewards to the demons. Otherwise, why would they betray their own kind to side with you? This time, the Golden Tier Spirit Beast Master returns laden with spoils. However, not all the treasures are for himself. He must share them with the demons within the city, as he relies on their labor. That very evening, unusual activity among the beasts outside Jiang City is observed. Numerous demon hunting teams return in disarray. Those who did not return have mostly perished at the jaws of the beasts. The sudden assembly of beasts first befalls the ill-fated hunters outside the city. Yet, their return conveys the alarming news of the beasts' mass gathering to those within. The night patrols mobilize in large numbers, and the defense team issues a level 1 alert, forbidding any unrelated individuals from moving about the city during this state of heightened vigilance, instructing them to remain at home and await further information. Nevertheless, the level 1 alert does not incite widespread panic. Living in such a world, which year does not witness several instances of heightened alertness, just when business is thriving. Why has there been a sudden state of alarm? Xiaoshan languidly rested his chin on the counter, casting his gaze upon the desolate entrance as he voiced his grievances. Brother Shan, do you think we might be in danger? Xiaoying expressed her apprehension. After all, their establishment was situated in a remote area. If the beastly creatures were indeed to assault Jiangcheng, it was conceivable that some might breach the city, though any intruding beasts would likely lack formidable strength. It appeared that their quaint shop was devoid of any defensive measures. Didn't T Crazy say there's nothing to worry about? I trust him, Xiaoshan replied, somewhat carefree. Initially filled with trepidation, he had been reassured by Qin Feng's words, and thus had chosen to believe. Xiaoying nodded gently, yet her unease remained unabated. What is Qin Feng currently engaged in? He is in the bedroom, embracing a delicate figure and indulging in playful kisses. Stop fooling around. Let's discuss something serious. Li Shi, he said, her cheeks flushed as she gently pushed Qin Feng away. Go ahead. It won't hinder my embrace. Qin Feng replied, refusing to release his hold on Li Shi's slender waist. Did Uncle Yan not mention anything to you? Li Shi, he inquired, playfully tapping Qin Feng on the forehead, though her heart was filled with delight. Deep down, she cherished Qin Feng's affectionate persistence. He didn't say anything. I feel like my godfather no longer loves me. That's impossible. My father mentioned that this time you might be in danger, and he wants us to return home. This was the primary reason Li Shi he sought out Qin Feng. The timing of the unusual movements of the demon beasts was too coincidental. Li Gong believed they were likely planning to target Qin Feng, which is why he sent Li Shi to find him. I want to go. And you shouldn't return either, Chen Feng said, releasing Li Shi and meeting her gaze with a grave seriousness. Chen Feng is no fool. How could he possibly fail to deduce that the siege by the demonic beasts is connected to him? Chapter 97. The Madman. Someone is looking for you. All right. Upon witnessing Chen Feng's earnest demeanor, Li Shi agreed without a second thought. There is no other reason. She simply trusts him. Li Shi has faith in Chen Feng, particularly when he speaks to her seriously about a matter. Upon witnessing Li Shi's acquiescence, Chen Feng instantly reverted to his mischievous demeanor. Regarding that individual from yesterday, his family possesses a modicum of influence in the provincial capital. They have leveraged their connections to extricate him from the defense unit, preventing his transfer to the night patrol. And then, what follows? Are you not at all concerned that he might seek retribution against you? Li Shi cast a sidelong glance at Chen Feng. Should he dare to come, he shall meet his demise. The more he comes, the more shall perish. Chen Feng shrugged nonchalantly. My father has already issued a warning to his family. He should not return. However, your second sister, she is not my sister. Indeed, that Chen Wan from the Chun family is up to something. Li Shi bestowed a gentle kiss upon Chen Feng's cheek, as if to atone for her verbal slip. Not enough? Come here again, Chen Feng beckoned, pointing to the unkissed side of his face. Li Shi, observing Chen Feng leaning in, could only grant him a delicate peck. What mischief has she been up to? Chen Feng inquired with a smile, harboring little regard for Chen Fan in her heart. After she adorned her ears, she sought out Chun Li and her daughter, subsequently departing in a fit of anger. She then reached out to the captain of her demon hunting team. The specifics of their conversation remain unclear, yet I sense she is surely plotting against you. Her captain, although a formidable figure at the diamond level, is not the sole concern. His family's business is substantial, controlling half of the provincial capital's dealings concerning spirit beasts. I suspect that Chen Fan must have informed him about our family's shop, and he is likely to entertain certain thoughts. Li Shi articulated her analysis. What could Chen Feng possibly say? Finding such a wife would undoubtedly spare him a great deal of worry. These trivial matters do not require his attention at all. It is best for him to refrain from any undue thoughts. However, it is prudent to remain vigilant until the threat has been entirely neutralized. Whether now or in the future, there will undoubtedly be plenty of individuals who covet his store. It is an insatiable beast of profit, and who could resist its allure? Moreover, if such resources were to be controlled solely by his own family, their rise to prominence would be swift. Self-serving individuals are certainly not in short supply. Nevertheless, no matter how many seek to challenge him, Chen Feng remains unafraid. No one can touch his establishment, as the system has assured him. Regardless, caution is imperative. Do not be careless when venturing outside. Do you understand? Li Shi advised Chen Feng. While she can often be by his side, there are moments when she is not present, and she fears for his safety. After all, they are still quite vulnerable. All right, I will do my best to stay indoors. Chen Feng replied, for he is not foolish. There is little reason to venture out aimlessly. Remaining at home allows him to effortlessly elevate his own capabilities. So obedient. I shall reward you, she said, as she planted a gentle kiss on his lips. Li Shi attempted to flee after the kiss, but Chen Feng had no intention of letting her go. He wrapped his arms around her waist and continued, showing no signs of relinquishing his hold. Just as this affectionate couple became engrossed in each other, visitors arrived at the door. Chen Fan led the way as a group of 5 approached briskly. Is this the shop opened by your brother? The man beside Chen Fan spoke up, his robust physique clad in a snug tank top, revealing arms that resembled iron. Yes, this is my brother's shop, Chen Fan replied with a smile, a faint red mark on her ear indicating a previous injury that was now barely noticeable. I've heard tales of the wonders this shop offers. Should our two businesses truly collaborate, the benefits will undoubtedly be yours. Thank you, Captain, Chen Fan beamed sweetly. The others remained silent, fully aware that Chen Fan harbored feelings for their captain. It was apparent to anyone with eyes. However, their captain, a fitness enthusiast, had little interest in women and naturally did not reciprocate Chen Fan's affections. Chen Feng, are you there? Chen Fan called out from outside the shop. Xiao Shan furrowed his brow as he approached the door. What are you doing here again? You're not welcome, so please leave. Xiao Shan was well aware of Chen Fan's antics from the previous day. If it weren't for the faint blood relation between Chen Feng and this Chen Fan, Xiao Shan would have already unleashed a tirade. As for her being a spirit beast master, even a golden tier 1, Xiao Shan was not intimidated. Chen Feng declared that in the shop, one could love whomever they wished, and there was no need to fear anyone's arrival. I sought Chen Feng for a matter of significance. Please call him for me. Chun Yin did not exhibit anger. Instead, a smile graced his face. The adage one does not strike a smiling face held true, and in light of this, Xiao Shan had no further words to say. He paused and then turned, shouting, "Crazy one, someone is looking for you." This loud call did not startle Xiao Ying or Chen Feng. Rather, it sent a shiver through the spirit beasts in the nurturing area. Business in the nurturing zone of the shop was thriving, with spirit beasts of all ranks present, from the juvenile stage to the formidable mature royal-level spirit beasts. Notably, the Hellfire Tiger, placed here by Yin Lai, resided among them. Initially, the spirit beasts were enjoying the soothing aura when they were suddenly startled by the shout. The Hellfire Tiger was the first to express its displeasure, letting out a deep growl. "Stop shouting. If you keep it up, there will be no food." Xiao Shan was not easily frightened, while he remained unafraid. The spirit beasts in the nurturing area were indeed terrified. A day without food would render them quite uncomfortable, although their owners had paid. The decision of whether to feed them ultimately lay with Xiao Shan. Outside the shop, Chen Fan and the others were momentarily taken aback. While Xiao Shan might remain indifferent to the aura of the royal-grade spirit beast unleashed by the Hellfire Tiger, they could not afford such a luxury. This was a royal-grade entity, not something to be trifled with. Outside the city, a single royal-grade monster could command vast territories of beasts surrounding human settlements. The significance of such a royal presence was undeniable. How could there be a royal-grade spirit beast here? The burly captain furrowed his brow as he gazed at Chen Fan. Chen Fan felt a sense of unease. "I am not certain," he thought, as the robust captain refrained from further inquiries, understanding that Chen Fan was genuinely at a loss and could not provide any answers. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that his approach towards this establishment needed to undergo a transformation. "Brother Chen Feng, I am a representative of the Wang family from the provincial capital. I kindly request the opportunity to meet with you." "The Wang family? Are they quite formidable?" Chen Feng emerged, casting a glance at Li Shi beside him. "They're indeed influential in the provincial capital, and our family has some business dealings with the Wang family." "Oh, I see. What brings you to seek my presence? Does it matter who comes from the provincial capital?" Regardless of who approached, the manner of reception depended entirely on Chen Feng's disposition. "Brother Chen Feng,